Content summary. In the year 2160, the world was engulfed in tension due to dwindling exploitable resources, culminating in a catastrophic nuclear war. The threat of radiation forced humanity to seek refuge underground. However, calamity struck anew as a colossal asteroid, measuring 50 kilometers in diameter, hurtled towards Earth at breakneck speed. In the face of such a cataclysm, nations united to construct a cosmic super battleship, allowing the entirety of Earth's population to board and embark on an interstellar odyssey. Chapter 1. Journey to the Underground City. Amidst the mountains of City X, two diminutive figures hurried along a path. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a beastly growl echoed from the surrounding jungle, prompting the brothers to quicken their pace, breaking into a run. "Brother, look, we're almost there. Once we reach the main force, we'll be safer," one youth remarked, nodding in agreement. "Let's hurry and get there," the other replied. "All right." The two siblings hastened their steps towards the distant throng. Just as they departed, the ground beneath them cracked open, revealing a cavern. A pair of massive pincers emerged from the earth, followed by a gigantic ant crawling out of the hole. The sound of more giant ants soon filled the air, echoing ominously. In 2160, due to rampant exploitation by various nations, Earth had become a scarred wasteland. The thinning ozone layer and global warming had led to frequent disasters. Yet, humanity persisted in its reckless pursuit of self-interest, exacerbating the depletion of natural resources. Major powers extended their grasp into weaker nations, igniting global unrest and war. From localized skirmishes, the conflict escalated into a worldwide catastrophe. After centuries of technological advancement, nuclear weapons proliferated across nations. Superpowers developed a new class of weaponry termed supernuclear weapons, deemed too perilous and subsequently banned. As nuclear arms became the primary means of warfare, the once vibrant blue of Earth transformed into a dismal gray from the devastation of prolonged conflict. Eventually, humanity recognized the dire consequences of war and signed a ceasefire treaty. In 2170, Country Z, one of the world's superpowers, faced a severe threat from mutated beasts and resolved to relocate its surviving population underground, a plan dubbed Nest Dwelling. They aimed to transfer the nation's remaining 2.5 billion inhabitants beneath the surface. At the foot of a great mountain, an entrance to this underground world emerged, a grand archway, 90 meters high and 200 meters wide, flanked by robotic sentinels. Country Z constructed 25 such underground cities, each capable of housing 100 million people. Once completed, these cities would be interconnected, forming a true underground nation. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, the subterranean facilities took shape over a year as nations began to migrate their populations underground. At the entrance, a serpentine line of people snaked forward, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Yet this represented less than 1% of the city's intended entrance. Robotic guards, stationed every 50 meters, stood vigilant to ensure the safety of the civilians. Before the construction of the underground cities, the large mutated beasts had been eradicated or driven deeper into the mountains. However, the scent of so many people inevitably attracted some mutated creatures. Occasionally, mutated ants and centipedes would burst forth from the ground, brandishing their massive pincers and charging toward the crowd. It was in these moments that the Sentinel robots proved invaluable. Equipped with advanced systems akin to human intelligence, they locked onto their targets and launched miniature missiles, obliterating the mutated beasts before they could reach the masses. Brothers Li Jun and Li Lin arrived together after receiving a notification. Having lost their parents, both former officers who perished in the war, they were raised by their grandmother. As they prepared to leave, they desperately wanted to take her along, but she gently pushed them away after a few heartfelt words. "Grandmother is too old and cannot bear to leave this home. You two are still young. Go on." Realizing their grandmother had made her decision, the siblings knelt before her, bowing 3 times. "Grandmother, rest assured, I will take care of my brother. We will not bring shame to the Li family. I will make something of myself." With that, they departed. In the middle of the long queue, Li Jun peered ahead, observing the line inching forward. The once lush greenery had been reduced to stark, charred stumps following the ravaging flames, a layer of ash blanketing the ground. The wind whispered through the remains, and the rustling of leaves had been silenced, replaced by the terrifying sounds of gnashing teeth and roars from the forest. From above, Earth remained a deep gray, laden with particles of destruction and the ailments brought on by radiation. The global population had plummeted by 1 billion. Many species of animals had mutated due to radiation, and even the most inconspicuous insects now posed threats to human life. With ants the size of calves wielding pincers as strong as steel, and wasps the size of eagles armed with venomous stingers. I wonder if we'll be able to enter today. I really don't want to spend the night outside, Li Jun murmured. His younger brother, Li Lin, looked up. Brother, stop complaining. Conserve your energy for the journey. At this rate, we won't get in tonight. There are at least tens of thousands of people ahead. Li Jun shook his head. Alas, born into these chaotic times, what kind of life is this? Everyone around them wore blank expressions, focused solely on the path ahead, while only the brothers exchanged a few words. After conversing for a while, they fell silent again. As they walked for about 20 miles, darkness began to envelop the landscape. In the shadows, an inexplicable fear crept in, prompting some in the queue to engage in conversation with those beside them. This exchange of words gradually alleviated their anxiety. Before long, chatter filled the air among the throng. Suddenly, Li Jun heard the faint sound of a girl crying, which grew increasingly louder. He turned to Li Lin, and together they approached the source of the sorrow, discovering a girl of similar age squatting on the ground, weeping. Her long hair was matted with mud, and her emaciated face was coated in grime, resembling a little beggar. Li Lin, wishing to avoid trouble, tugged at Li Jun. Brother, let's not get involved. We should move on to I am uncertain as to her plight. Let's approach her and inquire. After all, we cannot enter today. A brief moment is of no concern, Li Jun remarked as he made his way over. The two approached the girl, and Li Lin, who had no desire to interfere, stood to the side, merely observing. Li Jun crouched down and asked, "What troubles you? Have you encountered any danger?" Wah, wah, the girl wept, offering no response to Li Jun's inquiries. Seeing her distress, Li Jun attempted to frighten her into silence, saying, "Cease your tears. If you continue to cry, the mutated beasts nearby will be drawn to your voice, and we shall all be in peril." Indeed, the fear of these mutated beasts lingered in everyone's hearts. Upon hearing Li Jun's words, the girl ceased her weeping. Noticing her silence, Li Jun retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. "Now, please tell me what is wrong. Why are you here alone, crying?" "I am afraid. I'm all alone. I am frightened." The girl opened her tear-filled eyes to gaze at Li Jun, her voice tinged with distress. "Afraid? There are so many people around. What is there to fear? I fear the darkness. My parents were bitten to death by a mutated beast during this very hour. They hid me away, and I witnessed that monstrous creature use its pincers to kill them. Ever since that day, I have been terrified at this time." Wah wah. As she spoke, her sobs intensified. Li Jun found himself at a loss for how to comfort her and glanced at Li Lin for guidance. Li Lin urged, "Brother, let us move on. We've already lost some time. Do not concern yourself with her. We must look after ourselves." Li Jun's heart ached at the thought of leaving the girl behind. Since they had encountered her, he felt compelled to offer assistance. "Who did you come with?" he asked. "Wah, I came with my neighbors, but they left after we arrived. Now I am all alone." The girl wiped her tears away as she spoke. "Very well, then. You may accompany us. This is my brother, Li Lin, and I am Li Jun. Li Jun, seeing no other option, decided to take her along and discuss matters further once they reached the city. The girl studied Li Jun and Li Lin for a moment before nodding. With no alternative, she realized that being alone in such an environment would drive anyone to madness. Rising to her feet, she wiped her tears and set off alongside the two brothers. After walking for a while, the girl's stomach growled audibly. Li Jun glanced at her, and she lowered her head, her dirt-streaked face obscuring her expression. He produced a portion of rations and extended it towards her. "Here, eat. You will need your strength for the journey ahead." The girl cast a furtive glance at Li Jun before reaching out to accept the food. After finishing her meal, she hurried to catch up. Li Jun, I apologize for consuming your food upon my arrival. I was simply too famished. I haven't eaten all day. My name is Sun Qian." Li Jun smiled gently. "It is of no matter. My brother and I are also without parents. The more friends we have, the more support we can offer each other." Sun Qian smiled in return. "Yes, he. Li Lin, however, remained silent, focused solely on the path ahead. He glanced back at Sun Qian, his expression one of distaste, but neither Li Jun nor Sun Qian noticed. After walking through the night, the trio took a brief respite before continuing their journey. At long last, they arrived at the entrance gates by 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 2. An Introduction to the Underground City. The three stood at the entrance, marveling at the grandeur of the construction. "Kulme, register over here. Hurry up. Stop dawdling." A A military officer called out. Responding to the command, the trio quickly formed a line and approached the registration desk at the gate. After registering, they proceeded through the grand entrance. Once inside, Li Jun felt the might of the nation once more. After traversing 100 meters down a man-made passageway, they entered an elevator. The elevator played a continuous loop of announcements. Welcome to the underground world. In these apocalyptic times, we must work together to rebuild our beautiful homeland. Greetings, everyone. We are about to descend into the underground world, located 10,000 meters below the surface. Please stand steady and hold on. Thank you for your cooperation, a staff member informed them. Once all were prepared, the staff member pressed a button, and within a minute, the elevator came to a smooth halt. The doors opened, and Li Jun and his companions were the first to step out. Attention all personnel, please proceed to register and undergo a brief inspection, another staff member announced. After a series of checks, the three stood at the entrance, waiting for the others to complete their inspections. Once everyone was finished, they all gathered at the entrance. The gates swung open, and bright light flooded in. The brilliance of the light caused everyone to squint. Under the guidance of the staff, all entered the underground city. For many, it was their first time, and as they looked around, the entire space shone with a bright white under the enormous light bulbs above. Towering structures made of super titanium alloy rose in neat rows, stretching toward the center. A guiding robot approached. Welcome to Underground City number 11. Please follow me. The robot continued. Now, I will introduce you to the various facilities of the underground city and some important guidelines. First, the buildings you see are where you will reside. Constructed from the latest super titanium alloy, they are impervious to the mold that thrives underground, ensuring your safety. The buildings have a lifespan of 1,000 years and are equipped with all the necessary amenities for your comfort. Next, we have the lighting system, featuring state-of-the-art intelligent bulbs that simulate sunrise and sunset. They will extinguish for 12 hours each day to promote quality sleep. Each bulb boasts a power of 20,000 watts, and there are a total of 10,000 such bulbs installed in this underground city. Each city is powered by a small nuclear reactor that supplies all necessary energy. Now, for some important guidelines. 1. No one is permitted to leave the underground city without authorization. 2. Approaching the prohibited zones of the underground city is strictly forbidden. 3. Deliberate destruction of any facilities is unacceptable. This will be our shared home, and we must cherish it. 4. Each building has designated activity areas, and crossing into another's domain without permission is not allowed. Each building has a designated leader whose commands must be followed by all residents. 5. Approaching the central region of the underground city is prohibited, as it is designated a military zone. Those are all the important guidelines for this underground city. Do you all understand? Everyone who entered with Li Jun responded in unison, understood. Only Li Jun remained silent. Noticing this, the robot approached him and inquired, "Do you have any questions?" "Everything else is clear, but I would like to ask who the building leader is." The robot continued to elucidate. The original poster belongs to the most fundamental tier of management within this city, appointed by the district director, who in turn is appointed by the city director. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Li Jun responded, "No, I completely comprehend." "Excellent. Since there are no more questions, please follow me. Your accommodations will be arranged ahead. At a registration point, each individual received a number tag. Unit 301, Building 11, second section. Li Jun glanced at his tag and inquired of Li Lin, "What building are you in?" "Unit 501, Building 11, first section," Li Lin replied. Sun Qian looked at the number tag in Li Jun's hand and exclaimed with delight, "Wow, Brother Li, we're neighbors. Look at mine. Unit 302, Building 11, second section. We're directly across from each other." Hee. The service robot approached and announced, "Greetings, everyone. Your residences have been allocated. As you enter together, your assigned apartments are in the same building. Building 11 is located on 3rd Street in the 15th District. Please follow me. A dedicated shuttle will take you there. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact the on-duty service robot, which will guide you." Once everyone boarded the shuttle, the robot addressed the group, "I wish you all a pleasant stay in this city. I must attend to my duties and guide the next group. Farewell." With a wave, it departed. Sun Qian turned to Li Jun and remarked, "Brother Li, I think this robot is truly kind to us, unlike others that are merely cold machines." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. This robot seems distinctly different," Li Jun observed as he watched the robot retreat, noticing the identifier H0801 on its back. The group traveled in the intelligent shuttle towards the 15th District. An audio announcement resonated within the vehicle. "Welcome, everyone. This underground city comprises 100 districts, each containing 100 buildings. The 15th district, which we are approaching, is situated on the outskirts, located in the northwest corner of the underground city. Li Jun grasped the implications. A higher district number indicated proximity to the city's core. Before long, the shuttle came to a halt. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination. Wishing you all a pleasant residence. As the passengers disembarked, the shuttle drove away. The group began to search for their assigned rooms, according to their number tags. Li Lin approached Sun Qian. Hey, can we switch? I'd like to stay with my brother. Is that all right? He asked, his expression stern. Sun Qian, puzzled, replied, Switch? Is it even allowed? Only you and I need to know. There's nothing wrong with it. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Qian, feeling distressed, said, But I don't want to switch. I don't know anyone here except for you two. If I move over there, I'll be all alone, and that frightens me. Li Lin, already disliking Sun Qian, shouted, What's wrong with you? He's my brother, and it's only logical for us to be closer. What does it mean for you to live across the hall? I can't believe I brought you along. At the sound of Li Lin's raised voice, Sun Qian burst into tears. Li Jun, hearing the commotion, approached. What's going on? Have you two started arguing already? It's not that, brother. I wanted to switch rooms with her to be on the same floor as you, but she refuses. I merely pointed that out, and she started crying. I didn't say anything harsh, Li Lin explained. Understanding the situation, Li Jun reassured Li Lin, the rooms cannot be swapped. The assignments were recorded when you collected your keys, and they're now in the city's database. All right, Lindsay, just settle into your room for now. We can discuss this later. Changing rooms is quite complicated. Oh, I see, Li Lin said, casting one last glare at Sun Qian before departing. He had always found her to be a burden. Li Jun was well aware of his brother's disposition. Having raised Li Lin since childhood, he knew his brother harbored a strong aversion to strangers. He sighed, shaking his head. Turning back to Sun Qian, he smiled and said, All right, stop crying. Your face is already quite dirty. Let's go wash up quickly. Look, everyone else has already gone inside. Sun Qian glanced around, realizing that only the two of them remained from the 100 who had entered together. She quickly uttered, Oh, and followed Li Jun into the building. Chapter 3. The Butler Xiao Xiao, Room 301, Unit 2, Building 11. After entering the room, Li Jun surveyed his surroundings. The living facilities were complete, and everything one could desire was present. Li Jun searched around and soon discovered a projection phone. He hastily dialed his grandmother. In no time, the video projection revealed two figures. It turned out that Li Lin had also called their grandmother upon returning to his room. Upon seeing the environments of her two grandsons, their grandmother smiled with satisfaction. Good, Junior, take good care of Xiao Linzi. Now that I see you both living well, I can rest easy. I am old and weary. I no longer wish to move about. Your grandfather and your parents are on the surface, and I must accompany them. You two are different. You are still young and will have better lives ahead. Do not worry about me. Everyone must eventually depart, whether sooner or later. My old friends and I have made a pact. Perhaps when our time comes, we will contribute a bit of nourishment to our earth. Who knows? It might return to its former splendor. After speaking, their grandmother revealed a gentle smile. Children, you were born late. The earth of yesteryears was truly beautiful. From the sky, it resembled a brilliant blue glass orb. You too must strive to restore it. As for me, I shall not be here to witness it. Li Jun, filled with determination, reassured his grandmother. Do not worry, Grandma. I will take good care of Xiao Linzi. We will both work hard to rebuild the blue planet in your heart. Their grandmother beamed. Good children, you are both so kind. Now it's time to hang up. You've just arrived and must be tired. Go and rest. Yes, Grandma. Please take care of yourself on the surface. I will return to visit you when I have the chance, Li Jun replied. Deep down, he understood that this moment marked his final farewell to her, and future encounters would be exceedingly rare. Setting aside the surface S radiation and various mutated beasts, even the air was unsuitable for humans to dwell in for long. Nevertheless, he remembered how his grandmother had spoken earnestly to him, wishing to stay with his grandfather. After their grandmother ended the call, only Li Jun and his brother Li Lin remained on the screen. Li Lin remarked, Brother, keep your distance from Sun Qian. She is just a burden. We are barely making ends meet, and you still want to drag her along. Have you forgotten what father said? Li Jun recognized that his brother was a pragmatic individual, but he could not bring himself to abandon Sun Qian after knowing her. He recalled their father's words, which made it even more impossible for him to forsake her. Shaking his head, he replied, Brother, you know her situation mirrors ours. I cannot stand by and watch her be discarded. When everyone else has their loved ones, she will be left alone, experiencing despair that you and I have both felt. Li Lin sighed at Li Jun's words, conceding, "Fine, I cannot sway you. You are my brother. I will listen to you. I will not make things difficult for her." The two brothers concluded their video call and hung up. Li Jun set down the phone and rose to approach the doorway. He had just glimpsed a housing notice, but was too eager to video call his grandmother to pay it any heed. After examining it for a moment, he proceeded to the wall where a fingerprint entry system was located and pressed it. Beep, identity confirmed. Li Jun, male, age 17, status, civilian. To ensure the optimal energy state of the resident, this room is equipped with a fully automated voice system. May I inquire what orders the master has at present? A mechanical female voice resonated within the room, startling Li Jun with its grating tone. This voice sounds remarkably masculine, he thought. Could it be altered to something more soothing? Beep, change successful. Greetings. Welcome, master. I am your new voice assistant, Xiao Xiao. A gentle voice emerged. Ah, this is much more pleasant, not so grating to the ears. Xiao Xiao, please fetch me a glass of water. I've been traveling for 2 days and am rather parched, Li Jun requested. Certainly, current water storage remains at 99.99. After announcing this, a small housekeeping robot delivered the poured water to Li Jun, remaining 99.99. What does that signify? Will it eventually run out? Li Jun inquired, bewildered. Indeed. Master, you are currently situated in an underground city at a depth of 10,000 meters. Although freshwater conversion technology was developed on the surface, the limited freshwater resources transported to the underground city were necessitated by the urgency of its construction. In addition to freshwater, the room also supplies electricity and various energy foods, all of which are distributed equally across every room, Xiao Xiao explained. Upon hearing this, Li Jun understood that all resources were not inexhaustible. What happens when these supplies are depleted? Are we to await our demise? He asked. Of course not, master. There are corresponding conditions for replacement, which the building's owner will elaborate on later. Oh, so there is a means of exchange? That is reassuring. Xiao Xiao, please prepare me something to eat. I am feeling somewhat hungry, Li Jun stated. Certainly, energy food storage remains at 99.98, Xiao Xiao gently reminded. That is rather unnecessary, Xiao Xiao. Please refrain from reminding me of the remaining quantities in the future. It feels awkward. Understood, master. However, if I do not notify you, based on your water and energy intake, your current supplies will not last beyond 3 months, Xiao Xiao humanely advised. No matter, you mentioned there is a way to exchange, right? We can discuss that later. Rest assured, I shall not starve. Just refrain from announcing the remaining supplies, Li Jun responded, reflecting on how this machine had become increasingly intelligent. While there were robots on the surface, their level of sophistication was far inferior to that of the underground city's counterparts. Understood, master. I have just received a notification from the building owner. A meeting will be convened downstairs in 4 hours. Your attendance is essential. In 4 hours, I suggest you take a moment to rest and replenish your energy. I will arrange the time and notify you in advance, Xiao Xiao reminded. All right, understood, Li Jun replied. Already accustomed to this routine, it seems that this voice assistant is quite competent. After finishing his meal, he prepared to lie down and rest when the doorbell rang. Master, it is the young lady from next door. Would you like me to open the door? Before Li Jun could respond, Xiao Xiao had already informed him of the visitor. Open it, Li Jun hastily said. As the door swung open, Sun Qian walked in with reddened eyes. Li Jun, are you busy? She inquired softly. Noticing her appearance, Li Jun was puzzled. Not busy at all. What's wrong? Have you been crying? No, I was just thinking about my parents while being alone. I had no one else to talk to, so I came to find you. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Sun Qian said, her eyes still glistening. Not at all. You're not a disturbance. Come, sit down. Let us chat, Li Jun encouraged. Sun Qian moved to the sofa, and they both settled down. Master, would you like to activate the massage function? Xiao Xiao's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Sun Qian jumped in surprise as she had just sat down. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. It's just the voice assistant, Li Jun quickly reassured her. Xiao Xiao, please remain silent until I call for you again. Understood, master. Xiao Xiao responded and switched to mute mode. Why were you so startled? Don't you have one in your room? Li Jun pondered, thinking that Sun Qian should have a similar device. Yes, but I was caught off guard. That voice was rather frightening. Yet, how is yours so gentle? Sun Qian said, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. Upon entering, the voice had recorded her fingerprint, which had startled her. She then curiously asked, can you modify it? This can be customized? I must try it when I return, Sun Qian exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. I won't disturb you any longer. If you have a meeting later, shall we go together? She asked as she prepared to leave. All right. Don't you want to chat with me anymore? Li Jun queried, somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, she had been tearful and now she seemed revitalized. No need. Just make sure to call me later, Sun Qian said with a smile before exiting. Returning to her room, she leaned against the door with a slight smile. After crying earlier, she had longed for conversation, and seeing Li Jun had warmed her heart. Uncertain of the sudden shift in her mood, she felt a comforting warmth within her. Although she wished to chat with Li Jun, she feared she might intrude, prompting her hasty return home. After adjusting her room's voice assistant to match Li Jun's, she lay on her bed and began conversing with it, laughing intermittently. Meanwhile, after Sun Qian departed, Li Jun collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. It wasn't long before he drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, after he had fallen into slumber, the diligent butler had taken it upon himself to command the robotic nanny to gently cover him with a delicate blanket. While the temperature at a depth of 10,000 meters would ordinarily render a mere mortal incapable of enduring the heat without some form of cover, an amusing thought that unfortunately could not be expressed due to sensitive topics, it is a triviality that can be overlooked for the sake of the narrative. Even such advanced machinery should surely be capable of managing that temperature. Chapter 4. The formation of the capture team 4 hours later. Before the butler had the chance to summon him, Li Jun awoke of his own accord. This was a habit he had cultivated since childhood, striving to become a person of principle. After a brief tidying up, he stepped outside. Glancing across the way, he noticed the front door was firmly shut. The occupant was likely still inside. He approached and rang the doorbell. "Is that you, Li Jun? I'll be right out. Please hold on a moment," came the voice of Sun Qian from within. Li Jun patiently waited at the door for about 2 minutes before she emerged. Sun Qian had taken special care in her appearance, her unadorned face framed by a high ponytail, standing at approximately 1.7 meters. She wore a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her lean physique, exuding an air of competence. Li Jun found himself momentarily captivated, thinking to himself that she was a far cry from the previously seen young girl with yellow hair. Her transformation was remarkable. "Apologies for the wait," Sun Qian said, offering her apologies to Li Jun. "It's quite all right, it hasn't been long. Shall we go?" he replied. With that, the two prepared to descend the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found it bustling with people, most of whom had come with Li Jun but whom he did not know by name. Though their faces were familiar, after exchanging pleasantries with a few, they located Li Lin. Li Lin was engaged in conversation with a young man, and upon spotting Li Jun and Sun Qian, he beckoned them over. "Brother, allow me to introduce you. This is my neighbor from across the hall, Lu Jia." Li Jun extended his hand. "Hello, Lu Go. I am Li Jun, Li Lin's elder brother. Since you live across from him, I hope you will look out for him." Lu Jia reciprocated the handshake. "No need for such formality, brother. Now that we live here, we are all family. We shall assist one another in times of need." "Indeed, we are family," Li Jun replied politely. Sun Qian remained quietly positioned behind Li Jun, refraining from initiating conversation. After Li Jun had made the introductions, the four began to converse more comfortably. However, during their exchange, Li Jun noticed something unsettling. Lu Jia's gaze frequently wandered towards Sun Qian, which gave him an uneasy impression of the man's intentions. Nonetheless, he chose to remain silent, as this was a new environment for him, and he preferred not to create tension so soon after their introduction. Li Lin, as usual, maintained a lukewarm demeanor towards Sun Qian, engaging in minimal conversation with the others. After a short while, they heard whispers of "The host has arrived. The host is here," echoing through the crowd. The crowd hastily ceased their conversations, each individual seeking a position to stand firmly. Before them stood a man who surveyed the assembly with a sweeping gaze. "Greetings to all. I am the master of Building 11. My surname is Chung, and my full name is Chung Peng. You may address me as Master Chung from now on." After his self-introduction, he instructed, "Please form an orderly line according to your respective units, 1 unit per line. Let us commence promptly. Move quickly." Upon Chung Peng's command, the crowd immediately sprang into action, and in a short while, they had arranged themselves into orderly lines. Observing their swift response, Chung Peng nodded in satisfaction. "First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. In these tumultuous times, to have such a haven is a testament to our nation's strength. However, in certain impoverished countries, many still dwell on the surface, and I trust you can envision the consequences. My intention in sharing this is to encourage you all to live peacefully here and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Of course, where there are people, conflicts may arise, but I urge you to exercise restraint. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking compassion in my response. Is that understood?" The assembly replied in unison, affirming their understanding. "Good. Now, let me outline the rules and regulations governing our community." Chung Peng cleared his throat, and an assistant promptly handed him a cup of water. which he took a satisfying sip from, nodding appreciatively at the assistant. Rule number 1. No disturbances are permitted. Any issues must be reported. Personal resolutions are discouraged. Any severe incidents will be dealt with severely. Rule number 2. Exiting the underground city is strictly forbidden. Should you have a task necessitating departure, prior approval is mandatory. As for our Zone 15, any matters requiring attention may be presented to me for consideration. The aforementioned points are crucial, and the remaining regulations can be reviewed at your leisure later. Are there any questions? Cheng Peng surveyed the crowd, inviting inquiries. After a moment of silence, he continued. Since there are no questions, I hope you will remember what I am about to convey regarding your survival. In the earlier meeting, you should have grasped the living regulations of the underground city. We shall adhere to principles akin to those on the surface. One must exchange corresponding labor for essential goods. Now, allow me to elaborate on the labor system. There are 2 categories. The first involves tasks that require exiting the city, such as gathering, hunting, and other perilous work. The second pertains to tasks within the city itself, which are relatively simple and safe. However, the rewards for the first category surpass those of the second. You may choose which type of labor suits you best. Additionally, the points earned can be saved rather than exchanged for goods, once accumulated to a sufficient degree. They can also be redeemed for weapons needed for excursions outside the city. In summary, you have the freedom to choose your path. Once you have decided, please contact my assistant for registration. That is all I wish to convey. The rest is for you to contemplate. This meeting is adjourned. After Cheng Peng finished speaking, he departed and returned to his independent room adjacent to Building 11. The crowd dispersed after hearing his words. Li Jun found Sun Qian, who was also preparing to return to her room. Wait a moment, brother. Li Lin approached and called out to Li Jun. What is the matter? Li Jun inquired. I would like to discuss what Cheng Luju mentioned earlier, Li Lin replied. Li Jun nodded, indicating they could talk further in his room. Li Lin followed Li Jun, also inviting Lu Jia along. The 4 of them returned to Li Jun's room together. After deliberation, Li Jun resolved to establish a small team specifically for tasks outside the city. Although perilous, the points earned from such endeavors far surpassed those obtainable from work within the city. Beyond the essential goods that points could be exchanged for, Li Jun was particularly mindful of a secondary purpose. Although Cheng Peng did not articulate it explicitly, he could surmise a connection to what their father had previously mentioned. For the Team S formation, a full complement required 5 members. Lu Jia suggested one of his close friends who had entered with them, assuring them of his integrity and competence, having previously served in the military with a variety of skills. Initially, both Li Jun and Li Lin shared a consensus regarding Sun Qian. Li Jun, considering her gender, believed it prudent for her to remain within the city. Li Lin, however, harbored a disdain for Sun Qian, perceiving her as a burden and thus opposed to her joining. Sun Qian recognized Li Jun's good intentions, unaware of Li Lin's sentiments, believing they were merely concerned for her safety. However, after her fervent insistence and assurance that she would not hinder the group, Li Jun acquiesced. He did not wish to hurt Sun Qian's feelings. Her demeanor today indicated her tenacity. If danger were to arise, he felt capable of protecting her. Most importantly, the points earned outside could greatly benefit her in the future. Once everything was finalized, Lu Jia summoned his friend Zhang Chong. Thus, a 5-member gathering team was officially established. Chapter 5. Return to the surface at the northwestern edge of the underground city. A modest 2-story building stood, serving as the task hall for Area 15. The underground city housed approximately 10,000 such task halls, with each area featuring its own small hall. The headquarters for tasks resided at the center of the underground city, managed by a prominent figure. The entrance of the hall was currently bustling with activity, having become the most vibrant location in the vicinity. The following day, Li Jun awoke early and hurriedly brought the 4 companions to the hall, yet they still found themselves lagging behind the crowd. After taking a number, the 5 seated themselves within the hall, awaiting their turn. During this time, Lu Jia took the opportunity to introduce Zhang Chong to Li Jun and the others. Zhang Chong, male, 21 years old, a former special operations soldier with 3 years of service, proficient in various skills. We have been close friends since childhood. After Lu Jia finished his introduction, Zhang Chong broke into a foolish grin. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm the kind of person who can do anything but master nothing. Hee hee, I hope you all will take care of me in the future. Li Jun glanced at Zhang Chong, not for any particular reason, but because his own parents had also served in the military. Standing at 1.7 meters, he was not particularly tall and appeared quite slender. However, Li Jun could discern that despite the lean physique, Zhang Chong was well-muscled. As for Zhang Chong's claim of lacking expertise, it was unclear whether he was being humble or truthful. After waiting for about an hour, they heard the loudspeaker announce, Team 148, please report to Task Room 3. Once they confirmed their number, they rose and made their way to the designated room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a young woman, approximately 20 years old, seated behind the service desk. "Hello, we are Team 148. Greetings, I'm Zhao Ming. Please take a seat," she replied, producing a data card and handing it to Li Jun. "Please insert this card into your wristbands to read and record your personal information for archiving and team formation." After Li Jun and the others had completed the reading, they returned the card to Zhao Ming. "Your information has been archived, and the system has automatically formed your team. Now, you may select your task based on your assigned levels." A brief note: the level system categorizes your abilities, ranging from 4 levels. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty of the tasks offered. Naturally, the more challenging the task, the more points you can earn. Zhao Ming concluded, handing Li Jun a task storage device resembling a tablet. After inputting his fingerprint, the device displayed their collective information, along with a prominent inscription indicating their team registration. Li Jun found the designation quite fitting, suggesting that the task difficulty would be manageable. After some careful consideration, he selected a task to extract the genetic material of 5 types of mutated beasts or surviving plants. This task seemed reasonable, and the reward was appealing, 100 points for each member. After consulting with the others and receiving their consent, they finalized the selection. Once the task was confirmed, Li Jun returned the device to Zhao Ming. "The task has been selected. Please exercise caution when leaving the city. The outside world is no longer as it was when we first entered. Exploration teams will inevitably encounter dangers. Additionally, if you come across any team members who have fallen victim to mutated beasts, you may collect their remains. We will exchange them for points here. Of course, it is not expected that you will actively seek out bodies, but upper management adheres to the principle of returning home to rest, hoping to prevent the deceased from being left to decay in the wild. Wishing them success in their endeavors." Zhao Ming added, "I will serve as your dedicated liaison from now on. You may approach me directly for task assignments without waiting in line. Now, let me guide you to collect the equipment you will need for your journey outside. Follow me." After Zhao Ming finished speaking, he stood up and made his way toward the back door of the reception room, followed closely by Li Jun and the others. Upon entering, Li Jun adjusted to the lighting and discerned that they had entered a spacious warehouse. Zhao Ming approached a row of clothing racks, pressed his fingerprint, and 5 sets of pure black garments were automatically delivered from the track behind the racks. He gathered the 5 outfits and handed them to Li Jun and his companions, distributing 1 to each. These garments were crafted using retractable nanotechnology, and thus, size was irrelevant, suitable for both men and women. This last remark was evidently directed at Sun Qian. After receiving the clothing, she expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. "Well, this is your safeguard for survival in the outside world. I hope you will take good care of them. The first set is provided free of charge. Should any damage occur, each outfit will cost 10,000 points, Zhao Ming continued. Once you don these outfits, an intelligent assistant will connect with you to instruct you on their usage. With that, Zhao Ming led the group out of the warehouse and back to the reception room, where he handed Li Jun a chip. Keep this safe. It is your record chip for each time you leave the city. You will need it for your tasks outside, he added, flashing a professional smile. This elicited a range of reactions, but it was Zhang Chong who appeared utterly astonished. Having joined the military at 18 and never having dated, Zhao Ming's smile brought forth a rather foolish expression from him. The other 4 were nearly at the doorway of the reception room when Lu Jie noticed Zhang Chong still standing there. He promptly kicked him in the rear. "Look at you, acting like you've never seen a woman before. Hurry up." Zhang Chong finally snapped back to reality, quickly swallowing the saliva that had almost escaped him and hurrying towards the exit. This sight amused Zhao Ming, who chuckled before returning to the table and pressing the intercom to notify the next group. Lu Jie shot Zhang Chong a look of disdain. "Just look at you, as if you've never encountered a woman in your life." Zhang Chong, now composed, cleared his throat. "You don't understand. When I left home, my grandmother told me that despite the world changing, the need to continue our lineage remains. My parents passed away early, and I am the last of the Zhang family. If I don't carry on, there will be no one left." Lu Jie was aware of Zhang Chong's family situation and refrained from saying much more. "You may wish to continue your lineage, but to have that expression the first time you meet a girl is quite off-putting." Zhang Chong felt the embarrassment wash over him. "I know, I've never dated before. Could you teach me for the future?" He chuckled sheepishly. "Sure, I promise to help you," Lu Jie responded, casting a furtive glance at Sun Qian. Despite having grown up together, Zhang Chong remained an earnest individual. He reciprocated kindness with utmost sincerity, while Lu Jie, having faced hardships early in life without the same discipline as Zhang Chong, had developed a more dubious character. His gaze toward Sun Qian often carried a hint of mischief. This discerning gaze eludes the notice of others, yet Li Jun has perceived it on several occasions, which invariably unsettles him. Each time, he chooses to feign ignorance. Should any inappropriate actions arise, he would undoubtedly not spare the offender. After the group donned their attire, they boarded a machine-guided vehicle that took them to the entrance of the underground city. This subterranean realm has but a single grand gateway. Li Jun cast a glance at his companions. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks our first venture outside since our arrival. The perils of the outside world are numerous, and I earnestly hope our small team can return safely. Let us proceed. Since the last time he witnessed Sun Qian transform from a mere girl with yellow hair into a widely admired goddess, he found himself, quite unwittingly, stealing glances at her. Indeed, this outfit is remarkably flattering, showcasing Sun Qian's figure impeccably, complemented by her familiar high ponytail. After a brief look, Li Jun averted his gaze. It was evident that most men at the entrance were surreptitiously admiring Sun Qian. She, too, noticed, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Li Jun took the initiative to step in front of her, shielding her from the prying eyes of the crowd, only to be met with hostile glares. Unperturbed, he approached the registration desk at the entrance, producing a chip to present to the registrar. The registrar inserted the chip into a computer and, after a moment of operation, returned it to Li Jun. The maximum duration for your mission is 1 week. Should you exceed this limit, the energy within your garments will deplete, leading to potential peril. I wish you all good fortune, the attendant explained before granting them passage. After expressing their gratitude, Li Jun and his companions boarded the same elevator they had arrived in. As they stood within, Li Jun's thoughts drifted, pondering what the surface might have transformed into and how his grandmother was faring. They needed to see for themselves. A minute later, the elevator doors opened, and the five emerged onto the ground. Chapter 6. Collecting mutant beasts at the entrance of the city's underground. After verifying their gear, the group opted for a northwest direction and promptly set off. According to Li Jun's account, this area was once a dense forest, a place he had visited with his family, renowned for its picturesque scenery and teeming with wildlife, classified as a national-level protected area. However, it has nearly become a forbidden zone due to nuclear radiation, resulting in an overwhelming number of mutated beasts. Nevertheless, during the construction of the underground city, a thorough cleansing had occurred, driving the mutant creatures deeper into the woods. Thus, the five proceeded without delay, mindful of their time-sensitive mission, traversing silently toward the heart of the forest. After approximately 10 kilometers, Li Jun halted and lifted the mask on his garment. The air here had become quite polluted, posing a risk of poisoning with prolonged exposure. After stating this, he removed his mask, which was an integrated feature of his attire, imperceptible to the naked eye, yet creating a gaseous barrier around his face to shield him from toxic fumes. Inside the mask, each individual was automatically equipped with a pair of black-framed sunglasses. This is an intelligent detector designed to sense the surrounding mutated beasts and analyze various data regarding them. Once everyone was prepared, a few individuals ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered not a single mutated beast, save for 1 or 2 ant-like creatures. However, Li Jun was aware that ants are social insects, and thus he refrained from provoking them. While a couple could be dealt with, attracting a swarm would spell doom for them all. Fortunately, their attire masked their scent and heat signature, rendering them undetectable to the ants. The group continued their journey for approximately another kilometer. Li Jun raised a hand, signaling for silence. Instantly, the others crouched down, quietly surveying their surroundings. The foliage and branches of the jungle had been scorched, leaving only bare trunks standing solitary on the ground. Li Jun had just heard a faint chittering sound. After scanning the area, he determined that the source of the sound was to his left front. He gestured for the others to follow, and the 5 of them stealthily advanced towards the sound. After proceeding around 100 meters, he spotted something perched on a tree trunk. Adjusting the focus on his glasses, he observed. It was a monkey, or rather, what was once referred to as a monkey. The information displayed on his glasses revealed, flying monkey, a type of mutated beast evolved from its primate ancestors, now possessing a membrane under its arms due to nuclear radiation, enabling it to fly. It was a social creature. Mutated beasts were classified into 6 tiers, from low to high. This particular monkey was of low rank. The others soon noticed this was the first mutated beast they had encountered since their departure. Aligning with the mission's requirements, they contemplated capturing the creature, but Li Jun felt a sense of unease. He communicated with the others, expressing his concerns. As we have seen in the data analysis, there are 2 critical issues. First, it is a social animal. Will it attract other monkeys? Second, it can fly, making it difficult to capture. Upon reflection, the others agreed. noting that mutated monkeys had become particularly ferocious, no longer exhibiting the same affinity for humans as they once did. After a moment of silence, Li Jun glanced at his companions. This was their first encounter with a mutated beast, and given its low rank, if they could not capture it, future missions would be futile. Resolutely, he declared, "Let us proceed. We must capture it." The team, having designated Li Jun as their leader prior to their expedition, readily acquiesced to his command. After making arrangements, the five dispersed. Soon, they formed a surrounding formation, encircling the monkey. Once the positions were secured, Li Jun felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, as a social creature, it was peculiar for this monkey to be alone. He had not seen any others in the vicinity. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and quietly instructed through his earpiece. "Commence action." The group stealthily approached the monkey, and at a distance of about 50 meters, Zhang Chong made his move. He produced a compact electromagnetic pulse gun, aimed it, and fired at the monkey. This weapon does not inflict physical wounds, but directly affects the brain, instantly incapacitating the mutated beast, rendering it immobile. However, its effects are temporary, and its range is somewhat limited, 50 meters at most. Only Zhang Chong could accurately hit the target. Li Jun and Li Lin could too, but they had other matters to attend to. Upon being struck, the monkey's previously fierce gaze dulled, and it plummeted from the tree. The two brothers, Li Jun and Li Lin, rushed towards the spot where the monkey was about to land as soon as Zhang Chong pulled the trigger, wielding steel pipes in their hands, ready to incapacitate the creature and extract its blood. As the monkey descended, it exhibited signs of regaining consciousness. Shaking its head and spotting the approaching Li Jun and Li Lin, it spread its arms, seemingly preparing to take flight. The two brothers, despite their haste, realized too late that the monkey was about to ascend. However, to their astonishment, the monkey flapped its arms a few times but failed to lift off, instead crashing down to the ground. Li Jun quickly called out to his companions, and the five surrounded the fallen creature. Arriving first, Li Jun saw the monkey glaring at him with ferocious eyes, its gaze bloodshot and its mouth agape, as if to summon its comrades. Without hesitation, he struck the monkey on the head with all his might, knocking it unconscious. Yet, the monkey let out a cry of distress. "Quick, draw its blood," Li Jun urged, as the sound of its call echoed into the distance, likely summoning more monkeys. Sun Qian, tasked with the extraction, swiftly produced a small syringe and began to draw blood. In no time, she completed the task. Li Jun observed the monkey and smiled, realizing why it had been unable to take flight. It had evidently been injured prior. The group then noticed a bite wound on the monkey's right arm, still bleeding. "What shall we do with it?" Zhang Chong inquired. After some contemplation, Li Jun decided to spare it. After all, the creature's current state was not entirely its fault. "Let us finish up and leave quickly," he urged. The five then selected a new direction and continued their search for other mutated beasts. Within 5 minutes of their departure, a troop of monkeys surrounded the fallen one. Among them, a dominant monkey examined its fallen comrade and emitted a series of sharp cries. The group swiftly converged, devouring the creature until only its head remained. The Monkey King let out another roar, leading the troop in pursuit of the direction where Li Jun and his companions had vanished. After traveling 100 meters, Li Jun and his group concealed themselves in a burrow. Soon, they heard the cacophony of the monkey troop passing by, but they did not linger and continued on their path. Once the monkeys had moved on, the five emerged from their hiding place. They set off from that point, aware that encountering the group ahead could spell doom. The five turned back along the same path they had come. Upon reaching the remains of the monkey, they beheld the lifeless carcass. "Beasts are indeed beasts, showing no mercy even to their kind," Li Lin remarked. Li Jun shook his head, attributing the calamity to humanity. "Let us proceed and seek the next target." With renewed determination, the five quickened their pace. Having gained experience from their initial encounter, they navigated with greater ease. This time, they refrained from targeting the communal mutated creatures, as the luck of their first venture was not to be relied upon consistently. 3 days later, they accomplished their mission. On the first day, they captured a monkey, and later, with collective effort, they brought down a sheep. The following day, they encountered a mutated bull, which possessed immense strength and nearly ended Lu Jia's life. The young man had charged at the bull, only to be sent flying by a powerful blow. Had it not been for his clothing's shock-absorbing properties, he would have met his demise. Subsequently, they discovered a massive spider, which had fallen victim to an unknown predator, thus counting as another success. Fortuitously, the spider was already dead. Otherwise, such a formidable mutated creature would not have yielded easily. On the third day, they quickly located a wild boar, also mutated yet formidable. Under their coaxing, The creature charged at them with bloodshot eyes, its instincts compelling it to use its tusks against Li Jun and the others. However, due to genetic alterations, its tail had grown longer and thicker, and when it failed to knock them down, it resorted to striking with its tail. Ultimately, through Sun Qian's cunning, they lured it to crash against a massive tree trunk, leaving it dazed. Afterward, the group dealt the final blows. Once Sun Qian had drawn the necessary blood, the task was deemed complete. Li Jun led the group back along their original route. As they neared the entrance to the underground city, they were spotted by a mutated ant. The creature charged at them, wielding its enormous pincers. After several days of hunting, the group had become adept at working in unison. In collaboration, Li Jun severed the ant's antennae with his steel blade, and Lu Jia ultimately dispatched it with a small explosive device. Only a creature as fragile as an ant could be dealt with in such a manner, as other mutated beasts possessed too thick a hide for explosives to penetrate. After a lengthy journey, the great gates of the underground city came into view. "We are merely 3 kilometers away," one of them announced. Before the entrance, a serpentine line of humanoids advanced from the northeast. It was likely that in 2 days, the underground city would be at full capacity. Without pausing, they pressed on toward the entrance. Suddenly, the sound of weeping reached Li Jun's ears, prompting them to halt. They spotted a small girl, around 7 or 8 years old, standing by the roadside in tears. Sun Qian hurried over to comfort her. "Little one, what are you doing here all alone? It's dangerous." The girl sobbed. "I want my mommy and daddy." The desolate surroundings suggested that there should not be anyone present. The crowd was gathered to the northeast. Yet here, in the northwest woodland, was a little girl all alone. "Child, where are your parents?" She whimpered. "They are gone, all gone." Li Jun pondered for a moment, realizing there was no way to locate her parents. He turned to Sun Qian and said, "Let us take her back. It's too dangerous for her to be alone." As they were on a mission, the group did not need to queue and proceeded directly into the underground city. At the registration desk, the attendant inquired, 5 people left. "But why have 6 returned?" Li Jun explained the situation, and fortunately, the attendant didn't press further. "The child can enter, but since you brought her, you must take responsibility. We want to be able to arrange accommodation for her again. You must understand, resources are limited given the high population." Li Jun nodded, affirming, "I understand. I will take care of her." He then told Li Lin, "You 3 go ahead and submit the mission. I will take the child back to settle her first." "All right," replied Li Lin, and he, along with Lu Jia and Zhang Chong, proceeded to complete their task. Li Jun then led the child and Sun Qian back to his residence. "It's not convenient for a man to take her. I will take care of her," suggested Sun Qian. "All right, let us first wash her up," agreed Li Jun. The 3 entered Li Jun's home. Chapter 7. Guardians of the Star Domain. After bringing the little girl into the room, Li Jun had the butler Xiao Xiao prepare some warm water. Sun Qian played with the little girl by the side. Children are like that. Moments ago, she was crying, and now she was joyfully playing with Sun Qian. After tiring themselves out, Sun Qian held the girl and lay back on the sofa. "Little one, do you know your name?" "My name is Mumu. My father gave it to me." The girl recalled her parents and felt a pang of sadness, her eyes welling with tears. Sun Qian held her tighter, reminded of her own parents. At that moment, Li Jun called out, "The water is ready. Come for your bath." Sun Qian gently wiped away the girl's tears. "Your parents will surely find you. For now, your brother and sister will take care of you, all right?" Mumu nodded, though her expression remained somewhat forlorn. Noticing this, Sun Qian cheerfully said, "All right, let us go wash up and make you look beautiful." Li Jun approached to assist, but Sun Qian playfully pushed him out, saying, "It's a girl's bath. Why are you making a fuss?" Her words left Li Jun blushing. Little Mumu, behind them, stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at Li Jun, adding to his embarrassment. Realizing the situation, he turned and exited, closing the bathroom door behind him, and settled onto the sofa. Before long, the sounds of 2 women emerged from the bathroom, their laughter ringing with unrestrained joy. Was bathing truly such a source of delight? Li Jun found himself perplexed by their exuberance. Yet, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he leaned back against the sofa, allowing his mind to drift into a state of rest. Having not enjoyed a proper respite for 3 days, he soon succumbed to slumber, losing track of time as 3 or 4 hours slipped by unnoticed, until he was roused by the insistent chime of the doorbell. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Li Lin, who stepped inside. "Brother, the mission has been submitted, and the points have been recorded. Each of us has earned 1,000 points." "Very well," Li Jun replied, rubbing his temples. "I am utterly exhausted. We must return and rest properly, for we still have much work to do. These points are far from sufficient." Li Lin nodded in understanding. "Brother, I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" The matter our father mentioned before, initially. It was only to involve Sun Qian. I feel we are already delaying progress, and now adding another little girl seems inappropriate. What do you think? I have given this matter considerable thought. Do not fret. Sun Qian has already joined the team, and it is merely one additional child. It will be fine. Brother, would you at least hear me out? Neither of us knows if we will succeed in the end, and delaying for 2 more seems imprudent, Li Lin exclaimed, his emotions rising. Shaolin, I understand your feelings, but since we have encountered this situation, do you truly believe I can disregard them? Li Jun countered. Li Lin's frustration mounted. Very well, if you are unwilling to listen, then do as you wish. We shall see the outcome in the end. With that, he stood up, preparing to leave. I merely offered a suggestion. Regardless of the final decision, I will support you, for I am your brother, and we are family. With those words, he exited. Li Jun chuckled softly, dismissing the matter from his mind. He could not abandon these two. No sacrifice was too great. Rising, he glanced around, realizing that Sun Qian and Xiao Mu were no longer present. He then made his way to Sun Qian's room across the hall. After ringing the doorbell and waiting a moment, the door swung open. You're awake. I saw you were sleeping and didn't want to disturb you. So I brought Mu over, Sun Qian said, her hair still damp from her shower. Come in, my hair isn't dry yet. Please entertain her for a moment. She added, as Li Jun noticed Xiao Mu sitting alone on the sofa, absorbed in play. As he engaged with Mu, Sun Qian emerged, now dressed. The 3 of them shared a warmth akin to that of a close-knit family, a sensation that stirred something deep within both Li Jun and Sun Qian. Having both lost their parents, they were particularly sensitive to such familial feelings. In a fleeting moment, Sun Qian felt as though they truly were a family. Perhaps neither of the two were aware that the time spent together on this day had stirred something profound within their hearts. As time gradually passed, days turned into weeks. After a brief respite of 3 days, the 5-member team reconvened, preparing for their next mission. Meanwhile, on the surface of the moon, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Earth, stood an elderly man and a young girl, their bodies unencumbered by any protective gear. Behind them lay a diminutive spacecraft, shaped like a crescent moon, with only a few square meters of platform beneath their feet. Grandfather, you've been standing here for 5 years. How dreadfully boring. When are we going home? The girl inquired. The old man sighed. Yuan, let your grandfather take a final look. Perhaps he shall never behold it again. This was the planet in this star system that the grandfather cherished most. He had often come here since childhood, quietly admiring its beauty, now regrettably transformed. Alas, the girl lamented, having accompanied her grandfather for 5 long years. You are the guardian of this star system. Why not simply restore it? The elderly man affectionately stroked the girl's hair, replying, some matters cannot be forced. The universe has its own rules, and even I cannot alter them. We have quietly awaited here for 5 years, witnessing its transformation from a vibrant blue planet to its current state. Perhaps this is its destined fate. Let us depart. We have seen enough. With that, the old man turned and stepped onto the platform of the crescent-shaped spacecraft. The girl glanced back at the dim Earth, sighed, and followed suit. The spacecraft ascended silently into the sky, pivoted, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Standing on the vehicle, the old man spoke to the girl. This may be its trial, or perhaps its salvation. What does that mean, grandfather? The girl asked with curiosity. The old man patiently elucidated. The Earth was birthed from the Big Bang. Perhaps after this event, a new Earth will emerge. Yet, the conditions for such an occurrence are numerous. Let us observe its fate. After his explanation, he fell into a deep reverie. In the vast cosmos, regions are delineated by light years. The old man was the guardian of this expanse, spanning millions of light years, encompassing over a dozen galaxies. For generations, his lineage had safeguarded this domain for nearly 10 billion years. Billions of years prior, when the old man was but a youth, he accompanied his father on patrol within this territory, resolving disputes between civilizations. Upon reaching the solar system, his father pointed to this planet and remarked, "Child, behold this beautiful world. I can sense a new civilization is blossoming." "Father, this planet is stunning, like a blue glass orb," the young boy replied. "You will someday grow to be the guardian of this region, and you must take care of this emerging civilization." "I understand, father." Since his youth, he has frequented this place. One might say that the civilizations of the Earth have grown before his eyes like children, and now they stand on the brink of annihilation, leaving him with a sense of melancholy. The two soon returned to a distant star, located hundreds of thousands of light years away. The outer crust of the star opened automatically, allowing their crescent-shaped spacecraft to enter. As the crust sealed once more, this expanse of the cosmos fell into silence. Fast forward 5 years to Earth. In the country and city, Li Jun and his companions once again completed their mission and were en route to the underground city. 5 years can be both fleeting and lengthy. Li Jun and his friends had matured from 17 or 18 into young men of 22 or 23. Zhang Chong, the eldest among them, was already 26. Over the span of these 5 years, they had undertaken countless missions, accumulating points in the hundreds of thousands. Their teamwork had become increasingly seamless. This particular mission involved the extermination of a Grade 1 mutated beast, originally a tiger. Following its mutation, the tiger had grown even more ferocious. The group scoured the forest for an entire week, ultimately locating it atop a hill. Despite the effects of nuclear weapons, the beast's intrinsic nature remained unchanged. At that moment, it was engaged in a fierce struggle with a mutated bear over its territory. Ultimately, the tiger emerged victorious, having devoured the bear, and was now resting to recuperate. Although injured, its foot-long claws still posed a significant threat. After deliberation, the group resolved to act swiftly while the beast was weakened. After luring the creature, Li Jun wielded a large blade and severed the tiger's head in one decisive stroke. On their return journey, Zhang Chong caught up with Li Jun, exclaiming, "Your blade is truly formidable. No wonder you spent so many points to acquire it. Had I known, I would have done the same. Unlike you, I find those firearms cumbersome, with only the micro-missiles proving useful. The rest barely penetrate the skin. In truth, such cold weapons are far more effective." Li Jun, having drawn his blade, struck it against a nearby tree, the trunk, as thick as a bowl, collapsing with a resounding crash. "It's not just the blade. Your strength is remarkable as well. Have you trained before?" Zhang Chong inquired. Li Jun nodded, choosing not to elaborate. He had spent his childhood in the company of his brother in the military. By the age of 16, he had entered a grueling training camp. Although his brother had ultimately withdrawn, he persevered, honing skills that surpassed those of Zhang Chong. When his parents were mentioned, he preferred to remain reticent. Li Jun sheathed the blade, which was entirely black and bore no blemish. He had been drawn to it at first sight. Rumored to be forged from materials extracted from a small meteorite, it had cost over 30,000 points to obtain, and with just over 50,000 points on hand, he had made the sacrifice to acquire it. To this day, he remained unaware of the blade's exact material, only knowing that it was remarkably durable, showing no signs of wear. At this moment, Li Jun was clad in high-tech attire, bearing a cold weapon upon his back. A vivid amalgamation of technology and traditional weaponry. The scene unfolds in the underground city. Li Lin took the initiative to say, "Brother, let us proceed to complete our mission. You may return first." Over the years, his interactions with others had subtly altered his character. It was not a transformation in his essence, but rather a near-fatal encounter with a colossal mantis that nearly severed him in two. Even with the protective gear, he would have sustained severe injuries had he not been saved by Sun Qian, who appeared just in time while Li Jun was preoccupied with another mantis. Since that incident, Li Lin's animosity towards Sun Qian had diminished. At the very least, as a young woman, she displayed remarkable courage in the face of monstrous beasts, proving herself not to be a mere burden. The two retrieved Mu from the care center and returned home. Now 13 years old, Mu had blossomed into a strikingly beautiful young girl, her delicate features reminiscent of a doll. However, her temperament was somewhat peculiar. She was only close to Li Jun and Sun Qian, a behavior attributed to her harrowing childhood experiences. Mu had once recounted how, as a child, she ventured into the forest alone. Their family of 5 had been anxious to reach the underground city and decided to take a shortcut through the woods, only to encounter a mutated bobcat. In the end, Mu was the sole survivor, and even she was unaware of how she managed to escape. Li Jun was astonished upon hearing this, as they had encountered such mutated bobcats, ferocious creatures of a higher evolutionary tier, during the past 2 years. It was inconceivable how Mu had survived such an encounter. By the time Mu turned 11, extraordinary occurrences began to manifest at home. Li Jun discovered through the discreet monitoring of the housekeeper that Mu seemed to possess unusual abilities. At times, she would inexplicably vanish, and flames would flicker in her palms, or she would emit sparks of lightning. As she matured, a plethora of extraordinary powers gradually revealed themselves. Li Jun was acutely aware that these were not characteristics of an ordinary earthling, yet he chose to keep this secret to protect Mu. As she grew older, Mu became aware of her peculiarities but never confided in Li Jun or Sun Qian about her thoughts. They, in turn, refrained from probing her feelings directly. Days turned into weeks, and the 5-member team continued to embark on missions every week. One day, upon their return to the room, they received a chilling piece of news. The master of Building 11 had perished, reportedly during a mission where he encountered a swarm of mutated killer bees. 5 individuals did not return alive. Ultimately, it was only by chance that another team stumbled upon a few name tags, which confirmed the grim reality upon their return. Li Jun understood that since the name tags had been retrieved, it was evident that the individuals were indeed lost. Name tags are meant to be kept close at hand. If they had fallen off, it was certain that the outer protective clothing had also been compromised. Li Jun had grown accustomed to such tragedies. Over the past few years, during various missions, his small team had brought back thousands of deceased. This was merely a fraction of the toll. Li Jun estimated that the death toll in the city's underground had undoubtedly surpassed 10 million. However, this was not the final figure. He and Li Lin had calculated that there were still 10 years until their departure, suggesting that approximately another 10 million souls would remain forever entombed here. Following the death of the former leader, a new one was to be appointed. That afternoon, the remaining 70 individuals in Building 11 were gathered downstairs. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man approached, clad in a suit, his hair slicked back, and a prominent belly that suggested a life of indulgence. "Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qing Xiaosa." Upon finishing, he displayed a broad, beaming smile. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. This was the district chief, and it was their first encounter with him. Rumor had it that Cheng Peng, his distant nephew, had ascended to the position of leader through familial connections. Indeed, one glance at him, and it's obvious he is yet another beneficiary of nepotism, a few whispered softly. Though Qing Xiaosa did not hear their comments, Li Jun did. He scrutinized this district chief, realizing that he was not merely a figurehead. He must possess some capability to have achieved his position. Qing Xiaosa was unfazed by the whispers. Recognizing that it was typical for first-time encounters to elicit such reactions, he smiled again. "Now, I am here to announce an important matter. In light of Cheng Loju's tragic passing while on duty, a new leader must be appointed promptly. After my report, a new candidate has been selected, Li Jun. Please give him a round of applause." Li Jun was taken aback. How could he possibly be chosen? This defied logic. The sparse gathering of 70 or so clapped hesitantly. Cheng Xiaosa cheerfully urged Li Jun, "Please, Li Luzhong, come up and say a few words." Li Jun was even more bewildered. After all, a district chief typically outranked a building leader, so why the deference? Dismissing his confusion, he was not one to shy away, and he ascended to address the crowd. "Thank you for your trust, district chief. Since I have been chosen, I shall endeavor not to disappoint. As the building leader, I have but one request. I hope that all of you can return alive from your missions." With these succinct words, the crowd erupted into applause. Li Jun had spoken to their hearts. They had witnessed too much death in recent years. In their hearts, they now harbored but a singular wish: to survive. Unlike when Cheng Peng served as the building manager, who merely shirked responsibilities and siphoned off the points they had desperately earned. After Li Jun spoke, Cheng Xiaosa promptly disbanded the group, allowing everyone to retreat to their rooms for rest. Li Jun remained behind, aware that there was more to be said. "Hello." Building manager Li, Cheng Xiaosa extended his hand, initiating a handshake with Li Jun. "Cheng district chief, you are too courteous. Please, speak plainly," Li Jun replied. "Indeed. I am here merely as a messenger. You must be curious as to why you were chosen. This is the directive from above. Additionally, I have a message for you." Li Jun inquired, "What message?" Cheng Xiaosa, shedding his jovial demeanor, spoke earnestly. "I was instructed to inform you that time is of the essence. I hope you and your brother can board the ship soon." Li Jun comprehended the implication of boarding, fully aware of its significance. As a district chief, Cheng Xiaosa would undoubtedly be privy to such matters. He was not surprised. After all, as a district chief, it was predetermined that he would board. "District Chief Cheng, do you know who sent you with this message?" Cheng Xiaosa shook his head, gesturing toward the heavens, implying an unknown authority. Li Jun nodded in understanding. "Having conveyed the message, I must take my leave. I wish you both good fortune," Cheng Xiaosa concluded before departing. While he was not entirely certain of the source of the message, he could speculate. As for how Li Jun would act, that was not his concern. Upon returning to his residence, the other members of the 5-person team gathered around. After exchanging congratulations, the remaining individuals departed, and Li Jun called out to Li Lin. "Lin, today District Chief Cheng conveyed some important news to me." Li Lin inquired, "What news?" "He informed me that someone instructed him to tell us that time is limited, and we should hope to board the ship soon." "Oh, who sent him with this message?" He did not know, only that it was a directive from above. Li Jun replied, gesturing to indicate the higher authorities. Li Lin appeared perplexed. "Above? Is there still someone watching over us?" Li Jun pondered for a long while, unable to discern who it might be. Nevertheless, the message seemed credible, and they needed to act swiftly. There was no time for further rest. Understood. What do you intend to do? Li Lin asked. We must expedite our efforts to earn points. The price of a single ticket will undoubtedly be substantial. My goal is for all 6 of us to board together. What? Brother, are you out of your mind? The combined points of the 5 of us likely wouldn't suffice for a single ticket. You want to bring along another 5? I am aware of that, which is why we must accelerate our progress. We likely have only about 5 years left. Please speak to Lu Jie and Zhang Chang. I will inform Sun Qian. It seems that Father's estimate from years ago was overly optimistic. Should I disclose everything? Li Lin inquired. Yes, tell them the truth. But do not reveal everything to those 2. Just mention that I received this news from the building manager, Li Jun advised. Li Lin sat in contemplation for quite some time. All right, I will inform them. I will not persuade you any further. Your decision is beyond my influence. I stand by you, brother. Li Jun chuckled, realizing that Li Lin had matured, understanding certain matters now. Go ahead. Rest assured, throughout my life, there has not been a decision of mine that has remained unrealized. Trust me, I will ensure that you all board the ship. Li Lin nodded and promptly left. Seeking out Lu Jie and Zhang Chang without delay, Li Jun approached Sun Qian's door and rang the bell. Chapter 9. Revelation. When Sun Qian opened the door and saw Li Jun, she greeted him. You've arrived. Yes, I have something to discuss. Having spent several years together, the initial awkwardness between them had dissipated, allowing for a more comfortable interaction. Li Jun walked directly inside and settled onto the sofa, intending to tease little Moo Moo. However, Moo Moo turned around, glaring at Li Jun, puffing out her cheeks, as if to say she was no longer a child and that he should refrain from such childish antics in the future. This remark caught Li Jun off guard. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Sun Qian, come here. I have something to tell you. Sun Qian approached and sat on a nearby sofa. Is there something of great importance? She asked, somewhat puzzled, as Li Jun had never spoken to her so formally. Her thoughts began to wander, and her cheeks flushed as she contemplated whether he was about to confess his feelings. Such formalities seemed devoid of romance, and the more she pondered, the further her imagination drifted. Indeed, it is of great significance, one that pertains to all life on Earth, Li Jun replied. Sun Qian snapped back to attention. What matter could be so serious? This is something my father shared with me a few years ago, instructing me and my brother to keep this secret hidden from the world. If it were to be revealed, chaos would ensue. Sun Qian listened intently, not interrupting, waiting for him to continue. Li Jun gathered his thoughts and continued. In 2159, as the year drew to a close, the World Monitoring Organization detected, through their surveillance, a colossal asteroid hurtling towards the solar system at high speed. Their analysis indicated a 95% probability of it colliding with Earth. Upon discovering this information, the World Monitoring Organization promptly informed the higher echelons of various nations to discuss a plan. Following deliberations among several superpowers, they devised a strategy to escape Earth. Li Jun paused at this juncture, aware that the news was rather shocking, allowing Sun Qian a moment to absorb the gravity of the situation. After half a minute, he resumed. Once the plan was confirmed, nations began preparations. They established a consortium comprising numerous scientists, physicists, mathematicians, architects, and other notable figures, tasked with researching everything necessary for humanity's exodus from Earth, including the construction of spacecraft and the requisite fuel and propulsion systems. Furthermore, the information was kept confidential to prevent public knowledge, as any leaks would undoubtedly plunge the world into chaos. However, at that time, when the Global Monitoring Organization disseminated the information, it failed to notify certain nations. Subsequently, as the organization sought additional resources for its research, several superpowers unilaterally extended their reach into these countries' territories. This action precipitated misunderstandings that deepened over time, ultimately culminating in the current World War. As for why there was no communication at the end, I shall explain that later. It was unforeseen that the war would devastate the Earth before the impending meteor strike. Now, the external environment is utterly inhospitable to human life. Li Jun paused after conveying this information to Sun Qian, feeling a considerable relief in his heart. He had long wished to share these matters with her, but lacked a reasonable justification until now. Sun Qian was left speechless. So, according to your assertion, we are finished? The Earth is finished? Li Jun took a deep breath and replied, one could say so. Then why was there no clarity before the war? If it was for the sake of all humanity, I imagine no nation would refuse, Sun Qian inquired. As for that, I am not entirely certain. At that time, I only knew one thing. There was a limit on the number of individuals who could leave Earth. This should clarify matters for you, Li Jun suggested, encouraging her to ponder the implications. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Qian still found herself perplexed and turned her gaze back to Li Jun. He inhaled deeply once more. Considering the limited number of passengers allowed on the ship, it is evident that not everyone can be evacuated. Just think about it. She tentatively ventured, I see. Are you suggesting that some would be eliminated in advance? Li Jun did not explicitly confirm, but nodded in acknowledgement. Well, that is merely my conjecture. After all, some truths cannot be openly stated. They are too cruel. Live human beings treated like livestock for culling. I must add that, given the current circumstances, this could be viewed as a form of solution. You know as well as I do that only a select few can depart. Moreover, based on the estimates at that time, the meteor is projected to collide with Earth around the year 2199. Humanity has little time left, merely about 50 years. Sun Qian was incredulous after hearing this. The Li Jun she remembered did not seem capable of such callousness, yet upon reflection, she found some understanding. After all, it was uncertain whether all the living could escape. Human nature tends to be selfish. Inevitably, there would be fierce competition for the limited slots. How do you know all this? Sun Qian inquired with renewed curiosity. My father informed me. Not just me, my brother is also aware, Li Jun replied. Your father? Didn't you say he? Yes, my father and mother were both in the military. His name is Li Guanqi, a spaceship engineer, while my mother was a biologist at the time. After they received the task, they shared this information with my brother and me, urging us to prepare in advance. Li Jun explained. Sun Qian grasped the situation and said, Oh, no wonder you are so well informed. So, you learned this news as soon as it was released? Why didn't you inform us sooner, choosing to reveal it only now? Well, I was already aware of it before entering the dungeon. It was not my intention to keep it from you, but my father instructed me not to disclose this matter, fearing that others might come after us. After discussing this, my brother and I never saw our parents again. Just now, the district chief relayed a message to me from someone else. Time is running short. We must hasten to board the ship. Sun Qian understood that boarding meant embarking on a spaceship. Does this imply that the meteorite will arrive earlier? Yes, but the exact duration remains unspecified, Li Jun replied. Sun Qian was astute. Since Li Jun could share this news, it indicated the urgency of the situation. She promptly inquired, What should we do now? I will follow your lead. We must secure our place on the ship. I want to take you all with me. How do we obtain this qualification? It should be exchangeable for points, though he did not elaborate at that moment. Thus, we need to expedite our tasks. We must accumulate sufficient points, as our current total is certainly inadequate. I will heed your guidance. Sun Qian fully trusted Li Jun's words. All right, that's all I needed to clarify. Li Jun stood up, preparing to find Li Lin. By the way, come to my room in an hour. I wish to discuss the specifics of our next steps. Sun Qian agreed. After Li Jun exited, he hurried downstairs, aware that time was of the essence, as he wished to bring many people along, and the points required might be astronomical. Chapter 10. Level tasks after assuming the position of the building master. I had been occupied for the past 2 days with various handover procedures, familiarizing myself with the building master's regulations, and developing management strategies for personnel. After 2 days, I finally completed all the necessary tasks, leaving me somewhat disoriented. Once I organized the stack of documents in my hands, I returned to my original room. I had grown accustomed to living here and did not wish to relocate. The other members of the squad had also gathered. After some discussion, we decided to undertake a task today, as time was of the essence. However, there were some advantages to Li Jun's new role. The squad's registration automatically elevated to a higher level, allowing us to accept tasks of a higher rank. We could now directly take on level tasks. Given that level tasks are the highest tier, the difficulty is evident, yet the points awarded are exponentially greater. The group selected a seemingly straightforward task. Protect personnel traveling to the southwestern region. Level A. Completion reward, 300,000 points per person. Once the task was confirmed, Li Jun intended to return immediately to prepare. Wait, Zhao Ming called out. Li Jun turned back, puzzled. What is it? Level tasks differ from ordinary tasks. Please hold on. Zhao Ming led him into the storeroom behind the reception area. Moments later, he emerged carrying 5 sets of uniforms. The perils associated with high-level missions need not be elaborated upon. Additionally, the duration of these missions can be extensive. The attire you initially received is only viable for a mere 7 days outdoors, whereas this new ensemble boasts a remarkable endurance of an entire month. Upon concluding his statement, Zhao Ming proceeded to distribute the new gear. This outfit is exclusively available to teams undertaking high-level missions and is equipped with numerous enhanced functionalities compared to previous versions. Li Jun and his companions expressed their gratitude upon receiving the clothing and prepared to return to their quarters to gather additional supplies. Just as they reached the threshold, Li Jun turned back. Noticing his return, Zhao Ming inquired about the matter at hand. Li Jun, slightly embarrassed, asked if there was an extra set of the attire available, as he wished to bring an additional one along. An extra set? What purpose would that serve? One person can only wear one at a time, Zhao Ming replied. Li Jun clarified. It's not that. Xiao Mumu has grown up and now refuses to stay at the care facility. Therefore, I wish to take her with me this time. Zhao Ming was familiar with Xiao Mumu, having seen her numerous times over the past 5 years that Li Jun had brought her along. She chuckled. But she is so young. It's far too dangerous to take her out. I understand, but we will be away for an extended period, and no one will be there to look after her. Previously, the missions were brief, but this one seems to extend considerably. I want her to acclimate to the harsh environment, Li Jun explained. After some contemplation, Zhao Ming responded, I will be quite occupied each day, or I would have suggested you bring her to my place. Li Jun waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. You work hard enough. It's a good opportunity for her to experience the world outside as well. Zhao Ming pondered for a moment. All right, I can lend you a set. But according to the regulations, it must be returned afterward, and her presence will not count towards the team's score. Understood, thank you very much. Li Jun promptly expressed his gratitude. Zhao Ming smiled. It's no trouble at all. The little girl is growing more lovely by the day. Please take good care of her while you're out. She retrieved another piece from the storage and handed it to Li Jun. Once the group had donned their new attire, they proceeded to the entrance. Upon noticing that Li Jun was accompanied by Mumu, the others, aside from Sun Qian, were taken aback. Zhang Chong, being quite forthright, did not hesitate to inquire. Captain, is it not too perilous to take her with you? Li Jun shot him an exasperated glance. It's fine. I will look after her. Besides, she has matured. If she remains behind, no one will watch over her. Or perhaps you could speak to your girlfriend and ask her to look after her for a month. Zhang Chong immediately wilted at the suggestion. Ever since he began dating Zhao Ming, he felt thoroughly under her thumb. It's our turn now. You should log in quickly. He hastily changed the subject. Li Jun chuckled as he proceeded to register. The others stifled their laughter, and Lu Jie remarked, Zhang Chong, you weren't this timid when you were pursuing her before. In her pursuit, she had often engaged in conflicts with others. How did she become so timid now? Zhang Chong cast a glance at him, remarking, this is what love is. You, a solitary dog, wouldn't understand a thing, Lu Jie retorted, causing him to spit out the water in his mouth. Stealing a glance at Sun Qian, he felt a deep-seated sorrow that he could not articulate. Over the past few years, he had expressed his feelings for Sun Qian in various ways, yet this woman remained impervious, only sharing laughter and conversation with Li Jun shaking his head. He retreated to a corner. All right, the registration is complete. Let us depart, he said. 6 of us are heading out, and I hope we return as 6. Let us go. They formed a circle, chanting encouragement together. This was their ritual before each journey, serving as a psychological comfort. After all, with each outing, no one could guarantee their safe return. They had been fortunate so far, remaining at full strength. Some teams were not as lucky. They might set out with 5 members, but none would return, with their name tags brought back by other teams. Let us move out. This time, it wouldn't be so exhausting. They would first take a vehicle. It was said that the staff had already departed ahead of them. Initially, the nation established 25 underground cities, 5 in each direction, east, west, north, south, and central. Once the underground cities were completed, they became interconnected. The city they were in was one of the 5 in the northern region. And this time, Li Jun and his companions would take a hover train to the central city before transferring to the southern city. After applying, the 6 boarded the train to the city. The vehicle was operated by artificial intelligence, relieving them of any concerns. As it was their first time undertaking a high-level mission, they felt uncertain and lacked the usual lightheartedness. Each sat in silence. Only Mu, who was on his inaugural mission, exhibited an unusual excitement, playfully darting between Li Jun and Sun Qian, whispering secrets with the latter. The other 3 observed this scene, somewhat speechless. It seemed less like a mission and more like a family outing. After 2 hours of high-speed travel, the hover train arrived at the central city. Upon disembarking, Li Jun adjusted the vehicle, which promptly turned around and headed back to the city. Each underground city had a limited number of hover trains, as material scarcity meant that they would eventually be abandoned on Earth, with only 5 or 6 constructed. Such vehicles could only be utilized for special high-level missions. After getting off, Li Jun approached the registration office in the underground city and explained their mission. The city's management staff warmly assisted them in applying for a new hover train. Brother, once it arrives, let it return. There's work to be done here as well. Li Jun nodded, assuring him, rest assured. Once aboard, they set off for the city. A journey expected to take over 3 hours. With time to spare, They began to examine their new equipment. Wow, this outfit can fly, Zhang Chong exclaimed after some investigation. The others soon made the same discovery. Had I known earlier, I would have flown over instead, thus sparing myself the discomfort of this lengthy journey. My posterior is quite sore, Lu Jie lamented. Li Jun had already contemplated this while changing his attire. He was aware of the flight capability of the equipment. He elucidated. This arrangement is also a matter of safety. Consider the increasingly dire conditions on the ground. Are there no mutated beasts in the skies? The aerial realm is bound to be even more perilous. The others pondered this, finding merit in Li Jun's assertions. Although the journey by vehicle was somewhat sluggish, it remained the safest option. Rest assured, we shall experience this feature soon enough. To my knowledge, the destination of this mission is still some distance from the city. Had they been informed earlier, the group would have been filled with anticipation. However, they now felt somewhat deflated, knowing that flying high above would certainly be uncomfortable. The vehicle did not slow its pace due to the group's mood, continuing to speed ahead. 3 hours later, they arrived at the city. Upon disembarking, the group was momentarily taken aback. My word, this is truly impressive, Zhang Chong exclaimed. Chapter 11. Destination Peak Greetings. May I inquire if you are from the city? A young man clad in similar equipment asked. Yes, that is correct. May I ask who you are? Li Jun replied. The young man extended his hand to shake Li Jun's, introducing himself. Hello, I am Bai Qi, here specifically to welcome you. Li Jun nodded. Thank you for your assistance. The young man led the group towards the city's center. Ladies and gentlemen, the staff who arrived earlier are already waiting for you in the reception room. Please follow me. All right, Li Jun acknowledged. The group followed Bai Qi as they traversed the city. The underground city was a stark contrast to the surface, characterized by a rectangular shape, while the city above was circular. Boss, look at this. It's absolutely magnificent, Zhang Chong remarked, pointing at the colossal aquariums flanking the road. The massive tanks, lined up one after another, housed a myriad of marine creatures. This truly resembles an underwater world. I never imagined I would see so many marine animals today, Zhang Chong exclaimed, filled with wonder. Bai Qi, having overheard, began to explain. You come from inland cities, while this city is situated along the coast. The environmental conditions vary across regions, and thus the underground cities differ as well. He gestured towards the aquariums, stating that these marine creatures were relocated only after the construction of the underground city. This is merely a portion of what we have. Following the nuclear war, terrestrial animals exhibited mutations. However, during the construction of the underground city, marine life had not yet undergone such changes. Hence, these aquariums were established, capturing various fish species from the ocean, creating artificial environments to cater to their needs. Significant human and material resources were invested in cultivating these species, and the city lord had issued a declaration to preserve these organisms. Otherwise, the Earth would ultimately be left with only humanity as its singular species. After Bai Qi's explanation, Li Jun comprehended that this was a consideration for the future, akin to their previous missions involving the extraction of biological genes. Once the genes were extracted, they would employ biotechnological methods for artificial cultivation. However, such cultivation had yet to commence, as it required a suitable environment. Presently, there should still be a considerable number of surviving organisms on Earth that have not undergone mutations, particularly in areas like the ocean, where substances can mitigate nuclear radiation. Sun Qian and Mu Mu strolled along, admiring the various fish, having not encountered any species beyond humans for quite some time, mutations notwithstanding. Li Jun waited patiently for the two. Since Mu Mu was born, she had never seen marine life and bombarded Sun Qian with questions, her curiosity palpable. Mu Mu, let's save our exploration for later. We are here to complete a mission. Don't keep everyone waiting, Li Jun urged. Oh, Mu Mu replied, visibly quieting down, though her wide eyes remained fixated on the diverse fish along the roadside. Sun Qian gazed at a juvenile whale and remarked, I feel quite sorry for them. Having migrated from the vast ocean to this fishbowl, they must feel incredibly uncomfortable, unable to swim freely. Li Jun countered, in truth, they are quite fortunate. Marine life has also mutated due to radiation. If they were still in the ocean, they would likely have become sustenance for other mutated beasts. Moreover, they will eventually be boarded onto ships. In comparison, some humans might not share such a fate and could be abandoned on Earth. Sun Qian appeared taken aback and inquired, why is that? Is human life deemed less valuable than that of a fish? Li Jun clarified, you needn't view it in such a light. These decisions are made by those in power who wish to preserve as many species as possible in nature, like the genes we extract for the purpose of recultivating these animals. After hearing this, Sun Qian felt a sense of acceptance. After all, Humanity was now the most populous species. Following Li Jun's previous revelations, she had become less emotional, understanding that caring for her closest kin was already a significant achievement in these times. As for the fates of others, she found herself lacking the emotional bandwidth to concern herself with them. Regaining her composure, she quickened her pace to catch up with Zhang Chang and the others ahead. Li Jun also urged Mu Mu to hasten their steps. After a while, they boarded an intelligent guided vehicle. 3 minutes later, the vehicle halted beside a building, a two-story structure constructed of super titanium alloy, devoid of any signage. Ladies and gentlemen, this facility has been temporarily erected for this mission, specifically to accommodate personnel from various cities. Please wait here while I notify the others. We shall depart immediately, Bai Qi announced before entering the building. We? Li Lin murmured. Casting a puzzled glance at Li Jun shook his head, indicating he was equally unaware of the situation. After a brief wait, someone emerged from the building's entrance. One by one, Li Jun counted, and there were a total of 20 individuals. Bai Qi approached and said, "Let us discuss our itinerary and plans." "Wait, what is going on? Can you explain to me how there are so many people? Isn't our target too ambitious to take flight together?" Li Jun expressed his confusion. Bai Qi, equally perplexed, replied, "I am not entirely sure either. After receiving the mission, I awaited your arrival." He too was eager to understand, as there had never been a record of such a large group departing the city simultaneously. Just as they finished speaking, a middle-aged man clad in tactical gear approached them. Although he was of middle age, his physique was anything but ordinary. Devoid of the typical bulk associated with age, he resembled a young man accustomed to regular fitness. However, his slightly balding head and weary countenance, paired with his athletic build, presented an unusual juxtaposition. "Greetings, I am the leader of this city operation." The newcomer introduced himself. "Hello, I am Li Jun, the captain of this mission team." Li Jun responded, extending his hand for a handshake. Replied, "Time is of the essence. Since everyone is present, let us depart promptly." Li Jun and Bai Qi signaled to their respective team members. Bai Qi, having accepted the role of team leader for this mission in the city, would collaborate with Li Jun's group. Walked over, and the personnel automatically formed a line. After providing a few brief instructions, he led the team forward. Li Jun immediately discerned that these individuals were indeed military personnel. Bai Qi stepped forward to clarify, he is a military engineer. He has also been assigned to execute this mission. Although they are from the military, they are all engineers. So we will still need to provide protection for them along the way. Li Jun nodded, realizing that he, as captain, had not adequately familiarized himself with the details. Without further ado, the group proceeded to an open area beside a small building, where a helicopter awaited them. Currently, there were no surplus materials available to construct a small aircraft. All resources had been allocated to the construction of a large spacecraft. Thus, they were left with this older model of an armed helicopter. As for the choice of helicopter, explained, due to the large number of personnel, dispersing the flight would present too great a target. Naturally, the engineers would board the helicopter while the remaining protection team would strategically surround the aircraft for its safety. However, this time, their protective method would differ, as it would take place in the air. After registering personnel information, announced, we will depart in 3 hours. Use this time to adjust your conditions and check your equipment. The rest of the team, seasoned in missions, understood the reason for the wait. However, for Xiao Mu, who was embarking on her first mission, she inquired of Li Jun, "Brotherly, haven't we prepared everything? Why must we wait so long?" Li Jun explained, "In 3 hours. Dawn will break. Going out now would be akin to courting death. After humanity descended into the underground world, the surface has long since fallen into ruin. At this hour, the outside is engulfed in darkness, a time when various aberrant beasts are most active. For safety's sake, we typically venture out during daylight. Firstly, there is sunlight, providing a broader perspective compared to the night. Secondly, the number of exotic beasts active during the day is significantly less, rendering it somewhat safer than at night. It is not to say that venturing out during the day is entirely devoid of risk, but rather, it is a matter of relative safety. These are the insights gleaned from humanity's encounters with the exotic creatures over the past few years underground." Little Mumu nodded, her expression a mixture of understanding and innocence, portraying an air of maturity beyond her years. Li Jun observed her demeanor, uncertain if bringing her along was the right decision. He dismissed his doubts and began to meticulously clean and polish his large blade. Bai Qi approached, admiring the weapon. "This knife is impressive, quite a rare find. What is its name?" Li Jun responded with a non-committal grunt. "I exchanged quite a few points to acquire it. I am unsure of its origins, but it is incredibly sharp and exceptionally useful. I have yet to decide on a name. Could you assist me?" At that moment, Sun Qian joined them. having overheard Li Jun's desire to name the Black Blade. Given its color and remarkable sharpness, along with materials sourced from space, how about calling it Imokong Dao? Li Jun pondered for a moment and found the suggestion quite agreeable. Very well, it shall be known as Imokong. Bai Qi then revealed his own weapon, a compact bow. He pressed a small button on it, causing the bow to extend to an impressive height of approximately 1.5 meters. This bow cost me a considerable amount of points. It is said that the bowstring is crafted from the sinew of a mutated tiger, aptly named Hu Shao. He then retracted the bow, concealing it within his attire. Remarkable. It is indeed a fine bow, Li Jun remarked, envious of Bai Qi's retractable weapon. He mused to himself, I must modify my knife similarly upon our return. It would save space and enhance convenience. 3 hours passed swiftly. Like glanced at his watch. Time to depart, he announced, leading the way onto the aircraft. He turned to Li Jun and added, have that young girl come aboard. She is too small to fly alone. I fail to understand why you brought her along. It is quite reckless. Little Moo, upon hearing this, became agitated. I refuse to go. I can protect myself. I want to fly solo. Li Jun contemplated her words and replied, Moo, please board first. You shall serve as our operative. If there is an opening at the end, you can fill it, all right? He wanted her on the aircraft, recognizing that while the ground may be manageable, the skies posed a different challenge altogether. In the end, little Moo acquiesced and boarded the helicopter. The chopper roared to life, its propellers spinning with fervor as it ascended into the sky. The hatch above opened, and they soared into the air. Li Jun and his companions donned their oxygen masks and activated the propulsion devices located at their feet. The retro thrust propelled them upwards. But as it was their first flight, they struggled with the coordination. Bai Qi's team began to exit the hatch one by one, taking to the skies. Once Li Jun grew accustomed to the controls, he took the lead, followed closely by the others as they glided towards the earth below. The helicopter hovered overhead, awaiting their arrival, while Bai Qi's voice crackled through the headset. Li Jun, our squad is responsible for the left flank, while your team will oversee the right. Do you comprehend? Understood. Like acknowledged with a nod, signaling departure. The two squads positioned themselves on either side, escorting the helicopter as it soared southwest towards our destination. The provincial border. The world's highest peak, Fengfei, was a revelation to Li Jun upon arrival, leading him to realize that this seemingly straightforward mission would undoubtedly be perilous. Indeed, a mission of this caliber would not be assigned if it were devoid of danger. Chapter 12. The Death of Lu Jia. The peak at the provincial border has long been recognized as the tallest in the world, reaching nearly 9,000 meters in height, making it the closest point on Earth to outer space. Hundreds of kilometers away, the rhythmic thrum of the helicopter could be heard even from several hundred meters distant. The left flank reported safety, with no signs of mutated beasts. The right flank also reported safety, free of any anomalies. Li Jun and Bai Qi relayed their updates to Like. Acknowledged, proceed at full speed, came Like's command. The helicopter increased its velocity, racing southwest. Li Jun adjusted his gear to fit more snugly against his body, reducing air resistance to enhance speed. As squad leaders, he and Bai Qi flew at the front left and front right of the helicopter respectively. Presently, Li Jun expanded the radar search range of his gear to its maximum distance, maintaining vigilant awareness. This was his first execution of a mission of such gravity, and airborne at that. The multitude of risks remained unknown. Data streamed onto the visor before him, indicating that all was normal within a 300-meter radius. Occasionally, a small mutated beast would flit by, deterred by the intimidating presence of the armed helicopter. After a smooth flight of over 100 kilometers, personnel reported their statuses. Number 1 is normal, Li Jun communicated through the earpiece. Number 2, Li Lin, is normal. Number 3, Sun Qian, is normal. Number 4, Lu Jia, is normal. Number 5, Zhang Chong, is normal. Just as Li Jun acknowledged the reports, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Number 6 is not normal. Number 6 is in a foul mood. Little Mumu's spirits were quite low at that moment, pouting in silent frustration. She had anticipated a bit of freedom, only to find herself confined to the helicopter under Li Jun's command. Li Jun chuckled and, feigning seriousness, reminded her that during missions, earpieces serve the purpose of relaying information. There is no room for irrelevant chatter. He hoped this mission would serve as an invaluable lesson for Mumu, preparing her to act independently in the absence of his and Sun Qian's leadership. His stern demeanor was merely an attempt to ensure she would remember the importance of gaining sufficient experience. At that moment, Mumu was far from contemplating such matters. Upon hearing Li Jun's admonition, her expression of grievance deepened, her little lips pouting further. Muttering to oneself is truly a dreary affair. These individuals, akin to robots, offer no companionship in play. Once aboard the aircraft, the cadre of military engineers settled into their respective seats, their faces devoid of expression, humor absent. They traversed several hundred kilometers without obstruction. At this moment, it was midday, and the sun beamed down from the heavens. Although the rays descended directly, the visibility was compromised by air pollution and the particulate matter suspended within the atmosphere. "Report your status," came the command. "Unit 1 is functioning normally." Li Jun relayed the order once more. One by one, the others reported their conditions. Everything appeared to be in order. "Acknowledged. Maintain vigilance," Li Jun advised, feeling an unsettling sense of abnormality. Initially, there had been sightings of smaller flying mutated beasts, but in the last 5 minutes, the data lens had revealed no anomalies. This indicated that, for the past 5 minutes, not a single mutant beast had crossed their path. Based on previous experiences, this was certainly troubling. Either the area was devoid of any mutant creatures, or it indicated the presence of a particularly formidable beast, one that claimed this territory as its own, deterring others from encroaching. The first scenario was manageable, but the second posed a grave concern. The territorial instincts of these creatures were typically robust prior to their mutations, and their intelligence had surely been heightened thereafter. Li Jun concealed these thoughts, hoping he was merely overthinking the situation. Before he could relax, a sudden cry of alarm pierced his earpiece. "Ah!" Li Jun instinctively knew something was amiss. "What has transpired? Report immediately." "Unit 2 is normal. Unit 3 is normal. Unit 5 is normal," came the responses from Li Lin, Sun Qian, and Zhang Chang. "Where's Lu Jia?" "Unit 4, report your status," Li Jun commanded through the earpiece. Only static crackled back, and Lu Jia's voice was absent. "Unit 5, proceed to Unit 4's position and ascertain the situation," Li Jun instructed. Zhang Chang accelerated towards Lu Jia's location, a mere 100 meters to his right front. Upon arrival, however, he found nothing, no sign of Lu Jia whatsoever. "Report. Lu Jia is missing," Zhang Chang hastily conveyed to Li Jun. "Did you discover anything in the vicinity?" Li Jun inquired. "Nothing. The sky offers no clues like the ground does." Just as Zhang Chang was about to dismiss any findings, a sudden rush of wind caught his attention, prompting him to turn. "By heavens, what a colossal bird!" he exclaimed, evading the descending talons of the enormous avian creature. The commotion drew Li Jun and the others to his side. From a distance, Li Jun observed Zhang Chang's disheveled state. Upon closer inspection, the creature diving from above was no mere bird. It was a mutated eagle, as Li Lin aptly remarked. Simultaneously, Li Jun analyzed the mutated hawk through the intelligent identifier on his lens. This aberrant creature was classified as a level mutant beast, predominantly found in the southern regions of the country. It was known for its silent flight and hunting prowess, excelling in high-altitude dives. Li Jun silently lamented his misfortune at encountering such a mutated hawk in midair, recognizing it as the sovereign of the skies. It was no wonder that this area was devoid of other mutant beasts. "Everyone, remain calm. Keep your eyes on it and evade its attacks. I will devise a strategy to confront it," Li Jun instructed with determination. After issuing his commands, he drew forth his weapon, the Mo Kong, and steeled himself. This marked his inaugural encounter with an aerial mutant beast. The hawk, post-mutation, exhibited wings that spanned nearly 2 meters in length, with its body having doubled in size, particularly its enlarged head. Its beak and talons gleamed ominously, undoubtedly sharp and resilient. The hawk dove towards Zhang Chang, narrowly missing its target before executing a sharp maneuver to ascend once more. Realizing its intent to dive again, Li Jun prepared to intercept it when a whistling sound sliced through the air. A white arrow shot towards the hawk, and Li Jun recognized it as the work of Bai Qi, their ally. Assistance had arrived, though the arrow merely obstructed the hawk's ascent. Without hesitation, Li Jun accelerated towards the hawk, ready for confrontation. Though clad in a flight suit, he found himself at a disadvantage compared to the hawk's agility. In mere moments, he was forced to retreat under the relentless pecking of the creature. Fortunately, the sturdy material of the Mo Kong shielded him from being shattered by the assault. The hawk, displaying cunning, shifted its strategy from pecking to clawing, which posed a greater challenge for Li Jun. Seeing this, Bai Qi grew anxious, but as a ranged fighter, he could only shoot arrows, uncertain of whom they might strike. The remaining 3 members of Li Jun's team rallied around him. Zhang Chang launched a miniature missile capable of tracking its target, ensuring it would not harm Li Jun. "Li Jun, fall back," Zhang Chang called out after firing the missile. Li Jun swiftly retreated, but the hawk pursued, only to be struck by the missile, which inflicted considerable damage to one of its wings. The hawk, in pain, plummeted but quickly regained altitude, charging towards Zhang Chang once more. This is bad. The creature's injuries seem to heal rapidly, Li Jun marveled. Having never encountered such a mutant beast before, how could they combat this? The intelligent analyzer offered no guidance. Bai Qi shot another arrow to impede the hawk's advance. But as it neared a collision, Zhang Chang had no option but to veer aside. The mutated hawk, now fixated on him, relentlessly pursued. Li Jun prepared to assist. But just as he advanced, a small hand grasped his arm, pulling him back. "Brother, I will give it a try," said Xiaomu, who had just appeared beside Li Jun. "You shouldn't go. It's too dangerous. Hurry back to the plane and let Like take the staff away first." With that, he prepared to charge forward. However, before he could take action, Xiaomu had already activated her flying device and soared towards the eagle, moving faster than Li Jun. Sun Qian, noticing this, urgently called out, "Mumu, don't go. It's dangerous." Yet, Xiaomu paid no heed to anyone's words and flew directly towards the eagle. The eagle, noticing her approach, seemed to encounter its nemesis this time. Instead of charging at Xiaomu, it turned and fled. Unwilling to let it escape, Xiaomu pursued relentlessly, soon catching up. She flew directly in front of the eagle, locking eyes with it. The eagle displayed a look of fear in its gaze. It was indeed frightened. Xiaomu extended her hand and covered its eyes. Strangely, even with its eyes covered, the eagle remained motionless, as if entranced. She waved to Li Jun, who understood her signal and flew straight towards her. With a swift motion, he raised his weapon, the Mo Kong, and severed the eagle's head, ensuring that this mutated beast was definitively vanquished. 2 hours later, the group resumed their mission, heading southwest, though a heavy silence lingered, overshadowing their spirits. Lu Jie was dead. Li Jun had discovered his body on the ground. He had been struck by the eagle in a dive, shattering the flying chess piece, and its claws had pierced his chest, causing him to plummet from the sky. Li Jun cremated the body to prevent it from being devoured by other mutated beasts and handed the name tag to Zhang Chang, along with the severed beak and a pair of claws from the deceased eagle, which he gave to Sun Qian. Among the remaining members, only Sun Qian was without a weapon. Perhaps these materials could be processed for her future use. Li Lin wielded a long whip, crafted from bear tendons after they had slain a bear during a prior mission. Once the group had finished their tasks, they continued on their way. For the first time, Li Jun felt the profound sorrow of losing a teammate, and his mood darkened, memories of previous missions swirling in his mind. Zhang Chang was particularly affected. He and Lu Jie had grown up together. Upon learning of Lu Jie's death, this usually jovial man was reduced to tears, his eyes red with grief. After a long silence, Li Jun finally gathered his spirits and spoke. "All right, comrades, let us lift our heads. Lu Jie has found his release. He no longer has to endure this relentless struggle. He can finally rest. In this world, perhaps this is the best fate for him. The mission must go on." He continued, "And if we wish to avoid such tragedies in the future, we must remain vigilant. I do not wish to lose any of you." Sun Qian, number 2, received. Li Lin, number 3, received. Zhang Chang, number 5, received. Only the absence of the 4th member lingered in the air, enveloping the group in a profound silence. Suddenly, a youthful voice emerged from the earpiece, tender yet resolute. It was the voice of Xiaomu. Li Jun and his companions felt their eyes welling up with tears. "Brother Li Jun, I am also a member of our team. Now that Brother Lu Jie is no longer with us, I will take his place and fulfill his mission." This time, Li Jun refrained from rebuffing her. He solemnly instructed the team to heighten their vigilance. With that, he activated the radar search device within his gear, meticulously scanning their surroundings. The helicopter's rhythmic thrum receded further into the distance, while the task teams on either side closely encircled them, relentless in their pursuit. As they ascended, the landscape below was marked by a mound of earth, a wooden board nearby, inscribed with the name Lu Jie. Chapter 13. Li Guangqi. Beneath the overcast sky, the helicopter, flanked by Li Jun and his comrades, soared steadily towards the peak. The sun was nearing its descent, and the curtain of night was about to fall. Fortunately, their journey had been free of unforeseen incidents. The group found a flat stretch of land to safely land the helicopter. Each member selected a spot and retrieved their compact tent storage boxes. Measuring merely 2 centimeters on each side, the boxes, when placed on the ground, automatically unfolded into single-person tents. Once settled, Light gathered everyone around and ignited a fire, casting a warm glow amidst the encroaching darkness. This flame served not only as illumination but also as a deterrent against the mutated beasts that still retained an instinctual fear of fire. After the fire blazed to life, Light approached Li Jun, while the others replenished their energy with the energy bars they had brought along. "Here, Have some, offered a bar to Li Jun. Li Jun waved his hand, producing one from his pocket. I have my own. Each member received only 5 energy bars for the mission, making them a precious resource in the wilderness. Though scarce, a single bar could sustain a person for 2 days. Undeterred, returned the bar to his pocket and took a seat beside Li Jun, who was distractedly nibbling on his own bar. Noticing his preoccupation, inquired, "Are you thinking of your brother?" Li Jun snapped back to reality and nodded at While he had no particular affection for Lu Jie, having spent so much time together made his loss weigh heavily on his heart. He felt an acute sense of guilt, for as the team leader, he bore the responsibility to protect each member. It's all my fault. If only I had warned everyone. I sensed something amiss in the sky, but I kept silent. I never imagined such a tragedy would occur, Li Jun lamented. Patted Li Jun on the shoulder. Young man, do not burden yourself with guilt. This may be your first encounter with such a calamity. As someone who has traversed this path, I assure you that harboring guilt is the most futile expression of emotion. And none of this is truly your fault. The world we inhabit today is starkly different from that of yesteryears. After enduring the devastation wrought by humanity, it has become an inhospitable realm. Yet, are we not the architects of our own demise? With a sigh, began to share his thoughts. Today, you have lost a comrade, and my heart aches for you. However, in this current reality, such is the nature of survival. If Lu Jie had possessed the same vigilance as Zhang Chong, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Allow me to recount a tale from my past. It was 5 or 6 years ago, when the underground city had just been completed and the subterranean passages had yet to be opened. A small group of military engineers, including myself, was tasked with escorting a shipment of precious metals to another underground city. We had even enlisted a small team for protection. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, on our return journey, we encountered a mutated beast, a colossal python, measuring 30 to 40 meters in length. Out of our 30-member team, only I and one other staff member survived, the rest were consumed. Do you know how we managed to endure? Li Jun shook his head, indicating his ignorance. When the others were swallowed whole, I too believed our fates were sealed. Faced with that creature, I was paralyzed with fear, devoid of any fighting spirit. Yet, astonishingly, it turned and slithered away, casting a disdainful glance at the two of us as it departed. Later, we realized that it must have been satiated, losing interest in us. That incident instilled in me a resolve. Upon returning, I dedicated myself to rigorous training, aspiring to grow stronger, so that in the face of such beasts in the future, I would not be stripped of my will to fight. The reason I share this with you is to convey a vital truth. Do not live for those who have perished. Rather, live for those who remain. Death is irreversible. We can cherish their memory, but it should not become a stumbling block to our resolve. As the leader of your task force, you must not succumb to self-blame. Instead, upon your return, reflect on your experiences, enhance your own abilities, and diligently train your team. By elevating their skills, we can mitigate the chances of such occurrences in the future. Young man, persevere. The journey ahead is long. Patted Li Jun on the shoulder once more before returning to his tent. Li Jun, in truth, did not feel sorrow but rather a sense of wistfulness. After years of camaraderie with Lu Jie, it would be disingenuous to claim an absence of emotion. Like's words served as a reminder that he had focused solely on protecting his few companions, neglecting the importance of their training and development. This was paramount. He resolved to train them diligently. After solidifying his future plans, Li Jun raised his head and called for his companions to return to their tents and rest while he took on the watch. As the majority of the crowd had dispersed, only Sun Qian, Zhang Chong, and Bai Qi remained. Li Jun glanced at Sun Qian and suggested she return to rest, assuring her that her watch was no longer required for the night, as there were enough people present. After a brief exchange of glances with the others, Sun Qian nodded and retreated to the tent. She had intended to discuss Lu Jie's matters with Li Jun today. Over the years, she had been aware of Lu Jie's actions towards her, though she chose to ignore them, lacking the animosity Li Jun had once displayed. Yet, following Lu Jie's demise, she found herself deeply saddened as a teammate. Lying there for quite some time, sleep eluded her. Zhang Chong retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to both Bai Qi and Li Jun. Bai Qi accepted the cigarette, revealing himself to be a seasoned smoker. He expertly lit it and took a deep drag. Li Jun, unfamiliar with smoking, hesitated but eventually took one as well, mimicking Bai Qi's actions. However, he coughed uncontrollably after his first puff, much to the amusement of both Bai Qi and Zhang Chong. The camaraderie among men often thrives on such light-hearted moments of embarrassment. After a moment of laughter, Zhang Chong's demeanor shifted to one of contemplation as he stared blankly at the burning cigarette in his hand. This is indeed a fine thing, he mused. Bai Qi nodded in agreement, remarking on its timelessness amidst the changes of the past few centuries. Li Jun raised his cigarette, intrigued by its allure. Is it truly so magical? He inquired. Bai Qi chuckled. You wouldn't understand. When troubles arise, one is never enough, and when one feels burdened, another can provide solace. Thus, the three men continued their banter, sharing laughter amidst their musings. Meanwhile, in an underground city within the nation, a middle-aged man sat in an office on the second floor of a circular building at the city's center. With a square face and spirited eyes, his neatly cropped hair complemented his authoritative presence. Seated at the head of a round table, an overflowing ashtray testified to his long deliberation. 8 individuals, both men and women, mostly in their 40s or 50s, occupied the seats flanking him. We would like to hear your opinions on this matter, Zhong Xiangtai stated. I have just received a call from the leadership, informing me that the key figures from various nations have reached a consensus. Since the timeline has been expedited, it is imperative that our lower-tier personnel are informed. We are here to discuss the timing of this notification and the potential series of instabilities that may arise thereafter. He tapped his fingers on the table, then turned to the others for their thoughts. One individual spoke up first, asserting, since the leadership has made their position clear, we should comply. I believe we can proceed with the notification. After all, it is better to be informed early and prepare accordingly. This person, named Li, was a prominent military figure. His assertion was valid. Soldiers are expected to follow orders. Another individual chimed in, continuing the dialogue. I believe it is still too early. Although time has advanced, there are still over a decade left. Is it not premature to speak of it now? If further dissemination occurs by those with ulterior motives, could the situation not become difficult to manage? This individual is Kong Jida, the lord of the subterranean city. Given that this city serves as the capital of the nation, its significance is evident. Jelly regarded him and inquired, if not now, when shall we speak of it? Should any unexpected events arise, I can dispatch someone immediately. Kong Jida shook his head. If an unforeseen situation does occur, we can resolve it without the need to send anyone. Zhong Xiangtai pondered for a moment, then addressed a man in his 40s, Old Li, how much time do we have left? A researcher, clad in a lab coat and wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses, stood up. There are 14 years, 6 months, and 3 days remaining, Li Guanqi replied. Then please suggest a suitable time for notification. I believe we should refrain from discussing it for now. Such revelations could incite public unrest, making the situation difficult to manage. I suggest we wait until our tasks are nearing completion before making an announcement. Li Guanqi, currently the president of the National Academy of Sciences and chief engineer of spacecraft construction, was unaware that Li Jun was not present. Had he been there, he would have recognized this individual as their father, whom he and his brother had long believed to have perished in the war. Li Guangqi's concealment of the truth from Li Jun and Li Lin likely stemmed from his own difficulties. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Once your spacecraft is completed, notify us directly. They have the right to be informed. After Zhong Xiangtai finished speaking, he lit another cigarette. Everyone else may leave. Old Li, please stay. The others exited, leaving only the 2 men. How is the spacecraft construction progressing? Zhong Xiangtai inquired. We have nearly completed half of it. All operations are proceeding smoothly, Li Guanqi answered. Enough about work, let us speak of you. I hear you have 2 sons? Yes, 2 sons, currently in the city. Zhong Xiangtai exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you not visited them in recent years? No, the tasks here are pressing. I shall visit once they are complete. My sudden appearance might be unsettling. They likely believe me to be dead. Zhong Xiangtai stood, patting Li Guanqi on the shoulder. You and your wife have made significant contributions to the nation over these years. The country will remember this. No, it should be for the people of the entire nation. However, regarding matters of confidentiality, you must remain vigilant. Not a whisper of information should be disclosed, not even to your sons. Li Guanqi nodded in agreement. Upon Zhong Xiangtai's departure, he remained unaware that Li Guanqi had already warned Li Jun when he first learned of the truth. As a father, one inevitably harbors a modicum of selfishness, yet he trusted that Li Jun would not disseminate this information. The 3 of them, Li Jun and his companions, kept vigil throughout the night. As dawn broke on the 2nd day, the group began to pack their gear in preparation for departure once more. Li Jun cast a glance at Sun Qian, noticing the dark circles beneath her eyes, suggesting she had likely not slept a wink throughout the night. Chapter 14. The secret base. The group secured their belongings, and from that moment on, they encountered no significant obstacles. They traversed the terrain at a leisurely pace. By the afternoon of the 4th day, they finally beheld the towering peak that reached towards the heavens. The majestic mountain, adorned with a pristine white mantle of snow, stood in serene grandeur. It was the first time Li Jun and his companions laid eyes on the world's highest summit. How beautiful! Sun Qian sighed from the depths of her heart. Due to the altitude, the group made their way on foot that final day. The heating devices in their gear were sufficient to prevent them from succumbing to the cold, yet to better view the summit, they retracted their masks. Before long, their faces flushed a rosy red from the chill. Rake advanced to the front of the line and spoke through his earpiece. Everyone, we are close to our destination. Stay close to me. It is particularly perilous to lose your way here. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to keep up. That old man is in remarkable shape. After such a long journey, he shows no signs of fatigue, Zhang Chong muttered. Li Jun heard him and smiled in response. Let us go, keep up. Only he knows the location of the entrance. Indeed, Li Jun was aware of the old man's impressive physical condition. But now was not the time for such discussions. Following Rake, the group ascended further, flanked by a host of robotic sentinels. Every 50 meters, they encountered makeshift tents for rest. A narrow path stretched straight up the mountain. The howling wind and swirling snow whipped past them, and they crouched low as they climbed. After 2 hours, they reached a sheltered slope. Rake communicated a few words into his wrist-mounted intercom, and Li Jun and the others waited in silence. 5 seconds later, the ground beneath them began to tremble. A patch of snow 50 meters ahead started to collapse. The group supported one another, striving to maintain their balance. After several tense seconds, the tremors ceased, revealing a circular opening in the snow, 50 meters wide. Follow me, Rake called out once more, leading the way toward the opening, with the others closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the edge of the hole, they discovered a staircase descending into the abyss. After descending about 15 meters, they found themselves on solid ground. Advancing another 50 meters, they were confronted by a colossal door. Rake approached, inputting a system password beside it, and with a loud click, the door rose, casting a beam of bright light from within. Li Jun was reminded of his first entrance into the underground city and squinted, straining to see the scene beyond the threshold. Let us go? We must enter, Rake urged. A group of over 20 individuals entered through the grand entrance, with Li Jun leading the way. Once everyone had crossed the threshold, the doors closed behind them. Li Jun glanced around, feeling as though he had stepped into a secret chamber. The surroundings were stark and barren, with just enough space for the group to stand. They formed an orderly line, each person entering one by one. A voice called out from behind, Rek. Li Jun turned his gaze toward the direction of Rek's voice, and before his eyes, a previously empty section of the room began to shimmer into a spectral form. Bai Qi approached it, and Rek uttered something to him. To Li Jun's astonishment, Bai Qi walked directly toward the ethereal wall and, in a moment, vanished from sight. It became evident that this was a concealed door. Once this realization dawned, one by one, the others followed suit, stepping through the hidden entrance. Rek was the last to enter, and as he did, the spectral form solidified into a tangible wall. Li Jun, curious, moved to touch it, but Rek shot him a disapproving look, clearly indicating his disapproval. Rek then addressed the group, explaining that the area they had just entered was a passageway that had been sanitized to prevent any external pathogens from being brought inside. After speaking, he pressed a button behind him, and the crimson wall before them slowly parted, revealing a narrow opening that widened gradually. A corridor emerged, with individuals hurrying in and out of rooms on either side, seemingly oblivious to the sudden appearance of Li Jun and his companions. Following Rek, the group arrived at a spacious conference room at the end of the corridor, ample enough to accommodate everyone. Once settled, Rek instructed Li Jun and Bai Qi to ensure no one left the conference room, and then departed with the staff. In the ensuing days, arrangements were made for their lodging, separate quarters for males and females. The days passed languidly, filled with idle waiting for Rek and the others to complete their tasks and escort them back. Boss, this is utterly tedious. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. It's been 5 days, Zhang Chong exclaimed, expressing his frustration to Li Jun. Is this intolerable? Your patience leaves much to be desired. I shall note this down for future reference and ensure you undergo training to improve your endurance, Li Jun replied. Pulling out a small notebook and jotting down a few words, Zhang Chong lacks patience. Zhang Chong, upon reading it, fell silent. Realizing that even a moment of complaint had revealed a flaw, he refrained from speaking further, anxious that Li Jun might document other shortcomings, leading to discomfort during future lessons. In truth, Zhang Chong was not alone. The others shared similar sentiments, nearly driven to madness by the monotony. Since Rek's departure on the first day, he had not returned, with only a few individuals coming by to arrange accommodations. Over these days, Li Jun had observed the frenetic work ethic of the inhabitants, who seemed oblivious to the presence of outsiders. They would only see others during mealtimes, and for the rest of the day, solitude prevailed. Li Jun noted that the personnel here appeared to have no intention of resting, neither during the day nor at night. 2 days later, Li Jun could no longer endure the monotony. After dining, he accompanied a group of staff members as they descended the stairs. Upon exiting, he realized that the building they were residing in was constructed into the mountainside, one side seemingly embedded within the terrain. This was evidently their destination. Keeping a distance, Li Jun followed the workers toward an open area. He gazed upward, unable to see the summit, only to notice that the mountainsides were adorned with countless high-wattage light bulbs illuminating the surroundings. Li Jun surmised that they were within the mountain's interior, positioned approximately at the midpoint, with an altitude of at least 3,000 meters. However, this was not the lowest level, as he observed the workers moving toward the center of the clearing, after which they vanished from sight. Quietly, Li Jun trailed behind them, only to encounter a vast excavation, a pit that was the largest he had ever seen, purportedly carved by artificial intelligence, its diameter measuring at least 1,000 meters. A frozen edge had been constructed into an elevator that descended straight down. The workers must have taken the elevator. There was no upward pathway for the elevator. He surmised that he was currently on the highest level of this underground base. Li Jun decided to wait for the elevator to return, eager to explore below. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, startling him. He turned swiftly to find Like standing there, observing him. Like appeared somewhat irate. "Didn't I tell you not to wander off? Why are you out here?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Jun acknowledged his fault. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. It's been 5 or 6 days, and I'm quite bored." "What did you see?" Like inquired. "See, I didn't see anything, just that they took the elevator down," Li Jun explained. Upon hearing this, Like's expression softened. "Let us go inside. Don't wander again." Li Jun cast one last glance into the dark abyss of the pit, shrouded in shadows, and followed Like back indoors. "I've returned to discuss matters with you. The task here is rather urgent, and we need to expedite the process. We have about a week left. If you have other commitments, you may opt to terminate the task early and return, though your task points will be halved. Alternatively, you can continue to wait here, and we will return together once the task is completed. I have applied for accommodations on the next level, which offers better facilities, including a dedicated training room for your use." "Oh, we have to wait," Zhang Chong exclaimed, clearly the most distressed among them, as he was not one to remain idle for long. "You may consider your options, whether to stay or leave. Let me know your decision shortly," Like said before retreating to his room for some much-needed rest after several days of continuous work. Li Jun gathered the others together. After some deliberation, it was ultimately decided that they must remain, not for any other reason but to accumulate points. This was also the ultimate objective for Li Jun and his team in accepting this task. During the discussions, Zhang Chong expressed his dissent. However, the other 4 unanimously agreed, rendering his objections futile. In the end, Li Jun resolved that upon descending to the next level, they would commence their training regimen focused on cultivating patience. This prospect caused him considerable distress, as he detested a life devoid of activity. It was precisely this flaw that had led to his singular failure in marksmanship during his military tenure, not due to lack of skill, but rather his impatience and inability to remain still. Ultimately, Bai Chi's team also resolved to stay, which brought Li Jun a moment of joy. After all, a larger group meant a livelier atmosphere, and he could train alongside Bai Chi. He discerned that Bai Chi's skills surpassed his own, particularly in the use of cold weapons. That evening, the group descended to the lower level with Like. After providing a few instructions, Like continued his work in the deepest section. Once Like departed, Li Jun felt an urge to follow him down further, but ultimately restrained himself, based on Like's various behaviors since their arrival at the peak. This place appeared to be a clandestine base, off-limits to outsiders. Such locations typically housed security robots, and being caught would spell trouble. After arranging several training subjects for the coming days, he approached Bai Chi, requesting to be taught the techniques of cold weaponry. Although Li Jun's skills had significantly improved over the years, they still fell short when faced with true experts or advanced beasts. Bai Chi merely advised him that practice makes perfect, admitting he was not well versed in cold weapon techniques himself. However, he did share some close combat fighting techniques. Helping Li Jun appear less rigid than before, his movements with the broadsword became more fluid. Nevertheless, Li Jun felt somewhat dissatisfied, longing for the diverse martial arts he once had, lamenting that he had to flail about without structure. He resolved to study his previous materials thoroughly, searching for any applicable techniques to share with the others, except Zhang Chong, who did not require them. On the same day of their descent, Li Jun confined Zhang Chong to a small room, instructing him to stay put and manage his patients while having his meals and accommodations within the confines. He would be released upon completion of this task. Despite Zhang Chong's loud protests, Li Jun coldly locked the door behind him. 2 days later, while training with the others in the training room, Xiao Mumu approached him. Brother Li Jun, I have something to discuss with you. Li Jun glanced at Xiao Mumu, keenly aware of what she wished to convey. That day, in front of everyone, Xiao Mumu had subdued the Azure Eagle, showcasing her unique abilities to all. Li Jun had intended to seek her out, but she had been avoiding him in recent days, thus he refrained from pursuing her. Since Xiaomu is willing to showcase her ability to others, it indicates that she has likely come to terms with it and is prepared to unveil this secret. Only Li Jun and Sun Qian are aware of Xiaomu's extraordinary skill, and they did not anticipate the significant intimidation it would impose on the mutated beasts. Li Jun smiled at Xiaomu and said, "All right," as he led her to an uninhabited area. Chapter 15. Lu Hui at this moment. Li Jun clearly understood what Xiaomu wished to convey. They settled onto a bench in the corner. "Brother Li Jun, you must already know about my situation, right?" Xiaomu inquired, her large eyes blinking earnestly at him. This clever girl was quite perceptive. "Yes, I have known for some time. However, I refrained from mentioning it to you, as I understood it was your secret. If you had wished for us to know, you would have disclosed it yourself. Just like this time, you revealed your ability. Didn't you?" Li Jun responded with a smile. "Well, I'm not entirely sure how this ability came to be. It has simply existed for the past few years, and it seems to have no adverse effects on my health. I was hesitant to speak of it before because I feared you might regard me as a monster, which is why I kept it to myself," Xiaomu explained, her demeanor shifting as she spoke. Li Jun gazed affectionately at the little girl, gently stroking her hair. "Silly child, how could that be? We are family now. No one would ever consider you a monster." Xiaomu smiled brightly. "I knew that brother Li Jun and everyone would treat me the best." She giggled, wrapping her arms around Li Jun's waist. He had never been embraced by a girl before, and he felt his cheeks flush crimson. "All right, Xiaomu, I have a few questions for you," Li Jun said. Xiaomu nodded eagerly. "Yes, go ahead. When did this ability manifest? How did it come about?" Li Jun had long been curious about this query, but had hesitated to ask. Xiaomu pondered for a moment before responding. "Actually, I am not entirely certain. Just before my parents and I set off for the underground city, I inexplicably felt unwell and developed a high fever. It eventually subsided on its own, and my parents thought it was just a common fever. After I recovered, they took me along to the underground city." At this point, Xiaomu hesitated, clearly recalling some distressing memories. "You know what happened next? My parents were killed by the mutated beasts during that incident. I vaguely remember being terrified, as my parents shielded me with their bodies." Tears streamed down Xiaomu's cheeks as she recounted her story. "When I opened my eyes, I saw a group of mutated beasts, but they seemed to fear me and did not approach. Later, I encountered you all. Initially, I was bewildered by the strange occurrences that began to manifest in me after a year." Li Jun gently wiped away Xiaomu's tears. "It's all right, don't cry. From now on, we are all your family." Li Jun comprehended the situation. Xiaomu's abilities had likely emerged following her illness. It was precisely this power that instilled fear in the mutated beasts. Had she discovered it sooner, her parents might have been spared from the claws of those creatures. Yet, a lingering question remained. Which specific ability of Xiaomu's could invoke such terror in the mutated beasts? This inquiry could be explored at a later time. All was well. She had matured and possessed this remarkable ability. Henceforth, she would accompany them on missions, stepping into Lu Jia's role. Xiaomu nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I shall protect you all with great diligence." With a playful grin, she added, "Hee. Now, you are still young. Go join them for some training to bolster your physique." Li Jun remarked with a smile. After nodding in agreement, Xiaomu dashed off towards Sun Qian. In the underground city, at the Lord's office on the second floor, Xieli sat behind his desk. "Report," he commanded, placing down the documents in his hands and looking towards the door. "Come in." A figure entered. It was Biao Hu. "What brings you here?" "Speak," Xieli requested, retrieving his papers once more. "Chief, the laboratory has been constructed. The equipment and personnel are now in place. Would you like to take a look?" Biao Hu informed him. "Oh, so swiftly completed?" Xieli expressed surprise, glancing at the clock. 3 days have already passed. I've been so busy that I lost track of time. Let us go and see." With that, he rose from his seat, and Biao Hu followed him downstairs. The pair journeyed to a military base occupying 2,000 square meters in the northwest corner, surrounded by sturdy walls. Biao Hu approached the entrance first, pressing his fingerprint against the scanner. With a couple of clicks, the 15-centimeter thick door slid open. They stepped inside, only to be met by 8 guards who swiftly raised their firearms at them. "Password," one guard demanded loudly. "Meng Hu," Biao Hu replied. "Xiong," came the retort. "Completed." After exchanging the password, Biao Hu led Xieli further inside. "Impressive. Your subordinates exhibit high vigilance, Li complimented Biaohu. Chief, do not jest with me. Everyone knows I am still a soldier molded by you. I have yet to fully grasp all that you have taught, Biaohu replied humorously. I taught you all that was necessary. How well you comprehend it depends on your own efforts. As the current commander of the nation's elite special forces, Biaohu was acutely aware of the capabilities of the elder before him. The records of achievements were not mere happenstance. Alas, it is a pity. Guangxi was far more exceptional than you in those days, he lamented. However, it is of little consequence. What he is currently engaged in also contributes to the nation's welfare. Upon hearing that name, Biaohu felt a twitch in his right eyelid. Despite Biaohu's imposing and robust appearance, Li Guangxi was undeniably a peculiar individual. In the past, he had always been the perennial second in the presence of Li Guangxi. Li Guangxi was, apart from the elderly gentleman before him, the person he most admired in terms of military prowess. Of course, it was no longer limited to military affairs. He had embarked on constructing spacecraft. He recalled the last time they met when Li Guangxi had given him a thorough thrashing. According to Li Guangxi, it was merely a friendly sparring session. Biao Lao Air, he had said, stay vigilant here. Once I complete the spacecraft, I shall return. At that moment, Biao, who had nodded in pain, hastily agreeing. There was no way to retaliate. He was outmatched and outclassed in intellect. Years had passed, and there was still no sign of him. Biao, who understood that the spacecraft was not yet finished. Once it was, he would undoubtedly return. As they conversed, they entered the newly constructed experimental facility. The facility spanned 2,000 square meters, constructed with materials that rendered it impervious to scrutiny, and consisted of a single story. Upon entering, Jelly observed a flurry of activity, with personnel bustling about and the rhythmic beeping of various instruments resonating throughout, a scene of industriousness. Jelly nodded to himself in approval. At that moment, a woman in a lab coat approached him. Lu Hui, a leading biologist in the national military, now oversaw this establishment. In her 40s, with a standard short hairstyle, the most striking feature was the dark circles beneath her eyes, indicative of insufficient rest. She approached Jelly and rendered a precise military salute. Jelly returned the gesture and lowered his hand. Xiao Lu, are you satisfied with this place? Lu Hui smiled at Jelly and nodded. Chief, it is excellent here. The instruments are well equipped. As long as you are satisfied. However, do not overexert yourself. Health is paramount. If your health falters, you will be unable to conduct any research. Yes, Chief, I will be mindful of my schedule. And please, do not call me Chief. It feels rather awkward. Your husband is not as conventional as you. Lu Hui chuckled softly. Jelly continued. The mission has just commenced, and the facility has only recently been completed. If there are any shortcomings, please feel free to express them. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Lu Hui pondered for a moment. Chief, the current laboratory is well equipped, but we lack sufficient genetic specimens for our research. Would it be possible to requisition some from other cities? We do not require an excessive amount. Approximately 5,000 variants would suffice. Jelly contemplated her request, aware that while 5,000 specimens did not seem excessive, acquiring such a diverse range was quite challenging. After all, the current variants would have been classified as protected species in the past. To suddenly retrieve 5,000 types might lead to the extinction of certain species. After a moment of reflection, he raised his head to address Lu Hui. Certainly, I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests. After all, your endeavors contribute to the advancement of humanity, and I believe those in higher authority would concur. Lu Hui expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you so much. Jelly smiled and replied, Oh, there's no need for such formalities. I should be the one thanking you. He continued with a smile. You two are now the hopes of our nation. The entire population of billions is counting on you. Lu Hui assured, We will not disappoint anyone's expectations. I have faith in myself, and I trust him. She then inquired, Have you met Guangxi? Jelly nodded. I saw him at the last meeting. You weren't present then. Lu Hui felt a pang of disappointment. It had been 5 or 6 years since they had last met. They had 2 children, and it had been nearly 8 years since she had seen them. When they were called upon in a time of crisis, they were assigned different tasks and, for reasons of confidentiality, had not even informed their children. That separation had stretched into 8 years. The couple had also drifted apart, having been separated for 5 years. Jelly added, The last time was during a critical moment when I was observing an experimental subject, so I couldn't go. He reassured her. The contributions of you two will be remembered by the nation. However, our primary task is to complete our respective missions. Time is of the essence, do you understand? Lu Hui collected her emotions, replacing her sadness with determination. Yes, Commander, I assure you I will complete the mission. Jelly acknowledged her commitment with a nod. Additionally, I have some good news for you. Your two children are doing well and are currently safe. It seems they are with Guanxi. Lu Hui's eyes widened in surprise. Have they met? Jie shook his head. No, they haven't met. They are merely there on a mission. Guanxi likely does not know they have arrived. Lu Hui chuckled softly. It seems those two children are quite industrious. Indeed, they are two diligent young men. At that moment, a girl in a research outfit approached Lu Hui. Director Lu, someone is looking for you. It appears to be from the country. Lu Hui nodded in acknowledgement. All right, Xiaoqing. Please show the commander around. I will join you shortly. Understood, Yanqing replied. Commander, this way please. I will show you our experimental results. Very well, lead the way. Young lady, Jie said with a smile. Lu Hui turned back to her office to connect with the overseas video call from the country. Chapter 16. The emergence of abilities. Upon establishing the video call, a woman in her late 20s with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared on the screen. Oh, Teacher Lu Hui, hello? It has been a long time. Lu Hui smiled at the figure before her. Yes, Miranda, what prompted you to think of me? Lu Hui recognized her as a former student from abroad with whom she had shared a close bond, akin to a friendship that transcends age. However, after returning to her homeland, they had lost touch. Teacher Lu, I've missed you so much. Miranda exclaimed. Lu Hui smiled wryly. You remain just as you were. So, what brings you to think of me today? Well, teacher, I truly have something of great importance to discuss. However, this matter is so extraordinary that I find it difficult to articulate. Please, be concise. You know how busy I am, Lu Hui replied. Miranda took a deep breath and exhaled. All right, teacher. After my graduation, I joined a biological research facility in our country. Following the Great War, mutated beasts inexplicably emerged. I presume similar occurrences have transpired on your end as well? Lu Hui nodded slightly, affirming without interruption. Alongside the other teachers, we are studying these mutated species. I suspect your current endeavors align closely with ours. Lu Hui was not surprised that Miranda was aware of her present projects. After the war, many exceedingly confidential matters had been disclosed among nations, rendering further concealment unnecessary. She simply nodded in tacit agreement with Miranda's observations. In truth, none of this is particularly secretive anymore, Miranda continued. Lu Hui refrained from interrupting. She recognized that while her student often rambled, her expertise was indeed commendable. She awaited Miranda's continuation. Suddenly, Miranda vanished for a brief moment, only to reappear holding a drink. Lu Hui chuckled. It seems you have yet to abandon your fondness for beverages. Miranda took a delightful sip. Teacher, I fear this habit is irredeemable. Allow me to proceed with my report. The subsequent matters are rather classified and ideally should not be shared with other nations. Lu Hui remained silent. Teacher, I trust that with your disposition, you will find this utterly fascinating, Miranda said with a teasing smile as she sipped her drink. Last week, a corpse of a mutated beast was delivered to our lab. Initially, we paid it no mind, as we possessed numerous methods to eliminate these creatures. However, we soon grew puzzled. Lu Hui raised an eyebrow, puzzled by what? Miranda continued. The manner of its death was peculiar. There were no external or internal injuries, as if it had simply aged naturally. Yet, our analysis indicated it was in its prime and should not have succumbed to old age. Ultimately, an autopsy revealed that its brain and heart seemed to have ceased functioning instantaneously. Lu Hui pondered. In simpler terms, it was scared to death? Well, yes and no. Miranda replied. If it had died of fright, its facial expression would have reflected that, appearing quite agitated. So, how then did it meet its end? Miranda smiled. It committed suicide. Lu Hui was taken aback. Suicide? Ah, teacher, Lu Hui exclaimed. When we first learned of this outcome, your expression mirrored ours. Miranda quickly interjected. Please, do tell us what transpired. Patience, dear teacher, Miranda urged, taking a sip of her drink. To label it a suicide would not be entirely accurate. However, our ultimate conclusion aligns with that notion. Just yesterday, a young boy was brought to our research facility, approximately 11 years of age. He is the one who ended the creature's life. Lu Hui appeared bewildered. So, it was indeed a case of murder? Miranda urged her to listen. Oh, teacher, let me finish. Upon his arrival, the boy recounted the events leading up to this. According to him, on that fateful day, he encountered the mutated beast in the forest. Initially terrified, he soon realized that the creature was too afraid to approach him, regarding him with an almost fearful gaze. Encouraged by this, he ventured closer, and the beast, rather than attacking or retreating, lay submissively at his feet. Gaining confidence, the boy reached out to touch the creature, which remained motionless, uncertain yet emboldened. He believed himself quite formidable, as he began to tame the beast as one would a dog. After some time of play, an audacious thought crossed his mind. He issued the creature a final command, to take its own life. Miranda concluded her account in one breath. Lu Hui, taken aback, processed the revelation. So, the child exerted control over the beast, compelling it to end its own life? Miranda nodded. One could interpret it that way. Moreover, through our research from yesterday until today, we have unearthed even more astonishing revelations. What sort of revelations? Lu Hui inquired. The boy's genetic makeup has undergone mutations, seemingly granting him abilities beyond those of ordinary humans. In essence, he possesses extraordinary powers. Extraordinary powers? Supernatural abilities? Lu Hui pondered aloud. Exactly, supernatural abilities, Miranda affirmed eagerly. If this is indeed the case, it would be remarkable. Miranda appeared perplexed. Teacher, what makes this so advantageous? Lu Hui responded earnestly. Consider the implications if we could harness such abilities through technology and replicate them in others. Miranda was momentarily speechless, her drink forgotten in her hand. Yet, her intellect shone through. After all, she was not foolish, or she would not have been admitted to the research facility. Wow. Teacher, if this is possible, humanity. Lu Hui quickly placed a finger to her lips. Shoo. Miranda understood the cue and refrained from continuing, though the astonishment in her heart was unmistakable. By the way, Miranda, do you mind sharing this information with me? Miranda shook her head. Teacher, it's no trouble at all. You see, in the past few days, aside from that boy, we have discovered several others, each exhibiting varying degrees of genetic mutation and possessing unique abilities. I wish to express that since we possess such capabilities here, your country must also have them. I merely wanted to give you advance notice. It is nothing significant. Lu Hui nodded in agreement. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while before ending the video call. At that moment, Lu Hui's heart swelled with excitement. If, as Miranda suggested, our nation also harbors such individuals, she began to formulate a bold plan. Having previously exchanged information with Miranda, she was indifferent to whether the antiquated minds at the National Institute of Biological Research would take action. No, I must report this promptly. Lu Hui hurried out, taking swift strides, and soon reached the side of Jieli. At that moment, Jieli was reviewing the results of recent experiments. Upon seeing Lu Hui approach, he remarked, Xiao Lu, well done. Your progress cannot be deemed rapid, yet it is not slow either. Keep it up. I believe you will succeed before we depart. Lu Hui gasped for breath, responding, Yes, Chief. I assure you it will be accomplished. After Jieli spoke, he prepared to leave with Biao Hu. Chief, wait. I have matters to report to you. Jieli turned around, intrigued. Oh, what is it? Lu Hui gestured toward the office behind her. Let us discuss it in the office. Jieli perceived the importance of the matter and nodded. Very well. Ahu, wait for me here. With that, he followed Lu Hui into the office. For the next hour or so, Lu Hui conveyed the message sent by Miranda and outlined her final intentions. After listening, Jieli did not immediately express his stance. He merely stated he would consider it and relay his thoughts to Lu Hui afterward. Following this, Jieli departed with Biao Hu. Lu Hui understood the urgency of the situation and returned to the laboratory to continue her previous research. After 5 days of waiting, Li Jun and his companions were finally joined by Lei Ku and the others. After notifying Li Jun and Bai Qi, they prepared to return. The group retraced their steps, journeying back to the city. After bidding farewell to Bai Qi and the others, they boarded the hovering train, making their way to the city. Throughout the journey, none of the five spoke a word. Even the usually jovial Xiao Mu sat quietly in his seat. Zhang Chong, seated alone, lit a cigarette. Although smoking was prohibited on the train, Li Jun chose not to intervene. Instead, he approached, took out a cigarette of his own, lit it, and began to smoke beside Zhang Chong. If it's troubling you, speak your mind, Li Jun suggested. Zhang Chong turned his gaze toward the window, the ember of his cigarette slowly burning away. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, tears streamed down his cheeks, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Why him? Why not me? Zhang Chong choked out. Li Jun comprehended the meaning behind his words. He sat up, stifling the tears that welled in his eyes. Brother, I understand the bond you share. There is no need for further elaboration. From now on, we are united as one. I shall ensure that such occurrences do not transpire again. After speaking, Li Jun took a deep drag from his cigarette, only to choke slightly. Zhang Chong uttered not a single word, his gaze fixed on the window, silently shedding tears. The cigarette in his hand burned slowly until he finally came to his senses, extinguishing it. I have always regarded him as a younger brother, he lamented, and he has always been as delicate as a girl, afraid of pain. Upon uttering these words, this man broke down in tears, cradling his head. Li Jun embraced him, assuring him that he would no longer fear pain and could finally rest properly. Zhang Chong's sobs intensified. Sun Qian, nearby, also shed silent tears, while Xiao Mu clung tightly to Sun Qian in fear. Li Lin gazed out at the rushing scenery, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of desolation. At the city's underground station, the group disembarked and boarded a train heading back to the city. By the time they arrived, 3 hours had elapsed. As they stepped off the train, Zhang Chong swiftly wiped away the traces of tears from his face. The 5 of them proceeded towards the task hall. Upon seeing them, Zhao Ming, as usual, assisted in exchanging their points, though she found it peculiar that today, all had come together while Lu Jie was notably absent. Lu Jie shared a close bond with Zhang Chong, and as Sun Qian was his girlfriend, their relationships were amicable. Though Lu Jie often presented himself as somewhat of a playboy, he was not entirely unlikable. She casually inquired, "Where's Lu Jie? Has he decided to take a day off?" Silence enveloped the group. Zhang Chong approached Zhao Ming to explain briefly. After completing their tasks, Li Jun returned home, while Sun Qian and Xiao Mumu headed back to their room. As for Lu Jie's name tag, Li Jun chose not to archive it, but entrusted it to Zhang Chong for safekeeping. Zhao Ming finished work early that day and accompanied Zhang Chong back to his room. She could sense that his mood was quite somber. Despite his outward demeanor resembling the usual, the facade could not deceive her. Once in his room, Zhang Chong locked himself in the bathroom. Zhao Ming refrained from disturbing him and instead tidied up the room. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, followed by soft sobs. Hearing his cries, Zhao Ming's heart ached. "Xiangzi, open the door," she called, knocking gently. The door remained locked from within. "I'm fine. Just taking a shower," came Zhang Chong's choked reply. "All right, take your time. I'll wait for you to come out." Zhao Ming settled onto the sofa, awaiting Zhang Chong's emergence. She held a genuine fondness for Zhang Chong, appreciating his honest and steadfast nature. Although his skin had darkened from his time in the military, she found this trait appealing, believing that a sun-kissed complexion signified health. She understood that Zhang Chong was deeply sentimental, and he would likely grapple with the emotional weight of Lu Jie's death for an extended period. After half an hour, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing Zhang Chong in loose-fitting attire. Zhao Ming approached him, pouring a glass of water. "Here, drink this," she offered. Zhang Chong accepted the glass with a grateful, "Thank you." With her hands on her hips, Zhao Ming chided, "Are we being polite with each other now?" Zhang Chong managed a faint smile. "Xiangzi, I know you're hurting, but we must look forward. As your brother, Lu Jie wouldn't want you to remain in this state, would he?" Zhang Chong remained silent, fiddling with the water glass. Zhao Ming's frustration began to surface. "I understand the depth of your bond. What you need to do now is not to dwell in despair, but to find your strength again. I know all this. Just give me some time, and I will be all right," Zhang Chong replied. Zhao Ming nodded. "Fine. I won't pressure you, but I hope you can return to your former self. We are all struggling with Lu Jie's passing. Don't continue like this. It worries everyone." Zhang Chong acknowledged her with a soft Zhao Ming glanced at him and sat beside him. "What do you feel like eating? I'll prepare something for you. Although energy bars can stave off hunger, they lack flavor. Let me whip up a couple of dishes for you to enjoy." Suddenly, Zhang Chong embraced her. "Thank you, Zhao Ming." She playfully pushed him away, standing up. "Just sit there and wait. Watch me showcase my culinary skills today." With a cheeky grin, she elicited a faint smile from Zhang Chong. After an hour and a half of effort, Zhao Ming triumphantly presented 2 dishes. Zhang Chong eyed the dark, unidentifiable mounds before him, awkwardly asking, "What exactly is this?" Zhao Ming pointed to one plate, stating, "That is stir-fried potatoes. And the other is stir-fried cabbage. Given that we are all on a vegetarian diet, it's not that we don't eat meat, but the available meat has mutated. Can this truly be called potatoes and cabbage?" Zhang Chong responded, somewhat speechless. Zhao Ming's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Are you not going to eat?" Zhang Chong's enthusiasm waned momentarily. "I will eat," he declared, picking up his chopsticks and lifting a piece to his mouth. Zhao Ming watched him with eager anticipation. After chewing a few bites, she asked, "So, how is it?" "This is my first attempt at cooking." "Not bad," he replied, "though it may not look appealing. The flavor is surprisingly good. You should try some." Zhang Chong handed Zhao Ming a pair of chopsticks. "Humph, I have no appetite even looking at it." Zhao Ming firmly declined. Zhang Chong was momentarily speechless. "You aren't eating, and yet you compel me to do so? Well, since it's delicious, you might as well finish it. Consider it a reward from me," she insisted. Zhang Chong, unable to keep hold of the chopsticks, let them slip from his grasp and hurriedly picked them up. Observing his clumsiness brought a smile to Zhao Ming's face, as it seemed his mood had lifted from the earlier gloom. In no time at all, Zhang Chong polished off 2 servings of the unappealing yet surprisingly tasty dishes. At least they had flavor, far superior to those dry energy bars. Once finished, he prepared to light a cigarette, a habit he had cultivated during his time in the military. "Not so fast," Zhao Ming interjected, snatching the cigarette from him. "Smoking is harmful to your health." You should quit. Zhang Chong scratched his head sheepishly. I know it's bad, but I can get treatment now. It's fine. Even if you can treat it. You still shouldn't tea smoke. It stinks. Zhao Ming retorted. All right. Zhang Chong acquiesced with a nod. The two sat in companionable silence, occasionally engaging in light conversation. Normally, after every mission, Zhang Chong would regale Zhao Ming with tales of the thrills and perils he faced. However, they both tacitly agreed to avoid discussing the latest mission. After spending over 2 hours together, Zhao Ming rose to leave. She had her own room, and despite being in a romantic relationship, they did not live together. Seeing her prepare to depart, Zhang Chong also stood. All right, I'll head back. Please tidy up a bit while I'm gone. This place looks like a pigsty, he remarked, scratching his head and grinning. Is that your way of inviting me to do your chores? Zhao Ming shot back, playfully swatting at him. After a brief tussle, they both collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Zhao Ming straightened up to tidy the area. I'm leaving now, it's getting late. Zhang Chong, glancing at her, hesitated. Well, since it's late, why not stay here? Zhao Ming's face was a canvas of confusion, her expression clearly questioning his suggestion. However, she caught him off guard, rendering him shy. Suddenly, realization dawned on her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. In the end, she decided to stay. But Zhang Chong took the sofa, while Zhao Ming retreated to the bedroom. Nothing untoward occurred between them. Indeed, nothing at all. Chapter 17. Li Lin's girlfriend. The following day, the lights atop the underground city gradually brightened, mimicking the rising sun. After waking, the two tidied themselves and prepared to venture out. As they descended the stairs, they encountered Li Lin, who immediately noticed the two had spent the night together. A malevolent smile suddenly appeared on Ma, directed at Zhang Chong, which left the usually jovial man with a deep flush of embarrassment. Zhao Ming remained silent, discreetly distancing herself to head to the mission center for work. Her role there was akin to that of Li Jun and his companions. She too earned points, albeit fewer, while enjoying the safety of remaining underground, far from the surface dangers. At that moment, Li Jun and Sun Qian, accompanied by the young Mu, descended as well. Upon spotting the duo, they approached and proposed. Let's go. Today we need not undertake any missions. Instead, we shall seek someone to craft a weapon for Sun Qian. With the burgeoning population of gatherers in each underground city and the corresponding rise in demand for cold weapons, facilities for weapon manufacturing had been established. One could either select from the pre-crafted items or bring their own raw materials for processing. The group arrived at a large factory located on the outskirts of the underground city. Within the factory, counters reminiscent of retail operations were present. Li Jun guided Sun Qian to the counter, where they filled out a registration form and handed over a pair of eagle claws and a beak to the registrar. Ultimately, they deducted 10,000 points from their account as the crafting fee. Nowadays, points had become the universal currency within the underground city. In accordance with Sun Qian's vision, they sketched the desired weapon and submitted it for production. After completing all the necessary formalities, the four of them settled in the hall to wait. Li Jun turned to Sun Qian and inquired, "What kind of weapon did you just draw?" Sun Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. She perceived Li Jun's question as a subtle jab at her artistic skills. "Can't you tell?" she retorted. Li Jun, feeling somewhat awkward, admitted, "I genuinely couldn't discern much, other than that it appeared elongated." Sun Qian rolled her eyes at him. "I named it the reincarnation claw." Li Jun responded with a soft "oh." Sun Qian elaborated, "My concept involves connecting the eagle claws with tiger sinew, allowing for elasticity. I envision launching it from a distance during combat. Have you seen the lassoing technique?" "Yes, I know," Li Jun nodded. "It's quite similar to that motion." "It was that very action which inspired the creation of the reincarnation claw," she explained. Li Jun grasped the idea. By connecting the eagle claws with sinew, one could hold one end and throw the other to strike at an enemy, thereby maintaining a safe distance. He nodded appreciatively. "That sounds promising." Sun Qian continued. "As for the eagle beak, I intend to fashion it into a pair of daggers." Li Jun nodded in agreement. Just then, a staff member approached them in the hall. Addressing Sun Qian, "Madam Sun Qian, your weapon has been crafted. Please sign to receive it." With that, they extended a retractable box towards her. The box, though modest in size, measured precisely 2 centimeters as a perfect cube. Upon seeing it, Li Jun was reminded of his own ink void. He too intended to create a weapon that could be similarly compact, and thus hurried to the reception desk to complete the necessary paperwork before presenting his weapon. He then returned to stand beside Sun Qian, observing her as she opened the box to reveal 2 sets of weapons, the reincarnation claw and the mother and child dagger. He watched as the staff member received the weapons, explained their usage, and then departed. Sun Qian pressed a tiny button on one side of the eagle claw, and to their astonishment, The reincarnation claw began to transform, expanding rapidly. Within a mere second, it elongated into a shape of 3 meters in length. Li Jun approached for a closer inspection. Remarkably, the addition of metal elements to the tiger's sinew allowed for versatile transformations. It could soften for ranged attacks or harden to shrink the sinew into a 2-meter-long close combat weapon. This dual functionality was a delightful surprise for Li Jun, and Sun Qian exclaimed in joy. Before long, a staff member returned with Li Jun's ink void. "Sir, I apologize, but due to the unique material of your weapon, we could only produce it in this form," he said, his expression tinged with regret. Li Jun observed the ink void in the staff member's hands. Although it had been reduced in size, it was not as diminutive as Sun Qian's. It had shrunk from approximately 1.5 meters to around 30 centimeters. "That's all right. This size is still quite convenient," Li Jun replied, accepting the ink void. He understood the limitations imposed by the unique material, recognizing that this was likely the maximum reduction achievable. He then secured the ink void at his waist, finding it much easier to carry than before. "Sir, since the order is incomplete, we can refund you some points," the staff member offered, leading Li Jun through the necessary procedures. Sun Qian carefully stowed her weapons in her clothing's storage box and called out to Li Lin and Zhang Chong. Together with Xiao Mu, the 4 of them waited by the entrance for Li Jun. Before long, Li Jun emerged. "All right, let's take a break for today and return to our rooms. Tomorrow, we will head to the training facility within the city," he announced. Li Lin and Zhang Chong departed for their rooms. "Are you not returning?" Sun Qian inquired. "I'll take a look at the training facility first to draft a plan," Li Jun replied. "I'll go with you," Sun Qian insisted. "Me too," Xiao Mu chimed in. "Very well, let us go." As the host, Li Jun experienced newfound freedom. Unencumbered by previous restrictions, he summoned a self-guided vehicle, uncertain of the exact location of the training facility. The 3 boarded the vehicle, and after selecting their destination, it set off. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the underground city's training facility. Upon entering, they were surprised to find a considerable crowd, with at least 1,000 individuals present. However, there were still some vacant spots. This training room could accommodate nearly 10,000 people. Li Jun approached the registration desk and pressed his fingerprint. Instantly, the projection screen displayed all his information, along with that of his team members. Li Jun, male, 22 years old, captain of the 185th Extraction Squad, owner of Building 11 in Area 15, weapon, a black longsword, among other details. Below, the information of Li Lin, Sun Qian, Zhang Chong, and Lu Jie was listed. Zai Oma's information had yet to be registered. Upon entering the hall, Li Jun selected several items to test. They were quite satisfactory. He chose a few specific training modules. Sun Qian exhibited commendable flexibility, seemingly having studied dance in that realm, and it was evident from her tasks over the years that she possessed a foundation in martial arts. However, it was clear that her strength was lacking. Therefore, Li Jun selected several training subjects aimed at enhancing her explosive power. As for Li Lin, Li Jun knew his younger brother inside out. He was competent in various aspects and seldom made mistakes, though he was prone to impulsiveness. After a thorough search in the training room, Li Jun could not find an appropriate fit for him and decided to forego that pursuit, opting instead for a few modules to strengthen his arm strength. As Li Lin wielded a long whip made from bear tendons, Zhang Chong was particularly easy to design a plan for. His skills were commendable across the board, though he lacked patience. After selecting some strength-enhancing projects for him, Li Jun also enrolled him in a 14-day confinement program. Zai Oma's abilities differed from the others, and Li Jun was uncertain how to enhance them. Ultimately, he decided to assign her as a little overseer, as there were no other tasks for her. With the plans established, the next morning, Li Jun gathered everyone and brought them to the training room. Following the predetermined roles, each took their place. Zai Omu had the lightest workload. She even brought some small toys, playfully threatening, "You all better do well. I'm the overseer assigned by Brother Li Jun. Be careful, or I'll tell on you." After saying this, she lowered her head and resumed playing with her toys. At that moment, Li Jun was in the mission hall. Upon entering the reception room, Zhao Ming noticed Li Jun's arrival and inquired, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be resting? Is there something you need?" Li Jun sat down on a chair and replied, "I came here to modify the team information." Zhao Ming quickly understood and nodded. "Oh, I see. Since the squad requires a minimum of 5 members and Lu Jie has left, I want to promote Xiaomo. Otherwise, the squad cannot be established." Zhao Ming responded, "Sure. I will change the name for you. Just bring her in next time to input her information." "Thank you," Li Jun said. Zhao Ming waved his hand dismissively. No need for such politeness. By the way, how is Zhang Chong doing today? Upon hearing Zhao Ming inquire about Zhang Chong, Li Jun struggled to contain his amusement, his nose twitching slightly. What happened to him? Zhao Ming asked, curious. Oh, he's fine. That's great, Li Jun quickly remarked. He could still vividly recall Zhang Chang's demeanor that morning. Upon arriving at the training room, he was brimming with enthusiasm and vigor. However, once Li Jun informed him about the task at hand, he took off in a flash. Had it not been for Xiao Mumu delivering a slight electric shock that left him momentarily stunned, they would have barely managed to catch up with him. After being incapacitated by the shock, he was carried into the confinement room by Li Jun and Li Lin. To this day, Li Jun cannot forget the fleeting expression of despair mixed with stubbornness in Zhang Chang's eyes. After sharing this anecdote with Zhao Ming, laughter welled up in Zhao Ming's eyes. Oh dear, you are all too cruel. How could you shock him? Zhao Ming jested. We had no choice. He was running far too swiftly, Li Jun explained. After Zhao Ming updated the necessary information, Li Jun boarded the guidance vehicle to return to the training room, promptly locating their team's designated area. Li Lin was diligently practicing his arm strength by performing one-handed push-ups, while Sun Qian focused on explosive power, engaged in weighted leg kicks and boxing, repeatedly striking a smart, force-measuring device. Li Jun then glanced at Xiao Mumu, who was absorbed in a projection computer, seemingly immersed in a puzzle game. Li Jun nodded. Although it was merely a game, it served to enhance her cognitive and concentration skills, which was commendable. He moved aside to select a training regimen aimed at increasing his arm strength. The day swiftly passed, and by 6 in the evening, they gathered their belongings in preparation to head home. Naturally, Zhang Chang remained confined. He had to endure a full 14 days before the door would be unlocked. Nevertheless, he would receive daily energy supplements to ensure he did not starve. As they arrived downstairs, Li Jun instructed Sun Qian, you take Mumu upstairs first. I'll check something in that room. He proceeded toward the solitary room previously occupied by the former building master. This room had been allocated to Li Jun following the demise of the previous master, yet he had not relocated, using it as his office instead. As the building master, there were numerous responsibilities to attend to each day, such as mediating disputes and monitoring the current population. It resembled the duties of a neighborhood committee member, dealing with an array of trivial matters. Li Jun compiled the day's data, noting that while there were no conflicts, the population was dwindling at an alarming rate. He murmured to himself, it seems the external survival conditions are becoming increasingly dire. Today alone, 2 individuals had failed to return. Sighing, he reflected on how the building's population had decreased from 100 when he arrived to just over 70 during his tenure, and now, after today's tally, only 60 remained. The pace of decline was accelerating. It appeared that the dangers outside had escalated, necessitating a more rigorous training regimen for them. After organizing the information, he stored it away and transmitted it wirelessly to the district master. Previously, data was sent weekly, but it seemed the higher-ups had recognized the urgency of the situation, prompting a change to every 2 days. After the transmission was completed, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Turning off the lights and locking the door, I prepared to return to my room. The illumination at the top of the underground city had transitioned from bright to a dim hue, simulating the fading light of the sun above ground. It was on the verge of extinguishing. As I was about to activate the fluorescent light overhead, I suddenly noticed a shadowy figure emerging from the building. I halted my movements, curious to discern who it was. Typically, at this hour, most individuals would be resting in their rooms. Even if they ventured outside, they would turn on the fluorescent lights for illumination. It was unusual to see someone sneaking out in the dark. Once the figure exited the building, they turned right and walked straight ahead. I followed cautiously, sensing that this direction led toward the city center. A thought crossed my mind. As we had established rules upon our arrival, ordinary citizens were prohibited from accessing the city center, and even I needed to submit a request to go there. I trailed the figure from a distance of about 50 meters, feeling confident I wouldn't lose them. As the area outside was deserted, with a quick infrared scan, I would easily locate them. After a short while, the figure came to a halt. I stood at a distance, observing. The more I scrutinized, the more familiar the silhouette appeared, yet I could not immediately recall who it was. Soon, another individual approached and engaged in conversation with the first. A sense of embarrassment washed over me. It turned out to be a clandestine rendezvous. Was there truly a need for such secrecy? I decided to retreat, aimlessly wandering back, when suddenly, a realization struck me. I smacked my forehead. Li Lin. That person bore a striking resemblance to Li Lin, and the building unit was the same. A chuckle escaped my lips, acknowledging that he had indeed grown up. However, I could not confirm it was him just yet, so I returned to the office and crouched by the entrance to wait. After a while, the figure returned. I feigned a busy demeanor as I walked back, and we crossed paths. To my surprise, it was indeed that young man. Hey, I didn't expect it to be you, I exclaimed, recognizing him instantly. "Brother? You haven't returned yet?" Li Lin appeared anxious, as if caught in the act of wrongdoing. "Just finished up. What brings you out at this hour?" I opted not to confront him directly. I couldn't sleep, so I just came down for a stroll. "I'll head back now," he replied, lowering his head as he hurried inside. I watched Li Lin's retreating figure and smiled. That boy had matured. I was fairly certain that the individual I had seen earlier was indeed Li Lin. Ever since childhood, he had stuttered whenever he lied. If he was speaking smoothly now, it was quite telling. Nonetheless, I brushed it aside. After all, he was my younger brother, and I felt a sense of joy knowing he was capable of courting someone. Since our parents' passing, I had taken on a paternal role in caring for him. In the past, Li Lin had harbored some reservations about Sun Qian and Xiao Mumu. Over the past few years, the relationship has improved significantly. Early the next morning, the quartet ventured to the training room. Thus, they engaged in training during the day and enjoyed restful nights. Unbeknownst to them, 10 days had swiftly passed. During this time, Li Jun expressed a desire to undertake missions to earn points. However, with Zhang Chong still confined, they remained unaware of his circumstances within. That evening, after Li Jun completed the data transmission in the office, it was nearing 11 o'clock when he noticed Li Lin lurking furtively outside. Li Jun had grown accustomed to this behavior, as it appeared Li Lin ventured out at this hour daily for clandestine rendezvous. After pondering for a moment, Li Jun chose not to follow but returned to the office, patiently awaiting Li Lin's return. Calculating the time, an hour later, Li Jun secured the door and waited by the roadside. In less than a minute, Li Lin's silhouette emerged from around the corner. Li Jun recognized it was Li Lin returning, having meticulously observed his schedule over the past few days. Li Lin, unaware of Li Jun's presence, was focused on his path home. Suddenly, Li Jun stood up, startling Li Lin. Upon closer inspection, Li Lin exclaimed, "Bro, what are you doing here? Haven't you gone home yet?" Li Jun replied nonchalantly, "I was specifically waiting for you." "Waiting for me? Is there something you need?" Li Lin asked, momentarily flustered, even forgetting to stutter. "What else could it be?" "I already know," Li Jun said, looking at Li Lin intently. "What? You know what?" Li Lin stammered, a hint of panic in his voice. Li Jun shook his head. "Brother, have you forgotten that you stutter whenever you lie?" He then took Li Lin's hand, declaring, "Come. Let us return to my room to discuss this." The two returned to Li Jun's room, where he poured a glass of water for Li Lin. "Here, drink this." Li Lin accepted the glass, but hesitated to sip. "Little Lin, you need not explain. I am already aware. I followed you that day. How long has it been?" Li Jun inquired. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Li Lin candidly admitted, "It has been over a month now." Li Jun, surprised, responded, "So you met before your last mission? Why didn't you tell your brother? It's not something to be ashamed of. In the future, I shall look out for you." Li Lin, feeling a bit shy, confessed, "We've known each other for a while, but we only defined our relationship a few days ago. I didn't know how to tell you. Enough of that. What is the girl's name, and how do you feel about her?" Li Lin took a sip of water and replied, "Her name is Yi. She is a very graceful young lady. I met her when I went to the plantation to exchange for some vegetables. She works there." As he spoke of this girl, Li Lin's demeanor brightened. Reminiscent of a love-struck suitor, his heart brimming with excitement. It was evident that Yi held a significant place in his heart. "Well, the name alone suggests she is a good girl, so treat her kindly. When will you bring her over?" "I would like to meet her," Li Jun remarked. "I understand. Perhaps in a couple of days," Li Lin replied. "It's getting late. You should return and rest," Li Jun said as he prepared to escort Li Lin home. However, Li Lin hesitated for a moment and remained still. "Brother, we shall leave our conversation here for today, but I have something else to discuss with you." Li Jun was somewhat surprised. It was rare for his younger brother to speak to him in such a formal manner. "What is it? Please, do tell." Chapter 18. The Elder, GU in a cosmic expanse millions of light years from Earth. A star with a diameter of several tens of millions of kilometers hovered in the void, its mass equivalent to that of over a dozen suns. This star twinkled, its light flickering in a mesmerizing dance, radiating a deep yellow hue. This celestial body was known as Yuhang. At its 4 cardinal points, for smaller stars, each exhibiting distinct colors, black, blue, red, and white, orbited Yuhang at a steady pace, resembling identical sentinels quietly guarding their master, respectively named Poison Star, Ice Star, Pace Star, and Grave Star. The primary star served as the dwelling of the Elder, the guardian of this star domain. Inside Yuhang, an expansive body of water stretched infinitely. The deep blue-black sea occasionally erupted with sounds of fury. Above, an artificial miniature star emitted a milky white glow, illuminating the sky within the star's interior. Hovering above, 5 points of light, akin to stars, remained suspended in the air. Upon closer inspection, they were the domain lord and four beings of varying forms. Each stood upon a hexagonal flying disk, from which the brilliant light emanated. Should the technology of these flying disks be imparted to the current inhabitants of Earth, the anti-gravity mechanisms present could elevate human civilization to a new echelon. Domain Lord, it appears that it cannot endure for much longer, stated a humanoid being with fiery red skin, nearly 3 meters tall, addressing the central figure, Gu. Gu is the guardian of this star domain, the very elder who held deep affections for Earth. The one speaking was one of his four attendants, known as Jiang Shuo, the overseer of the Pace Star. An Adafan, Jiang Shuo had been a prominent leader on the planet Adafa prior to joining Gu. Due to environmental devastation, Adafa had become uninhabitable for its population. During his travels through this star domain, Gu, moved by compassion, had brought them back and settled them on Pace Star, where Jiang Shuo became one of his four attendants. The remaining 3 individuals hailed from similar origins, each being a prominent leader of different planetary civilizations within this star region. They had been gathered by the epoch due to the devastation of their living environments and various other reasons. However, the notable distinction lay with the overseer of the Poison Star, who voluntarily allied with them, and among the 4 leaders, his civilization was classified as a secondary civilization, surpassing the others in terms of advancement. The sovereign of the Poison Star, known as Venom Spike, stood at a height akin to that of the others. At this moment, he occupied a position directly before the domain, shrouded in an enigmatic black mist that obscured his true visage. Yet, this illusion held no sway over the domain. This creature dares to show itself, Venom Spike remarked with disdain. It is fortunate we invested effort in cultivating it. Fear not, it will not endure for long. Interjected the master of the Burial Star, Soul Burial, whose pallid skin bore a somewhat morbid appearance. Despite this seemingly frail exterior, one should not underestimate him. As the sovereign of the Burial Star, all of his bodily organs, save for his head, were crafted from titanium alloy technology, housing an arsenal of weaponry within. Meanwhile, another figure, the master of the Ice Star, Ice Shard, stood silently to the side, motionless as though he were a statue of ice. The domain smiled faintly and addressed Venom Spike, saying, "There is no need for such agitation. As the first experimental subject, its failure is to be expected. Let us take it back for further examination. After all, it too likely wishes to avoid such a fate." Understood, the 4 responded with utmost reverence. They then turned their gaze towards the tumultuous sea beneath them. 15 minutes later, the surface of the ocean erupted with violent waves, towering nearly 200 meters skyward, crashing forcefully into the air. The 5 individuals, positioned 1,000 meters above the sea, felt the immense force of the ocean's breath, indicating the sheer power behind the waves. "Ah, this creature possesses considerable strength," Venom Spike remarked, his fiery temperament urging him to dive into the fray. However, Ice Shard restrained him with a mechanical shake of his head. Venom Spike withdrew his somewhat numb arm, rubbing it to alleviate the discomfort caused by Ice Shard's icy presence. The 2, being embodiments of fire and water respectively, naturally found proximity to be uncomfortable, let alone such physical contact. "Please refrain from touching me in the future. It is quite uncomfortable," Venom Spike stated. Ice Shard merely nodded in response. Not only was Venom Spike affected, but Ice Shard too felt the discomfort. Although he was not one to express it, he had briefly intervened earlier, confident that those below would manage the situation well, wishing to prevent Venom Spike from meddling. Despite their contrasting temperaments and physical natures, the bond between the 2 could be considered one of the more amicable among the quartet. The 5 resumed their silent observation of the tumult below. The 200-meter waves gradually subsided, yet before they fully vanished, another formidable surge arose from the depths. It is nearing its end, and it should muster its last ounce of strength for a final resistance. The Poison Spike gazed downward, a sinister voice emanating from him. The other 4 nodded slightly in agreement with his assertion. As the colossal waves gradually subsided, approximately 20 heads slowly emerged from the sea's surface, encircling a 10,000 square meter expanse of water. These 20 individuals ascended with deliberate slowness, their bodies enveloped in black, scaled attire, with only their faces exposed. Each person levitated slowly, gripping a black metallic cord in their hands. Once they had all taken to the air, the cords tightened gradually. Together, they exerted force, amplifying the power of the jetpacks beneath them. Suddenly, a massive creature emerged from the depths, its jet-black skin stretching nearly 3,000 meters in length. Its head was abnormally large, resembling a basketball magnified exponentially, while its tail extended long and slender, akin to 2 colossal paddles. At that moment, It was being drawn upward by the net formed by the black metallic cords held by the 20 fishermen, languid and powerless at the center of the vast web. Two glaring red eyes were fixed upon the 5 figures in the sky. It understood well that these individuals were responsible for its creation, transforming it into this monstrous form. All right, let us return it, Jiyu commanded, maneuvering the aircraft as he turned to fly in a specific direction. The other 3 followed suit, trailing Jiyu. The remaining ice ling lowered its altitude, casting a cold gaze upon the modified creature ensnared in the net. Return, was the succinct command, and it pivoted to pursue Jiyu and the others. The trailing 20 individuals secured their metallic cords to the clasps at the back of their attire. The leader shouted, "Rise, return." In perfect synchronization, the 20 ascended in height and followed Jiyu's direction. After their departure, the once tumultuous sea gradually regained its tranquility. Various small aquatic creatures began to re-emerge from all directions. The miniature stars in the sky also descended, illuminating this body of water brilliantly. The diverse marine life stirred with agitation. Once the miniature stars locked onto their position, they vanished with a swift motion. The sea returned to its former dimness, and the myriad of aquatic beings scattered in a state of panic. Thousands of kilometers away, another miniature star gradually ascended. Upon reaching an altitude of 20,000 meters, a milky luminescence dispersed the darkness that enveloped the space. Ji Yuan remained in slumber, sprawled across the 5-meter-wide bed like an octopus. As the light streamed through the window, she pouted sleepily, turning over to sit up. Rubbing her eyes, she muttered in annoyance, wishing for a bit more sleep. As I glanced at the time, I realized it was already 8:30 in the morning. Panic washed over me as I stuck out my tongue in dismay. Oh no, I was late. I leapt out of bed, my feet landing beside a metallic groove where I quickly selected my attire. Gradually, threads began to rise from the groove, weaving themselves into a perfectly tailored outfit that conformed to my figure. These threads were derived from a planet inhabited solely by plump, worm-like creatures, whose bodies produced this exquisite silk. Once extracted and placed in the intelligent weaving machine, one merely needed to stand upon it for a garment to be fashioned according to their physique. Today, I had chosen a qipao, a style I had admired centuries ago while accompanying my grandfather on a journey that took us past Earth, where I first beheld the graceful attire worn by its women. I found it utterly captivating and committed its design to memory, later inputting it into the weaving machine's database. Over the centuries, I had recorded thousands of styles during my travels with my grandfather, yet upon discovering the qipao, I had chosen to wear it ever since, feeling that all other styles paled in comparison. Once dressed, I stepped into the adjacent sterilization chamber. From the ceiling descended a circular tube, 8 centimeters in diameter. I pressed a button on the wall and watched as a bubble began to form, swelling larger until it was capable of enveloping a person. As it descended gently, I approached and stepped inside, where the bubble was filled with a liquid sterilizing agent. The cleansing liquid permeated every inch of my skin, annihilating the impurities accumulated overnight and sanitizing my mouth and face. Within mere seconds, I emerged, the process being instantaneous and efficient. Today marked my coming-of-age ceremony. After ensuring I was ready, I stood before a wall that had transformed from white stone into a mirror, quite pleased with my reflection. I prepared to depart, opening the door and making my way to the hall below. As I exited, the mirror reverted to its original stony appearance. Meanwhile, in the subterranean city of Earth, it had been 14 days since everyone had returned. Today was the day that Zhang Chang would finally emerge. In the final days, Li Jun had been pondering whether the confinement had been excessively prolonged. Would Zhang Chang be all right? Zhao Ming had also been urging him to release Zhang Chang, concerned that prolonged isolation might have adverse effects. However, the parameters of the confinement room had been set and were unalterable, leaving him powerless to intervene. He had refrained from visiting Zhang Chang during these 14 days, not out of cruelty, but from fear of being berated. Moreover, Zhao Ming had been persistently seeking him out, leaving him little opportunity to do so. Early that morning, he called upon the others, including Zhao Ming, and together they made their way to the training room. Standing at the threshold of the confinement room, I waited impatiently. Could you please open it already? What are you dawdling for? Zhao Ming urged. Li Jun, feeling helpless, replied. It's not that I don't want to open it, but the time hasn't arrived yet. We went in at 8 o'clock, and it's only 7:57 now. Not even a second early can I unlock it. Upon understanding this, Zhao Ming shot Li Jun a fierce glare. Sun Qian and Xiao Mu, standing nearby, stifled their laughter. Over the past few days, they had witnessed Zhao Ming's fierce demeanor and her feelings for Zhang Chang. This woman had been visiting Li Jun daily, leaving him so frightened that he would hide outside, afraid to return. How could he dare to go back? If caught, he would certainly face a barrage of criticism. As Li Jun endured Zhao Ming's penetrating gaze, he agonized through the final 3 minutes. Finally, the electronic timer on his wrist beeped. He quickly pressed his thumb against the fingerprint lock of the confinement room door. With a click, the door swung open. However, it was not as he had envisioned. He had imagined Zhang Chong would rush out, weeping and embracing him, or that Zhao Ming would emerge to lament her grievances over the past few days. Yet, there was nothing of the sort. Upon opening the door, aside from the glaring fluorescent lights and some essential supplies, there was no sign of Zhang Chong. Li Jun and the others exchanged puzzled glances and stepped inside. Li Jun scanned the room, still failing to see any trace of Zhang Chong. Has he vanished? Li Jun muttered. Zhao Ming ventured further inside, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. Li Jun noticed her reaction, sensing she must have discovered something. He approached her, and as expected, his own expression mirrored hers. To his surprise, Zhang Chong was hiding in the corner by the bed. Due to the angle, the group at the door had overlooked him. Li Jun moved to Zhang Chong's side and heard him mumbling, "I draw a circle to curse you. I draw a circle to curse you. I draw a circle to curse you," as he doodled small circles on the floor. The others, trailing behind Li Jun, observed Zhang Chong's peculiar behavior. Li Lin remarked, "He can't really be that daft, can he?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming immediately roared at Li Jun, "Look what you've done to him." Just as Li Jun was about to explain, Zhang Chong suddenly stood up and turned around. "Why are you here? Has the time arrived?" "Ah, wonderful, I can finally leave." Zhao Ming, somewhat bewildered, patted Zhang Chong's head. "Zhang Chong, are you all right? Don't scare me like that." Zhang Chong gently removed her hand. "What's wrong? I'm perfectly fine. Look, I've even gained some weight over the past few days." He then spun around to show everyone. "You're fine. But what was that just now?" Zhao Ming inquired, still concerned. "Oh, that? I was just bored and doodling circles to pass the time," Zhang Chong chuckled. Zhang Chong spoke while casting a furtive glance at Li Jun. "What were those words you mentioned?" Zhao Ming had yet to finish his sentence when Zhang Chong abruptly pulled him over and covered his mouth. "Huh, what did you say?" "I didn't say anything." "You must have misheard," Zhang Chong hastily replied. He was keen to avoid revealing that those words pertained to Li Jun. Otherwise, he feared he might not be able to leave today. "All right, time's up. Hurry and come with me," he urged. Li Jun was the first to hear Zhang Chong's words. How could he not know whom they referred to? He paid it no mind, beckoning everyone to head outside. Only then did Zhang Chong release Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming had intended to express his anger, but upon seeing Zhang Chong's exaggerated expressions, he realized that his friend was merely being his usual self. Given that they had just reunited today, he suppressed his irritation. As Li Jun reached the door, he turned back and noticed the two still exchanging glances. "Aren't you coming out? You've already spent 10,000 points of mine over the past few days. Hurry up, I can't afford this anymore." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong quickly pulled Zhao Ming along outside. After accompanying Li Jun to complete the necessary formalities, the group of 6 departed from the training room. Li Jun proposed, "It's a rare occasion to have everyone gathered. Let's go to my place for a meal." This suggestion received unanimous approval from the group. They boarded an intelligent transport vehicle and returned to District 15. However, instead of leading them to his own room, Li Jun took them to the communal room designated for the building's residents. He preferred not to squander the electricity and water in his own quarters, as they would need to be exchanged for points once depleted, a rather imprudent choice. In contrast, the communal room's utilities came with a monthly allowance, eliminating the need to expend points. Given that his current points were insufficient, he had to conserve them. Training expenses were a necessity. For encountering formidable opponents outside could be fatal, no amount of points would be of use then. The cooking duties were assigned to Sun Qian, with Zhang Chong and Zhao Ming volunteering to assist, while Xiao Mumu also joined in. Thankfully, the kitchen was spacious enough, lest the 4 of them clash in close quarters. Li Jun turned to Li Lin after a moment's contemplation and said, "Xiao Lin, go invite that Yi Zi to join us as well. It's quite lively today, and it would be a good opportunity for everyone to get acquainted." "Huh, why should I invite her? I don't want to. Besides, with so many people, I fear she might feel uncomfortable." Li Lin expressed his reluctance. "Don't worry, just go. Introducing her to your friends might elevate your standing in her eyes," Li Jun persisted. After pondering briefly, Li Lin conceded, "All right, I will." He then stood up and exited, making his way toward Yi Zi's residence. On the way, he preemptively informed her of his visit. In truth, Yi Zi had initially been disinclined to attend, but before she could voice her refusal, Li Lin had already ended the call. Shortly thereafter, he found himself standing at the entrance of Unit 1 in Building 20. 2 minutes later, Yi Zi arrived as well. Although they were considered a couple at this moment, neither had ever dated anyone of the opposite sex, and both felt a bit shy. "Shall we go? Everyone is here. And you're not busy today." It would be nice to have some fun, right? Li Lin quietly inquired. Yeezy initially intended to decline, but after a moment's contemplation, she nodded. After all, they would meet sooner or later. All right, she softly replied. Seeing Yeezy's agreement, Li Lin was almost overwhelmed with joy, feeling that their relationship would surely deepen from this point onward. They walked toward Li Jun's office, maintaining a distance of about 1 meter. Chapter 19. Is the city under lockdown? Where's Li Lin? After Sun Qian prepared the dishes, she instructed the others to set the table. Noticing Li Lin was absent, she asked. Li Jun chuckled. He's gone to fetch his girlfriend. Sun Qian was taken aback. Huh, girlfriend? Has he started dating? Li Jun nodded affirmatively. Yes. Sun Qian responded with an O and continued arranging the dishes without further comment. Once the dishes were neatly placed, they gathered around the table. Upon hearing that Li Lin was bringing his girlfriend, Zhang Chong appeared quite excited. Hey, what do you think his girlfriend is like? Has anyone seen her? Zhao Ming playfully pinched him. Why are you so excited about someone else's girlfriend? Zhang Chong let out a comical squeal. The group was lively and full of banter when, at that moment, the door swung open. Li Lin entered first, followed closely by Yeezy. Her tall stature caught everyone's attention, dressed elegantly in fitted attire, with long hair cascading behind her ears. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yeezy greeted the crowd with a wave and a sweet smile. Although Li Jun had seen her before, it had been at night, and only through infrared scanning. He had known she was female, but had no idea what she truly looked like. Now, seeing her in person relieved him. He had been concerned about Li Lin's introverted nature making it difficult for him to find a partner. After Yeezy finished her introduction, she stood quietly. Li Lin pulled out a chair for her to sit. Wow, Shaolin, where did you find this girlfriend? Zhang Chong blurted out, not minding his language. Zhao Ming swiftly smacked Zhang Chong on the back of the head. You talk too much. Be quiet. Zhang Chong sulked, covering his head and remaining silent. Li Jun chuckled. It's all right, come on, take a seat before the food gets cold. Let us eat. Li Lin also pulled out a chair and sat down. Li Jun raised a glass of beverage. Here's to our new friend, cheers. The group erupted into cheerful chatter. Li Lin introduced Yeezy to everyone, and she politely greeted each person in turn. Upon learning that Li Jun was Li Lin's older brother, she became slightly more reserved. Li Jun noticed her reaction. It's nothing. Yeezy, there's only a 1-year difference between Xiaolin and me. Once you join us, we all become friends. Yeezy nodded gently, responding with a soft Li Lin stepped in to ease the atmosphere, reassuring everyone that Yeezy's personality was just like that. It's all good. Sister, your name is Yeezy, but what is your surname? Asked Xiaomu, who was stuffing her mouth with food. Yeezy found this adorable little one quite endearing and smiled as she replied, my surname is Yi. My parents named me Yeezy directly. Xiaomu, with her cheeks full of food, nodded enthusiastically. Sister is such a pretty name, she exclaimed, followed by a playful compliment that elicited laughter from the group. The lively meal continued for 2 hours. As evening approached, the lights atop the underground city shifted to a dusky hue. At this moment, Li Lin was accompanying Yeezy, preparing to take her home. Thank you for today. I've met so many friends, Yeezy expressed suddenly. What do you need to thank me for? You are my girlfriend, so my friends are your friends too. You must get to know them, Li Lin replied with a silly grin. Yeezy felt a wave of sadness wash over her. I've only ever had one close friend since childhood, but she remains forever on the surface. Today has been the day I've met the most friends. And it's also the happiest day since I came here. Li Lin, who was never particularly articulate, found himself at a loss for words. In a moment of urgency, he mustered the courage to utter a phrase that would linger in his memory forever, a declaration he felt was rather sentimental. Don't worry. I will always be by your side. No matter what happens, I will be here for you, forever. His face flushed, and he broke out in a nervous sweat after speaking. Yeezy, taken aback by his words, felt a surge of emotion well up inside her. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the foot of Building 20. Thank you for today. I'm really happy, Yeezy said, rising on her toes to gently kiss Li Lin on the forehead before turning and darting into the building. This was the first time in 20 years, aside from her father, that she had kissed a man. She hurried into her room and collapsed onto her bed. Li Lin, momentarily stunned, took a while to gather his thoughts. Just as he was about to celebrate loudly, he remembered that the setting was inappropriate. Yay, he whispered before bouncing back in excitement. In Li Jun's office, after the others had finished tidying up and departed, he remained behind to organize the information from the day. Sigh, 2 more didn't he return today? At this rate, it seems this building 1T last 5 years before everyone is gone. With a sigh, after transmitting the document information to the district chief, he locked the door and returned to his room. In the underground city of the nation, specifically within the central circular building, The meeting room on the second floor was occupied by Zhong Xiangtai, who sat in the main seat. The current situation appeared quite dire. At this rate, before the meteor strikes, we would meet our demise. Indeed, in the past 5 years, among the 25 underground cities across the nation, 50 million lives have been lost on missions alone, not accounting for other non-mission-related fatalities, Sun Qian remarked. As the city lord of the underground city, he held significant authority concerning the declining population. Just today, the death toll within the underground city surpassed 2,000. With a resigned sigh, he expressed his helplessness. In recent days, numerous personnel dispatched by the military have not returned, Li noted. Moreover, we have uncovered a concerning development. Zhong Xiangtai inquired with curiosity. Oh, what is it? The mutated beasts on the surface are evolving. What? Sun Qian exclaimed, then asked, is this information credible? Li nodded affirmatively. This intelligence was relayed by survivors from the military, who informed me that the mutated beasts outside are evolving and no longer match the capabilities documented in our previous records. Li paused momentarily before continuing. For instance, the lowest-tier mutated ants that could previously be eradicated with a micromissile can now only be injured by a single strike. Zhong Xiangtai felt a sense of alarm. Analyzing this information implies that all mutated beasts on the surface are evolving? Li confirmed this, stating, and this is not merely my speculation. It is reliable information brought back by the survivors. Please wait a moment. I must report this. Zhong Xiangtai said before exiting the meeting room. Li followed him out. Director Zhong, wait a moment. Oh, what is it? Zhong Xiangtai asked, puzzled. I have something to report and seek the chief's opinion on, Li replied. Zhong Xiangtai nodded. Go ahead. Li then shared the information regarding the abilities of certain individuals. So, this means humans are also beginning to mutate. Zhong Xiangtai queried. Li shook his head, indicating uncertainty. This information was relayed by a student of Lu Huigua, and as of now, no such cases have been discovered within our country. However, I have heard that mutations have already emerged across the border. Zhong Xiangtai contemplated for a moment. Very well, I will first report this situation to the chief. As for subsequent actions, we shall deliberate further. Li nodded in agreement and returned to the meeting room to await further developments. 2 minutes later, Zhong Xiangtai returned. Director Zhong, what news? Sun Qian stood up. The chief's directive was quite clear. We cannot allow the population to decline any further. We must preserve a sufficient number of lives for future contingencies. Zhong Xiangtai conveyed the chief's message accordingly. Given this, should we still collect the unharvested genes of the aberrant creatures on the ground? Sun Qian inquired. Collection is still necessary. However, we cannot dispatch additional capture teams, replied Zhong Xiangtai, turning to explain to Li. From now on, all tasks related to the collection of aberrant creature genes will be entrusted to the military. After all, the physical capabilities and skills of soldiers surpass those of ordinary collection teams. Additionally, please have Lu Hui compile a list of the uncollected aberrant creatures, omitting the ordinary ones and focusing on the significant specimens. Li stood tall. Understood. Very well. If there are no further matters, you may return to your duties. Old Jia, wait a moment, Sun Qian said as he exited. Zhong Xiangtai pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Li. The two men sat in the conference room, enveloped in clouds of smoke. Director Zhong, your brand has remained unchanged for decades. Huh. Yet this classic brand is still the best, Zhong Xiangtai chuckled. Hee, habits of decades cannot be altered at will. Now, let us discuss serious matters. He continued. I have another task for you, one decided by the superiors following my report. Li inquired. Is it regarding the matter I just asked you about? Zhong Xiangtai nodded. The superiors have instructed me to inform you that the military will now commence a covert operation to thoroughly search for mutated humans in 25 underground cities across the nation. Regardless of whether they possess special abilities, all must be located. Understood. Li responded affirmatively. Upon returning to his office, Li summoned Biao Hu and issued a command. Take full control of all ground operations. Establish 25 specialized capture teams to be dispatched to each of the underground cities. In addition to collecting aberrant creature genes, these teams will undertake a secret mission, the search for individuals with special abilities. He also had a phone call with Lu Hui, briefly mentioning the mutated individuals and requesting her to compile a list of the necessary aberrant creature genes to send over. After completing these arrangements, he recorded a video message and dispatched it to the mayors of the 25 underground cities. Soon, Lu Hui's video response came through. Li clicked to connect. Good day, Chief. I have sent you the list you requested. Li nodded. Very well, I will instruct them to collect according to the guidelines from Qingdao. Excellent. But there is one type that requires more extensive collection. Our research is critically dependent on this aberrant creature gene. Jelly opened the list Lu Hui had sent. Lighthouse jellyfish? Very well, I will arrange for the team in Linhai City to collect more. Lu Hui responded promptly. Thank you, Chief. I have one more matter to discuss. Jelly chuckled softly. Ah, it pertains to the individuals with special abilities, correct? I have already reported this. Currently, the directive is merely to locate them, and we shall discuss further research matters once they are found. If the research project receives approval, it can only be led by you. There is no need to rush. Focus on your current tasks. Lu Hui felt a surge of joy within her. That would be splendid. According to Miranda, our nation should also possess mutants. We simply have yet to discover them. I shall await the favorable news from the chief. Well, there is nothing more to discuss, so I will hang up. Jelly terminated the video call. Lu Hui, being human, naturally yearned to achieve something noteworthy. At this moment, her heart raced with excitement. If approved, and she is to lead, it would mark a monumental triumph in the field of biology for all humanity. Nation, city, underground city. In the heart of the city, within the Lord's office building, this structure, unlike the grandiosity of the city Lord's administrative edifice, exuded a rather unassuming aura. Remarkably, it was constructed of wood, with only the principal sections made of titanium alloy and other materials. Inside the city lord's office on the second floor, Chui Bei was diligently reviewing all the materials submitted that day. Alas, the rate of population decline is alarmingly rapid. At this rate, we shall face extinction. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds echoed. Chui Bei pressed the play button on the desk. A projection of Jie Li appeared before him. Oh, General Jie? Chui Bei pondered, puzzled about what message had been conveyed. He listened silently. 5 minutes later, the projection of Jie Li dissipated. Chui Bei pressed a button to summon Xia Mo from outside. Please notify all district leaders to convene here in 5 minutes. Chui Bei, originally one of Jie Li's subordinates, was known for his decisive actions. Understood, Xia Mo responded promptly and hurried off to deliver the message. The following morning, Li Jun arose early, prepared himself, and informed the others to assemble downstairs. After several days of rest, it was time to accept new assignments. Upon gathering downstairs, they summoned a guide vehicle and sped towards the mission hall. A minute later, the vehicle halted unexpectedly. To their dismay, there was a traffic jam. Numerous guide vehicles were stuck on the road, unable to advance. What on earth is happening? Can it really be congested here? Zhang Chong exclaimed, astonished. Li Jun was equally baffled by the situation and disembarked from the guide vehicle. He approached a man squatting by the roadside and inquired, Brother, what is going on? Why are we stuck here? Wu Deshan, in his 30s with a scruffy beard, was contemplating his own troubles. He had planned to join a few brothers for a mission to earn some points, as his household had been without water for almost a day. If it weren't for his ex-wife's assistance, he and his child would be on the brink of starvation. While smoking by the roadside, he glanced up upon hearing the question and pointed at himself. Are you asking me? Can't you see? We're stuck in traffic. I heard the road ahead has been blocked. Blocked? How could the road be closed? This situation has never occurred before. Wu Deshan lowered his head and continued to smoke, feeling somewhat agitated. In a gruff tone, he muttered, You ask me, who should I ask? Daddy, Daddy, a tender voice called from behind him. Nyonyo, how did you get out? I thought I took you to your mother, Wu Deshan said, lifting the little girl into his arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. Is this your daughter? She's absolutely adorable, resembling a porcelain doll, Li Jun remarked as he gazed at the child. The little girl indeed looked charming, with large eyes and a round, cherubic face. Upon mentioning his daughter, Wu Deshan's earlier irritation dissipated. Yes, her name is Nyonyo. Isn't she lovely? Hee. Observing Wu Deshan's transformation, Li Jun dismissed his previous demeanor and decided to inquire about others. At that moment, a small figure named Mu Mu approached and tugged at Li Jun's sleeve, signaling him to bend down. Once he did, Mu Mu whispered in his ear, Brother Li Jun, I can sense something unusual within her. She, like me, possesses that kind of ability. Li Jun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, are you certain? Mu Mu nodded firmly. I can feel it. There's no mistake. Li Jun understood that this connection likely existed among individuals with mutations, though he couldn't articulate the nature of it yet. Mu Mu could sense Nyonyo, and it was likely that Nyonyo could also perceive Mu Mu's difference, albeit her youth rendered her unable to comprehend the significance of this sensation. He had noticed earlier that when Wu Deshan picked up Nyonyo, she had been gazing over his shoulder, likely observing Mu Mu. Li Jun stood up and walked back towards Wu Deshan, who was gently reprimanding Nyonyo. I told you to stay with your mother. Why did you run out? You could get lost. He feigned a fierce expression. Nyonyo, understanding her father's concern, smiled and replied, I don't like being with mommy. I prefer being with daddy. Wu Deshan's stern demeanor melted away, and he chuckled, pinching Niu-Niu's nose. You little rascal. You're quite the flatterer for someone so small. Wu Deshun then noticed Li Jun still standing before him. Brother, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I can be a bit temperamental. Li Jun shook his head. It's all right. We all understand the oppressive environment we live in. He then produced a cigarette and offered it to Wu Deshun. Just as Wu Deshun was about to accept, Niu-Niu's small hand swatted it away. Daddy promised not to smoke. Smoking is bad for your health. That's what you taught me, she expressed, clearly displeased. Wu Deshun laughed heartily. All right, no more smoking. I'll quit. Li Jun also put away the cigarette. Niu-Niu turned to him and said, Brother, you shouldn't smoke either. It's bad. Li Jun smiled faintly and replied affirmatively. However, as he gazed into Niu-Niu's eyes, he noticed an unusual flicker. A faint crimson hue danced within her pupils, akin to a tiny flame flickering in the depths of her gaze. Yet, within the blink of an eye, it vanished. Brother, I am equally perplexed by the situation ahead. We have been stuck here for half an hour without a single movement. Perhaps you should venture forward to inquire further. It is rather inconvenient for me to accompany you while holding the child. If you discover any news, please return and inform me, Wu Deshun said politely to Li Jun. Li Jun acknowledged his request. Very well, I shall investigate and relay any findings to you. After speaking, he prepared to move forward to gather information. Just a few steps away, he heard Zhang Chong exclaim, What the hell? Is the city locked down? Chapter 20. Is this the end? At this moment, Li Jun and his companions were engulfed in frustration. How could a lockdown have been imposed so suddenly? However, Li Jun surmised a potential reason behind it. The group returned to their office, now joined by two additional individuals, Wu Deshun and Niu-Niu. As they were about to leave, Niu-Niu had chased after them, expressing her desire to play with Mu, as she had no other friends here. After consulting Mu, Li Jun consented. Wu Deshun hurriedly informed his ex-wife, and then rushed back, visibly out of breath. Niu-Niu, where is she? He asked Li Jun anxiously, as if her absence unsettled him. Li Jun replied, Oh, she is inside playing with Mu. Upon hearing this, Wu Deshun felt relieved. Since Niu-Niu's arrival, she had lacked playmates, and today, having finally found Mu, he thought it best to let her enjoy their time together a bit longer. He settled down to listen to the conversation among Li Jun and the others. Zhang Chong lamented, Boss, why on earth has the city been locked down? This will hinder our mission. Without points, what shall we do moving forward? Just as Li Jun was about to respond, the information receiver on his wrist emitted a series of beeps. He pressed the receiving button, and after a brief moment, he finally understood the situation. He addressed the group. We have received news. A directive has just been issued personally by the city lord. Zhang Chong, eager for information, urged, What did it say? Speak quickly. Li Jun read aloud the transmitted message. Urgent notice. Due to the recent accelerated decline in population, it has been decreed by the authorities to seal all entrances and exits of the underground city. No personnel are permitted to leave. Any violations will bear consequences. Once he finished reading, Li Lin inquired, Is that it? Did they not mention what will happen to our points? Without points, 80% of the underground city's population will starve. Li Jun shook his head. No further details were provided. It is likely that more information will follow. He sighed. Well then, with our mission now stalled, what shall we do next? Sun Qian posed the question. Li Jun pondered for a moment. You may return and take your rest. I shall inform you when there are further developments. The others remained silent, recognizing that with the lord of the city issuing such orders, the task at hand would undoubtedly become unattainable. At this moment, Li Jun felt a growing sense of urgency. Their combined points barely reached a few million, and the uncertainty of how much more they needed weighed heavily on him. Observing that the others had dispersed, Wu Deshun rose and made his way into the back room to find Niu-Niu. Niu-Niu, shall we go home? Niu-Niu pouted, I want to play a little longer, please, Daddy. Today marked her first time in the underground city with friends, and she was particularly joyful. The prospect of returning home to solitude did not please her. Wu Deshun, however, exhibited a rare patience solely in the presence of his daughter. All right, we can play a little longer. We will head home soon, okay? Niu-Niu nodded enthusiastically, Okay, Daddy. Yay. Emerging from the back room, Wu Deshun noticed that everyone had left, leaving only Li Jun, who sat there in a sullen silence. He approached, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it to Li Jun. Li Jun, feeling perplexed and uncertain about where to acquire more points to ensure their passage, accepted the cigarette with a wry smile. Haha. Niu-Niu doesn't allow you to smoke, yet here you are. Wu Deshun chuckled softly. It's nothing. I've achieved little in this life. This is my sole indulgence. Given the oppressive nature of our current circumstances, I find it nearly impossible to sleep at night without a puff. Li Jun lit the cigarette and took a deep inhale, reflecting on Ziomu's words. He contemplated inquiring about Nyonyo's situation. Brother, I often hear you mention sending Nyonyo to her mother. What is the story behind that? Upon hearing this, Wu Deshun recalled his past and took a deep breath. I've been of little merit in my life, and I owe apologies to both my child and her mother. Li Jun sensed that Wu Deshun harbored stories of his own. He chose to remain silent and listen attentively. With his head bowed, Wu Deshun sighed and continued. I married her mother 9 years ago. We were deeply in love back then, in a world far different from what it is now. We worked tirelessly to manage our household expenses. At first, we were both incredibly diligent, and life seemed to improve day by day. A year later, Nyonyo was born, and we were overjoyed, resolved to provide her with a promising future. However, as our child arrived, the financial burdens grew increasingly heavy, and our incomes were insufficient to sustain us. My temperament began to sour with each passing day. At this point, Wu Deshun paused, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Later, under the influence of others, I succumbed to the vice of gambling. Initially, it was manageable. I even won back a little. However, as time passed, circumstances began to shift. The more I lost, the deeper I sank into despair, ultimately resorting to usury. Gradually, I found myself ensnared in an ever-worsening predicament. Eventually, my wife chose to leave me. It was only then that I came to a realization. My heart was heavy with regret, and my outlook grew increasingly bleak. I contemplated ending my life. But the thought of my daughter, Nyonyo, stayed my hand. What would happen to her if I were gone? Would I leave her burdened with insurmountable debt? Such a fate would render my passing utterly restless. Li Jun understood. This man had strayed down a misguided path, unwittingly destroying his own family. Yet, each individual bears their own struggles. People like Wu Deshun were certainly not in short supply during that time. Brother, Li Jun remarked, it is fortunate that you found clarity in time. Otherwise, you might never have seen your beloved daughter again. Wu Deshun nodded, wiping away the tears from his face. Yes, my daughter is the driving force behind my perseverance in this second half of my life. As for my ex-wife, despite our divorce, she has not sought another partner. During my darkest moments, she encouraged me to focus on our child. It is because of her that I managed to endure. She is the one I have wronged the most in this life. Li Jun sighed deeply. Brother, it is only natural to err in life. What matters is that one learns and seeks redemption. Strive to win your wife back. I know she still holds a place in your heart. Even if not for yourself, do it for Nyonyo. She deserves a complete family, do you understand? Wu Deshun sat upright and regarded Li Jun, shaking his head. No, I cannot approach her again. I have already wronged her once in this life. I cannot do so again. At that moment, Nyonyo emerged. Daddy, Mommy still cares about you. When I am with her, she often asks about you. Nyonyo expressed her desire for her parents to reconcile, stating, we are a family. Wu Deshun embraced Nyonyo, holding her close. My dear brother, I apologize for burdening you with my troubles. Li Jun smiled, reassuring him that it was no bother. Perhaps sharing your feelings will lighten your heart. Life here is inherently stifling. If you keep it all bottled up, it could lead to greater issues. At that moment, Wu Deshun felt a sense of relief. Having shared his burdens with someone who listened, the heavy stone weighing on his heart felt significantly lighter. Li Jun then shifted the conversation, his primary concern now revolving around whether Nyonyo possessed any extraordinary abilities. So, has Nyonyo been living with you all this time? Wu Deshun opened up. No, her mother took her when she was just over a year old, but I have cared for her since then. Li Jun responded with surprise. She has been with you since she was so young? That child must have endured quite a bit of hardship. As a man, do you truly know how to care for a child? At this point, Wu Deshun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, she faced her share of struggles while in my care. She was frequently ill, though they were mostly minor ailments. However, upon entering the underground city, the child fell gravely ill, suffering from a persistent high fever that left me in a state of dread. At that moment, the child's mother scolded me, which only added to my anxiety. Strangely enough, by the following night, the child had miraculously recovered, and since then, she has not fallen ill again, not even with a common cold. In fact, I believe Nyonyo has become considerably more astute than before. After listening, Li Jun grasped the significance of this. Nyonyo, too, had experienced a high fever around the time of entering the underground city, and she had also recovered spontaneously. It seems that Nyonyo is akin to Xiao Mu. According to Xiao Mu, she had acquired certain abilities after enduring a similar fever. Once this realization settled in, Li Jun turned to Wu Deshun and spoke. Noticing that Li Jun had been silent for a while, Wu Deshun addressed Nyonyo, saying, Nyonyo, it's about time we head home, don't you think? Daddy will take you to find Mommy soon, all right? Upon hearing that they would be going to find her mother, Nyonyo clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, yes, Yes. Let us go find mommy together. Wu Deshun picked up Nyo and stood to leave. Brother, I'll take the child home now. You should get back to your work. I noticed the video fax on your desk was ringing, and you seemed preoccupied. Li Jun, having been lost in thought, indeed had not heard it. All right, brother. You take Nyo home. Just listen to me. Make sure to speak to Sister Xiao about things properly. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. And if Nyo wishes to come over to play, she is always welcome. After all, Fangzheng can't go out right now. It's a waste of a day doing nothing, Li Jun replied. Wu Deshun smiled in acknowledgement and took Nyo away. Xiao Mu then emerged, running over with a smile. Brother, I can truly confirm that Nyo is just like me. Hee, I'm finally not a monster. There is someone else like me. Li Jun nodded. I understand. You should hurry back and rest. Whoever said you were a monster? Go find your sister Sun Qian to play with. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Mu, still beaming, dashed out. Watching her leave, Li Jun shook his head in exasperation. This girl, day after day, insists on viewing herself as a monster. Approaching his desk, he noticed the video fax message and accepted it. The image of Chu Hebei appeared on the screen. This message was personally recorded by Chu Hebei and sent to every member of the management team above the floor owner. Everyone, I trust you have all received today's news regarding the lockdown. Allow me to clarify. I too have received information from above, as the beasts on the surface have begun a new round of mutations. To put it simply, they have upgraded. This has led to a continuous decline in our population over the past few years, which has now reached a staggering decrease of approximately 50 million nationwide. Consequently, after thorough research, it has been decided to implement a lockdown, prohibiting any entry or exit. As for the methods of earning points in the future, further notifications will follow. At this point, the speaker paused momentarily before continuing. Now, let me convey the second piece of news. This message is classified and will self-destruct upon viewing. I urge everyone to pay close attention. I have received intelligence from higher authorities indicating the emergence of a group of extraordinary individuals across the ocean, possessing various abilities. We shall collectively refer to them as ability users. This information has been confirmed. Consequently, the higher leadership has mandated that each member of the management seek out these ability users within their respective jurisdictions. This must be conducted in secrecy, and any dissemination of this information will be regarded as a breach of confidentiality, with severe repercussions. As for the abilities and physical characteristics of these ability users, the responsibility lies with you to discover them, as I possess no further information in this regard. However, there are corresponding rewards for successful discoveries, 10 million points for each individual located. Li Jun was somewhat taken aback. It seems the government places great importance on these ability users. 10 million points is sufficient for an entire team to complete a year's worth of tasks. The message has been conveyed. Initiating self-destruction now. 10, 9, 8, 1. The information has been obliterated. The video fax machine has efficiently erased all traces of the document. Nevertheless, Li Jun paid little heed to this, for he had already recorded the pertinent details. Firstly, the reason for the lockdown is attributed to the evolution of surface-dwelling beasts, which has heightened the danger for personnel on missions. Can these creatures truly evolve? I have never heard of such a phenomenon before. Secondly, there is a comprehensive search for ability users, with a reward of 10 million points for each one found. This is undeniably enticing. 10 million points, if solely allocated for living expenses, could sustain life here for 200 years. Yet, Li Jun is aware that life here may not last for many years. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Jun. These surface beasts mutated due to nuclear radiation, and it stands to reason that Xiao Mu and the others are likely connected to nuclear radiation as well. If these beasts can evolve, could it be that Xiao Mu and her companion's abilities could also undergo evolution? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. If they were to evolve, would Xiao Mu and the others still be considered human? One could fear they might truly become the monsters spoken of by others. I hope this is merely a fleeting thought, he muttered to himself. However, reality is often less than satisfactory. The outcome aligned somewhat with Li Jun's fears, though it was not as dire. Rather, it heralded a significant boon for all humanity. Time seemed to fly by in idleness. Li Jun reclined in his room, dozing for a while, and before he knew it, the morning had slipped away. Upon rising, he glanced at the time, April 3rd, 2177, 1543. After washing his face, he proceeded to his office. Shortly thereafter, Li Lin and Zhang Chong entered, followed by Sun Qian, Zhao Ming, and Xiao Mu. With the city under lockdown, the mission hall was devoid of activity, leaving Zhao Ming with nothing to do these past few days. Each person wore a forlorn expression, lacking their usual vigor. What troubles you? Why do they all seem as wilted as withered eggplants? Zhang Chong, typically a boisterous individual, would usually be the first to engage in conversation whenever Li Jun spoke. However, today was unusually different. He sat alone on the sofa, sipping water. Li Lin approached him. "Brother, we just visited the memorial hall." Li Jun suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Oh." The memorial hall was a distinctive location in the underground city, dedicated to those who had passed away. Li Jun had previously purchased a plaque there for each of his parents and his grandmother. After Lu Jie's demise, there was no one else in his family, so Zhang Chong also acquired one for Lu Jie. "How could I forget? I completely overlooked tomorrow's date," Li Jun remarked, tapping his head. "You didn't even think to call me when you went. We intended to invite you, but Sister Sun Qian advised against it, saying you've been quite busy lately and should take some time to rest. So, I went alone, and in the end, we didn't call you," Li Lin explained. Li Jun nodded. "All right, I'll go again tomorrow. Then, you all sit here for a bit while your emotions settle. I have something to discuss," Li Lin said, aware that Li Jun was referring to Zhang Chong's state of mind. He nodded in agreement and sat beside Zhang Chong. "Brother Chong, death extinguishes the light of life. Do not dwell in sorrow," Li Lin urged. "Huh, sad. I'm not sad at all." Lu Jie chose to leave first. "The tears I had to shed have nearly run dry. There's nothing left to mourn. I've come to terms with it. Sometimes, I even think this kid was rather fortunate," Zhang Chong said, smirking, licking his lips, and displaying an indifferent demeanor. "Look at you all. I'm fine. But your spirits seem quite low." After visiting the memorial for Lu Jie and their relatives who perished in this calamity, the mood among them had lightened considerably, as time is indeed the greatest healer. An hour later, Li Jun, as per his usual routine, organized the materials and then looked up at everyone, who now appeared much improved, engaged in light-hearted banter. He clapped his hands. "All right, enough of the idle chatter. I have matters to discuss." The group ceased their conversations, settled down, and listened attentively to Li Jun's forthcoming words. He proceeded to explain the reasons for the lockdown of the underground city and the situation regarding the monstrous creatures above ground. Upon hearing this, everyone was enlightened, understanding why the city had been sealed off. These creatures can evolve. They all pondered, sharing the same thoughts as Li Jun had at the time. Li Jun refrained from elaborating further. As for the second piece of information, he disclosed everything without reservation, knowing that Xiao Mumu, who was nearby, was an awakened individual. They had all become aware of the existence of such beings, thus there was no need for concealment. He proceeded to assign tasks to everyone. In the future, it is essential to observe children of a similar age to Mumu. If necessary, you may bring Mumu along, as it seems that there exists a certain resonance among individuals with abilities, which enhances the likelihood of a successful search. Little Mumu, you shall bear this burden henceforth." Sun Qian playfully ruffled little Mumu's hair. Little Mumu appeared somewhat discontented. After all, at such a tender age, one's thoughts are primarily consumed by play, leaving little inclination to accompany you on searches. Li Jun noticed this and approached little Mumu, saying, "You have grown up now. It is time for you to take on your role. In the future, whenever we go out, I will ensure that Nyo accompanies you. How does that sound? This way, you both can play while searching, alleviating any boredom." Little Mumu tilted his head in contemplation and replied, "That sounds good. But you must promise me that Nyo will definitely come along. Otherwise, I shall go on strike." Li Jun chuckled and agreed. He was about to inform everyone about the personnel arrangements for tomorrow's tasks when the doors suddenly swung open, revealing Wu Deshun rushing in. "Brother, this is bad. Nyo. Oh dear, it's hard to explain. Come with me quickly." Without further ado, Wu Deshun grasped Li Jun's arm and dashed outside. Li Jun, understanding that something had happened to Nyo, did not resist and followed suit, prompting the others to do the same. Upon arriving at Wu Deshun's room, a rather ill-timed exclamation escaped Zhang Chong's lips. "Goodness, isn't this nearly ripe?" Chapter 21, Reporting. At this moment, Li Jun found himself in a quandary. Should he report little Mumu and Nyo? Wu Deshun sat nearby, brooding and smoking, initially believing that Nyo had matured and her physical constitution had improved, thus rendering her less susceptible to illness. However, after Li Jun's explanation, his mind was in turmoil. Are you suggesting that Nyo has mutated due to nuclear radiation? Will she become like those monsters on the surface? Wu Deshun inquired anxiously. If such incidents occur again, I shudder to think what I would do without you. If anything were to happen to her, I would be utterly lost. The thought sent a wave of dread through him. Earlier that morning, Nyo had been fine. But while he was preparing breakfast, she mentioned feeling unusually warm. He had checked her forehead, but it didn't feel hot, so he suggested she wash her face, not giving it much thought. However, after he had finished cooking, Nyo had yet to emerge. He called for her several times, growing increasingly concerned. Upon opening the door, he was nearly struck with terror. There lay Niao, unconscious in the bathroom, flames unexpectedly emanating from her body. In a state of panic, he hastily fetched a basin of water and splashed it onto her, yet the flames showed no sign of extinguishing. In that moment, he was utterly engulfed in fear. He had never encountered such a situation throughout his life. In a moment of desperation, he found himself without friends to confide in, save for his ex-wife. And he dared not share his predicament with her for fear of her wrath. Suddenly, he recalled Li Jun's earlier offer to assist in times of need, prompting him to hurriedly summon Li Jun. Upon arrival, Li Jun and his companions were equally astonished by the scene before them. Although the young Mu had exhibited some latent powers over the years, nothing had ever been as severe as this. She was engulfed in flames. With little time to spare, they inquired if Mu had any means to remedy the situation, as the others, being ordinary individuals, were at a loss. Mu nodded, albeit uncertain herself, as she had never faced such a predicament. Nevertheless, having accompanied Li Jun and his team on missions, her mind had matured somewhat. After calming herself, Mu aligned her thoughts with those of Wu Deshan. To extinguish the flames, water was essential. To cool the body, ice was necessary. She spread her arms wide, centering her thoughts as she began to sense the water particles around her. Through her pores, she absorbed the moisture into her body, gradually accumulating it in her palms. Given that Wu Deshan had recently splashed water, the air was saturated with water particles, allowing Mu to gather a substantial amount in her hands. Within 2 minutes, she had collected enough to fill half a basin. Nodding at Li Jun, he carefully poured the basin of water over Niao. The flames on her body flickered and gradually extinguished until they vanished entirely, with the remaining droplets in her palms. Mu utilized her cooling abilities to crystallize the water into ice, which Wu Deshan then placed on Niao's forehead. Once their urgent tasks were completed, the group took a moment to catch their breath. Wu Deshan shook his head, attempting to dispel troubling thoughts. He did not wish to witness a repeat of the morning's events. Later, Li Jun explained that Niao's condition arose from nuclear radiation, which had caused her body to mutate. He also clarified that the flames emanating from her were a form of extraordinary fire, thus explaining why ordinary water had been ineffective. So, according to your assertion, this young girl is indeed one of those extraordinary beings you mentioned? Wu Deshan inquired, gesturing towards Mu. Li Jun nodded, acknowledging the truth as Wu Deshan had witnessed Mu's abilities firsthand, leaving no room for concealment. Relieved, Wu Deshan felt a sense of hope. Should Niao encounter such an episode again, there would be a means of salvation. Li Jun chuckled softly, cautioning, do not be too hasty. While Mu has experienced similar situations since childhood, she has never witnessed anything as severe as what we saw today. It's prudent to exercise caution. Wu Deshan's concerns resurfaced. What should we do then? It seems the young girl possesses some control over her abilities. Perhaps she could teach Niao? Li Jun pondered this, glancing at Mu, only to see her shake her head. In truth, I am not well versed in this either. As I seem to mature with age, I gradually find myself capable of exercising control. Li Jun also thought to himself that Mu's current situation is far more stable than it was in her childhood. It appears that this approach is no longer viable. Thus, my dear brother, I would like to bring Niao over to stay with Mu. This arrangement could also help avert unforeseen circumstances. Wu Deshan felt a twinge of reluctance, as she was his own daughter. The thought of sending her to live in someone else's home was somewhat disheartening. However, after a moment's contemplation, prioritizing Niao's safety, he gritted his teeth and consented. Very well, let her stay with you for now. I will visit her daily. Upon witnessing Wu Deshan's agreement, Li Jun continued, brother, once Niao is there, you need not worry. She and Mu will be able to play together. If you find some free time in the coming days, do make an effort to visit your wife. This could be a chance for you to spend more time together. With time, we can all come to see Niao. Indeed, for Niao's sake and my own, I am willing to put aside my reservations. I wish to provide Niao with a complete family. All right then. We shall take Niao with us first, and you should go and speak with your wife to clarify matters. Wu Deshan nodded. Yet he remained uneasy and personally accompanied Niao to her new abode before seeking out his ex-wife. 2 hours later, Niao awoke in an unfamiliar room and began to cry. However, upon seeing Mu, her distress quickly dissipated, and she began to play with her. Li Jun and his companions were seated in the office, deliberating whether to report Niao and Xiao Mu. Niao's recent experience served as a warning for Li Jun, setting aside other considerations. If Xiao Mu were to encounter a perilous situation like Niao did today, they, as ordinary individuals, would be utterly powerless. It was unrealistic to rely on Nyo to save Xiao Mumu, given her young age and lack of control over her abilities. After weighing the options, Li Jun made a resolute decision. They must report the situation for the safety of both girls. With this determination, he awaited Wu Deshun's arrival to discuss the matter further. The following afternoon, Wu Deshun arrived with a woman. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, resembling an ordinary person, and Li Jun surmised she was Wu Deshun's ex-wife. Hello, Nyo is with you, I presume? I am her mother, Yang Luqing. Ah, greetings. I've heard my brother mention you and Nyo frequently over the past few days, Li Jun replied politely. Yang Luqing smiled. Where's Nyo? Has she caused you any trouble? Not at all. She and Mumu are playing together quite well, Li Jun reassured her. Yang Luqing smiled again and went in search of Nyo. Turning to Wu Deshun, Li Jun said, Brother, please have a seat. I wish to discuss something with you. As Wu Deshun took a seat, Li Jun shared his recent decision with him. However, Wu Deshun steadfastly refused to agree to report Nyo. It is unacceptable. Although Nyo has transformed in this manner, I cannot surrender her. Who knows what the government seeks in its pursuit of these extraordinary individuals? In any case, I firmly oppose it. Wu Deshun's stance was resolute, leaving Li Jun in a quandary. Logically, he could bypass Wu Deshun's opinion and report directly, ensuring that the authorities would send someone to take Nyo away. However, Li Jun's upbringing dictated that he could not act in such a manner. Brother, you must consider this carefully. This decision concerns Nyo's safety. Once reported, they may have ways to manage the powers within her. If we choose not to report, and another incident like yesterday occurs, with Mumu absent, no one will be able to rescue her, Zhang Chong interjected. And Li Lin nodded in agreement, signifying his concurrence. This line of reasoning placed Wu Deshun in a difficult position. If Mumu were to leave, there would be no one to save Nyo. Yet, he was reluctant to part with her. After his divorce from his ex-wife, he had felt a perpetual sense of guilt towards Nyo, wishing to remain by her side. However, this new predicament made his decision exceedingly challenging. With a troubled expression, Wu Deshun proposed, Let me consult her mother. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Li Jun sensed a glimmer of hope and quickly replied, Very well. Discuss it with your wife. After all, we are doing this for Nyo's benefit. Wu Deshun rose and went into the inner room to speak with Yang Luqing. After a short while, Yang Luqing emerged, cradling Nyo, followed closely by Wu Deshun and little Mumu. As soon as she sat down, Yang Luqing addressed Li Jun with unwavering resolve. I agree. You are Li Jun, correct? Let us proceed according to your decision. Li Jun was taken aback by Yang Luqing's swift and decisive response, feeling a newfound admiration for her. For a woman to send her child away required immense courage, particularly for someone who was divorced. She was not remarried, and her child was her sole companion. Li Jun glanced at Wu Deshun, seeking his perspective. Wu Deshun offered an awkward smile and gestured towards Yang Luqing. In matters concerning our family, she holds the authority. If she says to report it, then we shall. Li Jun was perplexed, sensing that the couple's hearts remained intertwined despite their physical distance. He chuckled lightly. Yang Luqing rolled her eyes at Wu Deshun and turned back to Li Jun, continuing, This morning, Nyo's father discussed her situation with me, and I have a general understanding. After he consulted with me, I decided that the child must be reported. This is the only way to provide her with the means to control her powers. Failing to report would only endanger her further. Li Jun was surprised that this seemingly ordinary woman could discern the gravity of the situation at such a critical moment. Very well, since both you and your wife agree, we shall proceed with this decision. Rest assured, I will ensure that the points accrued will be transferred to you. Regarding this matter, Li Jun was quite clear-headed. Although Wu Deshun had made mistakes in the past, he now appeared to have changed for the better, and the couple seemed to embody the demeanor of honest individuals. Nyo was their child, their only source of emotional solace. Having decided to report the situation, it was evident that they had made a significant commitment. Such a bargain was not to be taken advantage of. It belonged to others, and he would not hoard even a fraction of it. Furthermore, 1,000,000 points was no trivial sum. However, you haven't even asked if I agree, Xiao Mumu interjected, pouting with displeasure. Li Jun suddenly remembered that he had not consulted Mumu after making his decision. He stood up and led Mumu aside, bending down to whisper a few words into her ear. Mumu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and she nodded in agreement, exclaiming, I'll go. Li Jun rose with a smile, saying, Well then, since we've made our decision, let us act swiftly. I will send the information to the district leader right now. Sun Qian pulled Xiao Mumu close and curiously inquired, What did your brother Li Jun say to you? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Mumu giggled, It's a secret. Sun Qian, upon hearing this, feigned irritation and playfully tapped Moo on the nose. "Humph, your brother Li Jun is too good to you. Here I am, treating you so well." Moo maintained her cheerful demeanor. Sun Qian realized that no amount of questioning would yield any answers. So she decided to wait and ask Li Jun later. She was particularly intrigued by what Li Jun had said. Knowing Moo well enough to understand that it would take something extraordinary to alter the little girl's decision so easily. 10 minutes later, Li Jun completed the necessary documents and submitted them to the district leader. Wu Deshun and Yang Luqing understood that having made this decision, they likely would not see Nyonyo for quite some time. Consequently, they did not dwell on their marital status and instead joined Nyonyo in playing games, relishing the joy of being together as a family for the first time in many years. Li Jun observed the three of them, feeling a twinge of envy as he recalled the days of his own childhood, when his family would play together. Those memories felt like a distant past. Nevertheless, he felt happy for Wu Deshun, as this could be an opportunity to bridge the gap between him and Yang Luqing, perhaps even rekindling their relationship in the future. Sun Qian approached him, feigning anger, and demanded, "Tell me, what did you say to Moo? That little girl wouldn't tell me no matter how much I asked. You must spill the beans, my curiosity is piqued. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep." Li Jun chuckled, "It's a secret." Heh. Sun Qian's frustration boiled over. She had asked Moo numerous times, yet the girl remained tight-lipped, nearly driving her to exasperation. She knew that a woman's curiosity, once ignited, could be quite formidable, and Sun Qian was currently in that state. "Fine, if you want to tell me, humph," she huffed, turning on her heel and walking away. Li Jun remained oblivious to the fact that Sun Qian was genuinely upset, mistaking her anger for jest. He did not pursue her. After exiting, Sun Qian waited for a while, but when Li Jun did not come after her, her anger intensified. She turned and returned to her room, burying her face in her bed. This was no longer merely a matter of curiosity. The issue had escalated significantly. Li Lin, seated on the sofa, observed the shift in Sun Qian's expression and glanced at his brother, shaking his head. "Alas, my brother is in for it now." Li Jun, unconcerned about Sun Qian's feelings, approached Wu Deshun. "Brother, I have already reported it. While there is still time, spend some quality time with your wife and play with the children," he suggested, subtly signaling with his eyes. Wu Deshun followed Li Jun's gaze and understood his meaning. "All right, little brother, I get your point." With that, he rejoined the joyful atmosphere of the family gathering. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaosa, the district leader, acted swiftly. After receiving the materials submitted by Li Jun, he arrived with 2 companions. Following some polite exchanges with Li Jun, he prepared to take Xiao Moo and Nyonyo away. However, Nyonyo, a mere 8 or 9 years old, burst into tears at the thought of leaving her parents. Wu Deshun and Yang Luqing, witnessing their daughter's distress, also appeared sorrowful. Seeing the 2 women he cherished most in such anguish made Wu Deshun feel inadequate. He enveloped Yang Luqing in an embrace, offering her comfort. Li Jun, witnessing Xiao Moo's departure, felt little sorrow, knowing it was for her benefit. Moreover, he noted that Xiao Moo left with a cheerful demeanor, which promptly darkened his expression. This girl is far too carefree. However, recalling his promise to Xiao Moo, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What should I do now? I cannot go back on my word, can I? Before long, Cheng Xiaosa led the group around a corner, and they soon vanished from sight. Wu Deshun and Yang Luqing returned home. As for the matters that would unfold thereafter, Li Jun nonetheless took a moment to advise Wu Deshun, "Brother, the future home of Nyonyo depends on you." Wu Deshun rubbed his weathered face. "Brother, rest assured." After sending off the 2, Li Jun prepared to return to his room. Just as he reached the doorway, Li Lin followed closely behind. "Brother, I think you're in trouble," he remarked softly. Li Jun, taken aback, asked, "What happened? Do you remember our last conversation regarding you and Sun Qian? I believe you should take her feelings seriously. I noticed she was genuinely angry and ran out." Li Lin explained. Li Jun, perplexed, replied, "Oh, I saw that too. Is she truly angry?" Li Lin nodded, feeling that, at least in matters concerning women, he was somewhat wiser than his elder brother. Is Sun Qian really upset? That seems unlikely. Such a trivial matter. Surely it cannot be. Li Jun ascended the stairs and approached the door to his room, increasingly sensing something amiss. He knew his younger brother well. He would not seek him out without reason. Was Sun Qian truly angry? He turned to glance at Sun Qian's closed door, uncertain of her presence. He approached and rang the doorbell. Sun Qian lay sulking on her bed, and upon hearing the doorbell, she abruptly sprang up, glancing at the image projected by the smart assistant. She saw Li Jun peering into the room with wide eyes. A giggle escaped her lips, amused by his expression. "Open the door," Sun Qian called out before resuming her position on the bed. The door swung open, and Li Jun stepped inside, only to find the living room devoid of anyone. He noticed the bedroom door ajar and walked over to find Sun Qian still lying on the bed. He thought to himself, "It seems she is genuinely upset. What should I do?" He realized he had no experience in comforting girls and felt momentarily lost. Sun Qian, aware of his entrance, finally sat up. The sight of Li Jun only fueled her irritation. She exited the bedroom and deliberately bumped into him before seating herself on the sofa. Li Jun, treading lightly, followed her and settled on the opposite sofa. "I'm fine. You should go back," he began, only to be silenced by Sun Qian's icy retort. Those who have been in relationships would surely understand that departing at such a moment is unwise. However, Li Jun had never been in a relationship. So he abruptly stood up. "You're fine? If you're fine, then I'll head back. Come over later, and I'll cook for us," he said before leaving. Sun Qian was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate her thoughts. After a long pause, she finally managed to exclaim, "Ha, eat? Eat what?" But by then, Li Jun was already back in his room, oblivious to her outburst. He was busy preparing a meal, anticipating that Sun Qian would join him later. Little did he know, Sun Qian was on the verge of exploding. Chapter 22. The choice of like 2 hours later, in Li Jun's room, he and Sun Qian sat facing each other. Sun Qian had eventually come over. After 2 hours, her anger had mostly dissipated. Moreover, having spent the time fuming, she had neglected to cook and was now quite hungry. Thus, when Li Jun called her over, she reluctantly complied, her hunger compelling her to do so. As the saying goes, man is iron, and rice is steel. One meal skipped leaves one uneasy. Sun Qian had not eaten a single bite since morning and had deeply felt the truth of this adage. During their meal, Sun Qian's mood had nearly returned to normal. Throughout the meal, she continuously pressed Li Jun for details about what he had said to Xiao Mumu. Eventually, Li Jun revealed that he had promised Xiao Mumu he would visit her weekly, bringing a new toy each time. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian's expression darkened, and she inwardly scoffed. "Is this what they call a password? No, that can't be right. Does it mean he is going with me?" After receiving a positive affirmation from Li Jun, Sun Qian unexpectedly felt a surge of anticipation. As for her anger from earlier that day, the fact that Li Jun did not chase after her had long been cast aside. The monotonous and tedious days passed one after another. On this particular day, Li Jun decided to indulge in a little extra sleep. After all, with no tasks at hand, it was better to rest a while longer. By the time he finally got out of bed, it was nearly noon. He hastily prepared a few dishes to satisfy his hunger before heading to the office building. Due to the lockdown, the mood among the residents had become somewhat unstable, and the higher-ups were concerned about potential complications. Consequently, it was mandated that daily reports on the situation within their respective areas and the stability of the personnel be submitted. The stability report was compiled by the intelligent housekeepers of each room, eliminating the need for Li Jun to individually gather information from each household. Upon arriving at the office, he organized the data and uploaded it. Sigh, engaging in such mundane tasks every day, when would it ever end? After several days of constantly submitting reports, Li Jun felt somewhat numb to the routine. The only source of enjoyment in his day was addressing the concerns of 1 or 2 residents whose mental state was precarious, requiring his personal intervention. This way, at least he felt his day was not in vain. Completing these discussions gave him a sense of achievement. Otherwise, with nothing to do each day, he would feel as though he were growing roots. After uploading the data, Li Jun meticulously reviewed it once more. Why is everything normal today? It seems I won't be needed for this task. Sigh. Sun Qian had been standing behind him while he organized the information and chuckled upon hearing his remark. How often do you encounter so many people needing your guidance? Just think about it. In the building you manage, there are only about 50 residents. Subtracting those you know, there are merely around 40 left. You've already addressed most of them, and with no new arrivals, it's likely all the concerns have been resolved. Li Jun pondered her words. Indeed, he had been rather idle in recent days and had already spoken to nearly everyone, addressing both those with issues and those without. Sigh. It appears I am destined for another day of idleness. Just as he finished his lament, the video phone on his desk rang. Without giving it much thought, he answered it. Instantly, a projection of a person appeared on the screen. Haha, Li Jun, hello? Li Jun stared at the figure. Aha, it's you. What made you think to contact me? You are quite difficult to track down. I had to ask several people to obtain your line, the caller replied with a laugh. This was none other than the leader from Li Jun's first major assignment, a person from the military. Ah, my dear brother Lei, you jest. Have you summoned me for a task? Speak swiftly, for these days have nearly suffocated me. Leica shook his head and replied with a chuckle. Rest easy, my friend. I too have been confined at home for several days. Presently, the nation is under a lockdown. Without exceptional circumstances, no one is permitted to leave the city. You are undoubtedly aware of the reasons behind this. In truth, Lei Ku was not entirely forthright. Just yesterday, he had ventured outside the city to undertake a mission, a matter shrouded in secrecy, not to be divulged. However, upon his return, he realized that the decision to enforce the lockdown was indeed prudent. The ground could no longer be described merely as desolate. It had transformed into something far more sinister, terrifying. The mutated beasts, evolving through the consumption of both kin and strangers, roamed freely. Acid rain fell incessantly from the sky, and the remnants of cities long abandoned for nearly a decade exuded an air of impending doom. Shaking his head, Lei Ku pulled himself back to the present. Very well, my brother, let us discuss matters at hand. Li Jun nodded in agreement. Yes, brother, please proceed. Lei Ku glanced at Sun Qian, who stood behind Li Jun, hesitating momentarily. Understanding his unspoken cue, Li Jun turned and asked Sun Qian to leave. She, perceptive to the situation, promptly retreated to another room. Now, it is just the two of us. Speak freely. Actually, I have a personal inquiry. I wish to know if that young girl who accompanied you on missions is among those being secretly sought for her abilities during this period. Li Jun did not conceal the truth, for there was no need. When Xiao Mumu had controlled that eagle, Lei Ku had been present and undoubtedly witnessed her prowess, which explained why he had contacted him today. Indeed, Lei Ku acknowledged, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. As far as I know, you now hold a significant position. You must have received the news. How did you ultimately address the matter? Li Jun, without hesitation, responded, I received the information and reported Xiao Mumu. She was not the only one. Upon our return, we discovered another young ability wielder, whom we also reported. A look of astonishment crossed Lei Ku's face. Another? A boy or a girl? A girl, Li Jun replied candidly. Why do you ask? Lei Ku took a moment to compose himself. Oh, it is of no consequence. I was merely curious. He sighed deeply before continuing. To be frank, I too have an ability wielder in my care. The reason for my visit today is to discern how you handled your situation. Li Jun exclaimed. Brother, have you found one as well? A conflicted expression crossed Lei Ku's face, and after a moment of deliberation, he seemed to come to a resolution. My dear brother, I shall not keep anything from you. This ability wielder is my own child, merely 10 years of age. I cannot bear to relinquish him, fearing that I may never see him again. I am aware that you also have someone on your end, thus I inquired about your approach to handling the situation. Li Jun displayed a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that and the extraordinary individual shared such a connection. Very well, my brother, since you have sought me out today, I shall impart my insights. Perhaps you, as the father, are too emotionally entangled to see certain matters clearly. Allow me to guide your decision. Having concealed his sorrowful expression, recalled that he had noticed his child's abnormalities 3 years prior, but had kept this secret under wraps. However, upon encountering Xiaomo, he realized his child was not the sole anomaly in this world. His intention in reaching out to Li Jun was to seek advice, as he held a favorable impression of Li Jun from their previous interactions. Initially, after the news broke, hesitated to consult Li Jun about this matter. Yet, he considered Xiaomo, who also belonged to the realm of extraordinary individuals. Li Jun, having some experience in such affairs, seemed the right person to turn to. After several days of contemplation, obtained Li Jun's video contact information through a mutual acquaintance and promptly reached out. Li Jun responded succinctly, report. Without allowing to speak further, he delineated the consequences of reporting versus concealing the information. Given military background, the repercussions of failure to report were dire. In the past, such matters could be navigated, but in the current world, circumstances had drastically changed. Li Jun also elaborated on the situation regarding Nyonyo, which left utterly stunned. The potential consequences were trivial compared to the paramount importance of the child's safety, an aspect he had overlooked. Very well. I have made my decision. We shall report. Upon reaching this resolution, a weight lifted from Like's heart, granting him an unexpected sense of relief. The stress surrounding his child had taken a toll on his already thinning hair. Ultimately, his decision was influenced by Nyonyo's situation. If any unfortunate event were to befall the children, ordinary individuals like them would be powerless to resolve it. Hence, reporting was imperative. Despite the fact that his child had not encountered any incidents in the past 3 years, the future, however, remained uncertain. After finalizing their decision, the two engaged in light conversation. In the end, invited Li Jun to accompany him in delivering the children to the city. As a significant military official, he possessed the authority to do so. Once they confirmed the time, they concluded the video call. Li Jun smiled to himself. Feeling as though the universe conspired to meet his needs, he had been troubled about how to fulfill his promise to Xiaomo, and now a solution had presented itself. Entering the inner room, he informed Sun Qian to prepare in advance, for they would go together, as they had promised Xiaomu that they would both visit her. And he could not go back on his word. Sun Qian shot Li Jun a disapproving glance. You took it upon yourself without consulting me. You made a promise to that girl without my consent, and if we cannot go, she will surely resent both of us. However, she felt a flicker of happiness at being referred to as the strongest. It was a testament that no matter what Li Jun was engaged in, he still thought of her. Li Jun chuckled softly, but remained silent. Previously, after discovering Li Lin's discussions regarding his girlfriend, the two had a conversation. Later, Li Lin suggested that Li Jun reflect on his relationship with Sun Qian. Li Lin could discern that Sun Qian harbored some affection for Li Jun. Yet, it seemed that this elder brother was somewhat oblivious to such matters. Hence that evening, he took the opportunity to nudge Li Jun's awareness. In truth, Li Jun was fully aware of the situation but was reluctant to express it openly. His primary concern at present was the boarding of everyone. He intended to address other matters once they were on the ship. Nevertheless, he found himself inadvertently including Sun Qian in his plans, always wanting her by his side. Thus, he did not seek her opinion this time, and brought her along to visit Xiaomu. The two of them maintained a delicate barrier, neither willing to shatter the unspoken tension. 4 days later marked the day that Li and Li Jun had agreed upon, coinciding with the 1-week anniversary since Xiaomu and Nyonyo had been sent away. Rising early, Li Jun knocked on Sun Qian's door, conveniently joining her for breakfast. They departed together, and before leaving, he asked Li Lin to assist with organizing and uploading some materials, as well as to take Zhang Chang to the training room during idle times to avoid becoming complacent. Upon arriving at the hover train station, they waited in silence. Li had just contacted Li Jun, stating that he would be arriving shortly. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, a hover train pulled up beside them. The doors opened, and Li waved at the two. Li Jun and Sun Qian boarded the train one after the other. The train, designated for military use, did not require the same reversing maneuvers that Li Jun and his companions had previously executed, allowing Li to travel directly from one city to another. To pick up Li Jun, he took a slight detour, but he was unconcerned, relishing the extra time spent with the children. Once they were seated, the train set off, swiftly accelerating past 100 kilometers per hour within just a few seconds. Upon noticing Sun Qian accompanying Li Jun, Li casually inquired, "Brother, is your sister-in-law coming along?" Li had always assumed that Sun Qian and Li Jun were a couple, having observed their mutual care for one another during their missions. This comment, however, caused both Sun Qian and Li Jun to flush crimson. Li Jun quickly interjected, "Elder brother, she is not my sister-in-law. We do not share that kind of relationship." Li, noticing their expressions, merely responded with an unconvinced "oh." He then turned to a boy seated beside him, saying, "Yongjia, quickly greet your uncle and aunt." Li Jun did not mind, but Sun Qian felt a bit uncomfortable. "Why am I being called an aunt? I'm still quite young." Yet she dared not voice her thoughts, maintaining a facade of a gentle smile. The child tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside the car window, exuding an inexplicable air of aloofness. Rex felt a twinge of embarrassment, casting a subtle apologetic glance towards Li Jun and Sun Qian. As a member of a military family, Rex undoubtedly held strict expectations for his child, particularly regarding manners. However, his offspring had previously displayed understanding. It was only after the emergence of her abilities that she became frigid, seemingly disinterested in engaging with anyone. Li Jun cast a glance at Yongjia, who at merely 10 years of age, emanated an aura that discouraged approach. With a stern countenance and an icy demeanor, he appeared almost frozen in time, lacking the vivacity typical of children, instead resembling a miniature adult. This lad was destined to grow into a strikingly handsome young man, albeit with an excessively cold disposition. The journey to the underground city was not particularly lengthy, taking roughly 3 hours to reach. Throughout the ride, Rex and Li Jun engaged in conversation, discussing various topics. Li Jun recalled that after reporting about Xiaomu and Nyonyo, he learned that Cheng Xiaosa had sent them to the city that very day. Otherwise, Li Jun would not have had to accompany Rex on such a long journey to see her. Through their dialogues, Rex grew increasingly appreciative of Li Jun, recognizing that at least his values had yet to be eroded by the harsh realities of the world. Gradually, he divulged some information to Li Jun, leaving it to him to decipher its significance. Li Jun, in turn, gleaned much useful intelligence from Rex. Firstly, the surface was now utterly inaccessible, and Rex hinted at his own prior excursions. Henceforth, all missions would be entrusted to military personnel. Secondly, the work within the Fengshan structure was nearing completion. Although Rex did not explicitly state the nature of this endeavor, The effort expended to hollow out the mountain suggested its confidentiality and critical importance. Thirdly, the city housed a biological research team that had recently developed a medication aimed at enhancing human physiological functions, although Rex refrained from providing further details. Lastly, regarding the matter of the supernatural beings, Rex spoke only briefly, alluding to an intention to study and replicate such genes. Li Jun contemplated these revelations, concluding that the timeline for departure had likely been advanced, with various research processes accelerating. Having previously visited Foam, he could vaguely surmise certain developments. However, the sudden emergence of these supernatural beings raised questions about any potential impact on the timeline for departure. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had swiftly elapsed. The hover train came to a gentle halt at the station in the city. Rex led the way as he and Yongjia disembarked, with Li Jun and Sun Qian trailing closely behind. Once outside, Li Jun cast his gaze upon the underground city, named after the former capital of the nation. A singular sensation permeated the atmosphere. Vastness, an extraordinary expanse that could presumably accommodate 2 subterranean cities. Given the substantial population, the residential structures within this underground realm reached 10 stories high, unlike the city where Li Jun resided, which boasted a maximum of 5. The construction materials employed across the various underground cities bore a remarkable similarity, indicative of a deliberate choice. Li Jun understood that this was all part of future planning. After all quality materials had been appropriated for spacecraft construction, leaving none for this ostensibly forsaken locale. The underground city served merely as a transitional refuge for humanity. Rake guided a small group to the station's registration area. Presenting an identification credential to the official in charge, the officer began to salute. But Rake waved his hand dismissively and requested, "Please summon a guiding vehicle for me." The official promptly complied. Shortly thereafter, an intelligent guiding vehicle arrived. Once aboard, Rake input a location. Li Jun noted it was at the city center. "Are we heading to the Lord Mayor's building?" he pondered. Once the vehicle processed Rake's specified destination, the artificial intelligence announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please secure yourselves." As they settled in, the vehicle adjusted its course, proceeding towards the mayor's building. Were it not for the enormity of the underground city, the largest in the nation, the journey from the peripheral maglev station to the mayor's building would have taken a full hour. Of course, speed played a role, but even the slowest vehicle could cover several dozen kilometers in that time. This was merely half the diameter of the subterranean city. Upon arriving, they made little delay. Rake led the group toward the grand entrance of the mayor's building, only to be stopped at the threshold. "Halt! What is your purpose here?" a guard called out. Rake approached, displaying his credentials once more, prompting a salute from the guard. After exchanging a few words with the officer, the guard nodded in understanding, but then pointed at Li Jun and Sun Qian, shaking his head. Rake uttered a few more phrases, yet still found no resolution. Returning to his companions, "I apologize, but you two will need to wait here for a while. I'll be down shortly. Is that all right?" Li Jun recognized Rake's predicament and quickly responded, "No problem, brother Rake. You go ahead, we'll wait for you here." Rake's expression reflected gratitude as he ascended the stairs with Lei Yongjia. Chapter 23. A familiar figure while Li Jun and his companion awaited outside the mayor's building. A subtle change unfolded in the domain Lord Star region, located hundreds of thousands of light years from Earth. Today, the realm of Yuheng exhibited a slight deviation from its usual dark yellow glow. It was gradually transforming into a bright yellow luminescence. As the radiance intensified, it remained gentle on the eyes. Suddenly, the surface crust of Yuheng trembled, and a fissure, several million meters in length, emerged slowly, with the crust on either side folding in layers. After 10 seconds, the trembling ceased, revealing a colossal square black hole on the surface of the domain. As the surrounding dust settled, a faint point of light gradually emerged from within the black hole, flickering as it soared towards the starry expanse beyond. "Grandfather, I am your beloved granddaughter. Can't you show a little leniency? Must I truly go?" Ji Yuan stood atop the crescent-shaped spacecraft, her expression one of discontent. Ji Yu, positioned on the platform before her, chuckled lightly. "Oh, Yuaner, I have yet to show you any leniency. Today, I have put my pride aside. When your father underwent his coming-of-age ceremony, he ventured out alone, and I didn't interfere at all. Allowing you to embark on this journey is a significant concession on my part, yet your task for this rite of passage remains imperative. It is a tradition of our lineage of guardians and a vital training for you. Cherish this opportunity." Ji Yuan, already displeased, could not help but sulk further upon hearing this. Grandfather, I will be drifting alone in the world for 5 whole years. And you want to even think of me?" Ji Yu remained unfazed, feigning ignorance. "Enough. You've already stepped beyond the threshold. I shall accompany you for this first step. But the rest is up to you. I will return now, but remember this, unless absolutely necessary, do not interfere. Do you understand? Realizing her grandfather was resolute, Ji Yuan refrained from further protest and merely muttered, "Oh, I understand." Ji Yu shook his head with a smile, aware that the girl was upset. Nevertheless, he stepped out into the air, floating steadily. "All right, I have locked in the coordinates. It is time for you to rest." With that, he began to descend slowly into the black hole. Ji Yuan huffed in frustration. "Why can't I have one of those? I must rely on this shabby spacecraft. Who knows how long it will take to fly?" As she observed the black hole below gradually closing, the domain resumed its familiar dark yellow glow. Ji Yuan stomped her foot, turned, and pressed the activation button on the Crescent spacecraft, settling herself inside. The vessel sprang to life, warping the space ahead and revealing a circular black hole, into which Ji Yuan was swiftly drawn. In the darkness, she sighed. She found herself within a time-space traversing corridor. Though enveloped in darkness, she gazed around, experiencing this forcibly torn passage created by the spacecraft's spatial rift generator for the first time. The surrounding space twisted and overlapped, resembling the surface of a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a stone, ripples radiating outward while new waves continuously formed at the center, inducing a slight dizziness in the observer. Ji Yuan closed her eyes and vigorously shook her head. "No wonder grandfather advised me to sleep." She closed her eyes and refrained from opening them. Yet she found herself unable to drift into slumber, her mind wandering aimlessly. As the heir to the lineage of guardians of this star domain, she was mandated to venture forth alone after her coming-of-age ceremony, seeking a planet with a nascent civilization to protect for 5 years in the capacity of a guardian. This was merely the initial and simplest of tasks. Upon her return to the domain of eternity after 5 years, she would be assigned a higher-level mission to safeguard a small star system, with subsequent tasks increasing in magnitude until she ultimately ascended to her grandfather's esteemed position as the star domain guardian. These were tales her grandfather had recounted to her since childhood, and she had long since memorized them. Initially, she had not given them much thought, believing that her grandfather, given his status, would surely make allowances and prevent her from embarking on such a journey, especially since he had always been her constant companion and cherished her dearly. Reflecting on this, a wave of despondency washed over Ji Yuan. "That old man," she muttered silently. "Ah, how wonderful it was to be a child. Had I known, I would have chosen not to grow up. It's so dull to venture out alone." In terms of the calendar of the domain of eternity, she was 18 years old, yet by the reckoning of Earth's Gregorian calendar, she was akin to a human in their 50s. The inhabitants of eternity differed fundamentally from those of Earth. Their cellular death and division cycles were several times longer, resulting in a lifespan that far exceeded that of Earth's denizens. However, their physical structure was not entirely dissimilar to that of Earth humans. Unlike Earthlings, who require oxygen for survival, they could extract the necessary energy from various gases, storing it within an energy reservoir located in their thoracic cavity to sustain themselves in environments devoid of atmosphere. With her eyes shut, Ji Yuan soon succumbed to sleep. The journey through the temporal passage would require at least a month by the reckoning of the era. Fortunately, her grandfather had not left her entirely to her own devices. He had pre-identified a planet inhabited by a burgeoning civilization for her. Were she to search for it herself, she could scarcely fathom how many eras it would take to discover it. Although the temporal passage contained no air, Ji Yuan felt no trepidation, for her energy reserves were sufficient to sustain her in this vacuum for 5 eras. As she traversed the passage, the distorted visuals surrounding her ebbed and flowed, and she sank into a deep slumber, striving to induce a state akin to hibernation to minimize her bodily expenditure. The crescent-shaped spacecraft continued its rapid, superluminal flight through the narrow corridor. On Earth, within the city's Lord's Hall, Li Jun and Sun Qian were seated in a reception room. After Rek had ascended, he returned to usher them in. They had already been waiting there for 5 hours. After a while, Rek entered the room accompanied by Lei Yongjie. "My apologies, esteemed guests. General Jie is currently in a meeting, hence the prolonged wait." Li Jun and Sun Qian exchanged smiles. "It is nothing. It hasn't been too long." "Very well. General Jie must have concluded his business. Let us proceed and escort Yongjie. Let us go. We should also pay a visit to Ziomo." After descending the stairs, they exited through the main entrance of the building. They waited for a moment at the entrance when Jieli emerged with Biaohu. Upon seeing Jieli, Li Jun felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this person before. However, upon spotting Biaohu, recognition dawned instantly. "Uncle Hu." Li Jun called out to Biaohu. Biaohu paused, having just stepped outside with Jie, and was taken aback by the somewhat familiar voice. He turned to look at Li Jun. Li Jun? Biao queried, puzzled. With excitement, Li Jun approached him. Yes, Uncle Hu. At that moment, Biao recognized Li Jun, pulling him closer and embracing him warmly. My goodness, young man, you've grown so much in these past years. Uncle Hu, and who might this be? Biao chuckled. Ah, that would be the instructor. Hee. Upon hearing this, Li Jun instinctively took a step back. Jie had left quite an impression on him during his childhood, especially with that memorable phrase, "Child, come here, Grandpa will give you an extra lesson." Just the thought of it made Li Jun feel unsteady on his feet. Sun Qian approached. Li Jun, do you know each other? Li Jun awkwardly glanced at Jie. Hee. Yes, we are acquainted, he replied. Sun Qian also cast a glance at Jie, and upon noticing the stars on the elder's shoulder, she was taken aback. The elder's status was beyond her imagination. Jie, having spotted Li Jun, displayed a characteristic warm smile of the elderly. He had always held high hopes for this young man. During the special training years ago, due to his unique position, Li Guangxi permitted him to bring both Li Jun and Li Lin to the training camp. At that time, Li Jun was merely 6 or 7 years old, filled with a playful spirit. During his free time, Jie would conduct private lessons for Li Jun and Li Lin. To his surprise, both boys proved to be hard-working and excelled in their training, which fostered a fondness in him, wishing that Li Guangxi would keep them close. However, Li Guangxi adamantly refused, and ultimately, with the outbreak of war, the matter was left unresolved. Li Jun, where's Li Lin? Why didn't he come with you? Jie inquired. Grandpa Jie, I didn't know to come find you. Had I known, I would have certainly brought him along, Li Jun replied, a bit sheepishly. Like approached as well. What's this? You know each other? The group turned and nodded in acknowledgement. The others wore smiles, but Li Jun's expression was somewhat peculiar, as if he had just ingested a cockroach, thinking to himself, brother-like, had I known I would meet him, I would have rather avoided it altogether. Rek was unaware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. He simply burst into laughter. Haha, that's wonderful. Li Jun even expressed a desire to enter the research facility, and I was pondering how to bring him in. Since you are acquainted, it simplifies matters. Jie glanced at Rek and, somewhat bewildered, inquired, Are you certain you wish to take him inside? Rek nodded slightly, as he was somewhat aware of the underlying truths. Let us proceed. I have other matters to attend to. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. With that, he led a group toward the research facility. However, halfway there, he recalled the relationship between Li Jun and Lu Hui and turned to scrutinize Li Jun. This glance did not elicit any reaction from the others. But Li Jun felt differently. Is he still considering training me? He swiftly stepped aside, positioning himself behind Biao Hu, whose imposing stature effectively concealed him. Biao Hu turned to Li Jun and cheerfully asked, What's the matter with you? The inquiry drew the attention of the group, prompting Li Jun to awkwardly smile. Oh, it's nothing, just a toothache. Jie chuckled upon seeing this and continued leading the group toward the research facility. He initially intended for Li Jun to wait for them, but then reconsidered. It had been years since Li Jun had seen Lu Hui. The boy must believe his mother had been gone for many years. Moreover, Lu Hui's research was nearing completion, and the time for the family to reunite was drawing near. It was time for the child to learn some truths. After undergoing multiple security checks, they entered the research facility. As they stepped inside, a young girl rushed over. Chief Jie, you're here. Yanqing exclaimed. Jie regarded her with a smile. Ah, little Qing, you welcomed me the moment I arrived. Where's your teacher, Lu? Yanqing eagerly responded. Chief Jie, I happened to be on duty in the monitoring room today. As soon as I saw you enter, I hurried over. Teacher is currently observing the experimental subjects. Jie nodded. All right, since your teacher is busy, please lead us to where those children are. Do you know where they are? Yanqing, fully aware of whom Jie referred to, nodded affirmatively. I do, Chief, this way please. She pointed toward a small 2-story building, signaling for the others to follow. Jie walked ahead toward the building, with the rest trailing behind. By the way, please inform your teacher that when she finishes, she should come to see me. I have someone to introduce to her. Yanqing nodded and relayed Jie's message verbatim to Lu Hui through her wrist communicator. At that moment, Lu Hui was engrossed in observing an experimental subject alongside several colleagues clad in research attire. Teacher Lu, the experimental subject has now survived for a full 30 minutes. One of the personnel glanced at the time and remarked to Lu Hui. Lu Hui shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the experimental subject behind the glass. This being could neither be classified as an animal nor as a human. They had designated it as a humanoid experimental subject. It was created by rearranging the genes of a baboon to make the experimental subject more akin to human physiology. At this moment, This humanoid creature lay quietly in another laboratory, separated by a layer of glass from Lu Hui and her colleagues. Its size was not particularly large. It resembled an adult baboon, covered in black fur. For safety reasons, it had been anesthetized prior to the experiment. Within the experimental facility, more than 500 of such humanoid beings had already been cultivated, all with the consent of the higher authorities. However, this was not sufficient. The time was still inadequate. For this study, the experimental subject number 20 must survive for at least 120 minutes to be considered a passing mark. Lu Hui understood that this research was markedly different from the previous one, which merely focused on enhancing the strength of human cells and increasing their division rates through the study of similar species genes and cells. That endeavor was relatively straightforward, resulting in the loss of only about 10 experimental subjects. In contrast, the current project involved rearranging human genes, introducing special gene molecules, and significantly enhancing the strength of human cells by at least 10 levels. The difficulty of this undertaking had increased exponentially. 19 humanoid experimental subjects had already perished. Now, they were working with the 20th. In simpler terms, the research project Lu Hui was currently engaged in was the very one she had previously discussed with Miranda, transferring the abilities of superhumans into ordinary individuals, effectively creating superhumans. As time ticked away, Lu Hui instinctively glanced at the time on her wristband. Just as she was about to check the incoming message, a sharp, elongated cry emanated from the experimental subject's mouth. Lu Hui looked down at the timer, 36 minutes and 51 seconds. Shaking her head, she murmured, "Still not enough. All right, everyone take a break. I'll step out for a moment." With that, she pushed open the laboratory door and exited. Lu Hui sat at her desk for a moment of respite, sipping water and gently massaging her temples, striving to regain her focus. For a brief moment, she completely forgot about checking the message. Li Jun followed Jie, led by Yan Qing, to a two-story building. Yan Qing introduced, "Chief Jie. This is where all the superpowered children reported from across the nation reside." Li Jun, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Children? What do you mean?" Yan Qing held no disdain for the youthful newcomer. After all, the mere fact that he could accompany Jie indicated that his status was not insignificant. Yet, she was overthinking the matter. Li Jun was merely a bystander this time, having come along with Like, and it was only due to his tenuous connection with Jie that he found himself present. Yan Qing proceeded to elucidate to Li Jun why they referred to them as little friends, a term that was quite literal, for they were indeed children, none exceeding the tender age of 15. According to the current statistics of the 90-odd children reported, the eldest among them was merely a 13-year-old girl, while the majority were around 10 years of age. Li Jun responded with an "oh," realizing that the emergence of these extraordinary abilities likely required certain conditions. Yan Qing nodded in agreement. "We have discussed this matter with our teacher. It may be that the physical frailty of the children renders them more susceptible to the effects of nuclear radiation, or there might be another underlying cause. However, this alternative explanation remains unproven, leading us to lean towards the former." Jie, intrigued, inquired, "What is this other potential cause?" Yan Qing paused momentarily. "This hypothesis, as it stands unverified, is merely conjecture from our teacher, the natural evolution of the human body." Evolution? Several voices echoed in unison, their expressions laced with curiosity. Indeed, evolution. While adults have fully developed physiological functions, children are still in their growth phase, particularly at the age of 5 or 6. They may experience genetic mutations due to external influences. Like nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the substantial possibility. As a researcher, albeit not in biology, he had encountered enough to grasp the concept. As the most accomplished student under Lu Hui, Yan Qing had initially found this notion hard to believe when Lu Hui first proposed it. However, upon reflection, she acknowledged that it was not entirely implausible. She continued, "Yes, the recent nuclear war serves as a catalyst. Although the effects of nuclear radiation on humanity have diminished compared to the past, children's senses remain sharper than those of adults. Upon perceiving the threat posed by nuclear radiation, they may undergo evolution." The group grasped the general idea, no longer as bewildered as before, observing their expressions of understanding. Yan Qing felt a twinge of pride. After studying under her teacher for so long, this was her inaugural experience teaching others, and she found it quite gratifying, secretly reveling in her success. As Li Jun absorbed Yan Qing's insights, he suddenly noticed her waving towards someone behind the group, exclaiming, "Teacher Lu." He turned to face the approaching figure, but due to the glare of the lights, he could only discern a shadow. A sense of familiarity washed over him. This silhouette seemed strangely recognizable. Chapter 24. The reunion of mother and son. Li Jun stood frozen, utterly astonished, his gaze fixated on the figure approaching. Lu Hui offered a gentle smile to Yan Qing before turning to speak with Chief Xie. Chief Xie, I apologize. We just reached a critical juncture in the experiment. Xie Li waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Your foremost priority now is to expedite the new research. Everything else is secondary. After speaking, he pulled Lu Hui aside and whispered, I fought for this project on your behalf. I hope you will succeed. As you are aware, experiments involving human modification are highly controversial worldwide, so I urge you to keep this a secret and proceed with utmost haste. Otherwise, I fear complications may arise. Lu Hui nodded, indicating her understanding. Meanwhile, Li Jun could hardly believe his eyes. He stared intently at Lu Hui, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, for in his mind, his mother had long since passed. Yet, the resemblance was striking, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Still, he hesitated to confirm it. As Lu Hui had turned her back to him after being drawn aside by Xie Li. After concluding his remarks, Xie Li smiled at Lu Hui. All right, I shall grant you a half-day off today. Lu Hui appeared puzzled. A day off? Before she could voice her question, Xie Li gestured behind her. Turning around, Lu Hui's gaze landed on Li Jun, her eyes locking onto his face. At that moment, Li Jun finally discerned Lu Hui's features. Though she appeared somewhat worn, her visage was one he would never forget. Sun Qian, noticing Li Jun had been lost in thought, gently tugged at him, rousing him from his stupor. Mom? He asked hesitantly, uncertainty still lingering in his voice. Upon hearing her son call out, Lu Hui's eyes filled with tears, moisture pooling in her gaze. Juner, she choked out, reaching out toward him. In that instant, Li Jun's heart surged with recognition. The weary woman before him was indeed his mother. His mother was alive. Mom, he cried out, tears streaming down his cheeks. Although his mind had accepted the reality of her existence, his legs felt paralyzed, refusing to move. Not only he, but those surrounding Li Jun were equally taken aback. Sun Qian was aware of the tragic fate that had befallen Li Jun's mother. Yet hearing him call out Mom was undeniably real. Was this woman truly his mother? Like had some understanding of Li Jun's circumstances, having privately conducted inquiries through connections. But the results uniformly indicated that both of Li Jun's parents were deceased. Clearly, the information he had uncovered was manipulated, revealing just how clandestine the actions of this woman, Li Jun's mother, truly were. Lu Hui gradually approached Li Jun, standing before him as she gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Juner, you have grown up. You have suffered so much over the years. Your father and I owe you an apology. Li Jun, tears streaming down his face, shook his head and broke into a foolish grin. I am not suffering at all. When I first received the news of my parents' demise, it felt as though the sky had collapsed upon me, enveloped in profound despair. Yet, I persevered for the sake of my younger brother and grandmother. Since learning of their fate, his brother had gradually become more withdrawn. However, at this moment, Li Jun felt that all the past struggles were worth it. The depth of his former despair now contrasted sharply with the joy he felt. After drying his tears, Lu Hui inquired, Child, how did you come to be here? What about Shaolin? Li Jun composed himself. Mom, please tell me what is going on. Lu Hui smiled gently. This is a long story. Once I finish my business this afternoon, I will explain everything to you. Li Jun exchanged a glance with Xie Li, who subtly shook his head, indicating that this matter could wait until later, as there were too many eyes around. My presence here today is purely coincidental. I came with Brother Lei, who brought his child, also an ability user. I came along to see someone. Lu Hui nodded, glancing at Lei Ku, then spoke to Li Jun. All right then, I shall attend to my duties. Once I am finished, we will have a good talk. Li Jun understood that it was not yet the time to inquire further and nodded in agreement. Xie Li, at this moment, also looked at Lei Ku, who comprehended his meaning. He led Lei Yongjie towards Lu Hui. Director Lu, greetings. Lei Ku extended his hand. Lu Hui shook it warmly. Lei, it's been a long time. Lei Ku chuckled. Indeed. It feels like ages since we last met. I never imagined this young lad would turn out to be your son. After glancing at Li Jun, he continued, Enough with the pleasantries. My main task today is to hand the child over to you. I feel more at ease knowing he is in your capable hands. You cannot imagine the stubbornness of this boy. He fears no one. With that, Lei Ku brought Lei Yongjie forward. From now on, listen to your Aunt Lu, understand? Lei Yongjie maintained his icy demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Hui before turning away. Lu Hui chuckled softly. It seems like just yesterday I was celebrating his full moon banquet with Guanqi. How time flies. Suddenly, Li Jun spoke up. Mom, I wish to see someone, a young ability user who was also reported. May I? Lu Hui regarded him with affectionate eyes and nodded. Xiaoqing, take Li Jun with you. She turned to Yan Qing, who approached Li Jun with polite demeanor. Unsure of what you wish to see, allow me to guide you. Let us proceed. Conversing as we walk, This way. After Yanqing spoke, she led Li Jun towards the small two-story building. Sun Qian followed closely behind Li Jun. It was then that Lu Hui noticed Sun Qian, who had been standing behind Li Jun all along. With a smile, she murmured, "Guanqi. It has been years since we last met. Jun has truly grown into a young man." Hee. Jelly approached and said, "Brother, I want to say much. But regarding today's matter, I hope you can keep it confidential. No one must know, understood?" Like's expression turned serious immediately. "Yes, brother, you know me well. What should remain unsaid shall stay buried within me. Not a word shall escape my lips." Jelly nodded in affirmation. "All right, I shall take a look over there. You all continue with your business. Be swift, as I have a meeting shortly. Lu Hui will accompany me to the meeting first, and afterward, she will join you." Li Jun understood. Lu Hui replied. Li Jun and Sun Qian followed Yanqing up to the second floor. Upon reaching the top, they were greeted by the cheerful chattering of children. Yanqing exclaimed, "These little rascals, what mischief are they up to now?" Li Jun observed that the accommodation was quite pleasant, resembling that of a university dormitory, yet far superior in ambience. Stepping into a room, he found it empty, a standard four-person room equipped with ample living facilities. He remarked to Sun Qian, "This environment is quite commendable. I wonder if little Moo will be able to adapt." Sun Qian chuckled softly. "Will she need to worry? She is the type who can sleep anywhere. The notion of adaptation does not apply to her." Li Jun laughed in return and turned to Yanqing, asking, "Is this dormitory unoccupied? Where are the others?" Yanqing pointed towards a room at the end of the corridor. "They are likely making a ruckus in there." Sigh. "These children are quite a handful." With a hand to her forehead, she sighed. "Did I hear you mention little Momo? Is there a girl named Momo?" Li Jun and Sun Qian nodded in unison. "Yes, that is her." Yanqing hurriedly grasped their hands, asking urgently, "What is your relationship with her?" Li Jun and Sun Qian proceeded to explain Mumu's background and their connection to her. Upon hearing their tale, Yanqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mumu's fate is indeed tragic. Yet, recalling the events of the past few days, she tightened her grip on their hands, as if fearing they might vanish. "You have finally arrived. I was planning to invite you here in a couple of days." Li Jun and Sun Qian exchanged puzzled glances. "Has little Mumu gotten into trouble?" Yanqing shook her head. "Not trouble per se. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. You should go and see for yourselves." Yanqing led the two individuals toward the room at the end of the corridor, conversing as they walked. Mumu is now the leader among this group of children. Among the 90 or so children sent here, she is the oldest. The other children seem to listen to her quite well. Li Jun remarked, "That's rather convenient. It saves you the trouble of managing them further." Upon hearing Li Jun's comment, Yanqing chuckled. "If only it were truly the case. You'll see for yourself shortly." Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Li Jun glanced around and noted that it appeared to be a spacious activity room. Just as they approached the door, the sounds of children crying echoed from within. Yanqing's expression darkened. "Here we go again." Curiosity piqued. Li Jun pushed open the door and found a group of children seated in a line at the center of the room, while a slightly older girl stood before them. Who else could it be but Mumu? Li Jun, filled with delight for Mumu, remarked to Sun Qian, "Little Mumu truly has a talent. She has managed to captivate this group of little ones right away." Sun Qian spotted Mumu standing at the front and was about to greet her when Mumu's words caused both Li Jun and Sun Qian to lose their smiles. "Your parents don't want you anymore." With that single statement, the children erupted into tears, unable to be consoled. Li Jun and Sun Qian felt a wave of awkwardness and considered leaving, but since they had come to see Mumu, they remained. Though their expressions had grown increasingly strained, two women in their 20s rushed over to comfort the children, and Yanqing hurried inside, attempting to soothe each child. After about 3 minutes, they finally managed to quell the tears, and the trio exhaled in relief. Just then, Mumu spoke up again. "Grandma and Grandpa don't want you anymore." Well, the moment the children heard this, the crying resumed. Li Jun's face fell as he caught Yanqing's pleading gaze. Without waiting for her to speak, he hastily entered the room, swiftly approaching Mumu and pulling her out of the activity room, also finding Nyo to bring along. Upon seeing Li Jun and Sun Qian, Mumu leaped with joy, babbling excitedly. However, the cacophony of cries in the room rendered Li Jun unable to catch her words. At that moment, he disregarded what she had said. As Mumu rushed towards him and Sun Qian for a hug, he raised his hand to block her, glaring intently at her. Mumu, catching his expression, playfully stuck out her tongue and lowered her head, falling silent, though her heart brimmed with happiness. Li Jun continued to gaze at Mumu for a while until the din of the children's cries finally subsided. Once the surroundings fell into tranquility, Li Jun finally spoke up. "Xiao Mumu, what is happening with you?" Xiao Mumu lifted her head and chuckled. Brother Li Jun, sister Sun Qian. I was just thinking of you. Li Jun interjected. Oh, spare me that. Oh, it's nothing much. I was just playing with them, she giggled. Noticing that Li Jun and Sun Qian seemed genuinely upset, she quickly added, Here, aside from Yunyo, I don't know any of the other children. I've grown up and no longer enjoy their childish games. It's too dull to be alone, so I was just teasing them. Li Jun sighed. You mustn't do that again, do you understand? This isn't your home, where you can do as you please. Be careful not to overstep and upset those older girls, or your days here will become quite uncomfortable. Sun Qian and I will be leaving after we check on you today. We want to be able to stay with you all the time, understand? Xiao Mumu pouted, feeling a bit wronged, but nodded, acknowledging, I understand, I won't play such jokes anymore. At that moment, Yanqing and two other girls emerged. Yanqing introduced them. These two are here specifically for us. They used to be preschool teachers. Li Jun and Sun Qian both shook hands with the two. Hello. I apologize for the trouble Xiao Mumu has caused. They smiled in response. Xiao Mumu just loves teasing these little ones. But she is quite adorable and sensible most of the time. When we have matters to attend to, we rely on her to keep an eye on the children. Being older, they tend to listen to her. Upon hearing the teacher's praise, Xiao Mumu lifted her head proudly. Sun Qian pulled her close and pointed at her forehead, saying, You must listen well from now on, understand? Xiao Mumu nodded vigorously. Li Jun picked up Nyonyo and, after a brief exchange with Yanqing, he and Sun Qian took Xiao Mumu and Nyonyo back to their dormitory. Yanqing sighed. I truly hope this little one will listen better in the future. Afterward, she instructed the two teachers to continue supervising the children while she descended the stairs to wait for Li Jun and Sun Qian. At this moment, after handing over Lei Yongjie to Lu Hui, Lei Ku had a person escort him away, and they arrived at Lu Hui's office to await the outcome. Although Lei Ku sat calmly on the sofa, Lu Hui could perceive a hint of unease in him. She smiled reassuringly. Lei Ku, there's no need to rush. Shouting has taken him for a preliminary checkup. Rest assured. Lei Ku smiled faintly, sipping from his cup, yet a sliver of worry lingered in his heart. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in, Lu Hui called. Xiao Ding entered, walking directly to Lu Hui's side, and whispered a few words in her ear. Lu Hui nodded in response. All right, you may go and arrange a single dormitory for the child. After Xiao Ding finished speaking, he exited. Like observed the two individuals closely. Director Lu, has something occurred? Lu Hui stared at Like for a moment. Just now, Xiao Ding was conducting a health check on the child, and there was a slight mishap. The child fainted and developed a layer of frost on his body. However, he is fine now, as Xiao Ding administered a suppressant. And the frost has receded. The child has fallen asleep. Like gasped, how could this happen? The child has never experienced such an incident before. Lu Hui responded. To be frank, prior to the health check, we administer a stimulant to each ability user. The purpose of this is to activate the child's latent abilities, allowing us to observe the classification of powers within the child's body and the intensity of abilities that the user can withstand. Rest assured, this will not have any adverse effects on the child. Furthermore, to my knowledge, even without the stimulant, children may exhibit the overflow of abilities in certain environments. Fortunately, you brought the child here. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire, potentially endangering the child's life. Like nodded, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Li Jun. It was he who had encouraged him to bring the child, and it now seemed to be the most prudent decision. Once reassured that Lei Yongjie was all right, he casually inquired, I just heard that the little girl mentioned only 90 some have been found nationwide. Lu Hui nodded, not intending to conceal information from Like, considering that his own child was an ability user. Yes, a total of 98 have been located, but I estimate that the actual number across the nation is significantly higher, especially since only a week has passed in the search. Like replied, oh, discovering 98 in a week is quite substantial. Well, since the child has been delivered and is now safe, my task is complete, and I can return home to explain to my wife. I shall not intrude further. I will head to the city lord's tower and wait for Li Jun to finish his discussion with you this afternoon before he seeks me out. Lu Hui acknowledged, understood. Director Lei, I will inform him this afternoon. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Like departed and spoke briefly with Jelly. Seeing that Like had completed his tasks, Jelly prepared to return to the city lord's tower together. Before leaving, he instructed Biao Hu to inform Lu Hui to join the meeting as soon as she was finished. After Biao Hu delivered the message, the three exited the experimental base and returned to the city lord's tower. Li Jun and Sun Qian were in Xiao Mumu's dormitory, keeping her and Yonyo company. Although Xiao Mumu was delighted to see Li Jun and Sun Qian, after a while, she looked up at Li Jun and said, Brother Li Jun, I do not wish to stay here any longer. Can you take me home? Li Jun asked, "What's wrong? There are so many children here. And Nyo is with you. Aren't you happy staying?" Xiao Mumu shook her head, visibly displeased. Those individuals were exceedingly cruel. You cannot fathom the ordeal. As soon as Nyo and I arrived, they extracted our blood, causing us considerable pain. Li Jun chuckled softly. Being the son of Lu Hui, a biologist, he had witnessed his mother conduct various biological experiments since childhood, and thus understood that blood extraction was a commonplace procedure, akin to having blood drawn for medical tests at a hospital. At that moment, Lu Hui pushed the door open. "Li Jun, please wait for your mother for a moment. I need to attend a meeting." Before Li Jun could respond, Xiao Mumu cried out, "Li Jun Gij, quickly protect me. She wants to draw my blood." Li Jun, taken aback, was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 25. The most wonderful day in the city's underground. Within a second-floor conference room, 10 individuals, men and women of varying ages, were gathered around a conference table. Each represented a leading figure in their respective fields. Unlike the usual tense atmosphere of meetings, today's gathering exuded a sense of ease among the attendees. Zhong Xiangtai occupied the chair of honor. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have convened this meeting primarily to hear updates on your recent tasks. Please, one by one, share your progress." The room fell silent as everyone focused intently. "Let us begin with Elder Qian," Zhong Xiangtai suggested. Elder Qian, seated to the right of Zhong, stood up, bowing slightly in respect. Zhong nodded, granting him permission to speak. Elder Qian straightened his slightly stooped back, rubbed his bald head, and smiled broadly, revealing a few wispy strands of beard. "Greetings, everyone. I am Qian Senator." His introduction left the others astonished, for Qian-san was a prominent name in their circle, wielding significant influence in today's society. Although all 10 were engaged in preparations for the nation, familiarity among them was scarce. Many had never met before, having dispersed to their respective duties after receiving their assignments. Elder Qian continued, "I trust you are all aware of the current global situation. Our time is limited. Allow me to succinctly summarize the circumstances. A few years ago, nations worldwide, due to environmental conditions and various influences, devised an audacious plan to escape Earth." He paused, stroking his sparse beard, before continuing. "Following the plan's formulation, our nation's decision-makers convened the leaders of various sectors to discuss specific preparations. I believe all of you were present at that time. I, too, participated and was ultimately appointed as the chief architect of the International Space Fortress." Elder Qian took a seat and sipped some water, clearing his throat. "Apologies for my age," he chuckled. He continued, stating that the construction of the International Space Fortress is spearheaded by several superpowers, with assistance from other nations. Just last month, over 50 space transport vessels were launched, successfully establishing the primary framework of the fortress. Subsequently, this month, our nation, alongside others possessing manned spaceflight technology, has successfully launched over 200 crewed spacecraft. The later stages of the fortress's construction have been completed, and all tasks assigned to our country were essentially concluded yesterday. The next step involves collaboratively establishing a temporary base on the moon. Preparations are already complete, with 50 engineers selected and undergoing final training. I anticipate that we shall embark within 2 weeks. However, beyond engineers, we require a team of security personnel. Constructing a space base on another celestial body marks a historical milestone for humanity, and I fear unforeseen incidents may arise, thus necessitating precaution." Elder Qian's last remark was directed at Zhong Xiangtai. After listening, Zhong Xiangtai nodded. "Rest assured, I will ensure a select group of elite security personnel accompanies you on your journey." Upon hearing this, Elder Qian smiled gently at Zhong Xiangtai in gratitude. "Well, it appears that Elder Qian's tasks are nearing completion. Next, let us proceed with the reports." Standing up on the right side, Jelly introduced himself to the assembly. He then reported on the recent activities and accomplishments of the military. Following a brief chuckle, he remarked that the military's primary focus has been on logistical support, while other research-related matters are under the purview of designated leaders, who will report shortly, as I am not well versed in those areas. However, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help." Jelly concluded and took his seat. "Well, has Guangxi reported to you today? Please share the situation on his end." Jelly responded affirmatively. He reported yesterday that everything is proceeding smoothly and is nearing completion. He has been pressed for time these past few days, which is why he is absent today. After speaking, Jelly turned to glance at Lu Hui, who had been engrossed in preparing her report materials. Upon hearing Li Guangqi's name, she lifted her head attentively. A smile crossed her face upon learning that the tasks were nearly complete. "It seems that the day of our family reunion is drawing near." With this thought, Lu Hui felt a renewed sense of joy and smiled at Jie in acknowledgement. All right, next individual, please highlight the important points. Zhong Xiangtai addressed the next speaker after Jie. One by one, the remaining members reported on the progress of their respective tasks. It appears that nearly everyone's work is nearing completion. After listening to Lu Hui's report, Zhong Xiangtai lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. He then raised his gaze toward Lu Hui and inquired, "What is the current status of the second research project you mentioned earlier?" Lu Hui candidly responded, "Preliminary experiments have been conducted, but they have not progressed smoothly thus far." Zhong Xiangtai acknowledged with a sound, "Is there anything you require assistance with?" Lu Hui shook her head. "Currently, we are facing technical challenges. I am uncertain about whether the project has been initiated on the national front or what stage it is at." Zhong Xiangtai stood up and addressed the remaining attendees. "All right. Today's meeting concludes here. Everyone may return, and I urge each of you to exert further effort in accordance with the original task requirements." As the group gathered their materials and proceeded towards the exit, Zhong Xiangtai called out, "Lu Hui, Jie, please wait a moment." The two halted and reseated themselves. He looked at Lu Hui and asked, "Lu Hui, I heard from Lao Jie that your child has arrived?" Lu Hui nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. You and Guanxi have devoted yourselves wholeheartedly to the pursuit of research. Your contributions to the nation will not be forgotten. Now that various tasks are nearing completion, it is time for your family to reunite." Jie remarked, "I suggested that Lu Hui take some time off this afternoon to spend quality moments with her child." Zhong Xiangtai nodded slightly. "Once Guanxi's work is concluded, we shall transfer him here and bring your two children as well." Lu Hui responded, "Thank you, leader." Zhong Xiangtai waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks at this juncture. Let us focus on your work." Lu Hui proceeded, "The experiments have commenced, and we have tested 20 subjects. However, the maximum duration has only been 30 minutes. For the next step, I would like to request if it is possible to inquire about the progress on the national front to obtain any reliable information." Zhong Xiangtai shook his head. "That is not feasible. Nations, especially superpowers, may appear united on the surface, but when it comes to groundbreaking scientific advancements, particularly in the realm of extraordinary abilities, they operate under a veil of secrecy. This field of human modification is considered taboo internationally, and I suspect they will be reluctant to divulge any information to us. We must consider alternative approaches." After some contemplation, Lu Hui replied, "Very well. If that is the case, we shall devise our own solutions, rest assured, leader. I am determined to succeed in this research project." Zhong Xiangtai smiled. "Good. If you require further assistance, consult Lao Jie. He will offer you unconditional support. The success of this project is crucial to our future survival, as humanity embarks on this exploration of the cosmos for the first time. If successful, these individuals will ensure our existence." Indeed. Lu Hui stood up immediately, her expression resolute as she affirmed, "In the afternoon, it is essential to spend quality time with the child, as you both have not seen each other for several years. Furthermore, please convey my apologies to the child. It was I who issued the notification of your passing back then," chuckled Lu Hui. "I believe he will comprehend." Within the experimental base, in the dormitory of the ability users, Xiao Mumu sat on the bed, feeling dejected, her gaze fixed on Li Jun. "Brother Li Jun, is that aunt who took my blood really your mother? I recall you mentioning that aunts are." Sun Qian shot a glare at Xiao Mumu. "Do not speak nonsense." Xiao Mumu replied plaintively, "I am merely stating the truth." "Sister Sun Qian, you even went to see brother Li Lin with her." Li Jun observed the playful exchange between the two and chuckled softly. "It's all right, but Xiao Mumu, she truly is my mother. As for the past, I am not fully aware, yet I believe she has her reasons." At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the dormitory door. "Li Jun, Teacher Lu has returned and requests your presence in her office," Yanqing announced from outside. "Okay, I understand. I will be there shortly," Li Jun replied. Shortly thereafter, he entered Lu Hui's office accompanied by Sun Qian, Xiao Mumu, and Yo. Upon seeing Li Jun, Lu Hui hurried over. "Juner, you haven't been waiting long, have you?" Li Jun smiled. "Not at all." "All right, everyone take a seat. It's almost mealtime." "Just a moment," Lu Hui called out as she approached the door. "Yanqing, please bring in a few portions of food." Yanqing responded from outside. "All right, coming right up." Li Jun turned to Sun Qian, saying, "Could you assist her? She cannot carry it all by herself." Sun Qian nodded obediently and stepped out. Lu Hui observed Sun Qian's demeanor and smiled gently, then turned to tease Li Jun. "Juner has grown up, yet you haven't introduced me to anyone?" Li Jun felt a bit embarrassed, unsure of how to explain, so he shifted the topic. "Mother, please tell me what truly happened back then." Lu Hui moved closer and sat beside Li Jun. Xiao Mumu, unusually quiet, kept her head down, secretly watching Lu Hui. As she approached, Xiao Mumu immediately took Nyo and darted to the other side. Lu Hui chuckled softly at Nyo's reaction. After settling down, she took Li Jun's hand. Child, you appear darker and have lost weight, yet you seem sturdier. As she spoke, tears began to well in the corners of her eyes. Li Jun quickly reached out to wipe them away. Lu Hui sighed deeply and continued. Has your father ever explained to you the reasons behind the outbreak of war back then? Li Jun nodded. Father mentioned some things, but did not elaborate in detail. Lu Hui regarded Li Jun thoughtfully and said, there are some aspects of that time I cannot openly disclose, but if you think carefully, you should be able to grasp a bit of the situation. At this moment, Li Jun felt a surge of terror. Could it truly be as I feared? Lu Hui, unaware of Li Jun's thoughts, continued speaking. In those years, the primary means of warfare revolved around nuclear weapons, predominantly conducted through remote operations. Both your father and I were involved as military researchers, and thus we were summoned to participate. Lu Hui let out a sigh before continuing. The war lasted a grueling 9 months, during which nearly 200 nuclear bombs were deployed globally. Nations became blinded by rage, and by the time they realized the consequences, it was too late. The Earth had transformed into its present desolation, with casualties numbering in the countless. When the war ended, the statistics were staggering. Some smaller nations were obliterated, leaving only a handful of survivors, mere dozens, and that scene is one I shall never forget. You are likely aware of the aftermath. The environment altered drastically, rendering it uninhabitable for humanity. Thus, humanity was compelled to seek a new sanctuary, and we had to prepare meticulously. Your father and I, as both researchers and soldiers, were obligated to obey orders. Consequently, after receiving distinct assignments from our superiors, we hurried to our respective posts, hoping to contribute to the survival of humankind in any way we could. Li Jun was perplexed. Why didn't you at least inform us before you left? Instead, you departed silently, and we ultimately received news of your and father's sacrifices. Lu Hui inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. My child, at that time, relations between nations were just beginning to thaw, and the project your father and I were engaged in was of utmost secrecy. For your safety and your brother's, we made this decision, to let the world believe we had perished, so you and your brother could live without fear. Do you understand? Li Jun, grasping the essence of her words, felt a mix of understanding and indignation. You acted for our benefit, but how old were we then? And what about Grandma? She was crying in secret almost daily, her eyes nearly blinded by tears. At the mention of his grandmother, Li Jun's tears flowed freely. Now, Grandma Lu Hui discerned the underlying sentiment in Li Jun's words. With a gentle smile, she reassured him. Juner, your father and I did indeed wrong you and your brother back then, but that will not happen again. Rest assured. As for Grandma, during the last video call, she was with us. Both she and your father are in good health. Li Jun was taken aback, sitting up straight. His gaze fixed on Lu Hui as he urgently inquired, Grandma is still alive? I thought she was gone. And what about Dad? Through his conversation with his mother, Li Jun now understood that not only was his mother in good health, but his father was also well, and remarkably, Grandma was still alive. At that moment, he was suddenly engulfed by a surreal sensation, as if the 3 relatives he had believed to be deceased had miraculously returned to life. He promptly pinched his thigh, and the sharp pain confirmed the reality of his experience. This was no dream. Li Jun couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Lu Hui chuckled softly. Silly child. Did you really think your father and I have been oblivious to the happenings at home all these years? We simply couldn't send any messages. But we have always been keenly aware of the family situation. After you and your brother left, your grandmother was left alone at home. I knew she was growing old and reluctant to move, and your parents never held it against you. Once your father learned of it, he arranged for her to come live with him. At that moment, Sun Qian and Yanqing entered with several dishes of food. Little Mumu was playing with Nyo nearby. Suddenly catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, she hurried over to Sun Qian, eagerly accepting a portion. However, she paused and offered it to Lu Hui instead. Auntie, you eat first, hee. Lu Hui affectionately patted little Mumu's head. You little rascal. When did you become so considerate? Little Mumu replied. You are Li Jun's mother, which makes you my family too, so it's only right to treat you well. Hee. Lu Hui nodded in approval. Indeed, you are quite articulate. How about you call me Mom from now on, since I don't have a daughter? Lu Hui had learned through Yanqing about the connection between little Mumu and Li Jun and felt deep sympathy for the girl's circumstances. Little Mumu's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, but then dimmed slightly. No, Mumu only has one mother. Realizing her misstep, Lu Hui quickly corrected herself. Right. It's my fault for saying the wrong thing. You can call me godmother instead. That should work, right? Little Mumu looked up at Lu Hui and nodded eagerly. Yes, I can do that. Hee. Can I call you godmother as long as you promise not to draw my blood anymore? That hurts. Lu Hui burst into laughter. All right. You clever little girl. It seems you were waiting for me to say that. The others were amused by little Moo Moo's antics. Li Jun approached and picked up Nyo Nyo, and the group shared a meal together, chatting merrily. Before long, the afternoon slipped away. At 6 in the evening, Li Jun prepared to leave, for Lu Hui still had work to attend to, and his father and brother were absent. It was not yet a day for family reunion. Lu Hui escorted Li Jun and Sun Qian to the door. Li Jun turned to Sun Qian and inquired, "Are those two girls asleep?" Sun Qian nodded obediently, stealing a glance at Lu Hui, who was smiling warmly at her. Sun Qian quickly diverted her gaze, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. "Mom, we should head back now." Li Jun called out, and Lu Hui turned her gaze towards him. "All right, when you return, have a good talk with Shaolin. The child has become too taciturn lately. This simply won't do. It would be unfortunate if he were to struggle in finding a partner in the future." Hearing this, Sun Qian couldn't help but chuckle. The two immediately looked her way. Sun Qian quickly interjected, "Oh, it's nothing at all. You two continue your conversation." Li Jun turned to Lu Hui and said, "You needn't worry about Shaolin. He is in a relationship now, and I have met the girl. She is quite lovely." Lu Hui's face brightened instantly. "Really? Since you both went to the underground city, I've been busy with work and haven't paid much attention. This is fantastic. Next time you come, bring her along so I can meet her. And you, look at Shaolin. He's dating now, and you should seize the opportunity too. You are still the older brother." After saying this, Lu Hui cast a glance at Sun Qian, her eyes shifting between the two. Li Jun understood Lu Hui's implication and felt a bit awkward. "All right, Mom. I get it. You can head back now. There's no need to worry about me." Lu Hui chuckled. "Fine. I won't concern myself. Let your father worry about you instead. I'm off now. I still have much to do. Make sure to video call me. Next time you come, don't leave." Li Jun nodded in agreement. After Lu Hui finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the research base. Chapter 26. A gamble with you. Li Jun suddenly called out, "Mom." Lu Hui turned back. "Take care of your health." Lu Hui immediately smiled broadly and nodded. "All right, son." After meeting her son and explaining the events of years past, her mood was particularly light. Li Jun, feeling somewhat speechless, turned and walked with Sun Qian towards the city lord's tower. "Don't take it to heart. That's just how my mom is. She has always been like this since my childhood." Sun Qian blushed. "I didn't mind at all. Your mother is quite amusing," she said with a grin. The two found like at the city lord's tower and boarded the train they had arrived on. As the train set off, speeding towards the city, Like turned to Li Jun and said, "Li Jun, I didn't realize you were Director Lu's son. I can no longer call you little brother. Otherwise, it would disrupt the hierarchy." Haha. Li Jun quickly responded, "Hee hee, brother-like, it's all the same." Like chuckled, You young man are taking advantage of me." At this moment, Sun Qian finally relaxed. Ever since she learned that Lu Hui was Li Jun's mother, she had maintained a tense demeanor, fearing she might say something inappropriate, which is why she hadn't spoken much. She then joked, "Was your mother always this playful? It seems she is worried about you two not finding partners." Li Jun then recalled Lu Hui's earlier words and remarked, "No wonder my mother laughed when she mentioned Li Lin." Sun Qian, recalling Lu Hui's comment, laughed once more. It is truly remarkable that someone like Annie, with such a character, can engage in scientific research. I have made my decision. Henceforth, Andy shall be my idol. Embodying the greatness that few possess, the ability to prioritize the greater good over personal comforts. Li Jun cast a sidelong glance at him. "Oh, spare me. The times have changed. Focus on yourself first." Sun Qian shot a glance at Li Jun, then playfully stuck out her tongue and turned her head away. Li Jun was momentarily taken aback. After years of acquaintance, he had never witnessed such a demeanor from Sun Qian before. He reached out to touch her forehead, finding it quite normal. With no signs of fever, Sun Qian swatted his hand away, turning her head to cease the conversation. Of course, her reaction wasn't out of anger, but rather shyness. What had come over her today? Why had she acted in such a manner? Staring intently at her reflection in the car window, she felt her cheeks ablaze. Li Jun chuckled softly and chose not to speak further, turning to converse with Like instead. Suddenly, Li Jun exclaimed, drawing both their attention. "What's wrong?" Sun Qian inquired. "I forgot to ask about Xiao Mumu's situation." "Never mind, I'll inquire next time," Like remarked, pondering when that next meeting would occur. Sighing, he recalled his son, Li Yongjia, who had grown up by their side, but with his frequent missions, the time spent together had dwindled. He felt a pang of guilt for his son, especially having sent him to the city, with no clear idea of when they would reunite. 3 hours later, Li Jun and Sun Qian alighted from the vehicle in the city. After bidding farewell to Like, Li Jun hurriedly led Sun Qian home, his heart brimming with excitement. He yearned to swiftly share the news of his parents and grandmother still being alive with Li Lin. Upon reaching the office, he sent a video message to Li Lin, but there was no response. He then summoned Zhang Chong, only to learn that the lad had gone to see Yi Zi. Li Jun chuckled. It seemed Li Lin held Yi Zi in high regard. After a 3-hour wait, he finally saw Li Lin entering with Yi Zi. Li Jun quickly called Li Lin over to share the news. Upon hearing it, Li Lin gasped. "What did you say?" His exclamation left everyone else momentarily speechless. Li Jun himself was somewhat taken aback. He had never seen Li Lin so animated, who usually wore a cold demeanor. "Sit down. Let me finish talking," Li Jun urged, guiding Li Lin back to his seat, with Yi Zi sitting beside him. Li Jun recounted the reasons Lu Hui had conveyed to him. After listening, Li Lin took a deep breath. "Brother, I wish to go to the city." Li Jun smiled. "There's no rush. There are still matters to attend to with Mom. If you go now, you likely want to see her. We'll wait for the next opportunity to go together." After listening, Li Lin took a moment to calm himself and exhaled deeply. In the following days, Li Jun unmistakably sensed a change in Li Lin. He seemed transformed. His demeanor significantly more cheerful than before. Within the confines of the municipal experimental base, after returning Li Jun that day, Lu Hui returned to her office. The research project had reached a bottleneck. She had preserved the genetic samples of every ability user sent to her, with 98 blood samples meticulously arranged in the glass cabinet of the laboratory. At this moment, Lu Hui was fixated on the first blood storage vial among the samples. The blood contained within this vial appeared strikingly distinct from the others. Its vitality was markedly superior. The blood within the vial gently swirled, as if animated by a life of its own, occasionally releasing a bubble. In contrast, several of the other vials, once vibrant just days ago, now displayed dried and coagulated blood. Nevertheless, a few still retained a degree of vitality, albeit none rivaled the exceptional vigor of the first sample. Lu Hui observed one of the stronger samples and smiled. It seemed that the child brought by June was indeed endowed with extraordinary abilities. The first blood storage vial contained the blood extracted from the young Mu, intended for genetic analysis. Teacher Lu. A young man suddenly called from outside the office. Lu Hui stepped out and inquired, "What is it, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu pointed towards the laboratory. "Teacher Lu, you must come quickly. The current test subject has survived for over 50 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui gasped and hurried towards the laboratory. Upon opening the large door, she was met with the eager gazes of her colleagues, each face alight with excitement. Lu Hui raised her hand to silence them and glanced at the timer on the wall. 51 minutes and 10 seconds. A surge of astonishment coursed through her. This was the longest any test subject had endured, nearing half the qualifying time. Lu Hui's attention remained fixed on the test subject behind the glass wall of the laboratory. There, the subject sat composedly at the center of the room, a thin layer of ice forming over its surface. Which ability user's blood extract was injected? Xiao Wu approached Lu Hui. "It's the one that was just delivered, Leonjia." Subject 99. Xiao Wu nodded. "Send his blood sample to the testing room to see how it differs from the others." Xiao Wu promptly agreed and exited the laboratory. Lu Hui continued to closely observe the test subject behind the glass wall, as time ticked by, second by second. The ice layer on the surface of the experimental subject has grown increasingly thick, and at this moment, the subject has begun to exhibit signs of restlessness. Suddenly, the ice membrane outside the subject expands at a visibly accelerated rate. Within a mere 5 or 6 seconds, a substantial layer of ice has formed externally, while the subject remains unusually tranquil, sitting silently at the center of the laboratory. Lu Hui glanced at the clock, 55 minutes and 26 seconds. Sighing, she shook her head. "Xiao Ding, please tidy up and prepare for the next experiment." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding inquired, "Teacher Lu, are we cleaning up now? This isn't over yet." Lu Hui shook her head. "It has already perished." With that, she exited the laboratory. Xiao Ding, puzzled, entered the adjacent lab and directed a life detector at the subject. The detector displayed no signs of life. Xiao Ding noted the outcome, realizing the subject had succumbed to freezing. No wonder it differed from previous subjects. Lu Hui returned to her office and had just settled in when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Xiao Wu entered, holding a set of documents, and addressed Lu Hui. "Teacher, here are the comparative data for the blood samples." "Oh, just leave it. I'll review it shortly," Lu Hui replied, massaging her temples. After placing the documents down, Xiao Wu remarked, "Teacher, you've been working too hard these past few days. I think you should take a break, otherwise, your body won't be able to withstand it." Lu Hui nodded with her eyes closed, murmuring in agreement. Xiao Wu then turned and departed the office. After resting briefly with her eyes closed, Lu Hui sat up and picked up the documents from her desk. "Ah, No wonder it lasted so long, she chuckled. The comparative chart of Li Yongjia's blood sample data against previous experimental subjects distinctly indicated that his ability was predominantly ice-based, classified as a relatively mild form of extraordinary power. The diffusion within the cells was notably slow, which explained the extended duration of this subject's viability. Prior extraordinary individuals also possessed ice-based abilities, but with only a slight predominance, rendering them more heterogeneous and less pure than Li Yongjia. Through her past studies involving the dissection of deceased experimental subjects, Lu Hui had discovered that when extraordinary gene sequences were injected into an ordinary human body, these genes would permeate the cells of the main organs, transforming the cell nuclei and subsequently altering other cells gradually. If successful, every cell within the ordinary individual would be transformed, creating a new extraordinary being. However, these experimental subjects typically could not endure the infiltration of the extraordinary genes. Often, they would succumb to the energy contained within before any transformation could commence, leading to catastrophic failure. Reflecting on her findings, Lu Hui concluded that the next step could not focus on the extraordinary genes, but rather on the experimental subjects themselves. Yet, she remained somewhat uncertain about the way forward. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hui made a decision. She resolved to reach out to Miranda. Despite Zhong Xiangtai's inability to assist openly, it was still feasible for her to contact Miranda privately. Once she had reconciled her thoughts, she dialed the video communication line that Miranda had left previously. With a swift motion, Miranda's figure appeared on the screen, though her face was obscured by a dark layer of something. "Oh, my dear teacher. What brings you to seek me out?" She chuckled. Lu Hui, slightly exasperated, rested her forehead on her hand. "Miranda, what on earth is that on your face?" Miranda laughed heartily. "Oh, teacher, this is a marvelous concoction. I developed it recently. It's fantastic for the skin. Would you like me to send some your way?" Lu Hui was utterly taken aback. Even at this critical moment, Miranda was preoccupied with her skincare. However, upon reflection, it was to be expected. Miranda was indeed a national citizen, and her thought processes could not be judged by conventional standards. "All right, I won't waste your time with idle chatter. I have a matter to inquire about." Miranda's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, teacher, do you also encounter problems?" Lu Hui rolled her eyes at Miranda's naivety. Teachers are not omnipotent. They too face challenges that may elude resolution. Miranda, patting the substance on her face, encouraged her. "Ask away, and I shall share all that I know." Clearing her throat, Lu Hui felt a twinge of embarrassment. The gravity of the matter weighed heavily on her. A slip could jeopardize her student. Yet, she found herself with no alternative. Gritting her teeth, she finally asked, "Regarding the proposal I mentioned previously, have you made any progress?" Miranda blinked a few times, pondering the question. "Oh, are you referring to the mutant project?" "Indeed, I relayed your concept to my supervisor, who recognized it as a chance to alter humanity. He promptly organized the materials and submitted them for approval, which was granted shortly thereafter. The project has already commenced, and the progress is quite promising." Lu Hui felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Could it be that success was within reach? "What stage are you at now?" she inquired eagerly. Miranda smiled. "We have successfully completed 5 cases and are now advancing to the next phase." Lu Hui gasped in astonishment. "So soon? I must ask, have there been any fatalities among your subjects?" Miranda appeared momentarily confused by Lu Hui's question. "Subjects? Are you referring to the individuals being modified?" Lu Hui immediately perceived the implication in Miranda's words. She had referred to them as individuals rather than mere subjects. "Are you conducting these procedures directly on human beings?" Miranda removed the dark substance from her face, revealing her naturally fair complexion. Of course, what other way would there be? Lu Hui felt a surge of anxiety, but forced herself to remain composed, continuing the conversation. "Is it safe to conduct direct alterations on the human body?" After Miranda finished her tasks, she finally settled quietly before the screen. During the initial trial, a minor incident had occurred. The subject experienced an overwhelming sensation of heat and a persistent feeling of dehydration. The mentor had no choice but to instruct him to leap into a pool of purified water. He gulped down several mouthfuls and began to swim vigorously. "Oh, the speed. You should have seen it, teacher. I dare say that pace was beyond human capability." Eventually, his speed waned, and he lost consciousness. However, upon awakening, we analyzed his blood samples and astonishingly discovered a hint of extraordinary abilities. Lu Hui began to comprehend. It seemed she had been mistaken. Although the experimental subjects bore similarities to human physiology, one crucial aspect was missing. They could not communicate, rendering their experiences inexpressible. If only they could convey their needs, the outcomes might have been entirely different. She pondered silently. How could I have overlooked that? Yet, it was not entirely her fault, without precedent. Direct experimentation on humans was an impossibility. After all, such actions were perilous and inhumane, contradicting the principles instilled in her since childhood. Miranda continued, sharing further insights. The mentor had drawn certain conclusions through analysis. The process of enhancing the human body with extraordinary abilities consumed bodily energy, which was ultimately corroborated. For instance, ice-related powers depleted bodily energy, lowering body temperature, while fire-related abilities drained bodily moisture. Thus, it was evident that different types of extraordinary powers consumed opposing forms of energy. Additionally, during the initial transformation, the subject's frantic swimming due to the heat inadvertently aided him by boosting cellular vitality, accelerating division rates, and thereby mitigating the damage to the cell nucleus, culminating in a successful transformation. With Miranda's thorough explanation, Lu Hui grasped the concept completely, smiling slightly as she addressed Miranda. Haha, thank you, Miranda. Miranda chuckled in response. What are you thanking me for, Lu? I haven't truly assisted you. I've merely shared amusing anecdotes from my recent experiments. Lu Hui instantly understood and smiled back, realizing that despite Miranda's carefree demeanor, she possessed considerable attentiveness. Given the substantial assistance Miranda had provided, Lu Hui felt compelled to express her gratitude in some manner. Now that you've shared your stories, I must return to my work, Lu Hui stated. Miranda replied with a playful laugh. All right, when we meet again, you must treat me to a drink. Lu Hui acknowledged with a nod before ending the video call. Organizing her thoughts, she promptly rose and exited her office, calling out, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu hurried over. What is it, Teacher Lu? Xiao Wu, please make arrangements to pause the project for the next few days and securely collect all experimental subjects. Additionally, replenish the blood samples in the cabinet. Some of them have formed clots and need to be recollected. We will not replace sample 1, as its blood vitality remains intact. That will be all. Please attend to this promptly. Xiao Wu acknowledged with a sound and inquired, Teacher Lu, does this mean the project is halted? Lu Hui cast him a glance. We will proceed, just await my notification. For now, follow my instructions. Understood, Xiao Wu replied before seeking assistance. Once Lu Hui had completed her arrangements, she made her way toward the laboratory's exit. In the office on the second floor of the City Lord's Tower, Lu Hui reported the situation. Jelly lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Are you certain this course of action is advisable? Is this what they have instructed from the country? Lu Hui affirmed, yes. You must grasp the severity of the consequences we are undertaking. If we succeed, all will be well, but should we fail? Our nation does not share the same ideology as theirs. You could jeopardize your entire future. Have you considered this thoroughly? Lu Hui nodded resolutely. Jelly fell silent. 2 minutes later, after finishing his cigarette, Jelly discarded it into the ashtray on the desk. Very well, I will join you in this gamble. He summoned the communicator outside and instructed him to issue a command to the 25 underground cities in his name. Upon hearing Jelly's words, Lu Hui felt a stir of emotion. Should anything go awry, not only would she be affected, but Jelly would also bear the repercussions. This was indeed a gamble. Thank you for your trust, Commander. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will ensure completion. Meanwhile, in the city, Li Jun was in his office discussing with Li Lin when to visit their mother. In the afternoon, news reached him. The moment he saw the message, Li Jun's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 27. Technical talent. Today, the floating train station in the city was bustling with activity, with a long line forming at the registration desk. Zhang Chang remarked, wow, this news travels fast. Li Jun responded, no time for reflection. Let us get in line quickly. Trains are scarce, and if we delay, we might miss today's journey. Just yesterday, Li Jun had received the news and gathered a few people to register. Early this morning, he had brought them to sign up. However, given the current situation, it seemed they were still a bit late. Li Jun shook his head and approached the long queue to register. At last, it was their turn, but upon the registrar reading the team's information, Li Jun was taken aback. The registrar informed Li Jun, I'm sorry, but your team consists of less than 5 members. The information is insufficient. What? Li Jun exclaimed in surprise, then realized that due to Xiao Mu being an ability user, he had automatically been removed from the team roster, leaving just 4 members. The remaining 3 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, clearly at a loss. Sun Qian broke the silence with a question, what shall we do? The implication was clear. They needed to assemble a team of 5 to proceed. Li Jun, momentarily at a loss himself, guided the group aside to clear space for the others. Zhang Chang pondered for a moment and suggested, what if we try to find someone now? Is there still time? Li Jun offered a wry smile. Setting aside the question of time, the real issue is where we might find someone. Zhang Chang looked at Li Jun and proposed, I will search for Zhao Ming. She is currently free. What do you think? However, Li Lin interjected. What do you think of Wu Deshan? Li Jun glanced at Zhang Chong and then at Li Lin. Contemplating, she is a girl with little combat experience. Let me think. Observing Li Jun's hesitation, Sun Qian inquired. Do you think we could include both individuals? After some reflection, Li Jun shook his head. I'm not sure. Zhang Chong, why don't you check with Zhao Ming? She should have more clarity. All right. Zhang Chong replied before reaching out to Zhao Ming. After a while, he returned, stating, she said it's possible, but after I spoke with her. She mentioned she can't come just yet. Her mother is still here, so she suggested we take Wu Dage instead. Li Jun nodded, realizing that since Zhao Ming had prior commitments, there was no need to dwell on it further. Lindsay, please get in touch with Wu Dage. Wu Deshan was at home preparing a meal. He had received the news from the city but was unable to gather enough people for a temporary team since his previous squad had disbanded after being barred from undertaking missions. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. In recent days, due to Nyonyo's situation, his relationship with his ex-wife, Yang Luqing, had improved somewhat, and he was currently cooking for her at home. While he couldn't visit Nyonyo in the city, he found solace in this arrangement. Suddenly, a call came through on his wristband. After Li Lin explained the situation, Wu Deshan contemplated for a moment and then discussed it with Yang Luqing. She was a reasonable person and, after understanding the situation, nodded in agreement. This opportunity would allow them to see Nyonyo. And she also wished to video call Wu Deshan once he reached the city, as she missed Nyonyo as well. After agreeing, Wu Deshan finished preparing the meal and ensured everything was set for his ex-wife before heading out. Although their relationship had thawed, Wu Deshan still struggled to forgive himself for past mistakes, which was why they had not remarried. However, if they chose to, the process was straightforward. Finding the managing landlord for a stamp would suffice. After waiting for 5 minutes, Li Jun and the others spotted Wu Deshan approaching from a distance. As he drew nearer, he greeted each of them in turn. Zhang Chong chuckled. Brother, you seem lively. It seems you've been enjoying life these past few days. Wu Deshan's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Go away. The others erupted into laughter, except for Sun Qian, who remained perplexed. Looking around in confusion. What are you all laughing at? Li Jun waved his hand dismissively. All right, there's no need for you to pry. Clearing his throat and regaining his composure, he addressed the group. Now that Brother Wu has arrived, Zhang Chong, please relay Brother Wu's information to Zhao Ming and ask her to assist in integrating him into the team. She should be free at the moment. Zhang Chong nodded and scanned Wu Deshan's information with his wristband. The data was promptly recorded, and with a single press, it was transmitted. Indeed, Zhao Ming was quite unoccupied, idly playing a newly developed game titled End of the Beasts in the reception area. The game was remarkably realistic, employing advanced technology that provided an immersive experience. Zhao Ming, equipped with a simulator, was battling a monstrous creature when her communicator beeped. Removing the simulator, she noticed a message from Zhang Chong regarding Wu Deshan. Understanding their intent immediately, she executed a series of skilled maneuvers to incorporate Wu Deshan into the squad and sent a response back to Zhang Chong. Sighing, she reflected that she wished to join Li Jun and Zhang Chong. Youth should be filled with vigor, exploring the world rather than lingering idly. Previously, her days had been bustling, which she found enjoyable. However, since the lockdown, the number of visitors had dwindled significantly. Yet, she could not leave, as her elderly mother required care. Shaking her head, she resumed her simulator, well aware that someone like her would only hinder the team if they ventured out. Thus, she sought to gain some experience through this simulation. Having a modicum of skill was better than none. After receiving Zhao Ming's confirmation, Zhang Chong informed Li Jun. Zhao Ming is all set. Li Jun nodded. Good, let's proceed. They returned to the queue. Had I known it would be like this, I would have inquired ahead of time. Now look, we've just wasted time waiting in line, Li Lin complained. Li Jun reassured him. Stop grumbling. This news only came down yesterday, and the specifics weren't disseminated. While there are many people today, it's still just a small fraction. We will surely get our turn. Sun Qian chimed in. Fortunately, we received the news early. After 3 hours of waiting, the group finally boarded the hovering train bound for the city. As they settled into their seats, a wave of relaxation washed over them. Finally sitting down. My heels are killing me from standing, Zhang Chong remarked. Li Jun chuckled. You're really not cut out for this, complaining about sore feet after just a little while. Zhang Chong grinned broadly. Hee hee. At that time, I didn't pay much attention to this. My focus was primarily on covert training and combat training. Wu Deshan glanced at Zhang Chong. Have you served in the military, young brother? Zhang Chong nodded. Yes, what is up? Wu Deshan replied cheerfully. It's nothing. I also trained in the army for a few years, so hearing about military service brings a sense of familiarity. Oh, the old squad leader, Wu Deshun chuckled awkwardly. I can't claim that. It was over a decade ago. Laughter and light-hearted banter filled the air, but Li Lin remained somewhat subdued. Li Jun looked at Li Lin and wondered why he had fallen silent again. Wasn't he doing well just a few days ago? Lin, what's wrong? Li Lin snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit anxious about seeing my mother soon. Why are you anxious? Shouldn't you be happy? Li Lin shook his head. I'll only believe it when I see her. Even now, I still have a hard time accepting it. Li Jun chose not to press further, knowing the news of their parents' sacrifice had profoundly impacted Li Lin. He patted Li Lin's shoulder. You'll know when you arrive. There are still 3 hours left in the journey. Why don't you rest a bit? He had noticed that Li Lin's demeanor had seemed off since the morning, likely due to the excitement from receiving news about their trip to the city the previous day, which had kept him awake all night. Li Lin nodded and adjusted his seat back to rest, but it was evident that sleep would elude him, even after the exhilarating news. The thought of reuniting with his mother kept him wide awake. Sun Qian observed Li Jun. She too had slept well the previous night, waiting for him to return. When midnight passed without a word from him, she surmised he must have been busy. You should rest for a while as well. I noticed you came back quite late last night. Li Jun responded affirmatively. Indeed, I was occupied until nearly 1 in the morning. Zhang Chong shifted positions to sit next to Wu Deshun and engaged him in lively conversation, displaying a carefree demeanor, while Wu Deshun appeared somewhat distracted, likely preoccupied with thoughts of meeting his sweetheart, Nyonyo. Sun Qian leaned back, her mind too restless for sleep, yet she found herself drifting off to Zhang Chong's boasting. 3 hours later, she was jolted awake. Huh, are we there? She had been sleeping so deeply that she groggily inquired. Li Jun chuckled as he looked at her. We've arrived. You really slept soundly. Sun Qian quickly got up, rubbing her eyes to regain focus, realizing the other 3 had already disembarked, leaving only Li Jun waiting for her. We're here? Let us go quickly. They were the last 2 to step off the train, and as they did, the hovering train began its journey back in the direction they had come. After reuniting with the others, the group fell in line, once again facing the monotonous wait. This queue is never-ending. How long must we stand here? Zhang Chong began to voice his complaints once more. He had previously struggled with impatience, but after the last training session, he had shown some improvement. However, recently, his old tendencies had resurfaced. If you continue to speak, will it not result in a longer confinement upon your return? I find the effects of these 14 days rather unimpressive, Li Jun remarked, glancing at Zhang Chong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes sparkling with a mischievous grin, indicating his intent to remain silent. Li Jun chuckled lightly, and the group fell into a tranquil silence. In truth, it was not entirely Zhang Chong's fault for his incessant chatter. The sheer number of people was overwhelming. While there had only been one individual from the underground city during their previous encounters, the city now served as a destination, attracting individuals from 25 underground cities, a situation exponentially more complex than mere multiplication. By the looks of it, the queue today would take an entire day to navigate. As Li Jun stood in line, a person approached but hesitated upon noticing him, retreating. Li Jun, I knew you would show up. Haha, you really kept me waiting. The newcomer exclaimed. Li Jun recognized the voice. Brother Lei, you are here too. Leica responded with a hearty chuckle. You still owe me one. But let us not dwell on that. I came here specifically to wait for you. Come, follow me. Wait for me. Li Jun felt a hint of confusion as Leica pulled him out of the queue. Observing this, the others quickly followed suit. But I was waiting in line. I've been here for ages, Li Jun protested, feeling a tinge of urgency as he had finally made some progress, only to be forced to start over. Glancing back, he noticed a considerable influx of new arrivals. Why bother waiting? Just come with me. I'll take you straight there, Leiku insisted. Li Jun, taken aback, simply followed. After a short walk, they arrived at a guide vehicle. Leiku ushered Li Jun onto the vehicle and waved to the others, signaling for them to board as well. Once everyone was seated, the guide vehicle set off towards the city lord's tower. Brother Lei, so we don't have to wait in line to register? We can just use the back door? This is fantastic. Finally, no more waiting, Zhang Chong inquired. Leiku playfully tapped Zhang Chong on the head. What do you mean by back door? I wouldn't grant you that privilege. I received word yesterday afternoon and came here in advance to register you all. As for your information, I backed it up during the last mission. Li Jun watched Zhang Chong clutching his head in relief. He had been about to ask the same question, but Zhang Chong had unwittingly clarified it. Thank you, Brother Lei. Without this, we would have likely spent an entire day waiting, he said with a grin. Leica rolled his eyes. Call me uncle. Li Jun chuckled and fell silent. At that moment, Li Lin's heart raced with anticipation. Am I finally going to see my mother? The The guide vehicle traveled for an hour along the same route Li Jun had taken on his previous visit. The surroundings remained familiar, with the only difference being the throngs of people. Numerous guide vehicles filled to capacity were heading in the same direction as Li Jun. Surrounding them were others who seemed unable to wait, eager to make their way directly to the Lord's Tower. The guide vehicle came to a halt, and let a few individuals out. Sun Qian glanced around. Weren't there originally 2 buildings here? Li Jun looked as well, and indeed, they were nowhere to be seen. Offered an explanation. Look at the number of people gathered. There is simply insufficient space in front of the Lord's Tower. Thus, those 2 buildings were dismantled last night to create this makeshift square. Li Jun let out an understanding sound, guided the group forward, as they still had some distance to cover before reaching the entrance of the Lord's Tower. After walking for 5 minutes, they finally arrived at the open space near the tower. Turned around and addressed Li Jun. Do you see who that is? He pointed ahead. Li Jun followed his gesture. Oh, it's Bai Qi. That fellow is here too. Since everyone was clad in similar gear, Li Jun initially struggled to discern faces. But Zhang Chang shouted out, prompting him to recognize that Bai Qi was indeed with 4 others. Bai Qi was engaged in conversation with his companions when he heard someone call his name. He turned to look. Haha, Li Jun, you're here too. After confirming their identities, he approached with his group. Bai, you're still alive. Zhang Chang joked, having developed a good rapport with Bai Qi after their discussions the previous night. Bai Qi, unfazed, simply smiled. Even if you perish, I shall remain unscathed. However, his expression shifted to one of concern shortly thereafter. Li Jun noticed the change and turned to Zhang Chang. It seems your training this past month cannot be evaded. Zhang Chang clasped his mouth, eyes pleading for mercy. Li Jun walked over to Bai Qi, pulling him aside. Brother Bai, what's the matter? Has something happened? Bai Qi wore a bitter smile. It's nothing much, really. One of my former team members was on a mission with us right before the city was sealed. He sacrificed himself to save me. Li Jun understood. Placing a comforting hand on Bai Qi's shoulder and letting out a sigh, Bai Qi took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. It's fate. Just as it was when we lost Lu Jia. They can now rest in peace. Li Jun nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was ultimately up to Bai Qi to find his own resolution, as others' counsel could not penetrate his heart. Called the 2 back. When I arrived yesterday, I brought Bai Qi and the others along and registered your information into a squad. From now on, you will be part of a 10-member team. Li Jun expressed surprise, while Bai Qi remained calm, having already received this information from the previous day. Before Li Jun could voice his questions, continued to elaborate. Yesterday, I received news that this project requires a team of 10. This information has yet to reach other dungeons. I only learned of it upon my arrival yesterday. Why? Li Jun inquired. Lei Ku offered a brief explanation, suggesting that we should focus on completing the current task before concerning ourselves with future projects. Li Jun acknowledged with a simple O. Lei Ku continued, stating that Li Jun would remain the team leader, with Bai Qi serving as the vice captain. Do you understand? Bai Qi had no objections, as Lei Ku had already briefed him. Observing that both men were in agreement, Li Jun chose to withhold his own opinions. Brother Lei, what is the nature of this project? Lei Ku shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. We shall find out shortly. I am not privy to the details either. At that moment, Bai Qi approached Li Jun and suggested, since you are both captains now, allow me to introduce you to my former teammates. Li Jun smiled. Recalling their previous collaborative efforts, they were already quite familiar with each other. Bai Qi added, indeed, we are acquainted, but there is a new member among us. He led Li Jun to a young woman. Li Jun studied the girl, noting that she appeared to be of similar age to him, standing around 1.7 meters tall. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wore metal-framed glasses, dressed in tactical gear, presenting an air of quietude. The girl smiled gently and extended her hand. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wan Li. Li Jun returned the smile and shook her hand. Greetings. I am Li Jun. There is no need for formality. We are of similar age and can progress together, he replied with a chuckle. Bai Qi interjected. She is the sister of my fallen teammate. After his sacrifice, she is the only family he has left, so we have incorporated her into our team. However, do not underestimate her. She is a skilled technician and has trained in combat alongside her brother. Li Jun nodded, regarding Wan Li with curiosity. A technician? This was new to him, but he decided to reserve judgment for the time being. At that moment, a loudspeaker blared from above, announcing, Chapter 28. Strive to be the strongest. Attention, everyone. The quota for entering the city is now full. Please form teams of 10 in the square. Following this announcement, the crowd stirred, with each person finding their designated team. Those who had received prior notice had already organized themselves into groups of 10. Yet some who had not been informed still formed teams of 5, leading to a momentary sense of panic. However, after a brief period of disarray, they soon realized that they could register for team formation later. The priority was to find other teams to join forces with. 2 teams of 5 individuals were temporarily merged into a single unit of 10. Gradually, the personnel in the square organized themselves into groups of 10. In light of this situation, Biaohu refrained from making further comments, acknowledging that the announcement regarding the necessity of 10-person teams had come too late for many to prepare adequately. Thus, they would have to make do for now, with arrangements for registration to follow. Observing that the individuals in the square had formed their 10-person squads, Biaohu notified Li, Chief, the individuals in the square are ready. Shall we begin? Li nodded in affirmation. Let us commence. With that, Li descended from the city lord's building and stepped outside. Upon standing in front of the square and surveying the gathered crowd, he silently mused that it still wasn't enough. The numbers were too few. However, Lui could only conduct a maximum of 10,000 experiments in a day, so they would have to work with the individuals present for now. That very day, with Li's support, Lui returned to the experimental base and enlisted a volunteer for the experiment. The outcome was entirely unexpected. To everyone's astonishment, it succeeded. Lui promptly relayed the news to Li, who, in excitement, slammed his hand on the table and immediately reported to Zhongxiang Tai. After a series of consultations, and with the approval of higher authorities, they decided on a nationwide large-scale transformation. That day, Li issued a notice calling for personnel across the nation to participate in the experimental transformation. On the first day alone, no fewer than 200,000 individuals arrived nationwide. Lui provided a figure, indicating that they could accommodate a maximum of 10,000 today. It would take over a month to process this influx of more than 200,000 individuals. Li ascended to a platform in front of the square. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated through the wireless headset to the loudspeakers in the square. After completing a sound check, he began to speak. Welcome, everyone, to this experimental project. Allow me to say a few words. Li continued. Firstly, since you are all present, it indicates that you have made the necessary preparations. This research project cannot guarantee absolute success, and you will be assuming certain risks, which may indeed be fatal. Should anyone lose their life during this experiment, we will provide corresponding compensation and points to your relatives. That concludes my first point. Is there anyone wishing to withdraw? You have 10 seconds to consider. Instantly, the square filled with a cacophony of voices as 10,000 individuals began to murmur among themselves. In Li Jun's team, not a single person uttered a word. They remained silently awaiting the outcome. Li Jun had resolved beforehand that there would be no turning back this time, and thus, those accompanying him wore expressions of indifference. Bai Qi's companions, having followed him for several years, remained silent in tandem with his demeanor. Among them stood Wan Li, whose thoughts remained a mystery as she quietly observed the scene. After 10 seconds, Li cleared his throat once more. Is there anyone wishing to withdraw? The square, once filled with noise, fell into an eerie silence. Nevertheless, a few individuals could not restrain themselves and withdrew, creating quite a stir. It was manageable when a small team of 10 disbanded, as they could at least deliberate together. However, in several teams, there were 1 or 2 who exited alone, leaving the remaining members exchanging bewildered glances. If they did not meet the minimum requirement of 10 participants, their entire team's qualification would be revoked. Those with tempers flared began to hurl insults. Cowards, scoundrels, any derogatory term that came to mind. Yet it proved futile, as those who chose to withdraw remained resolute. The captain of one team shouted towards the latecomers outside the plaza. Brothers out there, who wishes to join? We are short 1 member. This call incited a commotion among the crowd outside. Soon, several individuals rushed in, and after some negotiation, the team retained 1 member, thus securing the requisite 10. The newcomers did not relent, continuing to seek out other teams in need of participants. Before long, the plaza fell silent. Despite the withdrawals, the total number of participants remained at a staggering 100,000. Li chuckled softly, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the men of our nation possess a commendable spirit. As a soldier, he greatly admired such selfless valor. However, he refrained from criticizing those who exited, recognizing that each individual has the right to make their own decisions. Next, the second point. Since all present have resolved to participate, due to the particular nature of this research, a confidentiality agreement will shortly be sent to each of your wristbands. After reading it thoroughly, please affix your fingerprint and return it to me. You will have 1 minute to do so. Upon concluding his statement, Li utilized the wristbands to wirelessly connect with the 100,000 participants in the plaza. He pressed the send button. A series of beeping sounds resonated throughout the area. Within 3 seconds, everyone had received the document, and shortly thereafter, Jia Li's wristband chimed. Oh, it seems I'll have transmitted back? Quicker than the first item. I expected to wait longer, Jia Li remarked in surprise. At that moment, Zhang Chong could not contain himself and shouted, if you're not afraid of death, why fear this confidentiality agreement? His voice, amplified by their position at the front, reached Jia Li's ears. Jia Li chuckled in response. Well, good. However, since you have pressed your fingerprints, you must adhere to it, understood? Following this declaration, the 100,000 participants in the plaza roared in unison, yes. Jia Li continued, these are the 2 points you need to heed. Now the first row, the first 1,000 teams, proceed to the experimental base. Once Jia Li completed his instructions, the guiding robots on either side of the plaza began to move. After an orderly arrangement, the remaining 90,000 participants stood by, awaiting further instructions. Li Jun and his companions were fortunate enough to occupy the front row, thus becoming the initial group of experimental subjects. A myriad of individuals, numbering 10,000, converged at the entrance of the experimental facility, forming an extensive queue as they proceeded into the interior. Within the confines of the laboratory, Lu Hui was diligently finalizing her preparations. As this undertaking of transforming 10,000 individuals was a task she had only witnessed abroad, this was her inaugural experience, necessitating meticulous readiness. Once all the experimental subjects had entered, the staff conducted various physical assessments, eliminating those whose physical conditions were deemed inadequate. Lu Hui and her team discerned that the success rate of transformations for individuals with weaker constitutions would be significantly diminished due to their low cellular vitality, insufficient to sustain the extraordinary abilities required for cellular enhancement. The only outcome for such cases could be dire, death. Therefore, this experiment could afford no errors, especially as it was the first of its kind. Should it succeed, subsequent experiments would be considerably more manageable. After discarding approximately 100 individuals, the remaining subjects formed an orderly line. At this juncture, Lu Hui stepped forward to address the assembly. However, her gaze immediately fell upon Li Jun in the crowd, causing her brow to furrow with a hint of indignation. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her discontent at that moment, opting instead to outline the precautions pertinent to the experiment. She kept her remarks succinct, knowing there would be an opportunity later to speak with each individual privately. The participants engaged in warm-up exercises, striving to prepare their bodies for the impending procedure. A multitude of activities ensued. High knees, push-ups, sit-ups, and various other exercises were visibly undertaken. Approaching Li Jun, Lu Hui was poised to question him when her attention was drawn to Li Lin standing behind. Li Lin was also observing Lu Hui, having recognized her visage, albeit in a state of bewilderment akin to that of Li Jun. After confirming her identity, he suppressed the urge to rush forward, aware that Lu Hui was currently explaining essential details regarding the experiment to the gathered individuals. He understood that his mother was involved in a significant endeavor, one she had concealed from him and his brother for many years. After all this time, he felt no urgency to act hastily. Lu Hui approached Li Lin, remaining silent as she ushered both of them into her office. Gazing at Li Lin, words eluded her. However, she trusted that Li Jun had already elucidated matters to him. Embracing Li Lin, tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and he too succumbed to quiet sobs. Mom, I miss you so much, he murmured. Lu Hui tenderly stroked Li Lin's hair, whispering, Mom knows, dear, Mom knows. The two embraced and shared sorrow, while Li Jun slowly shed tears of joy, silently wishing for the presence of their father and grandmother. Lu Hui composed herself, wiping her tears, and turned to Li Jun, inquiring, what brings you both here? You should not have come. This place is perilous, and even your mother cannot guarantee success with absolute certainty. Do you understand? Li Jun nodded. I comprehend, but mother, I hope you will support us. In the past, when you and father were not around, our only concern was survival. However, now that both of you are present, we wish to contemplate our dreams as well. Moreover, our nation requires individuals like us now, does it not? Lu Hui gazed at Li Jun, reminiscing about the childhood of her two children. Back then, Li Jun was 8 and Li Lin was nearly 7. Lu Hui had once inquired, Jun, what dreams do you have as you grow up? Li Jun had responded in a tender voice, Mother, I aspire to be like father, contributing to the nation in my own way. At that time, Li Guangqi was serving in the military, and Li Jun regarded him as an idol. Lu Hui smiled and turned to ask Li Lin, who still held a milk bottle, echoing Li Jun's sentiment, I want to be like my brother. Returning to the present, Lu Hui observed both Li Jun and Li Lin, chuckling softly. My two sons have grown up and should strive for their dreams. Very well. Mother supports you. However, Although I am responsible for this project, I cannot offer any assistance during the transformation process. It is not that I do not wish to help, but rather that I am unable to do so. You must rely on your own capabilities, understand? Li Jun and Li Lin exchanged resolute glances and nodded. We understand. Having made her decision, Lu Hui refrained from further elaboration. Remember, you have yet to meet your father. I hope for your success. Her words held no other intention but to provide Li Jun and Li Lin with a guiding principle for perseverance, embodied by their father. While she was uncertain of its effectiveness, the human spirit is an enigmatic force, sometimes remarkably potent. Li Guangqi played a pivotal role in the lives of Li Jun and Li Lin, not merely as their father, but as a mentor guiding their growth and aspirations. Mother, we are aware, we still wish to see father and grandmother. We will surely succeed, Li Jun asserted. Lu Hui nodded in agreement. Now, hurry and prepare the cells. The experiment demands the highest cellular viability. Li Lin acknowledged and exited, but Li Jun lingered, with further inquiries on his mind. Noticing he had not left, Lu Hui asked, "What is it?" "Mother, I would like to inquire about Xiao Mumu. I forgot to ask last time due to my haste," Li Jun replied. Lu Hui smiled. "Oh, Xiao Mumu. She was quite upset after you left, but her emotions have stabilized somewhat in recent days." "Mother, that is not what I meant. I was referring to her abilities," Li Jun clarified. Lu Hui pondered for a moment. Upon their arrival, we proceeded to draw their blood. Through analysis, it became evident that her abilities were distinct from those of others. While the majority exhibited a primary ability accompanied by several auxiliary skills, her powers were unique in that they encompassed a comprehensive range. Each ability held equal dominance, maximizing their potential. Moreover, she was the sole individual capable of autonomously controlling her powers. We ultimately deduced that her advanced age might correlate with this autonomy, raising the question of whether, as these children mature in the coming years, they too would develop the ability to control their powers independently. Li Jun grasped the essence of the situation. "So, does that mean Mu possesses the most formidable abilities?" Lu Hui nodded and led Li Jun to the cabinet where the blood samples were stored. Pointing to the first blood storage unit, she explained, "This is Mu's blood sample. Observe the others for comparison." Upon examining them, Li Jun comprehended the situation. "The vitality is astonishing," he remarked. Lu Hui confirmed, "This sample was taken on the day Mu arrived. The others have been changed." Li Jun inquired, "So, they have all been stored for over 10 days? After pondering for a moment, he stated, "Mom, I wish to undergo genetic modification using Mu's powers." Lu Hui immediately shook her head. "That is not feasible. Her genetic abilities are far too potent for such an endeavor to succeed. Moreover, we have never conducted experiments with her samples. Everything remains uncertain, and I cannot allow you to take such a risk." Li Jun chuckled softly. "Mother, even as a power wielder, I aspire to be the strongest. Furthermore, do you not desire to create a powerful individual using Mu's genetics? Do you trust me?" He posed two questions to Lu Hui. She fell silent, internally grappling with her emotions. As a researcher, who would not wish for success? Yet, as Li Jun's mother, she could not bear the thought of him taking such a perilous path. "Believe in me," Li Jun urged once more. Lu Hui neither acquiesced nor rejected his plea. "You may leave now and join them for training." Li Jun nodded and exited the office, seeking out the others to warm up together. Lu Hui stepped out of the office, her brow furrowed, clearly troubled. She had yet to fully contemplate Li Jun's request. Approaching Xiao Wu, she instructed, "Go and fetch Xiao Mumu. If she is uncooperative, inform her that her brother Li Jun has arrived." Xiao Wu hesitated, but ultimately steeled himself and went. Not out of reluctance, but due to the unpredictable mood of the little one in recent days. Fortunately, she had not been crying, but she nearly demolished their two-story lodging with her powers. Lu Hui glanced at the time and, using her earpiece, announced, 10 minutes have passed. It is time to assemble." The individuals within the laboratory sprang into action, and soon nearly 10,000 people stood orderly before Lu Hui. Lu Hui spoke little, merely uttering, "Let us begin." The vast assembly was divided into 1,000 small teams, each comprising 10 individuals, and Li Jun and his companions happened to form one such group. The 10 of them were escorted by the laboratory personnel into an experimental chamber unlike any ordinary lab. It resembled a grand athletic facility, complete with a swimming pool, a boiling pot of water, and various other peculiar apparatus. After ushering in the groups, the personnel provided an explanation. "We wish you all success. Through our research, we have uncovered certain phenomena. Following this, they elaborated on the classification of supernatural abilities and the potential physical discomforts that might arise. Currently, the only effectively manageable powers were those associated with fire and ice. Surely, you comprehend the principle of the 5 elements mutual restraint. I need not elaborate further. Should you feel overheated, immerse yourself in the pool. If you experience freezing, enter the boiling water. Rest assured, it will not scald you. For those with other types of abilities, if discomfort arises, select a high-intensity exercise to enhance cellular vitality. The higher your cellular activity, the greater your chances of success. Any questions? The group shook their heads, but at that moment, Wu Deshun stepped forward. Excuse me, I would like to inquire if the modified genes are extracted from superhumans? The laboratory personnel nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Deshun then inquired, may I request to use the genes extracted from Wunyonyo? After contemplating, the personnel responded, I will step out to discuss this with Teacher Liu. If she agrees, it can be arranged. Wu Deshun expressed his gratitude profusely before stepping aside. Very well. Since there are no further questions, let us commence. First, please consume this. The personnel retrieved a vial from their lab coat pocket, pouring out 10 capsule-shaped items. Li Jun, filled with curiosity, asked, what is this? A medication? The personnel, uncertain, replied, you could say it is a form of medicine. However, rest assured, it poses no harm to you. Consume it without worry. Li Jun responded affirmatively, taking a capsule, and soon others followed suit, each ingesting their own. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door, brother, don't eat that. The capsule still in hand, Li Jun and his companions halted their actions. However, Zhang Chong, acting too swiftly, had already swallowed his. Seeing that the others had not yet consumed theirs, he exclaimed in despair, damn it, why didn't you say something sooner? Chapter 29, Cellular Enhancement Capsules. Zhang Chong grimaced, oh no, I've already swallowed it. This isn't poison, is it? As Zhang Chong finished speaking, Xiao Mumu rushed in, followed closely by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, feeling a bit awkward, was unable to hold back Xiao Mumu. After informing her about Li Jun's arrival, she dashed over, with Xiao Wu trailing behind. Xiao Wu addressed the laboratory personnel, instructing them, you may step outside, I will take charge of this group. The personnel nodded and exited the room. Xiao Wu then quietly urged Xiao Mumu, let us go outside, everyone else is about to begin. Xiao Mumu shook her head in silence, pouting in a manner that tugged at Li Jun's heartstrings. Li Jun reassured Xiao Mumu, be good. Your brother will come out shortly to take you and sister Sun Qian out to play. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mumu looked up, her face alight with anticipation. Since arriving in the city, she had remained within the confines of the experimental base and had never ventured outside. She nodded in agreement, relieved by her consent. Xiao Wu smiled at Li Jun and the others, preparing to leave. Zhang Chong approached and inquired, what exactly are you feeding us? Xiao Wu halted, turning around with a smile to explain, this capsule offers you nothing but benefits, with not a hint of detriment. It is the product of our initial research. Upon hearing this, Li Jun focused intently on the small capsule in his hand. Xiao Wu elaborated, this is a cell-enhancing capsule, aptly named by Professor Liu. It effectively strengthens cellular integrity, extends cell lifespan, and increases the frequency of cell division. In essence, it allows cells to divide indefinitely, keeping the body's cells perpetually youthful. Li Jun posed a question, what are its effects? Xiao Wu paused momentarily before responding. Consider the implications of a person's cells remaining eternally youthful. What do you think would happen? Li Jun shook his head, expressing his ignorance. Xiao Wu continued, it means your body will remain perpetually youthful. Put simply, it will not age. It can be regarded as a form of immortality. Li Jun grasped the concept, exclaiming, are you suggesting that this is a fountain of youth? Xiao Wu chuckled, one might say so. Administering it now will enhance cellular strength and increase the likelihood of successful alterations to your abilities. Li Jun glanced at Xiao Mumu, feeling reassured. Now you can relax. Go wait for your brother outside. He will be out shortly. Xiao Mumu nodded and stepped outside. Li Jun and the others each consumed the so-called cell-enhancing capsule. As Zhang Chong had ingested it before the others, he was the first to feel its effects. A tingling sensation enveloped his body, yet scratching it provided no relief. Turning to Xiao Wu, he exclaimed, is it over yet? This sensation is unbearable. He squirmed, desperately seeking a spot to alleviate the discomfort. Xiao Wu replied, this is the onset of the drug's effects, accelerating cell division and strengthening cell integrity. Li Jun and his companions looked at Zhang Chong and burst into laughter. You are simply adorable, resembling a monkey from the zoo. However, just as the words left their lips, they sensed something amiss. Since they had all ingested the same medication, the effects manifested simultaneously. Initially, they merely felt an itch in their limbs, but it soon escalated to an unbearable itch across every inch of their skin. Upon witnessing the distress of the group, Xiao Wu quickly spoke up, everyone, bear with it for a moment. We will administer the ability enhancement serum shortly. At that moment, 10 laboratory personnel entered, each holding a syringe, perfectly corresponding to the number of individuals present, with Xiao Ding assigned to administer the injection to Li Jun. Just as he was about to proceed, Lu Hui entered and instructed Xiao Ding, switch to this injection. Xiao Ding's expression shifted as he hesitated, asking, Teacher Lu, are you certain about this choice? Lu Hui nodded firmly. No time for hesitation. The effects will wear off soon. Proceed with the injection. Without further delay, Xiao Ding injected the modified serum that Lu Hui had provided into Li Jun's body. Lu Hui took a deep breath, and once the injection was complete, she turned and exited the laboratory, followed by several laboratory personnel. Outside, Lu Hui observed the situation inside, her brow furrowed and hands tightly clenched, revealing her deep concern for Li Jun's condition. Li Lin, having received a standard ability enhancement serum, was not a source of worry for her, as the success rate was notably high with proper handling. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on Li Jun. Xiao Ding approached her, inquiring, Teacher Lu, is it truly safe to use this on Li Jun? I recall you mentioning that the potency of this serum is too intense for an ordinary person to withstand. Moo, standing nearby, overheard and chimed in, Annie, whose extraction did you use for Brother Li Jun? Lu Hui turned and smiled at Moo, gently ruffling her hair. The serum administered to Brother Li Jun is extracted from your own abilities. Unaware of her own potential, Moo clapped her hands joyfully upon hearing Lu Hui's words. That's wonderful. So, in that case, Moo will be just like Brother in the future. Hee. Lu Hui chuckled softly, refraining from divulging too much to Moo. She then addressed Xiao Ding. This was his own request. I understand him well. He has always had his own opinions. Perhaps he can indeed succeed. Moreover, we have conducted numerous experiments prior and are well acquainted with the potential scenarios that may arise during the enhancement process. Regardless, we must do everything possible to ensure his success. Understood? A chorus of nods followed her statement. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, Li Jun and his companions were overwhelmed by a tingling, maddening itch that enveloped every inch of their skin. Sun Qian and Wang Li, two young women, experienced an intense itch that they valiantly suppressed, merely resorting to the occasional scratch. In stark contrast, the men around them disregarded all decorum, shedding their shirts without hesitation, with a few rolling on the ground in sheer desperation. Among them, Zhang Chong was the most theatrical. Oh my goodness, this is unbearable, he exclaimed. Outside, Lu Hui and several lab personnel exchanged bemused glances. Was the reaction truly that exaggerated? Others seemed far less affected. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Chong bore 2 gunshot wounds from his time in the military, and the current effects of the serum were actively repairing his scars, thus intensifying his itching sensation. Moments later, all 10 individuals began to sense varying degrees of change within their bodies. Lu Hui clenched her fists. It was time for the transformation to commence. The serum, designed to enhance abilities, was now taking effect. Both Sun Qian and Wang Li, having injected ice element powers, felt an overwhelming chill enveloping them. Lu Hui, communicating through her earpiece, urged them to mobilize and increase cellular activity. The 2 women began to exercise, yet the cold only intensified, and a layer of ice began to form on their skin. They soon noticed a steaming pool of hot water nearby, and, without a second thought, rushed over, diving in with abandon. Instantly, the icy film vanished, replaced by a wave of comfort as they settled into the warmth. Li Jun and the others experienced disparate reactions. Several fire element enhancers plunged into the frigid swimming pool, which was equipped with cooling apparatus and had developed a thin layer of ice on the surface. However, as the individuals entered, the ice began to melt rapidly, and the once icy water was on the verge of boiling. Lu Hui quickly instructed, increase the power of the cooling equipment and continue adding water. Yes, responded Xiao Wu, as the laboratory's water temperature dropped significantly. Yet, the bodies of those in the pool reached alarming temperatures. This juxtaposition of extremes generated thick clouds of steam that enveloped the entire area. Li Jun, feeling an intense chill, followed Sun Qian and Wang Li into the hot water, but soon found himself overheated and hastily exited, rolling and scrambling into the icy pool. As he plunged into the water, a hissing sound erupted, and the steam above intensified. At that moment, only Zhang Chong and Bai Qi remained visible in the laboratory. Zhang Chong, having lost all sensation of itching, felt as if all his senses had been muted. Glancing down, he observed his skin transforming at a visible pace to a silvery hue, while an unfamiliar heaviness settled over him. How can I become different from others? Zhang Chong gazed at his metallic arm, feeling somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, Lu Hui's voice echoed in the air. Zhang Chong, move every part of your body, every joint. Don't stop. If you do, you may find yourself unable to move forever. Hurry. This statement sent a chill down Zhang Chong's spine. However, he quickly pondered, how could he possibly get every part of his body to move? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he found himself at an impasse. Lu Hui, noticing Zhang Chong's dazed expression, shouted again, Zhang Chong, do you want to die? Move now. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Chong resolved to take action. Without hesitation, he began to twist and contort his entire body. Yes, he was indeed moving. This sudden motion left Lu Hui and the others in stunned silence, including Bai Qi, who was also present in the laboratory. What kind of exercise is he doing? Xiao Wu inquired, observing Zhang Chong's movements. The others remained silent, but Xiao Mu chimed in, Brother Zhang Chong dances so well. But remember, this dance is meant for girls. Right, Aunt Lu Hui? Lu Hui smiled faintly but did not respond, merely stating, regardless of what it is, as long as you keep moving, I think it's quite effective. At least your entire body is in motion. Bai Qi, bewildered, finally spoke up, Zhang Chong? Is this belly dancing? Zhang Chong, panting heavily, dismissed the concern, whatever it is. The key is to keep moving, and I feel like if the twisting isn't vigorous enough, it won't work, like this, yes, just like this. As he spoke to Bai Qi, he exaggerated his movements even further. Bai Qi found no humor in the situation, as his own condition was distinct from Zhang Chong's. After the effects of the earlier drug had dissipated, he had managed to endure the itching sensation. However, now, his entire body felt numb and tingly, akin to electricity coursing through him. Moreover, he felt powerless to combat it, as his skin, where the electricity had traversed, seemed to char and darken, as if it were being roasted. What should he do? Bai Qi found himself indecisive and made his way toward the water basin. Observing this, Lu Hui urgently called into her earpiece, Bai Qi, do not enter the water. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi turned to face Lu Hui behind a glass wall. In your condition, if you enter the water, everyone else will be in danger. Bai Qi displayed a distressed expression and asked, Director Lu, what should I do? Lu Hui pointed to two metallic discs affixed to the laboratory wall. Go over there, place your hands on them, and reduce the intensity of the electrical sensation within you. Bai Qi, struggling to walk, felt his body shake uncontrollably. After a laborious effort, he reached the wall and promptly placed his hands on the two metallic discs. The tingling sensation in his body diminished significantly upon contact. Lu Hui added, don't just stand there rigidly, keep moving. At this moment, Bai Qi pressed his hand against the circular disc, finding it difficult to move his arm. Nonetheless, his body could still twist. He recalled Zhang Chong's appearance and, with a resolute heart, decided to disregard everything else. After all, life is paramount. Imitating Zhang Chong's twisting motions, he began to move. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of utter disbelief. At that moment, Lu Hui spotted Li Jun's silhouette, and it appeared that his condition was akin to Bai Qi's, likely undergoing a transformation due to the thunder-type ability. Observing Li Jun's state, Lu Hui quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Quite commendable. He had managed to endure 3 transformations thus far. Only 2 remained. Xiao Mu also noticed, yet she was unaware of the peril Li Jun was currently in. She pointed at him, urging Lu Hui to take a look. Li Jun's movements were also erratic, mirroring Bai Qi's, although the amplitude of his motions seemed to surpass Bai Qi's at that moment. Lu Hui understood that this was because Li Jun had been injected with an extract from Xiao Mu's blood, which possessed a much greater potency than that of others. At this moment, the agony Li Jun experienced was several times more intense than that of his peers. As Li Jun staggered toward Bai Qi in the laboratory, his skin was already charred by electrical currents. Mimicking Bai Qi's actions, he placed his hands upon the other 2 discs, and upon doing so, a sense of relief escaped his lips. However, as he opened his mouth, a plume of black smoke erupted forth. Observing Li Jun's condition, Bai Qi realized it was far more severe than his own. Were his internal organs already cooked? Li Jun, of course, could not hear Bai Qi's thoughts. He was relying entirely on sheer willpower to reach this point. His body had been ravaged by the transformation fluid, rendering him barely recognizable. His internal organs were in a state of utter darkness, seeping blood. Hold on. You must hold on, Li Jun repeatedly reminded himself. Though he had become this way, he harbored no regrets, for this was his own choice. Since childhood, he had always strived to be the best at whatever he pursued. This time was no different. As he aspired to be the strongest among the Transformers, Lu Hui clenched her fists tightly, aware that although 3 transformations had been completed, Li Jun's condition was nearing its limits. She feared he might suddenly collapse under the strain. Xiao Wu, administer a cellular enhancement capsule to Li Jun. His internal organs are likely severely damaged. We must accelerate the division of his internal cells with another medication, or he won't survive, Lu Hui instructed. Xiao Wu nodded and pressed a button on the wall. A mechanical arm in the laboratory sprang to life as Xiao Wu placed the medication into its grasp, guiding the arm to deliver the medicine to Li Jun. Take the medication. You must ingest another dose. Hurry, Lu Hui urged. At this point, Li Jun could scarcely hear, only vaguely perceiving someone calling his name. Bai Qi glanced at Li Jun's condition, gritted his teeth, and withdrew his arm from the disc. A handful of medication was forcefully inserted into Li Jun's mouth by a mechanical arm, and he instinctively swallowed it. After administering the drug, Bai Qi promptly returned the arm to the metallic disc. He gazed at Li Jun, a flicker of trepidation in his heart. Yet he did not forget to twist his body. Can this fellow truly endure? He pondered quietly. As he had fed Li Jun the medication, he had made contact with his body, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed the currents within Li Jun's body were far more potent than his own. Alas, dear brotherly, you must hold on. With no other recourse, Bai Qi could only offer silent encouragement to Li Jun. After consuming the drug, Li Jun waited for a while until the effects began to manifest. The cells within his body fortified once more, and their division rate doubled. His bodily organs gradually rejuvenated as if parched wood had met the spring. Li Jun's facial expressions began to relax. Lu Hui, observing Li Jun's demeanor, let out a deep sigh of relief. At that moment, Xiao Ding approached hurriedly. Teacher Lu, there's been an issue in the laboratory. You must attend to it immediately. Lu Hui nodded, casting a lingering glance at Li Jun before turning to follow Xiao Ding towards the laboratory. An hour later, having resolved the situation, Lu Hui returned at a brisk pace, glancing into the laboratory. There lay Li Jun on the ground, surrounded by a throng of people. She turned to Xiao Wu and inquired, "What is happening?" Xiao Wu promptly explained, "Out of the remaining 9, 7 have succeeded, but 2 have perished. Li Jun's condition, however, remains uncertain. We've never encountered such a situation before. He seems to be in a deep coma." Upon hearing this, Lu Hui's heart sank. More trouble had arisen? Tears welled in her eyes. After all, Li Jun was her own son, and to claim she felt no regret would be a lie. "Open the door," Lu Hui commanded, striding toward the laboratory entrance. Xiao Wu blocked her path. "No, Teacher Lu, the individuals inside are now considered extraordinary beings. They have just undergone transformation and cannot yet control their powers. It is dangerous for you to enter. I cannot allow you to go in. If there is anything you need, leave it to me. I will handle it." Lu Hui cast a piercing glance at Xiao Wu, realizing she would not be permitted entry today. However, she could not allow Xiao Wu to take such risks either. She turned back. "Do the 2 who sacrificed have any relatives? Make a note of their names, and also record the names of the others who perished in the various laboratories." Xiao Wu nodded. "Understood." Lu Hui's gaze remained fixed on Li Jun. "You must not come to harm." Chapter 30. Ji Ling within the laboratory. Li Jun lay in profound unconsciousness, while Sun Qian, Zhang Chong, Bai Qi, and others sat vigil around him in tranquil solidarity. 1 hour after Lu Hui's departure, the physical condition of the group had notably improved, with no signs of discomfort. Upon observing their recovery, Xiao Wu inquired through the intercom, "Is there anyone experiencing any unusual sensations?" The 7 individuals each moved their bodies, clearly demonstrating no signs of unease. After operating the infrared scanner within the room to assess their conditions, Xiao Wu announced, "Congratulations, everyone. Your physical states are quite normal, and the initial phase of your enhancement has been successfully completed." The others erupted in cheers, yet Sun Qian's attention remained fixated on Li Jun. Bai Qi, Wan Li, and another companion wore expressions of anxiety, as the steam hovering above the pool obscured their view of its contents. At that moment, Bai Qi asked Xiao Wu, "What about my 2 brothers?" Equipped with a life detection device on the laboratory ceiling, Xiao Wu was well aware of the situation. The device indicated only 8 life forms remained in the lab, leading Xiao Wu to conclude that the other 2 had perished. "I'm sorry, it appears they didn't team make it," he replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi said nothing further. His eyes reddened, and subtle currents of energy flickered across his body. Wan Li, though less visibly agitated than Bai Qi, felt tears streaming down her cheeks. Despite their brief time together, the bonds formed among the group were genuine, especially as these 2 were once brothers of her late sibling. Ultimately, Bai Qi's emotions began to stabilize. Of the 5 original members who had founded the team, only he and 1 other remained. Although Wan Li was also part of the team, she had joined last. After enduring a period of distress, he gradually regained composure. However, he hesitated to approach the pool, fearing that the sight of his fallen comrades would overwhelm him. Turning instead to Li Jun, he knelt beside him to assess his state. It was not that he lacked compassion. Rather, with the 2 already lost, further words would bear no weight, and Li Jun remained unaware of the dire circumstances. Lu Hui stood outside the laboratory, instructing Xiao Wu, transport the bodies out and refrigerate them for preservation. Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement. 2 hours later, Xiao Wu arranged for the group to be moved to the adjacent observation room, with Li Jun being carried out by several lab personnel. He was placed on a monitoring bed, still unconscious, connected to a multitude of instruments designed to track his vital signs. The other 7 gathered by his side, keeping vigil. With other enhancement experiments underway, Lu Hui was occupied and unable to attend to the situation. Xiao Wu took charge of monitoring Li Jun's condition. Thus, Li Jun remained in the observation room, unconscious for a full 10 days. The research staff at the experimental base worked tirelessly for those 10 days, enhancing 1,000 individuals each day, totaling a comprehensive overhaul of 100,000. Today marked the final day of this endeavor. Despite the busyness of the past 10 days, Lu Hui found the subsequent transformations to be remarkably smooth, thanks to the experiences gained on the first day. She occasionally took the time to observe Li Jun's condition, and although she never verbalized her concerns, her anxiety was evident to those around her. On the 10th day, at 6 in the evening, Lu Hui entered the observation room and inquired of Xiao Wu, "How is he today?" His vital signs remain stable, just as they have been in recent days. "But he has yet to awaken," Xiao Wu replied. Lu Hui then turned her gaze to the others, assessing their conditions one by one, and a faint smile graced her lips. "Well done, your abilities have merged exceptionally well. Have any of you experienced any discomfort over the past 10 days? Bai Qi and Sun Qian, among others, shook their heads in affirmation of their normalcy. Lu Hui nodded approvingly. "Good. Take this time to sense the strength of your abilities. Since the fusion is still recent, the intensity of your powers may be limited. However, do not worry. Once your cells fully adapt, the strength of your abilities will significantly increase. At that point, you should be able to utilize your powers." The group nodded in unison, closing their eyes to attune themselves to the subtle energies within their bodies. Lu Hui approached Li Jun's bedside, observing him, and found him unchanged from a few days prior. At that moment, Li Lin approached Lu Hui and asked, "Mom, how is my brother?" With a sigh, Lu Hui responded, "He is still the same. I regret not being more assertive back then. Perhaps things would be different." Xiao Wu interjected, "Lu Laosher, this is not your fault. Besides, Li Jun's condition is considered stable. Rest assured, he should awaken in a few days." After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, Lu Laosher, today marks the 10th day. Has the first batch of 100,000 been completed?" Lu Hui nodded, replying, "Yes, it was completed an hour ago." She sighed again. "All right. If there are any changes with Li Jun, please inform me immediately." Turning to Li Lin, she added, "You should go rest now. It's best not to move around too much. If you lose control and your powers manifest unexpectedly, it could lead to complications." Li Lin quickly complied, returning to his bed and mimicking the others by closing his eyes. Lu Hui glanced at Li Jun once more and was about to exit when Bai Qi suddenly called out, "Director Lu, wait a moment." Lu Hui turned back, asking, "What is it?" Bai Qi approached the entrance and inquired, "Director Lu, where are my 2 brothers now? How have they been handled?" Lu Hui gently patted Bai Qi's shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. We have managed their remains, and they are currently in a refrigerated vehicle downstairs. I will arrange for them to be sent back in a few days. By the way, do they have any relatives?" Bai Qi nodded yes. Both of their parents are still alive. It is hoped that the promise made by General Jia would indeed hold true, granting additional points to their parents, allowing them to survive in the underground city. Lu Hui nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, General Jia is a man of his word. I must now report to him. You all should take a rest." Bai Qi responded with a slight acknowledgement and returned to his bed. The observation room contained 10 beds, 1 for each individual, and they were all clad in their gear, indifferent to any notions of gender distinction. Wan Li's bed was conveniently adjacent to Bai Qi's. She opened her eyes and glanced at him. "Bai Qi, do not be disheartened. We must look forward." Bai Qi cast a glance at Wan Li and nodded. Reclining on his bed, slowly, he parted his lips to utter, "Now, Brother Wan will not be alone down there. The 3 of them will have each other for company." Wan Li understood he was referring to her brother and softly replied, "Yes, they will not be lonely." Following this, the room gradually fell into silence. Observing that everyone was resting, Xiao Wu also settled down at the edge of Li Jun's bed, having not slept for days, hoping to steal a moment of rest. The only sound in the observation room was the beeping from the instruments monitoring Li Jun's body. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Li Jun's right hand stirred slightly, and his eyelids appeared to struggle to open, fluttering momentarily before falling still again, seemingly plunging back into a deep coma. Yet, none were aware of this. Xiao Wu had already succumbed to sleep, while the others were engrossed in discovering the existence of their own powers, none opening their eyes to check on Li Jun's condition. Only Sun Qian abruptly opened her eyes, glancing toward Li Jun's direction. Noticing nothing unusual, she murmured to herself, "Did I not sense a slight fluctuation just now?" Dismissing the thought, she rose from her bed, observing Xiao Wu asleep, and approached to keep vigil by Li Jun's side. After exiting the observation room, Lu Hui summoned a transport vehicle to head to the city lord's tower to report to Jieli. Due to the large number of participants in the experiment, the facility had undergone considerable expansion. What was once a short walk now required a vehicle. 5 minutes later, Lu Hui arrived at Jieli's office and knocked on the door. A voice called from within, "Come in." Lu Hui pushed the door open and entered. "General Jie, I am here to report that the first batch has been completed today." Jieli nodded. "Proceed." Lu Hui succinctly recounted. The first batch consisted of 100,000 individuals, with a daily transformation of 10,000. Today marks the completion of the 10th day. Excluding those with incompatible physical conditions, the success rate stands at 78%, the failure rate at 1%, and the mortality rate at 21%. Upon hearing this, Jieli inquired, "Oh, what does this 1% failure entail?" Lu Hui clarified, "It means that the transformation was unsuccessful, yet the individuals did not perish." Jieli responded, "Such a situation exists?" Lu Hui murmured in acknowledgement. "We remain uncertain. We previously believed that failure would result in the demise of the experimental subjects. However, over the past few days, we have observed a third scenario. The subjects have neither perished nor succeeded in their modifications." Jieli inquired, "Have there been any findings regarding their physical condition?" Lu Hui shook her head. "Currently, there are none. These individuals are a mere handful, approximately 100 in total. However, research is ongoing. Once there are results, please inform me immediately," Jieli instructed. Lu Hui assented, "Certainly. Additionally, there is another matter I wish to discuss." Jieli turned his gaze to Lu Hui. "Please, go ahead. It pertains to the deceased individuals. How shall we handle their remains, and what about the promised compensation in points?" Jieli stood and approached the window, gazing out at the dimming light of the underground city. "With so many bodies, transporting them back is impractical and a waste of resources. Let us incinerate the remains, retaining their name tags, sorted by city, and then arrange for their return to their families. As for the issue of points, I will honor my commitment. As I have stated, please convey this to their comrades." Lu Hui nodded in agreement. "Understood." In the past few days, aside from Bai Qi, many have expressed concern regarding their fallen comrades, and she has endeavored to soothe their distress. "Chief Jie, I shall take my leave now." Jieli turned and smiled. "Very well. You have worked hard these past days. Tomorrow will likely be busy again. The second batch of 100,000 has already been selected, and we have preemptively eliminated those who do not meet the physical standards. This cohort is entirely compliant with the experimental criteria. All right. I will promptly return to make the necessary arrangements." After Lu Hui finished speaking, she prepared to depart. Jieli suddenly asked, "I recall that your two sons participated this time as well. How are they faring?" Lu Hui paused for a moment. "Thank you for your concern, Chief. They are both doing well." Jieli nodded. "That is reassuring. The construction at Guangxi should be completed in about 2 years. We will be able to bring him over ahead of schedule then." "Very well. You may return to your preparations," Jieli concluded. Lu Hui replied, "Yes, of course." With that, she exited. Upon returning to the experimental base, Lu Hui set about preparing for the following day's tasks and arranged for the bodies in the cold storage to be processed, ensuring the name tags were removed. Once everything was in order, she proceeded to the observation room where Li Jun was located. Upon opening the door and surveying the scene, she noted that the others remained in a state of quiet repose, while Xiao Wu was still asleep at Li Jun's bedside. Sun Qian sat beside Li Jun, monitoring the equipment. Hearing the sound, she turned and saw Lu Hui entering. Lu Hui smiled gently at Sun Qian and softly remarked, "You should take a rest. I will keep watch. That rascal Xiao Wu has fallen asleep." Sun Qian smiled faintly and responded softly, "Auntie, I have rested long enough. I have gained some weight these past few days. I just took a break, and Xiao Wu has hardly slept at all lately. He must be exhausted." Upon seeing him asleep, I came over to keep watch over Li Jun. Lu Hui, upon hearing this, smiled warmly at Sun Qian. "What a good girl indeed. How long have you known our Li Jun?" Sun Qian replied, "It has been around 6 years. We met on the very day I entered the underground city." Lu Hui responded with a few thoughtful ohs, nodding and murmuring to herself, "Not bad, not bad. It seems you have known him for quite some time." For the next half an hour, the two women exchanged questions and answers, with Lu Hui primarily inquiring and Sun Qian responding. Gradually, Lu Hui became thoroughly familiar with Sun Qian's circumstances. This was no mere conversation. It resembled a mother-in-law inquiring about her daughter-in-law. Lu Hui, growing increasingly animated, began to lavish praise on various aspects of Li Jun right in front of Sun Qian. This left Sun Qian somewhat at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed. She was not foolish and understood Lu Hui's intentions. Lu Hui chuckled and asked, "What are your thoughts on Juner?" Sun Qian hesitated before replying. "He is quite good." Lu Hui's smile broadened. "Good is good, heh. You keep watch over him for now. I have matters to attend to. When Xiao Wu wakes, have him come find me." Sun Qian nodded in agreement. Once Lu Hui left, Sun Qian settled beside Li Jun's bed, continuing to guard him. She leaned down and spoke softly to him. Under normal circumstances, she would never dare to do this. But since Li Jun was currently in a deep coma and could not hear her, she found herself emboldened. "Auntie, this is rather interesting," she giggled. Little did she know, although Li Jun was enveloped in profound unconsciousness at that moment, he could indeed hear her words. And his fingers twitched slightly. Li Jun found himself in a rather dire situation, uncertain of his whereabouts. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of anything. During these 10 days of unconsciousness, he had made various attempts to awaken himself, but to little avail. "Where on earth is this? What is going on?" he lamented, though no one was there to hear. 10 days prior, his physical transformation had been completed. At that time, he merely felt a bit weak and lay down to rest. Suddenly, he felt a sharp blow to his head, after which he lost consciousness and knew nothing more. It was only 2 days ago that his awareness began to gradually return, yet he remained unable to move, lying there motionless. Although his consciousness had resurfaced, his body remained in a state of coma. At first, he was startled, fearing he had died. He had heard that when one dies, it feels like the soul has left the body. However, he soon realized he was not dead, merely trapped in a deep slumber. Due to the incessant chatter of a group of individuals surrounding him, he was acutely aware of their presence. After 2 days of recovery, he finally found himself able to move today. He hastily attempted to rouse himself, yet his efforts yielded little success, allowing only his hand to twitch. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation. He had overheard a remark made by Sun Qian, but found himself powerless to respond. He made one more attempt, but to no avail. What was he to do now? As he sat contemplating his predicament, the previously pitch-black environment underwent a transformation. Li Jun swiftly glanced around. A surge of excitement coursing through him. After 10 long days, a change was finally occurring. Having lain in darkness for a decade, the surroundings began to illuminate gradually. He shut his eyes briefly before slowly reopening them, allowing his vision to acclimate to the newfound light. Clarity began to dawn. Where was he? He found himself ensconced within a square room, one wall seemingly transparent. Rushing forward, he reached out to touch it, discovering it to be akin to glass. Peering outside, he was astonished to behold 2 humanoid figures standing beyond the glass wall. Each appeared to wield a firearm-like weapon. Li Jun squinted, striving to discern their features, and was immediately struck with terror. A creature with a fish-like head confronted him. Attempting to regain his composure, he looked again. "Ah, human, you have awakened." A voice resonated in his mind, startling him. "Who are you? Where's this place? How did I end up here?" Li Jun questioned, his mouth agape. "Oh, human, your inquiries are numerous. You may select your most pressing question and ask them one at a time," the voice replied. Another phrase echoed in his mind. "Where are you? Come forth." "Very well," the voice answered, and suddenly the transparent wall before Li Jun vanished, revealing a figure approaching him. "Greetings, friend. I am Ji Ling." Chapter 31. The awakening. Li Jun scrutinized Ji Ling, releasing a breath of relief. Fortunately, he appeared to be a human. Ji Ling, in his late 30s, towering nearly 2 meters, possessed an imposing muscular build that was somewhat intimidating. Li Jun looked up to see Ji Ling's short hair exuding a sense of competence. His prominent brows and large eyes framed a square face, marked uniquely by a small black dot between his brows. Ji Ling smiled warmly at Li Jun, prompting him to draw closer in order to inquire about the situation, for Ji Ling was the first person he had encountered in 10 days. However, as he approached, an invisible wave emanated from Ji Ling, propelling Li Jun back a meter. Li Jun gazed at Ji Ling in a state of bewilderment. Ji Ling smiled gently. "This is not intentional. You now exist as an energy entity, and you cannot approach me, for it would conflict with the crystal within me." Ji Ling lifted his shirt, revealing a crystal embedded in his chest. "This is my energy sustenance stone, akin to the human heart." Li Jun responded with an "Oh. So, you are not human? And you say I am an energy entity. Does that mean I am dead?" Ji Ling shook his head. "No, our forms may be similar, yet I am not as frail as humans. Furthermore, our environments differ. To you, we may appear humanoid, but that is not our designation. We refer to ourselves as calm. However, you may also call me human. And you are not dead, Your current state corresponds to what humans refer to as an out-of-body experience. Naturally, you are not a true soul. Rather, you are a formation of energy within your body. Calm. Li Jun queried in confusion. Ji Ling affirmed, indeed. Kong signifies that all things in the world are empty. We call ourselves Kong, meaning encompassing all. We are the guardians of this star domain, safeguarding countless civilizations within. Of course, in your presence, we may also identify as humans. Li Jun, somewhat comprehending, nodded slowly. He then continued to inquire, if I am not dead, how did I arrive here? And how can I return? What does it mean to be an energy entity? A barrage of questions ensued. With a sweeping gesture, Ji Ling extended his arm toward Li Jun, attempting to strike him. Li Jun quickly raised his hand to block, but the anticipated pain did not materialize. He opened his eyes wide to see Ji Ling's arm passing through his chest without any sensation. This is the energy entity. You are not a physical being, but merely a mass of energy. Do you understand? Li Jun promptly nodded and stepped back, wary of Ji Ling inadvertently causing him harm in this state. A large hole appeared in his chest, yet the surrounding energy swiftly converged, mending the breach in no time. As for how you arrived here, I will explain that later, Ji Ling remarked, proceeding toward the exit of the room and gesturing for Li Jun to follow. Li Jun trailed Ji Ling out, his eyes gradually acclimating to the soft, milky light of the space. Aside from the two fish-headed beings at the entrance, he noticed several others of the same kind busily engaged in various tasks in the distance, all clad in identical uniforms. Each fish-headed entity was stationed before a display screen, intently observing something. Under the illumination, Li Jun beheld the environment for the first time, resembling a vast, sealed research facility. The walls were adorned with screens at regular intervals, showcasing life forms he had never encountered. Among the displays, he even spotted human faces on a few of the screens. People of the continent, all faces of humanity exist on Earth. What is this? Li Jun inquired. Ji Ling turned and elucidated. This is a civilization monitor, utilized to oversee all civilizations within this star region. Li Jun responded with an understanding "oh." As Ji Ling continued, each monitor represents a distinct civilization. However, Earth's civilization is rather exceptional, necessitating several monitors. Li Jun, slightly perplexed, asked why this was so. Ji Ling smiled softly. Human civilization on Earth has diverged. Simply put, you are no longer a unified entity. Unlike other planetary civilizations, which, although some have also diversified, share a common language, humanity on Earth boasts thousands of linguistic variations. Comprehending Ji Ling's explanation to some extent, Li Jun gazed in awe at the multitude of monitors adorning the wall. It dawned on him that extraterrestrial civilizations indeed existed, and in abundance. Ji Ling remained silent, prompting Li Jun to inquire further. I see you differ from them. Do you belong to the same class of civilization? He gestured towards the fish-headed beings. Ji Ling shook his head. No, they are a marine civilization native to this star system. Do not underestimate them. They are the most intelligent species in this region, with their brain development reaching 78%, while humanity's is below 15. You may draw your own comparisons. Li Jun stared in astonishment at the fish-headed beings. Ji Ling pointed to a miniature disc around his neck, saying, this is their invention, a language converter. You humans possess a rudimentary version, but theirs encompasses all languages within this star region, facilitating our seamless communication. However, their planet has become devoid of value due to their advanced brain development, leading them to ally with my father. Suddenly, Li Jun recalled something and asked, you mentioned you are the guardians of this star region? Ji Ling nodded. Then you must be aware of Earth's impending destruction? Ji Ling immediately discerned Li Jun's inquiry. We are aware, but regrettably, we cannot intervene. Li Jun, somewhat exasperated, retorted. If you are guardians, why can't you intervene? Ji Ling, turning his back to Li Jun, replied succinctly, rules. We have our own protocols that prevent our involvement in the affairs of lower civilizations. Today's situation is an exception, but we will not intervene in Earth's destruction. It is beyond our scope. Rest assured, others will manage this matter. Just as Li Jun was about to press further, a fish-headed being approached Ji Ling monitor. Preparations are complete. Ji Ling acknowledged with an then turned to Li Jun, saying, let us proceed. Then Ji Ling took the lead and walked towards a room ahead. Li Jun had no choice but to follow him inside. Upon entering, Ji Ling instructed Li Jun to step in and pointed to a transparent cube in the center of the room. Li Jun glanced at it and stepped inside the cube, which was just spacious enough to accommodate one person. Through the outer wall of the cube, he observed Ji Ling conversing with a fish-headed man nearby. The fishman nodded and sat down at a control panel, entering a series of codes. Ji Ling turned to Li Jun with a smile, and said, "Now, I shall address the two questions you have. As for how you arrived here, it's quite simple. Through our observations, we discovered that humans of your Earth civilization are conducting experiments on human modification. This is understandable. It is a transformation that humanity has undertaken in response to the current crisis, and we have no right to intervene. However, just yesterday, we stumbled upon something intriguing. After your modification was completed, we detected that your abilities were excessively powerful, far beyond what is typically possessed by Earth's human civilization. Yet, you were indeed a genuine human prior to this. Upon further investigation, I found certain elements within you, not what you would classify as supernatural abilities. For such phenomena can be easily achieved through technology. I am not suggesting that your modifications lack significance. The enhanced physique will indeed be beneficial for your survival in the future. However, aside from these supernatural abilities, there exists a more formidable entity within you, which can be referred to as an energy body. After your modification, your physique was too frail to sustain such an abundance of energy, and without transferring it, you would have perished in an explosion of your own body. Therefore, we extracted it using this device, resulting in your current state. Interestingly, it appears to have merged with your spirit and consciousness. After we extracted it, your physical form fell into a coma. As for its functions, we have yet to fully comprehend them. However, based on the analyses conducted by the fish people over the past few days, I can offer you a piece of advice. Nurture it, as it will be immensely beneficial to you. In comparison to this energy, your other supernatural abilities are rather trivial. Li Jun felt somewhat bewildered but grasped the essence, that a new energy body had formed within him, and it sounded remarkably powerful. Li Lin, unfazed by Li Jun's comprehension, continued, "Now, we will use the energy extraction device to weaken this energy, after which we will send you back. Rest assured, although it will be diminished, it will recover. And at that time, your physique will gradually strengthen in accordance with the increase in energy, eliminating any risk of explosion." At this moment, whether Li Jun understood anything else was inconsequential. What mattered was that he recognized Li Lin was genuinely assisting him. Li Lin added, "Upon your return, I hope you can keep the secrets of this place to yourself and divulge them to no one. If you dare to divulge our secret, believe me, the Earth will not be obliterated by a meteorite, but by your own destruction. Do you comprehend?" Li Jun was utterly convinced that Li Lin and his civilization possessed such capabilities. He nodded in immediate agreement. "May I inquire where we are?" Li Jun posed the question. Li Lin shook his head. "You will come to know in due time. We are, as you might say, neighbors." Li Jun had numerous questions he yearned to ask. Yet time was no longer on his side. A pipe, assembled above the cube, emitted a sharp sound. He sensed his body gradually fading, tiny luminous particles detaching from him, subsequently being absorbed by the pipe. In a brief moment, his entire form became nearly transparent. Li Lin gazed at Li Jun with a smile, waving his hand. "Farewell, my friend. I am confident we shall meet again soon." Just as Li Jun opened his mouth to bid farewell, a surge of electricity surged through, and with a swish, he vanished. Li Lin slowly lowered his hand and addressed the fishman. "Preserve the extracted energy." He then turned and exited the room. After a sigh, he raised his arm, revealing skin that gradually peeled away, exposing a metallic arm beneath. A miniature projection screen materialized. Once activated, Li Lin called out, "Father, Li Jun has returned." "Very well. By assisting them, have we breached any protocols?" A voice inquired from the other end. "No. One of our principles states that whenever a civilization encounters an extraordinary entity, I shall extend my assistance. It is merely that, aside from Earth, no other civilization has encountered such a phenomenon yet. As for the impending meteorite collision with Earth, that is indeed a matter we cannot intervene in, lest it trigger a series of cascading repercussions. However, at present, whether Earth will face annihilation remains uncertain, as they still exist." Li Lin acknowledged with a hum, and the communication was terminated. After being struck by the current, Li Jun, already a weakened energy body, felt his condition deteriorate further. Nonetheless, he mustered the strength to open his eyes for a fleeting glance. He seemed to be racing through a tunnel, his body uncontrollably hurtling forward. Yet, he was unconcerned. As an energy entity, he could not be harmed. Moreover, Li Lin had assured him of his return, so he closed his eyes once more. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his mind, prompting him to jolt awake. The scene before him had transformed. He was no longer in that dark tunnel. "Am I back?" he murmured to himself. "What did you say?" A voice startled him. Li Jun quickly turned his head to find Sun Qian sitting beside him, staring blankly. Sun Qian remained in a daze for a full 10 seconds. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted, frightening the others in the observation room, leaving everyone bewildered. A crowd turned to gaze upon Li Jun, who was sitting upright. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they rushed over one by one. You finally did it. Wow, boss, you really pulled through after being in a coma for so long, exclaimed Zhang Chong, unmistakably. Ah, you're awake? That is wonderful. Xiao Wu was startled awake by Sun Qian's exclamation. Upon seeing Li Jun regain consciousness, he dashed outside. The others soon followed suit, converging around him, each clamoring to speak, creating a cacophony that nearly overwhelmed Li Jun's stop. Li Jun urged, swiftly silencing the tumult. A hush fell over the group as they fixated on him, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and concern. One by one they spoke. At that moment, Sun Qian, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears and embraced Li Jun tightly. I thought you might never wake up. Li Jun hurriedly reassured her, don't cry, I'm awake now. The two remained locked in their embrace. Observing them, Zhang Chong glanced at Sun Qian and then at Li Jun, turning to Li Lin with a quizzical expression. When did they become so close? Coincidentally, Sun Qian overheard this and immediately pushed Li Jun away, making a hasty exit. Li Jun, taken aback, was left momentarily stunned. Li Lin, unable to contain his irritation, playfully smacked Zhang Chong on the head, the sound echoing in the room. You're always so nosy and observant. Not long after, Zhang Chong sat on the floor, feeling wronged. Bai Qi, Wan Li, and Wu Deshan approached Li Jun, each offering their well wishes in turn. At that moment, the door to the observation room swung open, and Lu Hui rushed in, followed closely by Xiao Wu and Sun Qian. Upon seeing Li Jun awake, tears streamed down her face. Li Jun called out, Mom. Lu Hui responded with a sob. As long as you're awake, that's what matters. Quickly, everyone stepped back. He has been in a coma for days. He needs to rest. After gently helping Li Jun lie back down, she inquired, how do you feel? If you need anything, just tell Mom. I'll make sure to get it for you. Li Jun assessed his condition and smiled. I'm all right, not too uncomfortable, just a bit hungry. Lu Hui laughed through her tears, playfully scolding him. You've been lying down for 10 days. Of course, you're hungry. You've only had nutritional fluids these past few days, which don't really satisfy your stomach. All right, I'll go prepare something for you. As she turned to leave, Xiao Wu quickly interjected, Teacher Lu, let me handle it. You have other matters to attend to. We'll look after Li Jun here. Lu Hui pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Juner, I have experiments to prepare for tomorrow. I must go now. Once your mother finishes her tasks, she will come to see you. Now that you are awake, she need not worry. Besides, you require rest these days, so I shall not disturb your recuperation. Li Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Mother, please attend to your work. They are here with me, so there is no need for concern. Indeed, Lu Hui replied. After you finish eating, ensure you pay attention to your rest. After exchanging a few more words with others, she hurried out to prepare for the following day. Xiao Wu followed suit, readying meals for Li Jun. Although energy bars were available, consuming proper food at this time would be beneficial for his health. A few people gathered around Li Jun, engaging in light-hearted banter. However, Sun Qian sat off to the side, having been overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Li Jun awake. She immediately embraced him and wept. Yet, upon being questioned by Zhang Chong, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, and her cheeks flushed. All right, everyone should rest now. It must be evening, right? Li Jun remarked. Please don't mention it. I've been asleep for 10 days. I might as well be growing fur, Zhang Chong retorted. Li Lin shot him a disapproving glance, thinking, why can't this fellow learn? The others rose and returned to their respective beds, with Li Lin pulling Zhang Chong away. Sun Qian remained by Li Jun's side. Aren't you going to rest? He inquired. Sun Qian shook her head. I want tea. I've gained weight these past few days. I'll stay here to help you. Li Jun smiled. All right. Zhang Chong lay on his bed, casting a glance. Humph, had I known, I would have brought Zhao Ming along. Then I wouldn't have to endure this tasteless dog food. Li Lin shot him a look. Huh, you think she'd come with you? Zhang Chong fell silent. Sulking on his bed, Sun Qian, sitting beside Li Jun, remarked, you're finally awake. Little Moo Moo has visited several times. What did Little Moo Moo say? Li Jun asked, puzzled. Sun Qian mirrored his confusion. I couldn't understand her words, but when she saw you, she kept saying you had disappeared, even though you are clearly lying here. Li Jun pondered. Can this child sense the energy entity? But he quickly recalled that after using Little Moo Moo's ability-enhancing liquid, the energy entity had indeed manifested within him. Furthermore, it was likely that such an entity also resided within Moo Moo, allowing her to perceive it. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu entered, carrying a platter of freshly cooked food. Hurry and eat. It's just been served, best enjoyed while hot. Li Jun quickly accepted the meal, devouring it ravenously. After lying idle for 10 days, his stomach was empty, and as the energy entity returned to his body, he felt a surge of weakness. Sun Qian could not help but chuckle at his eagerness. Slow down. There's no one competing with you. You haven't eaten in 10 days. You mustn't rush. It's not good for your health. Li Jun merely turned to Sun Qian with a hearty laugh before resuming his voracious eating. Sun Qian chose not to speak further, instead smiling at Li Jun. Since you are awake, I shall no longer keep watch over you. I will step out to assist Teacher Lu, Xiao Wu informed Li Jun. Li Jun responded with a couple of murmurs, nodding in agreement. Xiao Wu chuckled softly and then turned to leave. In the room, the others had already succumbed to slumber, leaving only Sun Qian to accompany Li Jun. Before long, after a rapid onslaught of food, Li Jun had nearly emptied a plate. After satisfying his hunger, he patted his belly and let out a contented belch. This meal was the most gratifying he had experienced in years. Previously, he had only nibbled to fill his stomach, never relishing such a feast as today. He turned to Sun Qian with an apologetic smile. Sun Qian shot him a disapproving glance. How distasteful. Nevertheless, after speaking, she stood up to assist Li Jun in clearing the dishes. Once tidied, she settled beside him and inquired, "How is your health now?" Li Jun did not grasp the concern in Sun Qian's voice and replied, "Quite well. Why?" Sun Qian's expression grew somber. Tomorrow marks the 11th day. The second round of ability modifications will commence, and we must vacate this place. I worry about your condition. Li Jun understood, shifting on the bed to stretch his limbs. His body felt somewhat stiff from prolonged inactivity. I feel a bit rigid from not moving for so long, but otherwise, I'm fine. Don't worry. I'll recover by tomorrow. Indeed, that would be best, Sun Qian replied. All right, I'm fine now, so you needn't stay with me any longer. Go rest. Okay, Sun Qian said as she began to rise. Suddenly, Li Jun spoke up. Oh, by the way, how are the modifications for you and the others progressing? Upon hearing this, Sun Qian responded, quite well. All have been successful. We have nearly mastered our abilities over the past 10 days. Look, as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, revealing a shard of ice that had formed there. Li Jun nodded in approval. Impressive, you can already utilize it. Sun Qian closed her hand, causing the ice to shatter into tiny particles that fell onto her arm, quickly absorbed by her skin. By the way, I recall you used the modification serum extracted from Xiao Mu's body. Aunt Lu mentioned that it was the most potent. What type of ability did you acquire? Sun Qian's question caught Li Jun off guard. He had been unconscious after the modifications and remained ignorant of the outcome. I haven't tested it yet, he replied. Sun Qian instantly realized, I momentarily forgot. You have been in a coma for 10 days. Li Jun remained silent and shifted the topic, inquiring. I recall there were 10 of us when we entered. How come only 8 remain? Upon hearing his words, Sun Qian's expression turned slightly sorrowful. 2 of them didn't make it, she replied. Li Jun momentarily stood in stunned silence, yet soon found solace in the thought. Perhaps it was their fate, he sighed. Prior to the experiment, Jelly had warned them of the potential life-threatening risks. All right, you should rest now, he added. Sun Qian nodded softly, her demeanor mournful as she walked towards her bed. Li Jun lay down as well, yet he felt no trace of drowsiness. His eyes widened, fixated on the ceiling. Just moments ago, he had formed a small team with these 2 individuals, whose names he didn't even know, and now they were gone. Farewell, brothers. He silently murmured to the 2 strangers, followed by a deep sigh. With a shift of his body, he resolved not to dwell on it further. 2 hours later, the others had fallen asleep, but Li Jun grew increasingly exhilarated. During this time, he endeavored to harness his abilities, albeit without knowing how to wield them, gradually experimenting with each step. Through this exploration, he discovered that he possessed not one, but multiple powers. He had the ice, fire, and metal abilities that others possessed, along with an energy form mentioned by Ji Ling. According to him, this energy form was more formidable than the other powers, though Li Jun remained uncertain on how to utilize it. After a period of trial and error, he decided to abandon the endeavor. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As he came to understand his own physical condition, his spirits lifted, and he soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, the 7 individuals in the observation room were already awake. Sun Qian approached Li Jun and roused him. How are you? Are you able to get out of bed? At that moment, Li Jun felt remarkably well. He had enjoyed a hearty meal the previous night and had slept soundly. As he tossed aside the blanket, he stood up but quickly realized his legs were weak. He instinctively reached for the edge of the bed for support. Sun Qian hurried over, intending to assist him, only to be met with a mischievous grin from Li Jun. Just kidding, he chuckled, standing unaided and taking a few steps back and forth. Sun Qian couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. All right then, you can tidy up your own bed, she said, turning to exit the observation room. An hour later, the group of 8 made their exit. Lu Hui, busy with tasks, sent Xiao Wu to inquire about Li Jun's condition. Upon learning that he was no longer in serious trouble, she hastily ushered them all out. Wow, that was rather ruthless, Li Lin remarked to Li Jun. After 10 days of residence, and having surpassed the observation period, it seemed rather pointless to linger any longer. Upon hearing Li Jun's words, Li Lin chuckled softly, remarking that his primary reason for staying was the opportunity to see his mother daily. Li Jun smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. Xiao Wu approached Li Jun, delivering a message, urging him to promptly visit General Jieli, as other teams had already departed days ago. Li Jun nodded in acknowledgement, requesting that Xiao Wu inform his mother that he would visit her in a few days. Xiao Wu responded affirmatively. After leaving the experimental base, Li Jun and his companions boarded a vehicle bound for the City Lord's Tower. During the journey, Li Jun sat beside Wu Deshun, engaging in light conversation. Wu Deshun had completed his mission and had been visiting Nianyo daily, even sending videos to Yang Luqing, informing her of his transformation into an ability user. Upon learning of Wu Deshun's success, Yang Luqing felt genuine happiness for him. With a population of approximately 2.5 billion nationwide, the percentage of those who could successfully undergo transformation and become ability users would not exceed 1%. I must express my gratitude to you, Li Jun, Wu Deshun said sincerely. There's no need for thanks, Wu Ge. You chose to join us in this transformation despite knowing the dangers involved. You should be grateful to yourself, Li Jun replied, chuckling. After 10 minutes of conversation, they arrived at the City Lord's Tower. Li Jun instructed the others to wait downstairs while he went to report to Jieli. Half an hour later, he emerged and led everyone toward a residential area to the west of the tower. This will be our future residence, Li Jun informed them, gesturing toward a 5-story building before them. All ability users were to be accommodated here, with their quarters located on the 3rd floor, which could house 10 individuals. The entire building featured a single entrance. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they entered through the door to find a spacious living room filled with various amenities. Although it paled in comparison to their previous life on the surface, it was a significant improvement over the conditions in the underground city. As soon as they entered, Zhang Chang exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredibly large and luxurious." Li Jun, equally astonished, cleared his throat. After all, it was a shared space for 10. So a larger common area was to be expected. There were a total of 10 rooms available for selection. After Li Jun's announcement, the group eagerly rushed inside to choose their preferred rooms. Once everyone had settled their belongings, Li Jun called out, "I have something to discuss." He selected a room near the entrance, while Sun Qian opted for the one directly opposite his. Upon opening the door, the familiar layout of the room greeted him. It appears that the layout of the underground chambers across the nation is quite uniform. After Li Jun tidied up, he seated himself in the living room, awaiting the arrival of the others. 10 minutes later, everyone had completed their preparations. The 8 individuals gathered in the living room. Once Li Jun confirmed that everyone was present, he surveyed the group, his gaze settling on a young man beside Bai Qi. "Bai Gu, please introduce your brother to everyone." I was unaware of his name due to the time constraints earlier. Upon noticing Li Jun's look, Bai Qi smiled, yet before he could speak, Zhang Chang could not contain himself and quickly interjected, "Jia Su, my brother." Haha. He and Jia Su shared a similar disposition, both being talkative and restless. Their bond had grown stronger over the past few days. Jia Su chuckled, "Jun Ge, hello? You were unconscious a few days ago, otherwise our relationship would surely surpass that of Zhang Chang. I have been with Bai Gu all this time." Li Jun shook his head in resignation. It seemed that Zhang Chang alone was sufficient, and now another had joined the fray. Nevertheless, he offered a smile to Jia Su. "All right, from now on, we are all a small team. Let us look out for one another." Jia Su promptly nodded in agreement. Li Jun continued, "Now, I have a few matters to discuss." The others fell silent, attentively listening to Li Jun. "First, this will be our new home. If any of you have relatives in your previous city, please bring them here. There is ample room, and it will be easier to care for them. Wanli, please take note of this." Wanli nodded in acknowledgement. "Second, regarding the team size. It has already been mentioned that a small team should consist of 10 members. With the sacrifice of our 2 brothers, we are left with only 8. Thus we require 2 more." After speaking, Li Jun glanced at Bai Qi, noticing a subtle shift in his expression, and offered his condolences. Bai Qi forced a faint smile. "It's all right." Although he spoke these words, his expression betrayed the truth to others. "I truly am fine, do not worry. I have come to terms with it." Li Jun observed Bai Qi for a moment. "Indeed, we must accept that the deceased cannot be revived. The future remains uncertain for us all." Following a brief silence, Li Jun resumed, "Now, regarding the 2 missing members, does anyone have any thoughts? One prerequisite They must be ability users. Ability users? That is a challenging search, Sun Qian remarked. Though many transformed ability users exist now, they are predominantly part of preformed teams. Even in cases of casualties, they remain a minority. There must be numerous teams like ours needing 1 or 2 members, likely all seeking recruits. However, since we emerged from the experimental base later, the stragglers have likely been claimed by other teams. Li Jun pondered for a moment before addressing Bai Qi. Bai Gu, why don't you go out this afternoon to inquire if there are any solitary ability users? If there are, bring them back. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. Understood. Li Jun continued. There is another matter to discuss. In a few days, General Jia will select a team from among the gifted individuals to undertake a special mission. What are your thoughts? Do you wish to participate or not? Upon hearing this, the other 7 immediately began to chatter excitedly. Of course, we must go. It has been far too long since we last ventured out. Li Jun raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. All right, since everyone is eager to go. That is well. However, the mission requires a team of 10. We need to gather a complete squad before the task commences. Furthermore, in the days leading up to it, I encourage everyone to hone their abilities. In addition to your powers, you should also focus on improving your physical fitness. After 10 days of rest, you've likely grown a bit sluggish. Yes, the 7 responded in unison. Now, let us all get back to our respective tasks. Please expedite the matters I've arranged. Oh yeah, Zhang Chong exclaimed with an unusual cry. His excitement stemmed from the fact that Li Jun mentioned he could bring family members over. With no relatives left in the city, he dashed back to his room to contact Zhao Ming. Li Jun called out to Li Lin. Should we bring Yezi and the others over? Li Lin pondered for a moment. I'll first ask her if she is willing. All right, you go ahead. If she agrees, please inform your mother in advance. Li Lin nodded in acknowledgement. In the afternoon, Bai Qi returned, accompanied by another person. They entered Li Jun's room, and Bai Qi said, Li Jun, let me introduce you. Li Jun glanced at the woman following Bai Qi. She appeared somewhat gaunt, with disheveled short hair and her gear caked in dust. Her dark circles under her eyes were quite pronounced, giving her an overall weary appearance. Li Jun scrutinized Bai Qi, wondering where he had found such an individual. Bai Qi, unfazed by Li Jun's gaze, cheerfully said, Qing Ling, isn't that a lovely name? He chuckled mischievously after speaking. Is she also a gifted individual? Li Jun inquired. Bai Qi nodded. Indeed. Doesn't she seem like one? Li Jun smirked slightly. Well, she certainly does not fit the typical image. Where did you find her? Bai Qi began recounting the events of the afternoon. You told me to go out and look for someone in the morning. So I took a stroll downstairs in the afternoon to see if I could find anyone alone. I searched for a while, but found no one. However, on my way back, I discovered her in a corner and brought her along. During our walk, I learned a bit about her situation. Most of her original team has perished, leaving only 5 or 6 members. The others have joined new teams, but she remains alone. Perhaps others are hesitant to take her on due to her current state, fearing she might be a burden. For the past couple of days, she has had no place to stay and has been sleeping on the streets. Li Jun glanced at the woman. How old are you? Where are you from? Qing Ling opened her mouth to respond. 21, from the city, she stated succinctly, as if uttering a single additional word would deplete her energy. Li Jun continued. Are you willing to join us? Qing Ling merely nodded without uttering a word. Li Jun contemplated briefly, acknowledging that there were no others present at the moment. And even if Qing Ling joined, they still needed one more person. Can you wield your abilities? He inquired. Qing Ling nodded again, remaining silent. Li Jun cleared his throat and addressed Bai Qi, saying, assign her a room and ensure it is tidy. Bai Qi grinned broadly, understood. Just as Bai Qi exited, Sun Qian entered. Upon seeing the woman Bai Qi had brought, he asked, do you intend to keep her? Li Jun shook his head and replied, let her stay. There are no other options left, we still need one more. Sun Qian nodded, observing Li Jun's troubled demeanor, and queried, do you think we could include Mumu? Li Jun sat up, perplexed. She is still at the experimental base, and I'm uncertain if we can bring her out. Sun Qian smiled. I believe it should be feasible. After all, the ultimate purpose of her being taken to the experimental base was for blood gene extraction, which has now been accomplished. And she can control her abilities independently. It should pose no significant issue. Li Jun pondered for a moment. All right, I'll contact my mother shortly to inquire about her opinion. Sounds good, Sun Qian responded before departing. 20 minutes later, Bai Qi returned with Qing Ling to Li Jun's room. As Li Jun contemplated how to discuss Mu with his mother, he did not turn around, but said, take her to eat first. She looks famished. Got it, Bai Qi said, unconsciously adopting a cute demeanor, then instructed Qing Ling to wait in the living room while he prepared a meal for her. Wan Li was busy compiling the relatives' information of the team members. Upon entering the living room and spotting the newcomer, She quietly asked Bai Qi, "Who is she?" Bai Qi, still wearing his mischievous grin, turned to point at Qing Ling. "You mean her?" Wan Li nodded. "She is someone I brought in today. She will be one of us from now on." "Oh, I see." Wan Li then asked, "Bai Gu, are you planning to bring your mother over?" Mentioning his mother caused Bai Qi to drop his playful demeanor. "Yes, I want her here. I'm not comfortable with her alone in the city." "All right. I'll jot that down," Wan Li replied, recording his mother's information before moving closer to Qing Ling. With a warm smile, she greeted hello. Qing Ling glanced up at her and gave a slight nod. "Hello. Welcome to our team. From now on, we are family," Wan Li said cheerfully. "Oh," Qing Ling responded coldly, leaving Wan Li momentarily speechless, internally reflecting. This person truly values brevity. Communication is quite challenging. Though she harbored such thoughts within, she maintained a facade of a smile. "Do you have any relatives in the previous dungeon? I can assist you with the registration." "No, thank you." A mere 6 words. Yet this time it included a thank you. Wan Li was immediately displeased, turning on her heels and walking away, feeling quite disgruntled. What sort of person is this? Offering warmth only to be met with coldness? Humph. Wan Li was like that. Anyone who treated her kindly would receive her boundless goodwill in return, while those who wronged her would be etched into her memory for a lifetime. An hour later, after completing the registration of the remaining individuals' relatives, she stepped into Li Jun's room. Li Jun had just finished discussing the matter of Xiao Mumu with his mother when he turned to see Wan Li. "Have you completed the registration?" he inquired. Wan Li nodded in affirmation. "Yes. All right, please provide me with the information. I will relay it to General Jie shortly." After Wan Li transmitted the compiled data via her wristband to Li Jun, she posed a question. "What about the new girl?" Li Jun looked at her curiously. "Did you not register her?" Wan Li explained. "I inquired, but she stated she has no relatives. Hence, I did not include her in the statistics." "Oh, very well. You may return to your duties. I shall speak with her." Li Jun made his way to the living room, where he found Bai Qi had prepared a lavish spread of dishes. Meanwhile, Qing Ling was engrossed in her meal, devouring it heartily. Observing Qing Ling's appetite, Li Jun couldn't help but marvel. "Wow, it has been ages since I've seen someone eat like that." However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead sitting beside Bai Qi and watching Qing Ling eat. "Is it really that delicious?" Li Jun took a bite as well. "Ugh, Bai Qi, you truly lack culinary talent," he teased. Bai Qi chuckled awkwardly, aware of his own limitations in cooking. Yet, seeing Qing Ling enjoy the food so much indicated that the girl was indeed starving. Li Jun took note of Qing Ling's slow pace, realizing she wouldn't finish anytime soon. He stood up and addressed Bai Qi. "Please arrange for her to receive the information and pass it to me. I will incorporate her into the team. I will step out for a moment." Bai Qi nodded in agreement. "Understood. Also, inquire if she has any relatives that need to be brought over." Before Bai Qi could respond, Qing Ling looked up. "No, they have all passed away. Thank you." Li Jun glanced at Qing Ling but did not dwell on it. After all, during the time when the beasts roamed, losing lives was tragically commonplace. "Very well, enjoy your meal. I shall be outside." Qing Ling did not reply, continuing to focus on her food. Li Jun mused to himself. No wonder Wan Li mentioned she is rather difficult to communicate with. Shaking his head, he turned and exited, first heading to the city lord's tower to seek out Jieli. He intended to submit the relative data Wan Li had compiled, hoping to expedite the process of reuniting the team members with their families. Upon arriving at the lord's tower and reaching the office of Commander Jie, Li Jun knocked at the door for quite some time without receiving a response. At that moment, Biao ascended the stairs and immediately spotted Li Jun. "Hey, Xiao Junzi, Commander Jie is in a meeting. What brings you here?" Li Jun turned around. "Uncle Biao, I have come to deliver the relative statistics report." Biao approached him with a smile. "Hand it over. I will submit it to Commander Jie for you shortly." Li Jun pondered for a moment. "All right." He then transmitted the document to Biao's wrist communicator. "Kid, after your transformation, I heard you were unconscious for 10 days. How is your recovery?" Li Jun replied, "Quite well. I was indeed unconscious for a few days, but it's nothing serious. I recovered last night." Biao chuckled as he patted Li Jun on the shoulder. "That's the spirit. Just like your father, you possess a certain stubbornness." Li Jun chuckled in response, but then suddenly recalled something. "Uncle Biao, may I view an individual's information? It's about another Esper who underwent transformation with us." Whose information are you seeking?" "This is not something one can access casually. You are putting me in a difficult position." Before Li Jun could respond, his wrist communicator emitted a series of beeps. Seeing this, Li Jun felt a surge of joy. He held the device up to Biao. "This person, I'll add her to our team first. Then check her previous information. As her captain, I should have the authority to access her records, right?" Biao, upon hearing this, playfully tapped Li Jun on the head. You clever boy. I happen to have the information of everyone who participated in the transformation program. Add her to your team first, and then take a look. Do you need my assistance? Li Jun grinned. That would be splendid. While we're at it, let us add another person. We are short 2 members, so it works out perfectly. He then sent Biaohu the information for Qing Ling and Mu Mu. Biaohu transmitted the details and contacted the personnel at the mission hall. Such trivial matters are a piece of cake for a special operations team leader. Soon enough, he received a response confirming that everything was arranged. Thank you, Uncle Biao. Hee. Can I now take a look at Qing Ling's information? Biaohu shot Li Jun a stern glance. Remember to delete it after you viewed it. He then retrieved Qing Ling's information from the database and sent it to Li Jun. Without pausing to read it, Li Jun thanked Biaohu and made his way downstairs. Biaohu watched him leave, shaking his head with a smile. Just like your father. With that, he headed towards the conference room. After descending, Li Jun summoned a transport vehicle, preparing to head to the experimental base to pick up Mu Mu. He had already spoken with Lu Hui, who advised him to go ahead first. On the way, Li Jun opened Qing Ling's profile. Qing Ling, 21 years old, originally from the city, currently residing in the city. Member of the 141st Resource Collection Team. The upper section presents a detailed profile of Qing Ling, while the lower portion meticulously chronicles her life and task completions after entering the dungeon. However, upon finishing, Li Jun discovered an intriguing detail. Qing Ling has a relative in the city. Her father is still alive. How could she claim otherwise? Puzzled, he resolved to inquire further upon his return. If Qing Ling chose not to divulge, Li Jun would respect her privacy, for everyone is entitled to their secrets. Beneath the profile, there was an accompanying photograph. A glance revealed a striking contrast. The Qing Ling in the picture bore none of the despondency evident in her current demeanor. With large, expressive eyes, a refined nose, and adorned with delicate golden-rimmed glasses, complemented by her flowing locks, she exuded an aura of innocence. In her earlier days, she would undoubtedly have been deemed a beauty, her present state starkly divergent from that image. Such a transformation seemed excessive. After all, she had only endured a few days of hunger. Li Jun's curiosity deepened, yet he had no opportunity to inquire further as he arrived at the entrance of the experimental base. Upon entering, he spotted Xiao Wu, who approached him with an update. Teacher Lu is still busy. You might want to wait in her office for a while. She should be finished soon. Li Jun acknowledged with a nod and proceeded into Lu Hui's office. After sitting for a moment, boredom crept in, prompting him to wander about the office. He found himself at Lu Hui's desk, where a photograph caught his eye. The image depicted 5 individuals, his family in a joyous moment, taken when Li Jun was still young, with his grandmother cradling his brother. Since that day, he realized they had never taken another family photo. It remained their sole family portrait. Gazing at the picture transported Li Jun back to those blissful days when they lived together harmoniously. Yet now his family was scattered, and years had passed without a genuine reunion. As he turned to explore further, he found himself by the blood sample cabinet. Observing the blood storage units, he noted an increase compared to before, likely due to newly discovered ability users. Some samples were desiccated, reduced to mere clots, while a few glistened like ice crystals, leading Li Jun to deduce they belonged to ice elemental abilities. Approaching Mu Mu's blood sample, he found it as vibrant as ever, pulsating with an unusual vitality. Li Jun pondered, could his own blood sample exhibit such liveliness? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Lu Hui entered. Juner, have you been waiting long? Li Jun smiled at her. Not at all, Mom. I just arrived a moment ago. They sat and chatted for a while. Li Jun had already communicated his purpose for visiting, but Lu Hui had only invited him without offering any further commentary. Do you wish to take Mu Mu with you? Li Jun nodded and replied, yes. Our team is currently short 1 member, and we thought of Mu Mu, as she was with us from the beginning. Lu Hui pondered for a moment and said, well, since we initially sought out the ability users for this research project, and Mu Mu's genetic bloodline is exceptionally potent, she is not suited for the transformation of ordinary individuals. You are indeed the only one who has succeeded by chance, so if you wish to take her, then do so. Li Jun inquired, has anyone else used Mu Mu? Lu Hui nodded, yes, but none succeeded. A few who entered didn't last even a minute before disappearing. However, one individual managed to endure until the end. Yet we discovered her abilities were pitifully weak, lacking any real power. Nevertheless, she did last until the end, so she is classified as a semi-ability user. Li Jun expressed his astonishment. Who is she? She is a little girl. Let me check her name for you. Lu Hui said as she looked up the information on her wrist device and sent it to Li Jun. Upon seeing it, Li Jun was taken aback. Qing Ling? Lu Hui nodded. Yes, do you know her? Li Jun immediately responded. Yes, she just joined our team today. He then added, I must hurry back to clarify things. Mom, can I take Mumu with me now? Seeing Li Jun's anxious demeanor, Lu Hui chuckled. You and your father are so alike, always in such a rush. Don't worry, I've already sent Xiao Wu to bring Mumu over. She should be here shortly. Hearing this, Li Jun sat down, smiling. Hey, when will I get to see my father? Li Jun asked, and Lu Hui was uncertain how to respond, as she was unaware of Li Guangqi's project's current status. She said, I'm not sure, perhaps soon. I heard Commander Jia mention that once your father's project is completed, he will be reassigned here. Then our family can reunite. Li Jun responded with a soft "oh." At that moment, Mumu's voice came from outside, Brother Li Jun, as she pushed the door open and ran in. Her cheeks puffed up in a pout as she reproached, Brother Li Jun, you woke up and left without even coming to see me. Li Jun chuckled. I was in a hurry at that time, but I came to see you. And do you remember the promise I made? Mumu quickly nodded her head vigorously. Like a chick pecking at grain. Hee, brother will take you out to play today, and after that, you won't have to come back anymore. How does that sound? Upon hearing this and glancing at Lu Hui for confirmation, Mumu erupted in joy, bouncing up and down. Li Jun recalled Li Lin and asked, Mom, has Li Lin contacted you? Lu Hui nodded. Li Lin has spoken to me. I also wish to meet this child, Yizi. I told him to bring her over. And my work here is nearly complete, so I will be able to spend quality time with both of you. Good, then I will take her home now. Li Jun stated. Lu Hui agreed. All right. Li Jun led Mumu outside. Mumu turned back and called out to Lu Hui, Godmother, you must come to see me. Don't forget to bring Nyonyo. Lu Hui smiled helplessly. All right, Godmother will bring Nyonyo over in a few days. The team information for Mumu had already been processed by Biao Hu, so there was no need to go to the mission hall. Hence, Li Jun took Mumu into the car and headed back. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Qing Ling. Mumu glanced at Li Jun and inquired, Brother, where did you go a couple of days ago? The question left Li Jun somewhat bewildered. Wasn't I lying in bed unconscious? Where could I have gone? Mumu tilted her head and replied, But I always had this feeling that you had vanished. I can't explain it clearly, it's just that when I was lying there, it didn't feel like you. Li Jun cast a curious glance at little Mumu. Upon hearing Sun Qian mention Mumu's reaction after seeing him, he had initially been skeptical, thinking that Mumu, being around 13 or 14 years old, might have been imagining things. However, now that Mumu had directly asked him, it was a different matter, indicating that she truly experienced that sensation. Li Jun promptly asked, What feeling did you have? After a moment of contemplation, Mumu responded, After you underwent the transformation, I immediately sensed that there was something within you that resonated with me. It felt very familiar. But after you fell unconscious and during those days you were in bed, that sensation disappeared. Now that you are awake, I still cannot feel that presence within you. I don't know why. I was able to feel it clearly before. Although Mumu couldn't articulate what that sensation was, Li Jun understood. She was referring to the energy body. And the reason she could no longer sense it was likely because a significant portion had been extracted by Ji Ling using that device. However, Ji Ling had mentioned that this matter should not be disclosed. While he believed Mumu wouldn't comprehend at her age, there was no telling if she might share it with others. Perhaps you misinterpreted your feelings, Li Jun suggested, hoping to make Mumu think she was mistaken. But her expression changed instantly. No way. My instincts have always been accurate throughout my life. I've never been wrong. She huffed. Li Jun hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from Mumu and could only respond with an awkward smile. Yes, Mumu is the best. He decided to change the subject. All right, we'll soon arrive at our new home, where there are many new friends waiting for you. Indeed, upon hearing this, Mumu quickly moved past the earlier conversation. Yay, finally out. I was stuck in that place long enough. Just surrounded by a bunch of little brats all day. It was unbearable. Li Jun chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself, Aren't you just a slightly older little brat? However, he refrained from voicing it. If he did, he wasn't sure how Mumu would react. It's a shame we didn't bring Nyonyo out. Brother, you promised me that next time you would bring Nyonyo along too, right? She must be so lonely all by herself. Li Jun said, with so many children around. What is there to feel sorry for? Mumu shook her head and said, She only plays with me every day and seems unable to join the other children. If I leave now, she will surely feel lonely. Li Jun nodded in agreement. Nyonyo's parents divorced when she was young. Although the little girl does not show it outwardly, she harbors some insecurities among her peers. It seems I should take her out sometime, since I have encountered her. I feel a responsibility, a belief Li Jun has always held, which was the same motivation behind rescuing Mumu. All right, I will mention it to your godmother next time, and see if we can bring Nyonyo back. However, despite his words, Li Jun felt uncertain. After all, Nyonyo was different from Mumu. Mu Mu's bloodline was remarkably potent, unsuitable for altering the genes of ordinary individuals, as they would not be able to withstand it. Yet, Nianyo likely possessed fire-based abilities, and her bloodline might be bearable for ordinary people. Thus, from the perspective of the experimental base, Nianyo's potential was far greater than that of Mu Mu. Although Mu Mu's abilities were indeed more formidable, they were ultimately unusable. Strength without application is of little consequence. Before long, the two arrived at the foot of their new home. As soon as the door opened, Mu Mu exclaimed with the same astonishment as Zhang Chong once did, "Wow! Is this our new home? It's so huge." Chapter 34. Qingling's thoughts. Yay, yay, yay! Mu Mu shouted, dashing over to the sofa and collapsing onto it. Li Jun called out, "Sun Qian, come here for a moment." Sun Qian, who was practicing her abilities in her room, hurried out upon hearing Li Jun's voice. Mu Mu, momentarily hidden by the sofa, looked at Li Jun in confusion. "What is it?" Li Jun gestured towards the sofa. Sun Qian approached and finally spotted Mu Mu. "Ah, you've brought Mu Mu over." "Hee hee," she exclaimed, pulling Mu Mu up to sit beside her. "Help her tidy up her room, will you? She can't manage it on her own." Mu Mu pouted. "I'm all grown up now. I can tidy up by myself." Humph. Li Jun smiled. "Yes. You're all grown up now, a big kid indeed." "I'm not a kid. I won't talk to you anymore. Sister Sun Qian, let us play." With that, she tugged Sun Qian towards a row of rooms. Sun Qian smiled helplessly at Li Jun before being led away by Mu Mu. Li Jun called out, "Only that one room is left for Mu Mu." Sun Qian nodded and led Mu Mu to the innermost room. Li Jun returned to his own room. Throughout the journey, Mu Mu's words reminded him of something important. His energy levels were currently too weak, to the point that even Mu Mu could not sense them. How could he increase this energy? Initially, Ji Ling had not clarified this for him. "Oh well, it doesn't matter for now. I will address it later. Besides, Ji Ling mentioned we would meet again. I shall inquire then." After concluding his business, he stepped out of the room, his thoughts turning towards Qingling. He then made his way to her chamber and pressed the doorbell. A couple of chimes echoed, and the door swung open, revealing Li Jun's entrance, only to his surprise. Bai Qi was also present. "What brings you here?" Li Jun inquired. Bai Qi cast a glance at Li Jun and responded, "I was merely concerned that Qingling might feel a bit out of sorts being alone." Li Jun rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Your ulterior motives are all too apparent." He pondered further, realizing it was unlikely for Bai Qi to harbor any ill intentions, especially considering Qingling's current disheartened demeanor, which seemed uncharacteristic of Bai Qi's usual demeanor. He remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be honing your abilities?" Bai Qi, still grinning mischievously, replied, "I can practice here just as well and even offer some guidance to Qingling." Li Jun, feeling somewhat resigned, conceded, "Fine, then stay put. I have some questions for her." Initially intending to dismiss Bai Qi, he noted that his presence was not going to wane and decided it was of little consequence. He approached Qingling, and upon a closer inspection, he was startled. Earlier, she had not turned to face him, and he had not caught a clear glimpse of her features. Now he stood agape. Turning to Bai Qi, he asked, "Is this really Qingling?" At that moment, he questioned whether he was mistaken, yet he was indeed in Qingling's room. Although she was not as stunning as the photograph he had seen, she appeared infinitely better than the previous disheveled state. The dark circles under her eyes had vanished. Her hair was neatly arranged in a ponytail, and she gazed at him with wide eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Bai Qi interjected, "Not too shabby, huh?" In a playful tone. Li Jun paid little heed to the banter. "How have you transformed?" he queried. Bai Qi shook his head, "I'm not quite sure. She returned to her room after eating, and I just noticed the change. Strangely enough, our expressions are quite similar," he chuckled. Li Jun retorted playfully, "Get lost." He turned to Qingling, asking, "What has caused this change? Have you mastered the art of disguise?" Qingling maintained her serene expression, shaking her head, unable to provide a direct answer. In truth, she herself was baffled by her transformation. Just days prior, she had retained her original beauty. But after her metamorphosis, and due to being a half-ability user without a team to support her, she had been left without sustenance, leading to days of hunger that inexplicably altered her appearance. In her current state, she felt a surge of panic, fearing she had contracted some affliction, living in a constant state of unease. However, in the end, it mattered little. She had come to terms with it, though her mental state deteriorated day by day. She was aware that her condition stemmed from hunger, and she was not ill, yet without food, it wouldn't be long before she succumbed to starvation. At this hour, no one would pity a half-ability user like her. Yet, after her appearance had changed, she discovered a silver lining. The repulsive gazes from those loathsome men had vanished. Moreover, she had never held a fondness for men, to the point of outright disdain. With the disappearance of such glances, her guard had lowered, for now. When other men looked at her, they too seemed disgusted, which oddly enough brought her some joy. When Bai Qi found her today, her hunger compelled her to follow him. In her current state, it mattered little, at least there would be food to eat. As she contemplated this, she silently criticized the situation and glanced at Bai Qi. The food he prepared was truly unpalatable, yet it was filling enough. "Hey," Li Jun called out, snapping Qing Ling back to reality. It seemed she had momentarily drifted into her thoughts. "I finished my meal, took a nap, and woke up like this," she offered a brief explanation. However, due to her changed appearance and the earlier glances from Bai Qi and Li Jun, her aversion to men slowly resurfaced. The difference was that the gazes from these two were not repulsive. This prompted Qing Ling to scrutinize Li Jun and Bai Qi a little more closely, only to quickly remind herself that no man was trustworthy. Consequently, a hint of coldness crept into her gaze directed at them. If Li Jun were to fathom Qing Ling's thoughts, he might very well wish to find a block of tofu to end his misery. Not for any other reason but to seek vindication. Yet, he remained oblivious, although he could perceive the chill in her eyes. He pondered, what has happened to this woman? She seemed fine just a moment ago, why the sudden change in temperament? He inquired, "Are you all right?" Qing Ling maintained her stare at Li Jun and Bai Qi for a moment longer. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell." Li Jun realized that today's inquiries would yield no answers. "All right then, rest up. I'll come find you tomorrow," he said, pulling Bai Qi toward the door. Bai Qi, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Why are you dragging me along?" Li Jun shot him a glare, offering no further explanation as he led Bai Qi outside. Bai Qi sighed, casting a forlorn look at Li Jun, feeling exasperated. Li Jun guided Bai Qi to the living room. "Are you certain your only intention was to engage her about her abilities?" Li Jun questioned, handing Bai Qi a cigarette. Both of them were now ability users, so indulging in this vice posed no harm. Bai Qi accepted it, lighting it up and exhaling a thick plume of smoke. "We're all men here. Spare me the inquiries," he jested, before continuing to speak. "I am the sole child in my family. My father has passed away, leaving only my mother. Soon, she will be arriving, and while I am not anxious, my mother certainly is." Li Jun could not help but chuckle softly. "Even if you are eager, there's no need to react this way. She has only just arrived," he remarked. Bai Qi, however, scolded him directly. "You know nothing. Do you think your brother is that kind of person? One must cherish inner beauty. Just listen to her name, Qing Ling. It resonates with the essence of a pure girl." Li Jun shook his head. "I see you are quite infatuated." The two of them ceased to dwell on this topic, as Bai Qi had his own matters to attend to, and Li Jun preferred not to interfere. However, he felt deep down that this girl had a story to tell and would not easily succumb to Bai Qi's charm. After inviting Li Jun and Bai Qi to leave, Qing Ling lay down on her bed. Although she had taken a short nap in the afternoon, sleep eluded her now. She stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, lost in thought, until, unexpectedly, tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes. Rolling over, she decided to stop overthinking and closed her eyes, hoping to rest well, for it had been several days since she had enjoyed a proper night's sleep. Despite her brief rest in the afternoon, it was insufficient to replenish the energy she had lost over the past few days. At that moment, Sun Qian was in Mu's room, where the two women, one older and one younger, were engaged in a lively conversation filled with laughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong and Jia Shui, two rather foolish individuals, were familiarizing themselves with the use of their powers. After a while, Zhang Chong initiated a video call with Zhao Ming, showcasing his skills in front of Jia Shui. This made the single Jia Shui quite irate, prompting him to unleash his fire abilities upon Zhang Chong. However, Zhang Chong, unfazed, reinforced his skin with his metal abilities, rendering Jia Shui's flames ineffective. This created a rather curious scene in the room. Zhang Chong was displaying affection, while Jia Shui seethed with anger in the background. After a time, Jia Shui gave up, exclaiming in frustration, "Those who flaunt love die quickly." He stormed out of the room and returned to his own, sulking. In the other rooms, everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, with only Wan Li truly mastering her abilities. Li Lin was on a call with Yi Zi, while Wu Deshun was video chatting with his ex-wife. In the entire space, very few were diligently training. After 2 hours, Li Jun and Bai Qi returned to their respective rooms. The lights of the underground city gradually dimmed as dusk fell. The 10 individuals in the room slowly drifted into slumber. Since entering the underground city, Li Jun, who had never been prone to dreams, occasionally found himself reminiscing about the joyful moments spent with his family. Perhaps this was a manifestation of his nostalgia for a once beautiful life. Yet, alongside pleasant dreams, nightmares also lurked. At this moment, although Qing Ling was fast asleep, She was drenched in cold sweat, her face turning pale as a sudden scream pierced the stillness. With a sudden jolt, Qing Ling sat up, relieved that the room was completely soundproof. Otherwise, her exclamation would have roused everyone. Once she surveyed her surroundings, she gently patted her chest, reassuring herself that it was merely a nightmare. After getting out of bed to drink some water, she returned, attempting to calm her racing heart. Lying down, she remained unsettled, unable to drift off for quite some time, eventually succumbing to sleep after a prolonged struggle. The following day, Mumu woke up early. Sun Qian, who had shared her bed the previous night, got up with her. Mumu went from room to room, knocking on doors. Aside from Wanli and Qing Ling, the others slowly began to rise. After washing up, they emerged, greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Wow, it smells amazing, they exclaimed. Zhang Chong and Jia Su, upon catching a whiff, were instantly alert, grinning as they hurried to the living room. As Li Jun approached, he spotted Sun Qian bustling about in the kitchen and inquired, "Up early, I see. Do you need any assistance? Cooking for 10 is quite a task." Sun Qian turned, smiling. "I've been at it for an hour. I only called Mumu when it was nearly done. You just wait over there and try not to make a mess." Li Jun chuckled, "All right," and dashed back to the living room, joining the others in anticipation. Wanli, who had never seen Mumu before and was still groggy from last night's activities, stumbled out with disheveled hair just as Mumu was about to knock on Qingling's door for the second time. Spotting Mumu, she exclaimed, "Whose mischievous child is this? Disturbing everyone so early?" Mumu shot her a glance and huffed, determined to continue her mission. Yet, before she could knock, Qingling's door swung open. Upon seeing Mumu, Qingling smiled and nodded, then made her way to the living room. Wanli, still half asleep, was about to scold Mumu again when her gaze fell upon Qingling. Suddenly wide awake, she thought, "What did I just see? Is that Qingling? How has she changed?" Without further contemplation, she hurried back to her room to freshen up, then dashed to the living room. Ignoring everyone else, she stood directly in front of Qingling, fixated on her. "Wow," Wanli gasped, rendered speechless. The others, aside from Li Jun and Bai Qi, shared similar expressions of astonishment upon seeing Qingling. Jia Su tugged at Wanli, urging, "Sit down and eat." Staring at others is quite impolite. Reluctantly, Wanli complied, but the table fell into a hushed silence, all eyes still fixed on Qingling. In their minds, they speculated, this woman possesses some sort of sorcery? Otherwise, how could she have transformed so dramatically in just one day? Only Mumu had never seen the previous appearance of Qingling. She merely smiled and complimented her. "Sister, you are truly beautiful," almost rivaling Sister Sun Qian. Upon hearing this, Wanli felt a tinge of displeasure. "Child, am I not beautiful?" Mumu pouted, displaying a look of disdain. "I am not a child. I am Mumu. Just that moment when you scolded me, you certainly weren't beautiful." Humph. This little girl held a grudge quite well. However, Wanli's focus was not on this. She was startled to hear the child refer to herself as Mumu. "You are Mumu. I often heard my brother and Bai Qi speak of you. The last time you both executed a mission together was so impressive. I didn't expect it to be you." Wanli was likely referring to the incident when they vanquished the Tsongying. Hearing Wanli praise her, Mumu's mood brightened considerably. "Oh, it was nothing much. I merely used a bit of my strength," she replied with a giggle. Wanli's gaze sparkled with admiration as she embraced Mumu, and the two engaged in lively conversation. Li Jun observed, "What did you and her brother say to her?" Bai Qi chuckled awkwardly. "Well, we might have exaggerated a bit. In truth, they did amplify Mumu's abilities somewhat, but at the time, her prowess appeared almost divine." Bai Qi mused, reflecting that calling her a deity was not entirely unwarranted. Li Jun, noting Wanli's expression, thought, "Is that what you call a little bit? More like a billion bits." After a while, Mumu cleared her throat. "All right, Sister Wanli will always be beautiful in my eyes, at least on par with this sister. Though she still cannot compare to Sister Sun Qian." Mumu pointed at Qingling as she spoke. Qingling remained speechless. She did not particularly admire her own looks, and even found her excessive beauty somewhat bothersome. She shook her head, sighed, and chose not to comment. However, while this seemed insignificant to her, Wanli perceived it differently, thinking, "Is this a slight?" Yet, she refrained from losing her temper, as she was not the type to rely on her looks to win others over. At that moment, Sun Qian called out, "Dinner is ready." The men rushed into the kitchen to assist in serving the food. Soon, the table was laden with a sumptuous spread. "Hee, the cooking might not be great. Please bear with me," Sun Qian humbly remarked. Zhang Chong immediately disagreed. "If you consider your cooking subpar, then ours can only be described as edible dirt. The two best cooks I've ever known are my mother and you, Sun Qian." Upon hearing this, Li Lin interjected, aware of the relationship between Sun Qian and Li Jun, though it remained unspoken. Should I relay your words to Xiaoming? Zhang Chong immediately deflated, shaking his hand to indicate he would refrain from further comment. Let us eat, let us eat. As the group prepared to dine, Qingling took a deep breath, savoring the delectable aroma wafting through the air. The others momentarily paused their chopsticks, their expressions frozen in surprise as they turned to gaze at her. What had come over this woman today? Was she not known for her reticence? Why had she suddenly chosen to speak? Li Jun glanced at Sun Qian, giving her an approving thumbs up. After her brief utterance, Qingling disregarded the reactions of those around her and began to eat with fervor. However, her manner of consumption was rather unbecoming, devouring her food with a ravenous intensity, far from the graceful demeanor one would expect from a beauty. With each bite, Qingling found the food increasingly delightful. Sister Sun Qian, your culinary skills are remarkable. Any man fortunate enough to marry you will be truly blessed. Li Jun took a mouthful and let out a sound of surprise. Was this the longest sentence she had uttered in 2 days? He turned to observe the others, who, though unaware of his thoughts, nodded in silent agreement. Only Mu Mu, oblivious to the underlying dynamics, stuffed her mouth with food, chewing noisily. Sister Sun Qian. Don't even think about it. I've already reserved my brother Li Jun. Her declaration nearly caused Sun Qian to choke. Little girl, refrain from such nonsense. You can't even keep your mouth shut during a meal. Li Jun felt a pang of embarrassment, silently pushing his food around his plate. This little girl certainly had no filter. The others, who were somewhat aware of the relationship between the two, chose to remain silent and continued eating. Unbeknownst to Qingling, she looked at Sun Qian, then at Li Jun, and remarked, "That's wonderful. We can enjoy meals together every day." The comment nearly made Li Jun spit out his food. This girl was unusually lively today, even engaging in conversation. The group shared a soft laugh. After the meal, they settled onto the sofa. Li Jun noted Qingling's cheerful disposition and felt compelled to inquire about her circumstances. He glanced at her and said, Qingling, may I ask you a few questions? Qingling did not respond verbally, but nodded in agreement. Chapter 35. A wretched existence. After the meal, Qingling felt elated. It had been the most enjoyable meal of her life. Li Jun observed her and thought that perhaps a hearty meal was more satisfying than anything else. He looked at Qingling and asked, I reviewed your profile yesterday. Your ancestral home is in the city, yet you currently reside here. How did that come to be? Qingling raised her head, fixing her gaze on Li Jun. Your investigation is quite thorough. I am indeed from the city, but I have lived here since reaching adulthood, and I have transferred my household registration. Is that not permissible? Li Jun nodded. I'm not investigating you. As the team leader, I must know every member intimately. If I recall correctly, you are 21 this year, which means you became an adult 3 years ago. At that time, everyone had entered the underground city. Why did you choose to relocate? The coldness in Qingling's eyes intensified. I do not wish to answer that, she replied. If you are concerned, you may consult the city database to verify my existence. Li Jun discerned the chill in her tone and chose not to press the matter further. Very well. Let us set that aside for now. The records indicate that you have a relative in the city, your father. Is that correct? Qingling let out a cold laugh. In this world, I have only my mother. As for my father, I have never known him. Such inquiries yield no fruitful results, Li Jun mused, sensing her frigid demeanor. With an expression devoid of emotion, she stated, Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. She then rose from her seat. There is one more thing. Please, sit down, Li Jun urged, hastily calling her back. However, Qingling remained standing, waiting expectantly. Go ahead and ask, she prompted. I wish to inquire about your abilities, he said. Without a word, Qingling turned and strode toward her room. At the door, she glanced back at Li Jun and said, Let us discuss this in my room. With a decisive slam, she entered her chamber. The others were left in stunned silence. What does this mean? Li Jun queried, looking at the group. The others shook their heads vigorously in confusion. Realizing he needed to understand Qingling's capabilities and background, Li Jun stood up, determined to follow her. Yet halfway there, he hesitated, pondering whether it would be inappropriate for a man to enter a young woman's room alone. Turning back, he sought a companion for this endeavor. Among the several men present, he dismissed them from consideration. After some thought, he approached Sun Qian. Come with me, he said. Sun Qian looked at him and smiled. All right. Her heart swelled with joy at being invited along. Women's hearts are often riddled with doubt. When Qingling had invited Li Jun to her room, Sun Qian's mind had begun to race with speculation. Now, with Li Jun asking her to accompany him, she pondered whether he was concerned about her thoughts. In truth, Li Jun had not overthought the situation. He merely believed that Qingling seemed to have a favorable impression of Sun Qian after their dinner. and perhaps bringing her along would yield better results. Upon reaching Qingling's door, they rang the bell. Li Jun pushed the door open, finding Qingling seated at the edge of her bed. She glanced at them briefly before turning her gaze away. Li Jun felt a surge of happiness. Qingling's acknowledgement of Sun Qian spoke volumes. Just as he reveled in his small victory, Qingling's voice broke the silence. "Sister Sun Qian, could you step in?" "Captain Li, you may leave." Li Jun was taken aback, utterly bewildered by this turn of events. "What is happening? Why am I being dismissed?" Before he could voice his thoughts, Qingling added, "I will share everything with Sister Sun Qian, so do not worry. What you wish to know, I shall convey to her." At this point, Li Jun found himself at a loss for words and turned to cast a glance at Sun Qian, signaling her with his eyes. Sun Qian, hesitant to speak, gestured quietly with her hand. Li Jun nodded slightly and addressed Qingling, saying, "Very well, I shall take my leave for now. You two can converse, and should any difficulties arise, feel free to inform her." Qingling disregarded his words, remaining silently seated by the bedside. Shaking his head, Li Jun exited the room. Upon entering the living room, Zhang Chong stared at him wide-eyed. "Is that it?" Li Jun offered a wry smile and took a seat nearby. The two women were engaged in conversation within. "Let us wait and see," he thought. "Oh dear, boss, you're not doing too well either. Haha," Zhang Chong chuckled. Li Jun chose to ignore him, and they sat in quietude. As nearly 2 hours passed, Li Jun found himself increasingly restless, eager to ascertain how their discussion was progressing. Unable to endure the wait any longer, he rose and approached Qingling's door. Just then, Sun Qian stealthily emerged, gently closing the door behind her. She hushed him with a finger to her lips, motioning for him to join her in the living room. Once in the living room, Sun Qian settled herself, and Li Jun took a seat beside her. "Is she asleep?" he inquired. Sun Qian nodded. "Yes, she just fell asleep." "Oh," Li Jun responded. "What did she say? Did she ask anything?" He noticed Sun Qian's eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Alas, that poor child," she sighed deeply, her voice heavy with age despite being only a few years older than Qingling. Observing her distress, Li Jun asked, "What did she share with you?" Sun Qian began recounting her father. Li Jun remained silent, listening intently as Sun Qian continued. "She is indeed from this city. Since she can remember, she has never known a day of peace. Her father has always been an alcoholic and a gambler. He embodies every vice imaginable. When she was about 5 years old, her mother fled from him, and thus began her dark existence. After her mother departed, the father's abuse fell upon her. Since then, she has never experienced a single night of restful sleep nor enjoyed a proper meal. This torment continued until she was around 15, at which point the world was in turmoil. Recognizing the precarious situation, her father contacted a trafficker and sold her into a remote village in the mountains surrounding the city." As Sun Qian spoke, tears began to stream down her face. The others listened, dumbfounded. Such a father? Even a tiger does not consume its young. This is beyond inhumane. Bai Qi exclaimed, rising in outrage. Li Jun, moved by her tale, reflected on the matter. No wonder she always exuded an icy demeanor and seemed difficult to engage. He pressed further, and then what happened? Sun Qian wiped her tears and continued her narrative. Later, she was purchased by a family in a mountain village, originally set to marry their son on a specified date. However, the village was isolated, and the outside world remained a mystery to them. At the tender age of 15, she was only aware of the ongoing war, utterly oblivious to the existence of the otherworldly beasts. She had not spoken of the war, merely wishing to live a peaceful life, albeit a difficult one, which was still a significant improvement compared to her past. On the eve of her wedding, the villagers were gathered in her home, celebrating with feasts and drinks. As the villagers grew intoxicated, the beasts suddenly descended upon them. That night, she was the sole survivor who fled the village, only to be rescued halfway by military personnel stationed in the mountains. Subsequently, she was relocated to the underground city. Though she had no desire to return, she joined a task force locally and, after several years of accumulating points through various missions, eventually transferred her information to the city. The subsequent events bore a striking resemblance to our own experiences. Upon hearing this, Li Jun gradually felt a surge of admiration for the girl. Having faced such numerous adversities throughout her life, she displayed remarkable resilience as a young woman. At that moment, Bai Qi was moved to tears. "Ah, I've made my decision. Qingling shall be my goddess. No one shall rival me," he exclaimed, sobbing. Sun Qian, witnessing Bai Qi's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, spare me. The poor girl has already endured enough misfortune in her life. You needn't add to her troubles," she retorted, before expressing a hint of melancholy. How could Qingling's fate be so tragic? A troubled family and relentless hardships, and just when she hoped for a better life, the beasts return. Alas, after Sun Qian's lament, Li Jun inquired, does she know if her father is still alive? Should we bring him here? Sun Qian regarded Li Jun thoughtfully. From what she just said, it seems she is unaware. She likely believes her father perished long ago at the hands of the beasts. Zhang Chong interjected, somewhat dismissively. Why concern ourselves with that? It would be better to assume he is dead. With a sigh, Li Jun conceded, let us not dwell on that for now. Even if she were to learn of her father's survival, she likely would not acknowledge it. Has she mentioned anything else? Perhaps regarding her abilities? Sun Qian shook her head. She said nothing further. She didn't even bring up her abilities. After her recounting, I sensed her mood had soured, so I suggested she take some time to rest. Li Jun nodded slowly, saying, when I visited the experimental base to pick up Moo, my mother revealed something to me. The gene modification serum she used was also derived from Moo's blood. The others stared at Li Jun in shock. What? Li Jun managed a wry smile. Please don't look at me like that. I only learned this information that day. However, my mother mentioned that her modifications weren't entirely successful. She is classified as a half-ability user. Half-ability user? What does that even mean? Curious about this statement, Wanli immediately inquired. Li Jun explained, I am not entirely certain what it means. It seems that the powers within the transformed individual are not distinctly detectable, and their abilities lack lethality. Bai Qi interjected. How can one possess abilities yet be devoid of lethality? What ill fortune must one endure to encounter such a circumstance? Li Jun chuckled, shrugged, and replied. Do you not think her life has been unfortunate enough? Bai Qi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless of her past, I shall be here to protect her in the future, he declared flamboyantly. The others merely smiled at his proclamation. Sun Qian, overhearing, cast a furtive glance at Li Jun, pondering if only he could utter such words. However, it was evident that she was overthinking. Li Jun would never express something so flamboyant. Never mind. I shall personally inquire about the abilities later. After all, understanding each other's strengths within the team will benefit everyone. All right, everyone has rested enough. Let us return to our rooms to hone our abilities, lest we find ourselves clumsy during future missions. Upon hearing this, the group rose and returned to their respective quarters. As Li Jun entered his room, he was about to close the door when he noticed Moo standing at the threshold. What is the matter? Li Jun asked. Without uttering a word, Moo slipped into the room and requested that Li Jun lock the door. Brother Li Jun, I have something to discuss with you. Observing Moo's serious demeanor, Li Jun found it amusing. Go ahead, what is it? Disregarding Li Jun's expression, Moo stated directly, I sense that thing on Qingling. Li Jun's smile faded immediately. Oh, are you certain? Moo nodded vigorously. Yes, I am quite certain. It is identical to what you had before, though not as potent. Moreover, I sense that the presence on her fluctuates, suggesting some instability. Li Jun pondered for a moment, then gently patted Moo on the head. All right, brother will keep this in mind. Do not disclose it to others. Now, go find your sister Sun Qian and help her improve her proficiency with her abilities. Upon hearing that she was to teach Sun Qian, Moo's spirits lifted, and she cheerfully exclaimed, okay, before skipping out of the room. Once Moo departed, Li Jun sat on the bed, deep in thought. The entity Moo sensed on herself was undoubtedly an energy entity, now that she could detect it on Qingling. It indicated that she possessed one as well. Although its fluctuating strength seemed abnormal, it was indeed a genuine energy entity. Ling had mentioned that energy entities were significantly more powerful than other abilities. I must seek her out and inquire whether she is aware of her condition. With this thought in mind, Li Jun immediately set off to find Qingling. Upon reaching her door, he pressed the doorbell. After a brief wait, the door swung open, and Li Jun peered inside. Qingling lay resting on the bed. Glancing around, he was relieved to find that Bai Qi was absent, and he quickly slipped inside, closing the door behind him. Upon noticing Li Jun's presence, Qingling sat up, her demeanor instantly alert, a natural response born from her lifelong animosity towards men. Li Jun chuckled softly. Do not be alarmed. I have come to discuss matters with you. There is also a question I wish to pose. May I? Qingling fixed her gaze upon Li Jun for a moment. Ultimately, she relaxed, rising from the bed and moving to the window to sit down. In an unusual gesture, she poured a glass of water for him. Serving a man water was an act she had never performed in her life. Perhaps she was unaware of the subtle transformation occurring within her after confiding her life's tribulations. What is it? Everything you wish to know has already been conveyed to Sister Sun Qian, she stated. Li Jun settled into a chair opposite her. Not that. Are you aware of your physical condition? Specifically, I mean your abilities. Qingling turned her face away. I know. Half an ability user. The admission caused her heart to twist in agony. Why had she endured so much hardship throughout her life? Existence had proven unsatisfactory. Now, participating in a transformation project, she faced a stark choice: to succeed and become an ability user or fail and perish. At least that would be a death with purpose. Yet here she was, reduced to this state. What was she now? Qingling found herself unable to articulate it. Can you utilize your abilities? Li Jun inquired. Qingling turned her head to glance at him, nodding slightly. She then extended her hand, palm upward, closed her eyes, and concentrated on the ice-based ability molecules within her cells, gathering them into her palm. Gradually, a thin layer of ice began to materialize in her hand. However, this exertion left her breathless, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Li Jun observed the ice and then looked back at Qingling. Oh, this indeed qualifies as an ability, but it lacks lethality, and your body cannot sustain a second manifestation. He himself possessed ice abilities and had witnessed Sun Qian showcase her prowess. In comparison, Qingling's efforts seemed like a comparison between heaven and earth. Do you possess anything beyond this? Qingling shook her head. No, that is all. The simplicity of her response revealed her troubled spirit. Li Jun speculated that during the transformation project, the genetic modification serum had not fully matched her physiology, resulting in incomplete integration. As for why she had not perished, he was uncertain. Noticing her despondence, Li Jun offered a word of comfort. Do not despair. I have heard from Director Liu that abilities within the body can grow. Perhaps, in time, your abilities will develop, and you will become a true ability user. Qingling wore a look of despondency. Perhaps it was for the best. Li Jun cast a glance at Qingling, now at a loss for how to broach the subject. He could not directly inquire about the energy entity, yet he feared that subtle hints might elude Qingling's understanding. For a moment, he found himself in a quandary. Noticing Li Jun's prolonged silence, Qingling regarded him curiously. Do you have any further questions? Have you experienced any discomfort since your transformation? After much contemplation, Li Jun could only articulate this inquiry, leaving it to Qingling to determine her own understanding. A hint of confusion crossed Qingling's face. Do you wish for me to have a certain experience? Upon realizing that Qingling had misconstrued his question, Li Jun hastily waved his hands. No, you've misunderstood. Never mind, it's nothing. You should rest. I will take my leave. With a sense of dejection, Li Jun rose to his feet, feeling disheartened that his inquiries yielded no fruitful results. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard Qingling's voice call out. Since the transformation, my condition has indeed deteriorated compared to before. I feel exceptionally fatigued each day. My mental state is far from ideal, and I seem to have developed an even greater appetite, despite having always been a hearty eater, though never fully satisfied. Li Jun turned around, his face lighting up with excitement. Is there more? Qingling shot him a glance. The most significant change, which you have witnessed, is my appearance. Li Jun quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, the difference between how you looked on that day and now is striking. Qingling continued, in truth, I do not fully comprehend it myself. After the unsuccessful transformation that day, no team would accept me, and I lacked the extra credits to take the train back. I was lost, with teammates either dead or scattered, leaving me utterly alone. I survived in the alleys of this underground city, enduring several days of hunger, feeling utterly drained of strength. It was not until I encountered Bai Qi that my circumstances began to shift. He offered me an energy bar, which allowed me to gradually regain some strength. I returned with him and enjoyed a hearty meal, albeit lacking in flavor. Yet it was the best I had experienced in days, aside from the meal provided by Sister Sun Qian today. Li Jun found himself somewhat speechless. Qingling indeed had a remarkable memory, and it seemed Bai Qi's status in her mind had diminished somewhat due to that single meal. After several days of hunger, a satisfying meal allowed me to return and sleep through the afternoon. That day marked the most restful slumber of my life, devoid of nightmares. Upon waking, I discovered that my appearance had reverted and my spirits had improved significantly. Even now, I remain puzzled by what transpired. Li Jun listened, bewildered. Just then, the doorbell rang. He glanced toward the entrance. Bai Qi entered with a cheerful demeanor, but upon spotting Li Jun, his smile gradually faltered. What are you doing here? Li Jun stood up. It's nothing. I'm going to ask her something. What brings you here? Bai Qi entered, carrying a plate of food. I brought her some meals. She hasn't eaten all afternoon. Upon seeing the food Bai Qi was carrying, Li Jun recalled that he had partaken in a meal prepared by Bai Qi, after which he had fallen asleep, only to awaken transformed. Could this dish be linked to that change? He approached, took a bite of the dish, and placed it in his mouth. Ugh, as unpalatable as ever. Struggling against the urge to expel it, he forced himself to swallow. There's no peculiar sensation. He murmured, glancing at Bai Qi and then at Qing Ling. You two continue your conversation. He then walked out, muttering to himself. Bai Qi watched in disbelief as Li Jun consumed the food, only reacting after Li Jun had departed. Ah, Li Jun, that was meant for Qing Ling. You. By that time, Li Jun had already returned to his room, having heard nothing, and even if he had, he wouldn't have paid any mind. Bai Qi placed the food before Qing Ling, cheerfully saying, "Eat up. You haven't had any food this afternoon." Qing Ling glanced at Bai Qi, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite. It was horrendously distasteful. She stifled a smile. Hee, thank you. Please leave for now. I'd like to rest a bit. Bai Qi, seeing this, protested, "You can't sleep without eating. It's bad for your health. That won't do. I must ensure you eat." With no other choice, Qing Ling forced herself to eat a couple more bites. "I'm full. I had too much this morning and have no appetite now, so can I rest?" "Very well, then you rest. I'll step out for a moment." Bai Qi took the remaining food and exited. Qing Ling hurried to the wash basin. Ugh, she expelled the little she had consumed, leaving her stomach empty. Sigh. I must tell him tomorrow. He truly isn't suited for cooking. She walked to her bed and lay down. Yet sleep eluded her as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Li Jun's earlier inquiries had indeed sparked her thoughts. Her appearance had not undergone such drastic alterations prior to the transformation. How could her looks change so significantly in just a few days post-transformation? As if she were an entirely different person? Meanwhile, Li Jun lay on his bed, pondering the same question. He could confirm his physical form was an energy entity, as Mumu could sense it. But could the changes in his appearance also be linked to the energy entity? He recalled Qing Ling's despondent visage when they had first met. Could it be that her lack of food for several days necessitated the energy entity within her to grow, compelling it to absorb the energy stored in her body? The depletion of energy within her might have directly influenced her appearance, leading to a gaunt and listless demeanor. However, Li Jun could not fathom how she could enhance the intensity of her energy body later on. Could it truly be that a hearty meal was the key to such elevation? Perhaps I should give it a try as well. With determination, Li Jun retrieved all the energy bars in the room, consuming them one after the other until he had devoured 5, reaching a point of satiety. Ugh, this is overwhelming. I can eat no more. Any further indulgence would surely lead to discomfort. After his feast, Li Jun reclined on the bed. That day, Qing Ling too had taken a nap after her meal. Therefore, he resolved to emulate her, hoping to ascertain whether his own energy body would experience a similar increase. Yet at that moment, it was only 8 in the evening, and the lights at the top of the underground city cast a dim yellow glow. Sleep eluded him. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the second floor of the city lord's building at the heart of the underground city, Zhong Shangtai, as customary, held a cigarette between his fingers. Observing the two individuals before him, Li Guangqi, is the spacecraft prepared for this mission? Li Guangqi affirmed with a nod. Zhong Shangtai then turned his gaze to another person. How is the training of the personnel for constructing the temporary lunar base progressing? Old Qian also nodded in agreement, stating that preparations were complete, and they would additionally take an intelligent robot along, for humanity's limitations in the vastness of space were surpassed by such machines. Zhong Shangtai exhaled a puff of smoke, remarking, "The nation over there has already surged ahead of us. I heard they launched yesterday. We must hasten our efforts. Has the launch site been finalized?" Li Guangqi responded. "It has been set. We will utilize the launch well within the peak. This launch will also allow us to gather data in preparation for future spacecraft missions." "Very well. Then let it be at the peak." At this juncture, Old Qian interjected, "Director Zhong, I mentioned previously the need for a protective team. Rest assured, Old Jie is on it. A few days ago, Liu Hui's project for enhancing ability users was successful. We can select a team to accompany you, ensuring your protection." Old Qian felt reassured. The 20 engineers embarking on this journey were all his students, and he bore the responsibility for their safety, having departed from Earth's natural protective barrier. Even the moon, the closest celestial body, was fraught with peril. "All right, then it is settled. We shall assemble the personnel tomorrow for our journey," Zhong Shangtai declared. Leading the way out of the conference room, Li Guangqi glanced at Old Qian, smiling as he inquired, "Old Qian, will you be joining us tomorrow?" Old Qian smiled and shook his head. Leaving is no easy endeavor. I am old and sentimental, reluctant to move. I prefer to remain here." "That will not do. If you do not go, who will oversee the situation?" Old Qian stroked his scant beard, reflecting, "In my lifetime, I have taught a few students, and this time, I will let one of them lead the team. His capabilities are on par with mine." Li Guangqi understood that Old Qian wished to grant more opportunities to the younger generation. However, given Elder Qian's esteemed status, it is likely that, in the end, even if he were reluctant, he would be compelled to accept the position. The nation would not simply relinquish a person of immense contribution to its welfare. The two conversed briefly before exiting the city lord's mansion. At that moment, Li Guanqi spotted Lu Hui standing outside. Upon seeing her, Elder Qian chuckled heartily. I shall take my leave now. You two haven't seen each other in years, so I want to intrude. I will head to the peak first. Li Guanqi nodded with a smile. I will come by tomorrow, Elder Qian added before departing. Once Elder Qian had left, Li Guanqi hastened to Lu Hui's side. And the emotions of longing from their years apart surged forth. Lu Hui gently caressed Li Guanqi's slender, handsome face. You've lost weight over the years. Li Guanqi, grinning foolishly, gazed at Lu Hui and lifted her into his arms. The sudden embrace startled Lu Hui, prompting her to exclaim, Put me down. We're both in our 40s. It's time to act our age. However, Li Guanqi did not release her. What of being 40? Is it not permissible to embrace one's wife? His words left Lu Hui speechless. Just then, a series of coughs interrupted them. Li Guanqi quickly set Lu Hui down and turned to see General Jie standing at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Ah, General Jie, he stammered. Jie turned his gaze aside. After decades of marriage, you still indulge in such public displays of affection? You ought to save that for home. Li Guanqi chuckled foolishly at the comment, while Lu Hui lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. All right, I have come to discuss a serious matter with you two. Jie stated. The couple immediately straightened up. Please, go ahead, leader, they replied. Jie approached them. Tomorrow's moon landing requires a team of security personnel, and I intend to send Li Jun and his group. I had informed him during his last visit. Li Guanqi and Lu Hui were taken aback by this announcement. What? Why choose them? Jie looked at Lu Hui and explained, You reported last time that Li Jun is among the strongest of this group of special abilities. I have heard that Mu Mu has also been assigned to their team. Thus, in terms of abilities, their small team should be the most formidable. The other teams consist of newly recruited individuals, so after our discussions, we have decided to send them. Li Jun also agreed to this plan. Lu Hui wished to voice her concerns, reluctant to let the two children venture away from them again. However, Li Guanqi interjected, General Jie is right. This is a critical time for utilizing our resources, and we must support the children. They are capable of making their own decisions. They are grown now. We should not meddle in their affairs. Lu Hui sighed resignedly. After much anticipation, our family has finally reunited. Yet we are faced with the prospect of parting once more tomorrow. Li Guanqi offered a gentle reminder. There will be plenty of time in the future. It is not as if we shall never meet again. Jie nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us send the children up first. There will be many more occasions for your family to be together. How is the children's grandmother faring? Li Guanqi inquired. He nodded affirmatively. Yes, she is quite well. She often reminisces, expressing that sending me to you was the wisest decision of her life. Jie chuckled heartily. Certainly, counting from your father. Your family has served in the military for 3 generations now. Li Jun and Li Lin have also joined the ranks. Well then, I shall not intrude any longer. Since today is free, why not take a moment to reunite with the children? Li Guanqi and Lu Hui both nodded in agreement. It has been over 6 years since I last saw the children, Li Guanqi remarked. Lu Hui smiled. You've been keeping your distance. The last time the children saw me, they bombarded me with questions. As parents, we have truly fallen short. Jie laughed. Ah, you both were merely following circumstances beyond your control. Do not blame yourselves. The time has come to be with them. With that, Jie excused himself and returned to his office. Li Guanqi took Lu Hui's hand. Let us go see them. I am at a loss for words on how to explain things to them. Lu Hui chuckled softly. Oh, this should not be a challenge for you. Our esteemed Professor Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi scratched his head. It will undoubtedly be awkward. Sending me to build a spaceship would not faze me. Yet the thought of meeting the two children makes me feel rather anxious. Lu Hui grasped his hand reassuringly. Come now, let us go. You haven't seen them in a while, and they have grown into quite the handsome young men. Onward. I shall meet my sons. These two will surely understand me. With that, Li Guanqi summoned a vehicle, and the two set off towards the residence of Li Jun and his companions. During the ride, Lu Hui inquired, How is mother doing? Li Guanqi turned to her and replied, She is quite well, though her age has made travel arduous. I fear she may struggle with the distance. Or else I would have brought her along this time. Lu Hui sighed softly. Alas, after their departure, we do not know when we shall meet again. Li Guanqi embraced Lu Hui, reassuring her, Do not worry, it won't be long. As he spoke, he noticed a single white hair atop Lu Hui's head, stirring a pang of tenderness within him, prompting him to hold her even closer. You have endured much these past years. It must have been quite burdensome. Lu Hui smiled. Ah, such is the life of a researcher. We have grown accustomed to it. After saying this, she rested her head on Li Guanqi's shoulder. closing her eyes to savor the fleeting moments of happiness shared between them. Before they knew it, they had both entered their 40s. The years had been filled with busyness, rendering their opportunities to meet exceedingly rare. The last time reminiscent of such moments has long since faded into the past, countless years ago. Lu Hui, eyes closed, posed a question. How is your vessel faring? Li Guanxi replied. The first one took considerable time. After all, we only had blueprints and no prior experience. However, having gained the experience from constructing the first, we have now nearly completed the remaining ones. 22 have been built, and the nuclear fuel has already been loaded. Lu Hui straightened up, her eyes wide with astonishment. 22 already? So soon? Li Guanxi shook his head. This hardly qualifies as swift. As far as I know, other nations have completed theirs and have entered the experimental phase. We are not lagging behind. Only 3 remain. I estimate we shall finish within a year or 2. Li Guanxi nodded. Indeed. We have approximately 20 years until the asteroid impact, and we must embark on our journey ahead of time. Lu Hui grasped Li Guanxi's hand. Let us cherish the present before contemplating the future. Our primary task now is to prepare for what lies ahead, without burdening ourselves with daily worries. Li Guanxi smiled softly, affirming her sentiment with a murmured agreement. Just as their conversation concluded, the vehicle came to a halt. Li Guanxi looked up. These 2 youngsters are quite impressive. Their living conditions surpass my own. For years, they had resided inside the peak, carving rooms directly into the mountainside to conserve space, which surely could not compare to the environment enjoyed by Li Jun and Li Lin. They had already inquired about Li Jun and Li Lin's residence and proceeded directly to the 3rd floor. Lu Hui had previously met her 2 sons, but felt little anxiety. However, Li Guanxi had not seen them even once in the past few years. There was one chance when Li Jun and Li Lin were on a mission at the peak, but he was unaware of their presence at that time. Eventually, it was like who informed him. This was only the 2nd time in his life that he felt such tension. He could still recall the first instance when he went to Lu Hui's home to propose. So nervous, he could hardly navigate the path. Look at you. Is it really necessary to be this anxious about seeing your own sons? Lu Hui remarked before pressing the doorbell. At that moment, Li Jun was lying in bed, struggling to fall asleep. Yet, as often happens, the more one wishes to accomplish something, the more elusive it becomes. Upon hearing the doorbell, he thought to himself, who could possibly be visiting at this hour? He instructed the smart butler to switch the video feed to the entrance. Instantly, he recognized Lu Hui's figure, while Li Guanxi, standing to the side, remained out of view. Upon seeing his mother, Li Jun hurriedly got out of bed and rushed to the door, pondering what could have prompted her visit. He did not wait for the smart butler to open the door. Instead, he dashed over to do it himself. Mom, what brings you here so late? Li Jun casually inquired. Only when the door was fully opened did he notice Li Guanxi standing beside her. Dad, Li Jun called out uncertainly, a trace of disbelief in his voice. Although his appearance had changed slightly, looking thinner and darker than before, Li Jun recognized him at a glance. Dad. With this affirmation, Li Jun confirmed that the man before him was indeed his father, whom he had not seen for over 6 years. Li Guanxi felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing Li Jun. Yet his heart brimmed with joy as Li Jun called out to him twice. Son, I've come to see you both. Li Guanxi spoke in the same tone he used when addressing his sons in their childhood. Tears of excitement streamed down Li Jun's face as he rushed to embrace Li Guanxi. Li Guanxi attempted to lift Li Jun as he did when he was a child, but found he could not. Well, you rascal. After several years, you've grown quite sturdy. Good for you, my boy. Stop crying now. Real men don't shed tears, he chided, though his own eyes were reddened with emotion. Come on, you two, quit being sentimental in the doorway. Let us go inside. Li Jun quickly wiped his tears. Yes, Mom and Dad, please come in. He ushered them inside. It was the first time Li Guanxi and Lu Hui visited Li Jun's residence, and as they entered, they looked around in awe. Their thoughts echoed a single word, spacious. Li Guanxi chuckled. Well, young man, this place is even better than where your father lives. Li Jun merely smiled sheepishly. Lu Hui then inquired, where's Xiao Lin? Why isn't he here? It suddenly dawned on Li Jun, and he hurried to the door of Li Lin's room, pressed the doorbell, and pushed the door open. Xiao Lin, come out quickly. Chapter 37. Subtle changes. Li Lin had just finished a video call with EZ and was preparing to familiarize himself with his abilities when he saw Li Jun burst into his room, exclaiming hastily before dashing to the living room. He initially feared something was amiss and jumped out of bed, rushing to follow. Upon reaching the living room, he was greeted by the sight of Li Guanxi and Lu Hui seated on the sofa. Mom, Dad. Li Lin's reaction mirrored that of Li Jun, still uncertain about Li Guanxi's identity. Xiao Lin, you've grown to resemble your brother quite a bit over these years, Li Guanxi remarked, prompting Li Lin to realize the unmistakable voice belonged to his father. He suddenly threw himself onto Li Guanqi, weeping uncontrollably. Although Lu Hui had reassured them of their father's survival, witnessing Li Guanqi alive before them evoked an indescribable wave of emotion. At this moment, others from the house began to emerge one after another, taken aback by the scene. What is going on? Although somewhat confused, Sun Qian had a vague understanding of the situation. A glance at the unfolding events allowed her to piece together the narrative, and she explained to the others. Everyone was familiar with Lu Hui, while Li Guanqi was a new face for them. Sun Qian had only heard Li Jun mention him once, noting that he was engaged in a more significant endeavor. After the others learned of the circumstances, they each retreated to their rooms, granting Li Jun and his family the space for a heartfelt reunion. However, Sun Qian did not leave. This young woman possessed a keen sensitivity. Noticing the time, she promptly made her way into the kitchen. After half an hour of diligent preparation, she emerged with a simple yet delightful spread of dishes. Approaching Lu Hui and Li Guanqi, she said, "Uncle, Auntie, it's quite late. I assume you haven't had dinner yet. I've prepared a little something for you to share." Lu Hui nudged Li Guanqi with her elbow, persistently signaling him. Initially, Li Guanqi was unsure of Lu Hui's intent, but replied, "All right, then let us eat together." The group took their seats, with Lu Hui pulling Sun Qian to join them. At the sight of the food, Li Jun felt a twinge in his stomach. He had indulged in energy bars earlier and had eaten too much. After a joyful meal, Li Guangjie and Lu Hui called Li Jun and Li Lin over to discuss the upcoming mission the following day. They inquired, "Have you ever shared what your father told you back in the day?" Li Jun glanced at Sun Qian, who was tidying up in the kitchen, and replied, "I've mentioned it to a few team members." Li Guanqi contemplated for a moment. The task ahead is significant, unlike any you've undertaken before. This time, the destination is the moon. Gather the others, and I shall brief them. Li Jun looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. The moon? Are we to disclose this now? Li Guanqi nodded. Go ahead and call them. Li Jun nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries, and went to summon the others. Once Li Jun had stepped away, Lu Hui quietly called out to Li Guanqi. What do you think of that girl? Li Guanqi gazed at Sun Qian, pointedly, and replied, She's a fine young lady. Why do you ask? Lu Hui immediately expressed her discontent, playfully striking Li Guanqi. Are you daft? Can't you see the connection between her and Li Jun? Li Lin, unable to withstand the conversation any longer, intervened to explain their history, recounting the first encounter between the brothers and Sun Qian, as well as the experiences they had shared over the years. He concluded, My brother and she are indeed quite suited for one another, and I've observed a mutual affection between them. He. Li Guanqi chuckled. What do you know about love, you little rascal? Lu Hui playfully hit him again, teasing. What about our Shaolin? Hasn't he grown up and started dating? Li Guanqi was momentarily taken aback. He has a partner? Lu Hui confirmed, Yes, indeed. Don't believe it? Li Guanqi burst into laughter. Haha, of course I believe it. But after laughing for a moment, a look of remorse crossed his face. Shaolin, your mother and I owe you and your brother an apology for not being there for you. In the blink of an eye, both of you have grown so much. It's our fault for not being able to accompany you properly. Li Lin immediately spoke up. Oh, Dad, where are you going with this? Regardless of the past, my brother and I are simply elated to know that you and Mom are both alive. Besides, you were not entirely in control of the circumstances. Upon hearing these words, Li Guanqi and Lu Hui exchanged smiles as they looked at Li Lin. The children had indeed grown up. After a while, Sun Qian finished tidying up and approached them. Lu Hui pulled her closer, gazing at Sun Qian, whose appearance was particularly endearing. The more Lu Hui looked, the more she was captivated, to the point that Sun Qian became shy under her scrutiny. Soon after, all 10 of them gathered in the living room, each finding a spot to sit. As soon as Mu spotted Lu Hui, she rushed over and embraced her. Godmother, you're here. Hee. Li Guanqi observed Mu. Having heard Li Ju mention that this child was among the elite of the gifted, he took a longer look. Call him Godfather, Lu Hui instructed Mu. Glancing at Li Guanqi, Mu, being unfamiliar with him, timidly called out, Godfather. Li Guanqi responded warmly, ruffling Mu's hair. Good child. He had heard from Lu Hui about the tragic fate of the child's family, all of whom fell victim to the beasts. During the chaotic times when the beasts rampaged, there were undoubtedly many children like Mu across the globe. Sighing deeply as he looked at Mu, Li Guanqi turned to address the assembled group once everyone had arrived. Dear children, the matters I am about to discuss tonight must remain confidential. Do you understand? They all nodded in agreement, acknowledging their comprehension. In fact, Li Jun had previously shared some information with Zhang Chong and the others, but his insights were somewhat speculative and not entirely accurate. Hence, today, Li Guanxi wished to reiterate the situation, allowing everyone to gain a clearer understanding of the current circumstances. A circle formed around Li Guanxi as he spoke for over an hour. The group listened in astonishment as he revealed the dire state of Earth. With evolving beasts on the ground and an impending asteroid collision, recent observations indicated that the Earth's magnetic field was rapidly dissipating, leading to an increase in volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and earthquakes. In conclusion, Li Guanxi lamented, although we previously devised a plan to escape Earth, we still harbored a glimmer of hope to alter the asteroid's trajectory. After all, Earth is the most suitable planet for human existence in our known universe. However, under the present circumstances, it appears that Earth has truly become inhospitable for humanity. The mood among the group grew somber, as the bond between humanity and Earth is akin to that of a child with their mother. Alas, all that has transpired is a consequence of humanity's own actions, Li Guanxi remarked, surveying the circle of young faces. Children, this mission will be of great duration and significance. As humanity embarks on its inaugural journey into the cosmos, my dear uncle extends his heartfelt wishes for your success. Upon hearing this, a spirited determination illuminated the faces of the gathered individuals. Li Guanxi chuckled softly and remarked to Lu Hui, "Well, we've seen our son. It's time for us to depart. They have matters to attend to tomorrow, so we shall not intrude further. Shall we?" Lu Hui nodded in agreement. The two prepared to take their leave. Li Jun had initially wished to keep his parents a while longer, cherishing the family reunion. However, with the presence of other team members and the looming tasks for the following day, he hesitated, not wanting to disrupt anyone. He simply suggested, "Lindsay, let us accompany our parents downstairs." Li Lin nodded in affirmation. Once they reached the ground floor, Li Guanxi turned to Li Jun and Li Lin. "This mission is of paramount importance. The fact that General Jia has chosen you both signifies your exceptional capabilities. Li Jun, as the team leader, I have but one request. Ensure the safety of all your team members. This is a fundamental duty of a leader. Do you understand?" Li Jun nodded, affirming, "Understood, father." Li Guanxi smiled as he regarded his sons, who had grown to nearly his height. Time truly flies. It has been over 6 years since your mother and I kept our secrets from you. Now, you have matured into young men. With a chuckle, he continued, "I never imagined it would go by so swiftly." Li Jun and Li Lin gazed at their father, their long-cherished role model from childhood. Li Guanxi wiped his face and said, "Well, I believe I have covered the important matters. Now, let us discuss family affairs." He turned to Li Jun with a smile and asked, "Your mother mentioned something about you and Sun Qian. What is the situation there?" Li Jun hesitated, unsure how to respond. "Dad, please don't listen to Mom's exaggerations. There's nothing going on." Lu Hui interjected with a laugh. "Oh, what nonsense has your mother said? Let us hear it from Shaolin. Besides, he has already found a daughter-in-law for us. Why are you, the elder brother, lagging behind?" Li Lin chimed in, "Indeed. It's quite apparent to anyone that you and sister Sun Qian have something going on. I mentioned it to you before." Under the playful onslaught from his parents and brother, Li Jun relented. "Mom and Dad, please don't worry. I have everything under control. You can trust me." Li Guanxi, however, was not pleased. "What do you mean you have everything under control? You know nothing. Let me tell you about Sun Qian. I heard from your mother that she had a difficult upbringing, but I can see she is a good child. You've known each other for quite some time. And she even prepared a delicious meal earlier. What more could you ask for? Dad, could you please refrain from lecturing me the moment you return?" Li Jun replied, a bit exasperated. Li Guanxi responded with a knowing smile. "I shall not concern myself with your matters. You two must figure it out. Should your mother and I become anxious waiting, I will certainly intervene." Lu Hui has joined forces with Li Guanxi this time, affirming, "No matter what transpires, I stand resolutely by your father's side. In this day and age, even if humanity settles on extraterrestrial realms, we must ensure the continuation of our lineage. If we neglect even this fundamental aspect, it would be better to await demise on Earth itself." Lu Hui, a distinguished expert in biology, voiced her criticisms of Li Jun from a scientific perspective. Li Jun, genuinely cowed, begged for mercy, proclaiming, "Dear father and mother, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Rest assured." Upon hearing these words, Li Guanxi and Lu Hui felt a sense of relief. Li Guanxi replied, "Very well, a true man honors his word." With a wave of his hand, he concluded, "All right, it's time for us to depart. Your mother and I shall leave now, but I will accompany you to the mission's launch site tomorrow. Make sure to rest well." Li Guanxi summoned a guiding vehicle, reiterated a few instructions to Li Jun and Li Lin, and then departed. After bidding farewell to their parents, Li Jun and Li Lin returned indoors. Sun Qian and Mu Mu awaited them in the living room. Li Jun surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is everyone else?" Sun Qian replied, "Everyone went back to their rooms after your uncle and aunt left." Li Jun turned to Li Lin and said, "Go summon them. I have a few matters to arrange in advance." Li Lin nodded and went to gather the others. Li Jun took a seat beside Sun Qian and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for preparing the reunion meal for our family." Sun Qian smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Your family hasn't tea gathered in years. It was my pleasure to cook a meal for you. Did my parents say anything to you earlier?" Sun Qian asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. What could they have said? Noticing Sun Qian's expression, Li Jun realized her parents had likely said nothing to her, which relieved him. "It's nothing, just a casual inquiry." Haha. After a while, the rest of the group resumed their seats in the living room. Zhang Chong asked, "Boss, do you have any further arrangements?" Li Jun nodded. "When I went to report to General Jieli, he merely informed me that there would be a mission in a few days, without divulging any specifics. If not for my father's earlier comments, I would still be unaware of the details. As you all heard, tomorrow's mission is unprecedented. We will be boarding a spacecraft to the moon to execute a defense operation. Furthermore, I suspect that once we ascend, we may not return, as we are likely to rendezvous with the main force on the moon. Establishing a transfer base there will not be accomplished in just a year or two." Zhang Chong exclaimed, "What? So today is our last night on Earth?" Li Jun nodded in affirmation. "I shall now recount several matters. Firstly, regarding tomorrow's tasks. Everyone should adjust themselves to their optimal state. Any necessary items should be reported uniformly to Wanli. Additionally, concerning the points accumulated from previous missions, I recommend transferring them to the names of your relatives, as they will prove invaluable in the future. Moreover, I must reiterate that this mission must remain confidential. When transferring points to your relatives, be cautious not to let anything slip. Find a suitable way to communicate this, understood?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Now, those who wish to sleep may do so, while others may engage in leisurely activities, provided they do not disturb others' rest. "Oh yes. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong and Jia Xie began howling like wolves. Li Jun looked at the two with a sense of resignation, thinking to himself, these two are quite the characters. Observing the calm demeanor of the rest, he noticed that Bai Qi seemed to be deep in thought. He approached Bai Qi and called him aside. "What troubles you?" "I'm just pondering. If I leave, what will happen to my mother?" Li Jun patted his shoulder reassuringly. "A few days ago, I submitted all the information of our relatives. I expect to receive updates in a few days. Moreover, Zhao Ming and Yi Zi are living together and will take good care of your mother. I will ensure they are informed, so do not worry." Bai Qi's expression softened with gratitude. "Thank you. Not at all. We are all brothers now. There will be many occasions where we need to look out for one another." Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us go. It is our last night. Let us join them for a while." "All right." Li Jun glanced back. Apart from Qing Ling, everyone else was seated in the living room. Zhang Chong and Jia Xie were particularly animated, engaging in a wrestling game that elicited laughter from the others. Li Jun and Bai Qi leaned against the window, laughing at the duo's antics. After all, they were still a group of adolescents. Had it not been for the circumstances, they would be reveling in the vibrancy of youth. Yet now they had to don their armor and strive for a brighter future for humanity. Noticing that Qing Ling was absent, Li Jun navigated past the others and approached her room, pressing the doorbell. After a moment, Qing Ling opened the door. "Why aren't you with them?" Qing Ling's expression was impassive. Too childish. Her curt remark left Li Jun somewhat embarrassed, yet he persisted. "We will all be part of the same team. Fostering communication is beneficial." After a brief moment of hesitation, Qing Ling considered his words. Observing her demeanor, Li Jun continued to encourage her. "Come on, we are a team. If we do not communicate and understand each other, how can we trust one another during missions?" Qing Ling remained hesitant, her upbringing having instilled a profound aversion to outsiders. Joining Li Jun's team was solely a matter of survival. However, after spending a few days in the company of others, her psychological barriers against social interaction began to gradually wane. After a brief moment of contemplation, she simply uttered a single word, and Qing Ling stepped out of the room, following Li Jun into the living room. Upon seeing Qing Ling, Wanli shifted slightly to make room and smiled at her, indicating for her to take a seat beside her. Qing Ling, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Wanli and without hesitation settled beside her. Reflecting on her previous judgments of Wanli, she was astonished that Wanli bore no resentment. Although Qing Ling appeared unchanged on the surface, internally, she was beginning to open up. In this post-apocalyptic world, how fortunate was she to have a group of sincere friends by her side. At this moment, she recognized that her previous way of living had been misguided. Despite her unfortunate past, hadn't that all been left behind? The hardships she endured in her earlier years were merely the foundation for the blessings she could now enjoy. Wanli likely never anticipated that such a simple gesture could unlock the emotional barriers Qingling had long held. With this realization, Qingling's demeanor brightened significantly, her eyes sparkling with youthful vitality. She observed the antics of Zhang Chong and Jia Su in the living room, their exaggerated performances eliciting a stifled chuckle from her. Though her smile was fleeting, it did not escape Li Jun's notice. He chose to remain silent, cautious not to disrupt the fragile openness Qingling had just begun to embrace. He understood that any change in Qingling must come from within. For someone who appeared cold and distant, her inner fragility was immense. To thrust her into the spotlight would only backfire. Chapter 38. Departure. After a night had passed, the following morning, Sun Qian rose early as usual to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for the group. Li Jun also awoke early and, upon entering the living room, saw Sun Qian bustling about. "You're up so early again," he remarked. Sun Qian turned to glance at him. "Why aren't you sleeping in a bit longer? You were up so late last night." Li Jun waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Do you need any help?" Sun Qian chuckled. "You'd only be in the way. It's almost ready." Aware that cooking was not his forte, Li Jun resigned himself to the sofa to wait patiently. "Should I go wake the others?" he asked. Sun Qian, still busy, replied, "Let them sleep a bit longer. They were up quite late last night." "All right," he said, turning to watch Sun Qian in the kitchen, gradually becoming entranced by the sight. Though neither of them voiced it, they both understood that it only required one of them to take a more proactive step to break through that delicate barrier between them. Sun Qian, a young lady, has subtly hinted to Li Jun on numerous occasions. However, as a girl, she possesses a certain degree of modesty that prevents her from expressing her feelings outright. Li Jun, not being oblivious, certainly comprehends Sun Qian's intentions. Yet, as the captain of the team, he has been preoccupied with the pressing matter of whether his team members would board the ship, leaving little room in his mind to contemplate his relationship with Sun Qian. Now that it has been virtually confirmed that all members of their team will board early, he finally feels a weight lifted from his heart. Observing Sun Qian bustling about in the kitchen, he recalls her past demeanor, consistently standing quietly behind him, selflessly aiding him and everyone else without seeking anything in return. He reflects, father was right. She truly is a wonderful girl. Sun Qian, he calls out. Sun Qian, busy in the kitchen, turns her head in response. What is it? Li Jun ponders how to articulate his thoughts when suddenly, Zhang Chong shouts, "Wow, another sumptuous breakfast." Upon hearing the commotion, Li Jun hastily swallows the words he was about to say. Sun Qian gazes at him with a puzzled expression, prompting him to shrug and say, "It's nothing. I was just checking if breakfast is ready so I could call the others." "Oh," she replies, "it will be ready soon. You can go summon the others." At that moment, Zhang Chong has already made his way to the living room and sees Li Jun, asking, "Boss, you two are up quite early, huh?" Li Jun shoots him a glare, slightly irritated. "You're up early too." He had prepared himself earlier, only to be thwarted by Zhang Chong, who usually lags behind in the mornings. What is with this sudden change? Is it intentional? Despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, Zhang Chong is not oblivious. Sensing Li Jun's displeasure, he cheekily replies, "Should I go back to sleep then?" Li Jun, exasperated by Zhang Chong's antics, feels the urge to punch him. "What are you talking about? Go wake the others. It's time for breakfast. We have plenty to do after we eat." "All right," Zhang Chong says, turning to call the others. Li Jun watches him, teeth clenched in irritation. His carefully laid plans have been disrupted. He sighs, "Oh well, I'll seek another opportunity." He doesn't wish to confess his feelings in front of everyone, believing that some sentiments are too difficult to express publicly. Through a busy morning, Sun Qian has prepared a lavish spread for the group. As everyone gathers at the table, they exclaim in delight, well aware of Sun Qian's culinary skills. No one dares to speak, each person engrossed in their meal. Moo Moo, after taking a bite, remarks, "Delicious." Sun Qian's cooking remains as delightful as ever. Wanli chimes in with a similar sentiment. "Oh dear, why is the little girl so eloquent today? Hee hee. How about the idioms that Sister Sun Qian entrusted to me last night? I trust one have used them correctly?" Sun Qian smiled as she gently patted Moo Moo's head. "The little one should eat quickly. Your chatter is insatiable even at mealtime." Hee hee. Moo Moo chuckled softly and resumed her meal. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Wu Deshun stepped inside. "Ah, are you all dining? It seems I have returned at just the right moment." Li Jun quickly interjected, "Brother Wu, why are you back so early? Aren't you going to spend more time with Nyonyo?" Wu Deshun had sought him out the previous night, expressing his desire to leave early to see Nyonyo. Li Jun had readily agreed, and even called Lu Hui to inform her. Approaching the table, Wu Deshun expressed his gratitude. Li Jun, thank you. If it weren't for you yesterday afternoon, I wouldn't have been able to enter, let alone keep Nyo company. After spending the night with her, I consulted Director Liu, and she assured me that I needn't worry about the child. I can focus on my tasks. And she will look after Nyo. Oh, Brother Wu, please refrain from such formalities in the future. Sit down and enjoy your meal, Li Jun urged. Wu Deshun took a seat, admiring the spread before him. My sister-in-law's culinary skills have truly improved. It smells delightful. His remark caused Sun Qian to blush. Brother Wu, please eat. The food will turn cold if we delay. Wu Deshun chuckled heartily, knowing his words were not meant to tease anyone. The nature of Li Jun and Sun Qian's relationship was apparent to everyone in the room, save for Qing Ling, and he hoped to see them together soon. After all, Li Jun had aided him immensely, and he intended to subtly encourage their bond. The others displayed little change in expression. They were well aware of the dynamics between Li Jun and Sun Qian. Li Jun glanced at Sun Qian, who was also looking at him, and offered a slight smile before continuing to eat voraciously. Observing Li Jun's insatiable appetite, Sun Qian recalled an old adage, to capture a man's heart. One must first capture his stomach. Having secured Li Jun's palate, how far could his heart be? Li Jun consumed his meal swiftly, glancing around at everyone once finished. Please continue to eat while you listen. After we finish, we will proceed with the arrangements I outlined yesterday regarding points, gear, and weapons. Is everyone clear? The group nodded in agreement while munching away. Well, that concludes the task arrangements, Li Jun stated, pausing momentarily. His tone shifted slightly, tinged with melancholy as he continued. This breakfast will be our last on Earth. Sun Qian has prepared such a lavish meal as a send-off for everyone. Upon hearing this, all hands paused, and silence enveloped the room. Li Jun smiled gently. What are you all doing? Why the sudden halt? Hurry and eat. There's plenty more food. Let us not waste it. What I mean by this is that I hope everyone can cherish this final day. As we have all heard yesterday that the future of Earth is inevitably unsuitable for human existence. Henceforth, regardless of whether there will be new planets suitable for human habitation, I wish for our group of 10 to remain united, with no one left behind. In the last tally, only 3 individuals had relatives, Zhang Chong, Bai Qi, and Wu Ge. Their points will be transferred. Xiao Lin will also transfer his points to Yi Zi. The remaining points will be unified under Wan Li's custody, and a total will be calculated shortly. Wan Li nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Li Jun then turned to Qing Ling. Do you need to set aside some for your father, as he is, after all, your biological parent? Qing Ling's expression suddenly turned frosty. No, I do not have a father. I am full now. I will return to my room. Just call me when you are leaving. With that, she stood up and walked towards her room. You all eat first. I will check on her. After saying this, he approached Qing Ling's room. The door was unlocked, and Li Jun glanced inside, seeing Qing Ling sitting by the window before stepping in. Qing Ling looked up at Li Jun. I have already stated that I do not have a father. My affairs are not for your concern. I understand your resentment towards him, but he remains your only family in this world. Do you comprehend? Li Jun asked, his tone gentle. Qing Ling, with reddened eyes, fixed her gaze on him. Since childhood, I have never known what true kinship feels like, but I understand that no matter how flawed, he does not deserve to be called a father. I despise the fact that I share his blood. Upon hearing this, Li Jun sighed. We merely wish to prevent you from harboring regrets in the future. Since you are so resolute, I shall not press further. Just consider it, and if you need anything, let me know. Qing Ling did not respond, merely gazing out the window with tear-filled eyes. Li Jun shook his head, preparing to leave. Wait, I have made my decision. I will give him 50,000 as a repayment. Thereafter, I will have no further relations with him. These points are borrowed from you. Is that acceptable? Li Jun immediately smiled. Of course, consider it a loan from me. You should rest for a while and prepare. We shall depart at noon. Qing Ling replied, as I am, have little to prepare. Then rest for now. After this, Li Jun returned to the living room. Everyone had already finished breakfast, and Sun Qian and Wan Li had tidied up the kitchen. Have the points been tallied? Wan Li nodded. Besides those 4, our team now has a total of 382,000 points. Very well, transfer 50,000 to Qing Ling. Without further inquiry, Wan Li promptly transferred the points via her wristband. Li Jun added, keep the remaining points safe. They may prove useful in the future. Currency has lost its value, and these points may very well become the new electronic currency. Understood. Li Jun addressed everyone. All right, let's hurry up and prepare. We will depart in 3 hours. Also, please tidy up your rooms as others will be moving in afterward. He returned to his room, shedding his equipment suit and hanging it on a rack to recharge automatically. He took out all the energy packs and stuffed them into the storage box of the suit before pulling open the cabinet beside his bed. From within, He retrieved his cherished blade, Mo Kong, drawing it from its sheath. Pressing the button on the hilt, the short black knife instantly elongated to a length of 1.5 meters. Li Jun swung it a couple of times, feeling quite satisfied with its balance. He then laid Mo Kong on the table and meticulously polished it. This blade had accompanied him through numerous seasons, aiding him in countless perilous missions. A sense of affection had blossomed in his heart for it, and he murmured, "Old friend, without you, I would have met my end long ago." After inspecting the blade thoroughly, he pressed the button again, and the long knife reverted to its 20-centimeter form, which he then sheathed and secured onto his equipment suit. The sound of a completed recharge echoed through the room. Li Jun approached and donned the suit. Once it was on, it automatically adjusted to fit his physique perfectly. After tidying up everything, he cleaned the room. An hour later, he made his way to the living room and called out, "Is everyone ready? Those who are, please come out." He settled into the living room, awaiting the others. To his surprise, the first to appear was Qing Ling. A glance confirmed that she had little to prepare. Aside from her equipment suit, she seemed devoid of anything else. Qing Ling had returned to her usual icy demeanor, and Li Jun surmised she must have just been in contact with her father, stirring memories of the past. However, he reassured himself that it would be fine. Her mental shackles had been lifted, and over time, her cold personality would surely evolve. 10 minutes passed before all 10 members finally gathered. Li Jun surveyed the group. "Good. Everyone is here, let us set off." Zhang Chong immediately chimed in. "Hey boss, shouldn't we have a little ceremony? Heroes embarking on a journey must have a send-off, right?" Li Jun considered this and found merit in Zhang Chong's suggestion. "All right," he said, extending his palm. Zhang Chong, seeing his approval, beamed and placed his hand out as well. One by one, the others followed suit, placing their hands atop each other. Li Jun smiled at the circle of faces around him. "For a brighter future, let us give it our all. 1, 2, 3, let us go." The group shouted in unison. "All right, off we go." Li Jun opened the door, allowing the others to exit first. Once everyone had departed, he cast a final glance at the room he had occupied for merely 2 days, silently bidding it farewell. He stepped out and gently locked the door behind him. Descending the stairs, Li Jun summoned a transport vehicle destined for the Lord's mansion to report in. One by one, the group boarded the vehicle, making their way to the mansion. 10 minutes later, inside the office of General Li at the Lord's mansion, 10 individuals stood in neat formation. Li Jun spoke up. "Reporting to General Xie, the task force of 10 is fully assembled." "Good, good," Li responded with a smile, rising to observe the diverse group before him, comprising both young and old, men and women. "Relax and wait here for Engineer Li." Despite Li's assurance, the 10 remained standing rigidly in place. "Come now, ease up. There is no need for such formality. I am not going to do anything to you," Li laughed. "General, when will my father arrive?" "It's already this time," Li Jun inquired. "You're just like your father, always in a hurry," came the sudden voice of Li Guangqi. "Hey, Instructor Xie, this child has taken after me." Li Guangqi continued. Having been Li's student, he addressed him as Instructor Xie. Without knocking, Li Guangqi entered the room, prompting a chuckle from Li. "Oh, you're still the same as before, oblivious to the need to knock. In this regard, you are not as courteous as your 2 sons. Enough chit-chat. Time is of the essence. Let us get them moving," Li Guangqi stated, demonstrating his punctuality and seriousness when it came to the task at hand. Although Li Jun and the others had arrived early. "All right, follow me downstairs," Li instructed the group. Outside the Lord's mansion, Li addressed them. "I am getting old. This world now belongs to you young ones. I have but one command. Ensure your safety and that of all engineering personnel on the moon. Do you understand?" "Yes," they replied in unison. "This time, I want to see you off. Once you arrive, Old Man Zhong will be there to greet you." After delivering this message, Li turned to Li Guangqi. "Time is running short. Take them along." Li Guangqi nodded, understood. Li briefly briefed him again before offering some encouraging words to Li Jun and the others, then turned and ascended the stairs. "Let us head to the launch pad." The 11 of them boarded the transport vehicle, en route to the launch facility. "Is my mother not coming?" Li Jun asked Li Guangqi. "She won't be joining. She has other matters to attend to, and I'd rather not have her come. Fearing you all might become emotional," Li Guangqi replied. Though he felt a twinge of sadness within him, knowing this mission would be lengthy and distant, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was unconcerned. His own sons, both of whom were departing, left him in a state of anxiety. The thought of any misfortune befalling them was maddening. Yet, despite his internal turmoil, he maintained a facade of strength, educating Li Jun and Li Lin throughout their journey. The 2 brothers could only muster awkward smiles, fully aware that this was their father's way of expressing his concerns. Otherwise, he would not be so talkative. Li Guangqi's incessant chatter continued. And while Li Jun and Li Lin listened attentively, they understood that this would be one of the last moments they would share as a family before parting ways again. They could only wonder how long it would be until they next heard their father's familiar voice. The vehicle came to a halt before the launch platform, where a Ling-style combat transport aircraft was stationed at its center. This new model, developed by the nation, was designed for troop transport as well as long-range aerial combat, boasting formidable firepower, rapid speed, and exceptional maneuverability. Notably, it was capable of vertical takeoff and landing, specifically engineered for operations within subterranean cities. Li Guangqi led everyone aboard, taking the pilot's seat. He activated the power and initiated the turbo engines on both wings. With the anti-gravity thrust of the turbo engines, the aircraft ascended into the sky. Everyone secured their seatbelts as Li Jun communicated through the headset to ensure all were prepared. Li Guangqi increased the thrust, and the aircraft climbed at an ever-quickening pace. The hatch above the launch well opened, and propelled by immense force, the aircraft soared skyward, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. The sky on this day appeared starkly different from what Li Jun had witnessed previously. The others peered through the windows, observing the current state of the Earth. Someone's voice echoed through the headset, remarking on the apocalyptic nature of the scene. Chapter 39. Arrival at the peak. The sky was shrouded in a grim haze. And although it was midday, typically the brightest time of day, the dense smog filtered the sunlight into a dim, yellowish glow, with beams of light attempting to pierce through the murkiness to illuminate the land below. Li Jun gazed out of the window, but could see little, enveloped as he was in a world of gray. The radar indicated that the aircraft hovered over the former capital of the nation, once a bustling metropolis. It had become eerily desolate in the wake of war and rampant mutated beasts. The remnants of buildings lay scattered, a testament to the once thriving human habitation, now overtaken by ferocious creatures. The city was in ruins, echoing with the occasional roar of these aberrations. The wide roads lay in disarray, with collapsed skyscrapers and abandoned vehicles littering the streets. Each scene vividly illustrated the former glory of this capital, now a mere shadow of its past splendor. The Earth is indeed on the brink of calamity. Aside from the threat of meteors, the current living conditions have already proven inadequate for human survival. After elevating the aircraft to a certain altitude, Li Guangqi activated the dual engines, causing the jet to surge forward with remarkable speed, heading southwest. In that instant of acceleration, Li Jun experienced an overwhelming sensation of being pushed back into his seat. After the aircraft had traversed a significant distance, he gradually acclimated, and the feeling subsided. Engaging the autopilot mode, Li Guangqi initiated the automatic navigation system. Li Jun, positioned in the co-pilot seat, received a cautionary remark from Li Guangqi: "Do not touch anything." Even without the warning, Li Jun had no intention of meddling. The array of buttons before him was utterly incomprehensible. Li Guangqi's voice resonated through the headset, addressing the passengers: "Ladies and gentlemen, we will arrive at peak in 2 hours. You may rest for a while." Inside the cargo hold, the passengers bore expressions heavy with concern as they gazed at the dismal scenery outside. A sense of unease loomed over everyone, particularly in the wake of their previous encounter with the mutated eagle, which had left a haunting shadow over their minds, especially for Zhang Chong. Once again navigating the skies, memories of their fallen comrade, Lu Jie, resurfaced. This time, however, the group found solace in the safety of the aircraft, though they remained vigilant. Those seated along the sides kept their eyes fixed on the windows, but the view revealed nothing save for the pervasive haze that obscured everything. After approximately an hour of flight, their alertness began to wane, and conversation gradually resumed. Li Jun, remaining in the co-pilot seat, maintained his vigilance. He was determined to prevent a recurrence of Lu Jie's tragic fate. His gaze was steadfastly locked on the radar display, never wavering. Since activating the autopilot, Li Guangqi had been in communication with Peak Base, relaying critical information. Just as he concluded the call and turned his head, he observed Li Jun's focused demeanor and silently mused. It seems he has matured considerably over the years. He then advised Li Jun: "Do not fixate so intensely on the display. Allow your eyes a brief respite." Without turning his head, Li Jun resolutely shook it. "No. We have been flying for an hour already. At our current speed, we should be directly above the city, a region that was once densely forested, home to numerous terrestrial beasts and avian creatures. The skies in this area are surely teeming with mutated flying beasts. We must remain ever watchful." Li Guangqi chuckled softly. "Well done, young lad. You possess quite a bit of understanding now. Keep your observations keen. I will check on the situation in the cargo hold." Li Jun nodded in agreement. As Li Guanqi made his way to the rear of the cargo hold to assess the passenger's condition, he was about to speak when suddenly, the aircraft's alarm blared to life. Warning! 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 Li Guanqi, without a moment's hesitation, rushed back to the cockpit and took his seat at the controls. What is happening? Li Jun inquired urgently. Dad, look here. To our right, a swarm of red dots has appeared. I cannot discern what creatures they are, but they are swiftly approaching us. Li Guanqi cast a glance at the radar display. These are mutated beasts. The fighter jet's radar will automatically trigger an alarm upon detection. Li Jun quickly asked, so many. It seems to be a pack of social mutated creatures. Li Guanqi focused intently on the radar screen for a moment. He observed that the cluster of red dots was rapidly advancing toward the aircraft at a considerable speed. Li Guanqi hastily secured himself in the pilot's seat. Switched to manual control. After changing the mode, he tightened his grip on the control stick, stabilizing the aircraft, and adjusted the engine's power to its maximum. The fighter jet surged with increased engine thrust, preparing to propel forward at full speed. Li Jun immediately felt a powerful force pressing against him, forcing him back into his seat. Li Guanqi's hands gripped the control stick firmly, maintaining the aircraft's stability. After 10 seconds, Li Jun suddenly exclaimed, Dad, this is bad. Another swarm of red dots has appeared ahead, heading straight for us. This indicated that a new horde of mutated beasts was emerging in the direction they were flying. Li Guanqi's heart raced at this revelation. Their current trajectory was aimed toward the peak, and now a cluster of beasts had appeared directly in their path, leaving them no room to evade. There was no possibility of taking a detour. Not only would it waste precious time, but trying to navigate around a flock of flying mutated beasts would be futile. We have no choice but to approach and assess the situation, Li Guanqi decided, maintaining the fighter jet's high speed as he flew straight ahead. As the aircraft suddenly accelerated, the occupants of the transport compartment sensed that something was amiss. What is going on? Sun Qian inquired through her headset. Directed at Li Jun, Li Jun conveyed the current situation to everyone via the headset. Zhang Chong asked, so? We are surrounded? Li Jun glanced at the radar display. Due to the fighter jet's abrupt acceleration, the group of mutated beasts that had previously been to their right was now directly behind the aircraft. You could say that, he replied. Although a sense of concern lingered among the 11 individuals, with 10 of them being ability users, facing such a multitude of mutated beasts at once was undeniably daunting. However, they were no longer the inexperienced novices they once were. Their minds had matured significantly. While they felt apprehensive, fear was not an option. The fighter jet was moving at an impressive speed, yet the mutated beasts appeared to be equally swift. Li Guanqi had no intention of evading. He aimed directly for the swarm of beasts. Nevertheless, he activated the aircraft's stealth mode, hoping to slip through unnoticed. However, once the stealth function was activated, Li Jun noticed a subtle change. The cluster of red dots, located 3,000 meters behind the aircraft, suddenly ceased their movement, circling in place as if they had lost their target. Li Guanqi also observed this anomaly and began to form a tentative hypothesis, though certainty eluded him for the moment. The aircraft and the mysterious beasts ahead were drawing ever closer. The distance now narrowed to a mere 2,000 meters. Li Guanqi activated the infrared scanning function in front of the aircraft. Upon activation, infrared light emanated from the nose of the aircraft, revealing an infrared image on the central panel. The figure of the beast ahead was scanned and displayed, prompting Li Jun to glance at it. Is that a bat? Li Guanqi confirmed the depiction on the panel, indeed identifying it as a bat, albeit a mutated one. Here are its detailed specifications. On the panel, the image of the bat-like beast was fully rendered, and the analysis of its data was presented. Giant bat, mutated species registration, group level, strength potential, high. Preference, blood and carrion consumption. After reviewing the information, Li Jun inquired, Dad, I recall bats are nocturnal creatures. Why are they out in daylight? Li Guanqi explained. It's possible their habits have changed post-mutation. Besides, do you see any distinction between day and night outside now? Li Jun looked out the window. Well, it does seem similar. The haze is blocking the sunlight. What should we do now? It's a group, not a single one. They'll be difficult to handle. Perhaps we should take a detour and speed up. If we increase the distance, they should be unable to pursue us using echolocation, Li Guanqi pondered. No, he concluded after a moment. Taking a detour would waste time. The launch schedule for the spacecraft is already set. We cannot afford delays. And the weather conditions at that time will be more favorable than others. The dialogue between the two was clearly audible to everyone in the transport cabin through their earpieces. Zhang Chong asked, what should we do then? Charge through? Li Guanqi responded, charging through is certainly not an option. If it were anything else, it might be manageable. But a swarm of giant bats would mean certain death if we simply rushed in. Let us get a bit closer and assess the situation. At that moment, the distance between them and the bats had dwindled to 500 meters. Li Jun could now clearly see the shadows of several bats ahead. He felt a singular emotion. These truly deserved the title of giant bats. They were enormous, significantly larger than the eagle they had encountered previously. The wingspan was estimated to exceed 3 meters. In that brief moment, a horde of bats began to swarm menacingly toward the aircraft. What should we do? Li Jun urgently asked. Li Guangqi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching swarm of bats, yet his hands were not idle. Suddenly, he shouted, "Fasten your seatbelts." He extinguished the aircraft's engines, causing the heavy warplane to abruptly lose thrust. With inertia propelling it forward, it glided a distance before plummeting downward. The sudden weightlessness left everyone in the cargo bay feeling dizzy and nauseous. Fortunately, they were securely strapped in and gradually regained their composure. Everyone stay calm. Li Jun, quickly take control of the aircraft's top-mounted cannon. Li Guangqi shouted, gesturing towards a control disc before him. Without hesitation, Li Jun grasped the control disc with both hands, focusing intently on the targeting reticle on the panel. After locking onto a descending bat, he opened fire. Under Li Jun's command, the cannon unleashed a torrent of 40mm rounds at a staggering rate of 1,500 rounds per minute, a fiery tongue of flame erupting from the barrel. The targeted bat was the first to suffer the brunt of the onslaught, yet even under such formidable firepower, it managed to endure for 5 seconds before plummeting to the ground. That won't do. These bats possess astonishing vitality. At this rate, our ammunition will surely run out. Li Jun exclaimed. Just then, a bat charged toward the aircraft from above. Li Jun could clearly see the creature, its 2 blood-red fangs protruding a full 10 centimeters, emanating a chilling aura even at this distance. He quickly redirected the cannon towards the giant bat and fired. As the aircraft rapidly descended, dropping 3,000 meters, Li Guangqi hastily reignited the engines. The powerful thrust propelled the falling plane back into the air. After stabilizing the controls and confirming the direction, he shot upward at breakneck speed. Zhang Chong, take control of the rear cannon. Yes. Once the aircraft was flying steadily, those in the back regained their balance. Zhang Chong promptly operated the rear cannon to fire at the swarm of giant bats. By suddenly lowering the aircraft's altitude and then charging forward, Li Guangqi managed to leave all the bats behind. After shaking them off, he ascended the aircraft to 10,000 meters. After a flurry of fire, Li Jun and Zhang Chong ceased shooting. We're out of ammunition. At that moment, Li Guangqi wore a relaxed expression. No worries, just watch Dad. He activated the aircraft's stealth mode once more. Locking onto the bat swarm behind them via the panel, he launched the suspended Ling 31 missiles. The missiles soared forward, executing a 180-degree turn in midair, heading straight for the swarm of bats. With a resounding boom, a mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. The resounding roar reverberated in everyone's ears, leaving Li Jun profoundly shaken. Without needing to see, he knew the power of the blast was immense. Father, the magnitude of this explosion is astonishing. Surely, those colossal bats are doomed now. Li Guangqi shook his head. Do not underestimate them. They are not all dead. There are bound to be survivors. His subordinates increased the aircraft's speed to the next level, and the jets soared towards the peak with a deafening cry. However, it was evident they would not be able to pursue us any longer. Li Guangqi was correct. A swarm of bats scattered in all directions from the missile's explosion, and by the time they regrouped, the aircraft had long vanished from sight. Inside the transport compartment, the crew, sensing the danger had passed, finally relaxed. Zhang Chong let out a roar. Coconut fibers. Uncle Li, that missile was exhilarating. Its power is truly remarkable. Li Guangqi chuckled. Humans have never found weaponry to be a hassle. Nowadays, an array of powerful weapons emerges incessantly. But what is the ultimate outcome? You can see for yourselves. Our Earth is ravaged by the very weapons we have forged. Reflecting on this, do you still feel exhilarated? From ancient times to the present, from cold weapons to firearms, which creation was not birthed by the desires of the powerful. The current predicament is merely a consequence of our own making. After delivering this somber reflection, Li Guangqi focused intently on piloting the aircraft, refusing to waste any more time as he propelled forward at full speed. The others, having absorbed Li Guangqi's words, fell into a prolonged silence. Li Jun, however, harbored some disagreement with Li Guangqi's perspective, choosing to silently contemplate rather than voice his thoughts. He believed that while weapons can be formidable, they remain mere tools of humanity, with both advantages and disadvantages. The blame, he felt, should rest on the small faction of selfish individuals driven solely by profit. Following this crisis, the atmosphere within the transport compartment remained tense. everyone was still on high alert. Fortunately, the remainder of their journey was uneventful, free from any formidable beasts. Only a few weak flying creatures, upon sighting the massive aircraft, hurriedly fled. After an hour, they finally reached the territory of the peak. The aircraft descended to an altitude of 2,000 meters, and as Li Jun gazed downward, he was met with a haze. He sighed, lamenting how this once sacred land had become so tainted. The last time he visited, he could still see the snow from a distance. Now, although the snow remained, it was no longer visible to the naked eye. Maintaining a height of 2,000 meters, Li Guangqi piloted the aircraft directly towards the peak. As they approached, Li Jun noticed a circular archway gradually revealing itself on a flat cliff face. Once the archway opened, Li Guangqi skillfully maneuvered the aircraft to glide through and land gently inside. The aircraft glided forward 100 meters before coming to rest on a circular platform. Li Guangqi established a connection to the platform's controller via his wristband, deftly maneuvering the platform as it descended slowly. The walls of the shaft were illuminated by violet lights, which served a vital purpose: sterilization through ultraviolet rays, as Li Guangqi explained. After descending approximately 100 meters, the platform halted, and Li Guangqi directed the aircraft to glide forward once more, covering another 50 meters before stopping again. Li Jun observed that they were in a vast, open space devoid of any visible features, save for a few titanium alloy columns standing in the center. Li Guangqi positioned the aircraft atop a steel plate in the middle of the area. "We have arrived. Disembark," he announced. Rising to his feet, he beckoned everyone to follow. Once all had exited, Li Guangqi utilized the controller on his wristband to maneuver the small platform beneath the aircraft, lowering it into hiding. Subsequently, a new steel plate extended from the side, completely concealing the aircraft. Li Guangqi took a moment to elucidate the rationale behind this arrangement, emphasizing its efficiency in conserving space. This model of aircraft could accommodate up to 1,000 units here. Without such a stacking method, it would be impossible to fit them all. He then led the group to a nearby elevator. The elevator featured only a single button that descended, which Li Guangqi pressed, causing it to plunge swiftly downwards. At that moment, Li Jun felt a surge of excitement. Upon his initial arrival, he had merely stayed in the accommodation area and had yet to witness the true interior of the peak base. He often found himself pondering the enormous circular pit he had seen before, wondering what lay beneath. Today, he would finally unveil its mysteries. Chapter 40. Preparations for ascent. After a minute of descent, the elevator chimed, and the doors slid open. Li Guangqi stepped out first, with the others following closely behind. After navigating several twists and turns, he brought them to the entrance of a room. The door was set into the mountainside, and the entire room had been carved from the rock. "We must undergo disinfection here," Li Guangqi announced, leading a few individuals inside. "This is the ultraviolet sterilization chamber." Li Jun and his companions understood the procedure, recalling their previous visit. Upon exiting the sterilization room, Li Guangqi once again guided the group into the elevator, which began its descent anew. This time, it did not take long before the elevator came to a stop. The doors slowly opened, and Li Guangqi declared, "Everyone, we have arrived." He led them out of the elevator. "Wow!" came the collective exclamation from the group. Li Guangqi turned to them with a smile and welcomed them to the peak base. Li Jun's first impression was encapsulated in a single word: vast. The entire space exuded an expansive atmosphere that was almost overwhelming. Within the base, a constant stream of individuals flowed in and out, the number undoubtedly exceeding 10,000, each engrossed in their respective tasks. The most striking sight that caught everyone's attention was a spacecraft, grand in size, yet still modest when compared to the vastness of the entire base. Li Jun observed that there were several enormous vessels parked on either side of the base, numbering in the dozens. A peculiar sensation gripped him, as if the entirety of the peak had been hollowed out. Just as Li Guangqi was about to introduce everyone, a voice interrupted him. "Chief Engineer Li, you have returned." A young man, approximately 20 years of age, approached and addressed Li Guangqi. With a brief acknowledgement, Li Guangqi inquired, "Jipeng, how are the preparations progressing?" Yi Jipeng responded, "All tasks are ready. Director Zhong has just arrived." Li Guangqi nodded, "Excellent. I will report to Director Zhong. Please lead them to change into their spacesuits." "Understood," replied Yi Jipeng. Li Guangqi turned to Li Jun and the others, imparting a few instructions to ensure they remained in place and refrained from touching anything, signaling that he would return shortly before departing. Yi Jipeng smiled and addressed the group. "Everyone, please follow me." Li Jun and his companions trailed behind Yi Jipeng, heading towards another section of the base. "Are you the team assigned for this lunar mission?" Li Jun affirmed. "Yes, we are 10 individuals tasked with safeguarding the engineers involved in the lunar landing." Upon hearing this confirmation, admiration filled Yi Jiping's gaze as he regarded the group. Is this your first visit here? Li Jun shook his head. I have been here once before. However, my previous visit was limited to a week spent outside the base, never having entered the interior. Upon witnessing the spacecraft, Li Jun had surmised that this must indeed be the core area of the peak base. Allow me to introduce you, Yi Jiping offered. The individuals behind Li Jun, who had been scanning their surroundings in awe, suddenly perked up, eager to listen intently. Noticing their enthusiasm, Yi Jiping smiled. The peak base is situated beneath the mountain, covering an expanse of 20 square kilometers. This area serves as the docking station for the base's vessels, occupying half of the entire facility. The construction involved 50,000 workers and took over a year to complete. It is here that all of our nation's spacecraft are built. During its construction, excavation began simultaneously from the top of the peak, requiring an entire month and the decommissioning of over 100 excavation machines to establish the launch shaft. Look up. The launch shaft is right there, Yi Jiping pointed out. It has a diameter of 3,500 meters and a depth of 10,000 meters. Though it is currently sealed, Li Jun looked up and beheld a colossal, disc-like cover overhead. When the vessel ascended, it would be elevated by the central lift platform and subsequently take flight from the launch shaft. A group of individuals continued onward, and Yi Jiping gestured towards a ship parked conveniently to their right. This was the protagonist of the scene. One could assert that the entire peak base was constructed with this vessel in mind. Our nation has invested immense human and material resources to ensure its successful development. The ship measures 5,000 meters in length, with a maximum height of 3,500 meters. The width of the cockpit at the front is 500 meters, gradually increasing to 1,000 meters at the rear. Each vessel is equipped with all the essentials for human survival. Bai Qi inquired, such a massive ship, how many people can it accommodate? Yi Jiping responded with a figure that left everyone astounded. Conservatively estimated, it could hold 20 million. If the plan is executed to include a portion of the populace in a hibernation program, it could accommodate 50 million. Wow, that's an astonishing number, Zhang Chang exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. In truth, Yi Jiping had more to say but hesitated. Although this number seemed vast, it was insufficient for a superpopulous nation like ours. The planned number of vessels fell far short of the need, implying that some individuals would inevitably remain on Earth. Yi Jiping chose not to dwell on this topic. Let us hurry, we need to change our clothes. After changing, they proceeded directly to the spacecraft designated for this mission. Despite still harboring some questions about the spacecraft, Li Jun sensed the urgency and Yi Jiping's reluctance to continue the discussion, so he refrained from asking. They arrived at a room labeled Equipment Room, where each person received a new set of space gear. The suits were predominantly black, resembling the functionality of the attire Li Jun was already wearing. Yi Jiping spent half an hour explaining the oxygen generator and quantum communicator integrated into the spacesuits. He did not elaborate on other features, as the scheduled launch time was rapidly approaching, advising Li Jun and the others to explore the functionalities themselves later. Once all 10 donned their spacesuits, Yi Jiping led them to find Li Guangqi, who happened to be en route to meet them. Hurry up, you're taking too long to change, Li Guangqi chided the group. Li Jun understood this was due to Yi Jiping's explanations along the way. Let us move. Everyone else is already waiting for you, Li Guangqi said, his tone slightly impatient, before turning back towards the direction from which they had come. The group quickly followed suit. After a brief walk, they arrived at the very center of the base, directly beneath the launch shaft. At this moment, a small spacecraft was stationed on the launch platform facing the ascent shaft. The vessel exhibited slight modifications, nonetheless. It bore a striking resemblance to the colossal ships parked on either side. It appeared as a diminutive version of a giant vessel. However, even so, Li Jun noticed that the group of individuals standing beside the spacecraft appeared no larger than one of its tires in comparison. He observed Li Guangqi hastening towards a middle-aged man, whispering a few words to him. The middle-aged man then turned his gaze towards them, offering a subtle smile and a nod in acknowledgement. Li Jun promptly reciprocated the gesture with a smile and a nod of his own. Li Guangqi gestured for Li Jun to approach the group. As Li Jun drew nearer, he heard Li Guangqi introduce him. Juner. This is the director of the National Escape Program Office, Director Zhong Xiangtai. Li Jun quickly responded, Hello, Director Zhong. Zhong Xiangtai chuckled lightly. No need for such formalities. You can just call me Uncle Zhong, right? I'm an old friend of your father. Hello, Uncle Zhong, Li Jun replied with a smile. Good boy, Zhong Xiangtai continued. I just heard from your father that there are 10 of you in total for this mission, correct? Li Jun nodded in affirmation. Zhong Xiangtai then looked at Li Guangqi, patting him on the shoulder. You and your wife have contributed greatly to the nation, and now with both your children participating in the lunar mission, your family can truly be regarded as a contemporary family of national heroes. Li Guangqi quickly waved his hand. Director Zhong, you overstate our contributions. Both my wife and I are military personnel, and now our children have also joined the ranks of the enhanced military. As a family of soldiers, serving our country and dedicating ourselves to the nation is simply our duty. Zhong Xiangtai chuckled again. Your eloquence is commendable. Now, let us not waste time. How long until the scheduled launch? Li Guangqi glanced at his watch. There is still half an hour left. Zhong Xiangtai immediately began to organize the personnel. Li Jun, Li Lin, and Zhang Chong quickly took their positions and moved towards the miniature spacecraft. At that moment, 20 individuals clad in aviation gear stood neatly beneath the vessel. Perfectly aligned and immovable, clearly a group of professionals. Among them, a young man of approximately 25 years stepped forward upon noticing Li Jun and his companions. He extended his hand towards Li Jun. Hello, I am Li Chuan, the national commander for this lunar temporary base construction mission. Hello, I am Li Jun, captain of the 15th Squad of the Enhanced Military. After their handshake, Li Chuan glanced at Li Lin and the rest of the team, feeling a bit perplexed. Why would such a team be dispatched? Wasn't it stated that the most formidable unit would be sent? Aside from these few men, can the women possess any combat capabilities? And what about that older gentleman and the child? Though he harbored such thoughts within, he dared not voice them. Ultimately, he had already formed a judgment regarding the capabilities of this small team in his heart. This individual was imbued with an excess of confidence, bordering on arrogance, firmly believing in his ability to discern character accurately. However, on this occasion, he had indeed misjudged. Among Li Jun's team, the most formidable ability undoubtedly belonged to Mu Mu, the very girl he had underestimated. Yet, Li Jun remained oblivious to his inner musings. Even if he were aware, he would merely smile and dismiss the notion, for he had little patience for those who judged others through the lens of their own perceptions. Once the two teams became acquainted, they stood together before the miniature spacecraft, awaiting their turn to board. At that moment, a guide vehicle sped towards them, and Yi Jipeng was seen assisting an elderly lady out of the car. Li Guangqi hurried over to support her. Guangqi, where are the children? The elderly lady inquired. Mother, they are over there. Come, I will take you to them. The old lady nodded in acknowledgement. Li Guangqi helped her walk towards Li Jun and the others. Upon spotting her, Li Jun rushed forward, closely followed by Li Lin. Grandma. The two boys sprinted to the elderly lady and immediately knelt before her, overwhelmed with emotion. They had long felt that the individuals they owed the most in their lives were their grandmother. Their inability to bring her along to the underground city remained a source of profound guilt. The old lady quickly urged them to rise. Good children, please get up. Get up. Once Li Jun and Li Lin stood, they enveloped her in a heartfelt embrace, and the three wept together. After a moment, Li Guangqi offered a few words of comfort to the boys and then said, Hurry along now. Time is running short. Only 10 minutes remain. Upon hearing this, Li Jun and Li Lin wiped their tear-streaked faces. Li Jun addressed the elderly lady. Grandma, we must leave now. We will wait for you up there. And you must not say you don't want to move when the time comes. The old lady smiled and nodded. Very well, Grandma will certainly come. Go on now. For this mission, Grandma supports you. A good man must be bold and daring. Off you go. The two boys nodded and turned back to rejoin their team. Li Guangqi remained by the elderly lady's side, watching over her. As the time drew near, Zhong Xiangtai stepped forward in front of the group and addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my gratitude not only on my own behalf, but also on behalf of the entire nation. Thank you for your fearless spirit and your selfless dedication. It is precisely because our country is graced with individuals like you who quietly contribute, many even sacrificing their lives, that our people, though living in the apocalypse, are undeniably fortunate. Centuries of technological advancement have shaped the Earth into its current state, for better or worse. In this era, the necessity to forge new habitats represents a boon for humanity. You stand as the vanguard of this endeavor, venturing into the cosmos. I salute you, pioneers. Technology serves as the beacon illuminating our path. Reminiscent of a former scientist's assertion that humanity's technological advancement has reached a plateau. To catalyze further development, venturing into the universe may indeed present a pivotal opportunity. Thus, as the forefront of humanity's foray into the cosmos, I extend my heartfelt wishes for your success. The spacecraft you are about to embark upon has successfully landed on the moon numerous times, so you may rest assured regarding safety. However, the potential hazards that lie on the lunar surface remain largely uncharted. Thus, I urge you to maintain a heightened state of vigilance. To date, our nation has yet to establish a prolonged presence on the moon. That shall suffice for my instructions. Once again, I wish you all success, brave pioneers. Li Guanxi approached. All right, board the ship. With a command, the hatch of the vessel opened, and Yi Chuan led the way for 20 engineers up the boarding ladder, followed closely by Li Jun and others. Below, the control personnel pressed the ascent button, and the ladder rose gently, halting at the ship's entrance. Yi Chuan turned back, waving to the crowd below before swiftly entering the vessel. The others followed suit. Li Jun lingered until everyone had entered. He turned to glance at Li Guanxi, then at his grandmother in the distance. Smiling at both, he then stepped inside the spacecraft. Upon entry, he heard a voice from the system. Please confirm your identity. A display panel descended before him, and he placed his hand upon it. The system's feminine voice chimed again. Identity confirmed successfully. The panel revealed all his information. Li Jun, male, age 23, current position, captain of the 15th Squad of the National Extraordinary Forces, rank, major. Surprised by the rank, which he had not previously known, he realized it must have been conferred by General Jie after the formation. As the system panel retracted, Li Jun continued deeper into the craft, arriving at the passenger cabin where everyone was settling in. Just as he was about to find a seat, an engineer beside him remarked, "Each one wants you in the cockpit." Li Jun responded with a puzzled, "Oh." He was not even familiar with piloting a fighter jet. What could he possibly do in the cockpit? He stood up again and walked into the cockpit, finding Yi Chuan seated in the pilot's seat. Yi Chuan turned to him and gestured towards the co-pilot's seat, indicating he should take it. Li Jun paid little heed to the gesture and simply sat down, asking, "What do you need me to do?" Yi Chuan inquired, "Can you operate this?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Jun shook his head. "No." Yi Chuan nodded in understanding and replied, "Then just sit back and observe. However, I hope you refrain from making any movements. Otherwise, should any danger arise, it would be beyond our capacity to bear the consequences." Upon hearing these words, Li Jun remained silent, taking a seat and fastening his seatbelt. Even if Yi Chuan had not spoken, he would not have dared to move. He certainly did not wish for the mission to falter due to his own missteps. Yi Chuan glanced at Li Jun and smirked disdainfully, thinking to himself, how can one who cannot even pilot an aircraft presume to be a leader? He made no effort to conceal his contempt, which did not escape Li Jun's notice, igniting a flicker of anger within him. This individual possesses a considerable amount of arrogance, he thought, and spoke up, insisting, "We should replace you with another engineer. I am utterly useless sitting here." Having said that, he rose, preparing to leave. Yi Chuan, observing this, remarked, "As the squad leader, you cannot simply vacate your seat. It is against the regulations." After stating this, Yi Chuan disregarded Li Jun entirely. Were it not for the rules, he would not have cared where Li Jun chose to sit. Once everyone was settled, Yi Chuan communicated through the intercom to all personnel in the cabin, urging, "Please fasten your seatbelts and ensure your flight suits' masks are secured." Acknowledged. After receiving confirmations from everyone, Yi Chuan switched the intercom channel to the ground frequency. "Chief Engineer Li, all personnel are prepared. We request takeoff." Li Guanxi responded through the headset, affirming, "Understood, preparations for takeoff are underway." He glanced at the time. Only a minute remained. Countdown initiated. All personnel in position. Time ticked away, second by second. "Open the ascent shaft," Li Guanxi commanded. Li Jun peered through the skylight as the ascent shaft slowly parted, revealing a pitch-black opening above. Suddenly, Li Jun felt a jolt as the lift platform ascended, elevating the vessel into the air.